This world is a place where special beings like immortals, shape-shifting tribes, superheroes, and wizards exist, and Kwang Wai is a hybrid in that world. You have the power of both bloodlines in your body, the blood of the immortal and the shapeshifter. Some have said that chasing two rabbits at once means missing both, but for Kwang Wai it's different. He chooses to hold on to both. He only builds JS and rarely builds Brown. Will Kwang Wai's pursuit of secrets and his power lead to what kind of ending? Someone told me about the world before I was born. When the streets were crowded and everyone's attention was on their phones, no one noticed the strange, thick black smoke slowly creeping from under their feet. So the world before the black hole appeared was an ordinary world. At this moment, the young man felt strange and looked down in horror, his wide eyes drawing the attention of the crowd. Only then did the passers-by realize with fear the strange black area appearing beneath his feet. The young man couldn't react in time and fell straight in, causing everyone around to panic and run away. Suddenly, a trembling hand emerged from the hole. It wriggled and gradually became clear. After a while, countless ferocious monsters emerged from the black hole. The strange black hole is disrupting everything. It is gradually expanding and looming over the main road. The black hole is still growing and its size is unprecedented. This is terrible. Alpha has tried to respond to the situation, but the chaos is disrupting the rescue efforts. The news anchor suddenly fell silent, leaving only blood and scattered belongings on the ground. The empty street is silent except for a lone, injured child lying on the ground, gasping for breath. It looks up blankly at the person who just appeared in front of it. This is a story about an extraordinary world. The young man stands in front of the child, facing the howling monsters. The fully dressed man can only see half of his smiling face. The black hole in the earth, a gateway to communicate with another world. It appears in the sky, also visible offshore over the ocean, and on the land where people pass by. It appears everywhere in the world, and from black holes. Countless brutal and ferocious monsters can emerge at any moment to cause chaos. Yet these invaders have begun slaughtering humans. And when the world begins to turn into hell on Earth, a new species appears: spirit energy, ice, and lightning. People who can use multiple types of powers and possess extraordinary abilities are called superheroes. They cannot die even if their hands are cut off or their organs are pierced. They are immortal, and some can transform into bears or wolves. These shapeshifters and ordinary people with special skills are called sorcerers. Thanks to the superhumans fighting the monsters from the black holes, the world has returned to peace, and people now call the five gates the five horrors. The extraordinary beings use their incredible abilities to fight against the monsters from the five black holes. And when that situation ended, people began to pay attention to the special species. Those with powers beyond normal perception gradually became different from society. I've heard they have dangerous particles, so they must be isolated and strictly controlled. The fear of them has led to a divide between the special and the ordinary. During that time, these groups of people were divided into various organizations. Alfor is a luxurious government building representing the immortal beings belonging to the state and shapeshifters allied with multinational corporations, commonly called Kus. As for superheroes, they form their own organizations, band together to create identities and hide themselves with magic. 20 years after the terrible events, life has almost returned to normal. Humans continue with their daily needs, but somewhere in the shadows, those hiding their special kind still live alongside ordinary people. Du Kwang Wai was focused on his phone when someone called. The son, still not taking his eyes off the screen, lazily replied, "Yes." Du Duan Ho suddenly became serious. "Dad has something to tell you. Listen up and don't be shocked. Actually, you are immortal." After hearing this, Du Kwang Wai remained expressionless, looked up at his father, and immediately afterward, the entire city of Macau echoed with screams. "Huh." Du Ho said while holding the onion, "I am immortal, so my blood must have been passed down to you." Kwang Wai couldn't help but feel a bit suspicious and asked, "Why did you suddenly say that while buying onions?" Du Ho, still carefully selecting each onion, then advised, "Don't tell anyone, even your mother doesn't know." He looked at Duo Ho with a helpless expression and said seriously, "Dad is talking about Than Thien Bach Not." The uncle immediately softly reassured him, "Dad is speaking quietly, so it's okay. But an immortal person should have smooth skin and a handsome face." "Yeah, you're not quite like your father, but you're still an immortal." The old man pondered idly before delivering the news. "The blood of an immortal will awaken on the 24th birthday. Let's see, that means you were born tonight." Around 11 o'clock, Du Kwang Wai, drunk, listened to this person's calm tone of reporting. His father's way of talking is really gentle. Du hesitated for a while before remembering he needed to buy more things. "Oh, I also need to get some garlic." He softly reminded him, "Yeah, no chopping. Mom wants to do it herself." He reluctantly smiled. "Dad probably has to peel garlic now?" Kwang Wai calmly and confidently replied, Yes, that's right. Du Donho carefully selected a bag of garlic from the display and seriously warned Du Kwang-wai not to tell his mother. His uncle's face darkened as he said to him, "Your mother and I don't know what kind of person your father is." Then he sighed heavily and muttered with some regret, "If your mother finds out, maybe your father will be divorced." Glancing at his father, Du Kwang-wai casually said, "Well, the cashier overheard Du Duanho's monologue and couldn't resist eavesdropping, so Kwang-wai just reminded him to talk outside." The book he just bought in his hand, Duanho pushed the cart back to his spot and looked at his son. He smiled proudly and couldn't help but praise, "Your son is so strong." "The immortal was born with little strength. Is that because you exercise a lot?" Kwang-wai awkwardly forced a smile. "Ha ha. I secretly think that I don't exercise much either. Maybe my strength comes from that, I guess. My second secret isn't the first one." At this moment, the father and son slowly walk back home as night quickly falls, the full moon shining brightly against the dark sky. "I have something I kept secret even before I knew I was immortal today." I pushed open the door and called out loudly, "We're home!" Another secret. My mother is a shapeshifter. Du Kwang-wai's mother. Kansenhai smiled gently and warmly. "So you're back?" She happily ran over. "Did you buy garlic?" Duanho immediately handed over the bag, and of course, a romantic scene filled with pink love appeared before him. Sweet and tender. No biting, right? Of course, then they kissed right in front of their eldest son. I sweat and remind them, "Hey, your son is watching." Kunai happily looks at the son and says, "Put your things away." The flashback returns and his voice echoes in surprise. Mom can transform into a different form. 2 years ago, when Du Kwang-wai was still a student and knew but couldn't speak, he was suspicious and worried about the training ground, and his mother happily added that she could also transform. In the gym, his sharp cry echoed. No, Mom wasn't joking when she said she's a shapeshifter. Mom Kunhai speaks softly and calmly. Yes, Mom is the shapeshifter, and so am I. She calculated for a while and then announced that the awakening would happen at 18, so you're probably going to awaken tonight. Du Kwang-wai pats his head. Kotiep absorbs the overwhelming information. No, Kwao, that was too sudden. Later, Kansunhai seriously warned, and this is a secret from your father. Hearing that, he looked puzzled. Huh? Kansunhai's expression darkened, and he looked a bit uncomfortable. Never tell your father, understand? As he finished his memory, he was helping his mother put things into the cabinet when he heard her call him. Son, what fruit do you want? Put away your things and then close the door. He replied softly, It's okay. She smiled brightly, as if to be sure. You really don't want anything? Don't regret it. Du Chuangwai truly asks for nothing and is even good at flattering. I am very grateful to my mother for giving birth to me. Kansenhai happily praises her son for being so sweet. Just like his father, Dudoan squints with pride. No, he's as kind as you are. Kwangyi couldn't help but smile along with the warm family atmosphere. Are they both ready? They don't feel too worried inside and comfortably accept the new reality. My immortal father and mother transformed. I have quite special parents. There are a few unusual dishes on the table. At this moment, Sunhai walks out holding a birthday cake, smiling as he listens to both of them singing happy birthday without feeling curious. But why did they hide their true identities from each other? Dark clouds cover part of the moon's light, and it's already quite late, with his voice echoing alongside his parents' responses. Good night, my son. After changing into comfortable clothes and lying down on the bed, he glanced over. At this time, the clock is almost at the hour. It's nearly 11 o'clock. According to my father, I will awaken as an immortal at 11. He immediately remembered walking on the street earlier that afternoon. Dad, did it hurt when you woke up? Duhong hiem tuk no lairoithan hiendap. Dad feels fine. His blood naturally heats up and then cools down. As soon as father felt a slight chill, his 5 senses became more alert than before. Guangwai tilted his face to look and asked again, Is it painful? He slowly replied now, yes. He guessed and silently thought that when he awakened as a shapeshifter, the pain was like dying. Both of them kept walking forward steadily. I'm curious again, but Mom is just an ordinary person. Will you really wake up? Duanho firmly confirms, yes, of course. Immortal blood is thicker than regular blood. Suddenly the speaker falls silent and pauses, and there's nothing between father and son. This isn't important. He suspiciously observes his father's face, then rests his head on his hand and looks up, wondering if he can awaken as an immortal after already transforming into a creature. Lying on the small bed in the room, he ponders anxiously about what to say if he doesn't awaken. After a troublesome thought, I scratch my cheek and ignore it. Whatever, I'm going to sleep now. The lights quickly went out and the ceiling fan stopped spinning. I think someone said that. The world used to have no invaders or black holes. No one knew if superhumans or immortals existed. It was just an ordinary world. The clock struck 11 and Du Kuang-ai crawled on the ground, trembling all over, trying to endure the pain tormenting him, with labored breaths and muffled groans of suffering. He muttered through clenched teeth, "Dad said it wouldn't hurt." Du Kuang-ai, in pain, had veins bulging and had to pull his hair to distract himself, but now he couldn't bear it anymore. I collapsed on the floor, but after a while I forced myself to sit up. My sharp eyes flashing, sweat pouring down, and the pain still lingering in my body. This is the story of my extraordinary life in an unusual world. 2 years ago, flipping through his hands and looking at his broad shoulders and perfect muscles, he couldn't help but be amazed. Du Kuang-ai looked at himself in the mirror, feeling awe at his perfect physique. Wow, I smugly thought to myself. I was just waking up and admiring my muscles so much I forgot everything else when suddenly Kunhai opened the bathroom door. "Do you like it?" Du Kuang-ai suddenly shouted. "Why didn't you knock on the door, Mom?" She covered her mouth and laughed out loud. "Mom just came to check if you're okay or not. You seem to be completely fine." I looked over the boy and asked cautiously, "So how does it feel to become a transformed person?" Du Kuang-ai shakes his hand and seriously shares his thoughts. I feel like I have much more energy than before. I think my hearing and sense of smell are also more sensitive now." Then suddenly asked again, "Why didn't you tell me about this, Mom?" Kunhai looked at him confused. What do I know? I can't help but raise my voice when I think about the scene when I woke up, that when I wake up all the hair on my body will disappear. I will vomit blood countless times, and it feels like my muscles are being torn apart. At that moment, he panic-stricken saw his hair was gone, crawling on the ground motionless as if his entire body was torn apart with unbearable pain, and the whole process made him sweat with fear when he recalls it to this day. Why didn't my mother tell me I would have to endure this pain? That was when she finally understood what her son meant. Oh, is that what happened? But my calm face shows that it doesn't matter. Even if you told me, it wouldn't change anything. Du Kuang-ai angrily questions. At least I should have been mentally prepared. You want to be sure you won't feel that way again, so you ask if everything is settled now, right? There won't be a second or third time, right? Kansenhai stood at the door to reassure. Don't worry, it won't happen. It's not like it's a game. At this moment, Kuang-ai finally let out a relieved breath. Oh, he never wanted to experience that kind of pain again. The memories fade, and Du Kuang-ai, still curled up on the floor from the pain, trembles as he lies there, sweat covering his face as if drenched in water, gasping for breath. After the morning kiss and a new day begins, Kuang-ai pinched his cheek, then let go, only to realize he still felt the pain. Even though he is now an immortal, he still feels pain. Looking at myself in the mirror and reflecting, my appearance hasn't changed much. I can still see in the dark and all other senses, especially right now, when I hear a cat meowing from outside the window. Du Kuang-ai was startled, quickly covered his ears, feeling uncomfortable as his hearing became very sensitive. He curled up, Ko-Tron-tin calming his emotions and body. Calm down. When I was a shapeshifter, I controlled my body many times. Kuang-ai tricks himself into confusing the noisy sensations caused by his overly sensitive ears, making himself believe that his ears are far away. After a while, he successfully fooled his own hearing with his shapeshifter control ability. He slumped his face and sighed in relief. Now I truly feel that I have awakened in the body of an immortal. Looking at my own face in the mirror with some worry, I wonder if I can hide it as well as this. The bird in my thoughts was interrupted by a voice calling from outside, snapping me back to reality. "Kuang-ai, where are you?" "Come here and eat," he replied loudly from inside the room. "Yes, I'm coming, I'm listening." Standing blankly in front of a confusing array of food, I ask again, "Is this breakfast?" Then he happily sat down. That's really lucky. Kunhai saw that her son seemed to like it and smiled. "If you think it's not enough, I will make more. Just let me know." Looking at the table full of dishes, she couldn't help but marvel, and now I realize our family also eats quite a lot, huh? I heard that shapeshifters need more energy than ordinary people, but Dad eats a lot too. Or is it just because their species usually eat more? At this moment, Du Duan-ho anxiously cares for his wife. "Darling, there's less food today than usual. Are you okay?" Kunhai smiles happily. "There's rice in the pot. I cooked it just now." Seeing this scene, Kuang-ai confidently thought to himself that he was right. Suddenly, he started giving instructions. "Oh right, Du Kuang-ai," he quickly responded. "Yes." Don-ho calmly suggests that his son get ready to take the civil service exam. Not only was Du Kuang-ai stunned, but his mother, a civil servant, was also in shock. Why so sudden? Duan-ho immediately explained to his wife that if they went this way, the boy would have many opportunities. But Kansenhai did not agree with the rebuttal. What opportunity? It should have gone to college, but now he's already 20. Do-won-ho refused to agree. No, university isn't that important. The skills a person needs are still more important. Being a civil servant is fine too. I'm doing it myself. Kanun-hai helplessly explained his point. I didn't say it's not good. I just don't want to see the little one go to Goshik-kon at such a young age. Kwang-wai looked surprised as he watched his parents argue. He didn't need to go to Goshik-kon at all. The little boy is very smart. I couldn't help but think to myself in surprise that it's rare for you two to disagree like this, putting down your chopsticks and pondering that immortals often work with the government. So my father must also be aiming for those kinds of jobs. But I'm sure my mother has a different plan. Recalling the time I was with my mother at the gym, I pushed 14 or 15 reps at a time. I was a bit surprised and said, I couldn't even do 2 pull-ups before, but now I can do 15 and I still don't feel tired. Kunhai beside me explained, shapeshifters are 3 times stronger than ordinary people. She confidently shows off her strong muscles, and there's a reason I became this strong. Of course, regular training like this also helps me get stronger. Standing in front of Du Kwang-wai, he continued discussing shapeshifters, saying that besides physical strength, there is another thing that shapeshifters are usually very strong in. He paused his pull-up exercise and asked suspiciously what it was. Kansen-hai quickly replied with 2 words, instinct. The instinct of a powerful shapeshifter. There will be many times in life when you will have to use your instinct to control yourself. Du Kwang-wai nodded vaguely, saying I don't really feel the heightened instinct clearly. Kansen-hai's deep voice sounded just like now, but there will also be cases where it becomes a problem when you leave the real world. You must learn to control your instincts, so your mother wants you to go to a good university and get hired by a company. After explaining, he suddenly swings onto the bar, listening intently before looking confused. A company? Kansun-hai pushed the bar and explained, my grandfather has connections with an industry that works with shapeshifters. Just enroll in a regular university, and then your mother can get you in there. There, you will be able to have basic training for shapeshifters. He turned back to the family dining table just as Kwang-wai was about to chew his rice when suddenly he heard something. We should ask Kwang-wai what he wants instead of arguing like this. Duan-ho thought it made sense and stopped arguing with Sun-hai. Then asked Kwang-wai. Seeing this side, he looked confused at both of them. What about your child? Sun-hai nodded and then asked for his opinion. That's right. Du Kwang-wai, do you want to become a government official? He places his rice spoon on the table and seriously contemplates. The thing I want, of course I have something I desire. Speaking of that, I just remembered I've never told them. He looked up calmly and expressed his wish. I want to join United. Immediately after, there was a silence and surprise on the faces of the 2 people facing each other. Kansen-hee's face darkened as he stared at his son. Really? An ordinary sailor with your skills? On the contrary, his father thoughtfully pondered. Kanun-hai, the soldier, looked over and smiled. Maybe it's just because he hasn't thought it through properly. Du Kwang-wai, sitting across, refused to give up and wore a flattering look as he reminded him. Mom, I'm 20 now. I can think like an adult. You think I've gone crazy, right? My son. Kwang-wai awkwardly smiled and avoided Mandu's gaze hesitantly. Then Du Do-an-ho immediately spoke up to approve. Not being a soldier isn't so bad either. Kansen-hai couldn't believe it and shouted out loud. What? Duan-ho asked sternly. You're not doing that just because of looks, right? Du Kwang-wai hesitated and chuckled. Well, that's true. Only after hearing his son's answer did he nod in agreement. It's fine. It would also seem strange if a 20-year-old just went off to fight for the country. Kansen-hai was so shocked that he stood up suddenly, but his father, a soldier, quickly tried to reassure and persuade him. It's fine. Not everyone gets transferred to Somalia to fight pirates. The kid can have a stable life after training and being assigned, but eventually he will have to transfer to the Navy. It would be better if he pursued a career as a civil servant. It sounds reasonable, so he's still hesitant at this moment. Well, if you say so. Du Kwang-wai looked up at Do-an-ho with admiration, having just finished convincing him and feeling a sense of fulfillment. You're so kind. After seeing that the 2 had finished their discussion, she hesitantly asked, So does mother agree? Kun-hai returned to his seat and responded, There are, but not right now. Du Kwang-wai understood and obediently replied, Yes, I know. You have to go to university first. At this moment, Du Do-an-ho suddenly interjected. No, take the civil service exam first. He looked at his father with a hint of helplessness, wondering if he was sponsored by Eduki, and Du Do-an-ho calmly explained the reason. If you pass this exam, you can postpone becoming a civil servant and join the Navy. If you don't want to, then you'll have to do something else outside the defense industry. There will definitely be an advantage if you become a civil servant. Sun-hai is unsure and suspicious. Is that really true? Du Do-an-ho replied confidently. Of course, DM Kwang-wai thought to himself. Actually, it's not very feasible, but if it's my father, he could make it happen. After thinking it through, I agreed with my father since he is working for the country. Then I will take the exam. Only then does Du Duan Ho feel satisfied and encourage me. Dad can't say it's difficult, but it's not so easy that you could predict it. Du Quang Wai is obedient, no problem. Then he casually reminds, so don't go anywhere this Sunday. Dad has found you a crash course in speed stealing. You'll be studying there. He also nodded, yes, sir. Then both he and my mother looked at each other in surprise. Quang Ai asked in disbelief, wait, where is the flag? A few days later, at the bus station of the rest stop, Du Quang Wai sat on the bus leaning his head against the window, recalling Du Don Ho's words. There is someone I know there. He works as a farmer but really doesn't want to move to the city to live. Looking at the scenery outside the window, he reflected on how talented he was to have to come all the way here to learn. Feeling bored, he scrolled through his phone, thinking to himself that he didn't really want to take the civil service exam anyway. His ultimate goal was still UDT. Suddenly he opened his eyes wide in surprise as some interesting information appeared on his phone screen. Reading carefully through the pages he just saw, he changed his mind. Actually, what I want is not to become a sailor. A white-pink hole on Earth will have a portal appear soon after the International Government Alliance of Europe FACS was established. If the invading army's black hole appears, the black hole in the sky is where they come from. So in the other world, the white hole is where you go in. The white hole is where the expedition team enters, meaning we can infiltrate the invading world called the other side. And in that world, there are minerals we don't have here, new plants, new creatures, and many new resources. Du Quang Wai sat quietly in the car, thinking that the black hole on Earth was the past, but humans are still fighting to find new resources. And those sent to fight are mostly shapeshifters, with incredible strength and training that make them excellent soldiers. Of course I understand what my mother means. She doesn't want me to fight, so I agreed to do what she wishes and also pursue my own dreams to become a naval officer. Du Quang Wai closed his eyes, contemplating his decision. In reality, he didn't want to become a sailor. He wanted to become something better. At the same time, somewhere else, the phone rings and someone answers. Yes, Soonbi. Huh, his son, you sent him here? A doubtful voice came from inside the house. The exam. Aha, you want to send him there? Yes, all right, I'll take care of it. This one sneered and declared, I won't be lenient just because he's your son. Diandi sat on the porch answering the phone. Don't worry. I will really teach him a lesson. On Du Quang Wai's side, he had fallen asleep in the car some time ago. John Dee remained silent, and Du Quang Wai also stood still for a moment before he finally opened his mouth and asked, What's your name? No, that's not what I mean. You're an immortal, right? But why are you so tall? Seeing his curiosity, he looked at himself and then replied, Well, it's probably because I have mixed blood. Diandi's expression was hard to read as he silently evaluated. Lai blood, an immortal with special blood, especially considering who you are the son of. With his own understanding, he once again doubted Quang Yi's words. How could ordinary blood be mixed in? I hesitated and couldn't explain because I was unsure for a moment and didn't say it clearly. My mother's blood is also very special. Diandi muttered softly. You're quite a unique guy. He didn't care and just called him to follow. Whatever, let's go. Du Quang Wai asked suspiciously, Where are we going? As he walked, he scolded sternly, What do you mean by asking where I'm going? I told you I came here for training. He looked around confused and whispered, Yes, that's right. Besides trees, it's just mountains around here. After hearing his father's words, the place I went to prepare for the civil service exam was a deep mountain in a rural area near the Beeflower in Dai province. Following Doandi's footsteps, I carefully observed his back, guessing that the man in front of me with a mountain forest aura seemed to be my master. I silently assessed him, thinking that perhaps because he was an immortal, his face still looked quite young and handsome. Du Quang Wai opened his mouth, a bit curious, looking around. So, is there a temple or something here? Diandi looked confused as he listened to him, wondering what nonsense he was suddenly talking about. Since the old man didn't answer, Quang Wai became more puzzled and asked, So why are we going up the mountain? After a long stretch, both of them stopped. Doandi spoke up. Du Quang Wai frowned in disbelief, staring at a simple bamboo house with swords on the shelf and a pile of dry wood on the ground. As if helpless, he shouted, Dad, forget him, follow me. He couldn't help but worry inside. What is his father trying to teach his son right now? At this moment, the uncle asked cautiously, Have you awakened yet? Du Quang Wai honestly confessed. John Dee curiously asked while holding a twig, Have you tried it yet? Quang Ai looked at him before sharing. I tried using the cutter's blade to cut my wrist. It wasn't without wounds, but they healed quite quickly. Suddenly, Doandi happily swings the branch and asks, Do you know what the true nature behind healing wounds on our bodies is? Vuk immediately replied, No. Who would have thought he would joke around and say that? Yeah, I don't know either. Du Quang Wai couldn't help but shout in surprise. What? Regardless of his attitude, he didn't respond further and started teaching. Forget it. Listen carefully. Even if we don't know how that happened, we still know the basic knowledge of repairing objects, starting with health. An immortal, healthy person has a good healing ability. Janny uses a branch to illustrate his point. Second, if you are sensitive, you will feel more pain, but it allows you to quickly recognize injuries and control them better. Basically, you'll quickly notice when there's an issue with your bones or something, and after all the rambling, the main point is that advanced training to improve health and perception can enhance your healing ability. He nodded on the surface, saying yes as if he understood. But inwardly, he was stunned and thinking, I really don't understand what he's drawing at all. After throwing away the branch, I look over at Du Kuang-yi. Do you have any questions? He nodded, wanting him to explain. Yes, I don't understand one thing. Didoandi is curious. What is it? Looking at the pile of knives stuck in the ground, Kuang Wai couldn't help but be shocked and questioned. What does that have to do with me running on this pile of knives? He quickly realized and explained, You're training your body and learning to control an immortal body. All right, I still don't understand. Diandi felt annoyed and angrily scolded. Damn it, why do you talk so much? You want to take the exam, right? He refused to give up and retorted, So are we not going to study for the exam? He quickly confirmed that they were studying, and Du Kuang Wai helplessly replied, I only know studying with paper and books. What are you talking about? Are you planning to join the Special Immortal Force? Hearing that, he was filled with confusion. What is that? Diandi asked curiously. Has Rudoan Ho Sunbi not told you yet? He honestly said that he only heard it was a civil service exam, and he exclaimed in surprise. Oh, is that so? Then Tuang Tan explained to Kuang Wai that it's similar to becoming a soldier in the army. I can't help but wonder to myself, Dad. What about United? Still stunned, he suddenly spoke up. So are you going to sign up or not? If not, then go. Helplessly thinking to himself, he knew he could only do what he wanted after passing that exam. He finally decided to join. All right, I'll join. As soon as Du Kuang Wai agreed, John Jdi quickly found another outfit for him to change into. Hey, wait, if you don't want to ruin your clothes, take off your shoes and change into this. A few minutes later, Du Kuang Wai was barefoot on the ground. Well, actually, nothing has changed. I just didn't expect the chemistry exam to be different from what I predicted. He stood in front of the pile of knives stuck in the ground, a bit stunned. John Dee urged on one side, Hurry up and run, my neck is about to give up waiting. Taking a deep breath, she carefully observed the sharp knives marked on the ground. John Dee sat beside him, sipping tea and listening to his frantic screams. When the shouting suddenly stopped, he calmly reminded him, Don't think about stopping to rest when the enemy is chasing after you, right? As soon as he finished speaking, Du Kuang Wai kept shouting non-stop. The knife wounds ran from his calf to his soul, and he lay on the ground, gasping out each word. This damn thing, just kill me already. Dianditon approached and then said with a boastful tone, You managed to dodge a few of the blades, right? Your reflexes are pretty good. Others can't even dodge anything. Looking up, you notice Kuang Yi's foot, covered in wounds, quickly healing, surprising you. Your healing ability is also very impressive. Your healing speed increases every time you treat a wound. Don't bother avoiding the blades. Just stepping on them intentionally makes the wounds open wider, so stomp hard, or even lift your foot off if you want. Du Kuang Wai heard it and thought thunder was roaring in his ears. This is so stupid, that crazy bastard. J. Diandi keeps encouraging him enthusiastically. Come on, don't overreact anymore, just run. Standing nearby watching Du Kuang Wai for a while, John Ji wondered who this person was. Tired from running, he sat down to rest. Seeing you exhausted and sitting on the ground, he reminded you, You're immortal. You won't die from these things, so just get up and keep running. I can't keep doing this much longer, he asked helplessly, and he calmly replied, You need to experience the shock. Seeing the blood-stained blades, he added that once you experience it for the first time, your pain tolerance will increase. These blades are designed to prepare you for the panic and shock of the battlefield, but he stroked his chin and wondered why you aren't shocked. Does it not hurt? Du Kuang Wai shouted angrily. It's killing me. He quietly thought to himself that he had the body of a shapeshifter before becoming an immortal. And since shapeshifters have strong bodies, these things wouldn't shock him even if he did this for a lifetime. He slowly sat up and asked hesitantly, Is there nothing else I can do besides this to pass the test? John Dee didn't answer but asked back, How fast can you run 50 meters? He quickly replied, In about 6 seconds, he immediately suggested a solution. This is exactly 50 meters. If you can get through it in 6 seconds, you'll pass this training exercise. Du Kuang Wai asked suspiciously, Only 6 seconds. He confidently affirmed. That's right. If he wasn't willing to agree, he wouldn't be able to do it. Kuang Wai smirked confidently, warning him not to take back his words later. He steadied his stance and silently calculated that he could run 50 meters in 6 seconds. his face thoughtful, but that was only at an average speed. Du Chuangwai prepared to run, calculating everything carefully, knowing it would hurt, but if he blocked his sense of touch as much as possible, he could start using maximum speed and run with all his might. He smirked confidently and sped up, thinking that 6 seconds would be easy as pie. John Dee was so amazed she couldn't hold back her astonishment. Du Chuangwai sprinted past the row of knives without even changing his expression, gradually slowing down. He stopped completely, thinking smugly that the jump just now definitely wasn't 6 seconds. Seeing Hong Hok panting heavily, Dian Di chuckled. Kwang Wai heard him muttering to himself, indeed a very interesting young man. Suddenly, Don Di shouted loudly, "Come on, run again!" "What do you mean? Did you just run for more than 6 seconds? He couldn't help but curse softly. Damn it, when I hear J. Dian Di casually say, I still haven't started the timer. After a while, the first training session ends. Now we will begin the second training session. Give me a big chain, sir, he said. Here, take this. Kwang Wai looked around curiously. What is this? Dog chain? Di asked him to put on the bracelet and then explained. You will need to tell them to wear it around their neck for the second training. Kwang Wai obediently follows but feels uncomfortable, muttering to himself. I feel uncomfortable. What should we do now? Then suddenly I was stunned and confused as I listened to the person in front of me speak. The breath-holding training, he trembled slightly as he asked cautiously. So this is Diduandieu, she immediately replied. That's right. Then he took a button and held it up, saying, if I press this, your neck will be squeezed. Seeing you take off the chain, I remind you not to remove it. Just tie it back up. You've already run on a dangerous path. You can't just go back now, right? Doan Wai was completely helpless at this point, ruffling his hair. Can't I just dive underwater to practice holding my breath? He emphasized, you think that's enough? This training is also about practicing enduring, being chained around your neck. If you faint during a fight, it's over. A moment of silence passed before he continued to persuade. Just like with the training on the bridge, you focus a lot on passing out. After years of horrific war against special creatures, ordinary people have learned to face them. But shouldn't it work the other way around as well? He sighed and added, the world is getting better after all. De Kwang-yi felt fear inside, hoping it wasn't better because of things like this. Finally, he sighed and accepted, asking, what is the passing condition? D&D straightforwardly replied, there isn't one. You'll faint, but you should be able to endure at least 5 minutes. After hearing it, he repeated and then agreed. 5 minutes is fine. He warned him to be careful, saying, do not try to force the collar off or steal the remote unless you want to puncture your chest. However, it's also a way to practice. He agreed softly. Okay, Dian-di asked him again, are you ready? As soon as he answered, he pressed the activation button. All right, let's begin. At this moment, the elevator moves to the floor. The door gradually closes and opens, revealing Du Kwang Wai standing inside. Looking around curiously at the equipment like a treadmill and a weight rack, feeling confused. Is this the room? He wondered to himself, holding his suitcase with curiosity. Did they renovate the underground parking lot? Suddenly, a voice from beside him caught his attention. So it was you. Du Kwang Wai looked stunned as he stared at the person who just appeared. Dukui rubbed his wrist and looked at him. Is he Sunny's son? Kwang Ai quickly nodded and then looked curious. Yes, that's me, but I don't know why my mother brought me here. She stood there, didn't answer, but asked back. She said you've been studying for 2 consecutive days, right? Your body will be wasted if you don't use your brain at all. Hearing this, it immediately reminded me of the scene I experienced on the mountain. He forced a nervous smile. Ha ha ha. I might as well not tell her the truth. It's so unfair. Ever since I was little, my mother's parenting philosophy has been incredibly simple. If you don't listen, you'll get beaten and have to take responsibility for your mistakes. Living with these traits for 20 years, people will naturally start to adopt them. Du Kwang Wai tremblingly wears his battle armor, looking at his mother smiling kindly in front of him. He dares not resist and can only go along because if he opposes, his mother will be beaten badly. Going back to reality, he helplessly sighs. Refusing doesn't really matter, does it? Just by looking at this teacher's appearance, I can already tell. Still confused, he was thrown a watch. Here, take this. Du Kwang Wai looked confused and then asked again, what is this thing that I am psychologically haunted by when receiving such items? After Du Kwai explained, he suggested, just wear it on your wrist and ankle. As he put it on with a doubtful look, he muttered, could she be planning to train me? She quickly replied, you'll have to take a test first. He hesitated. How do I check? She just pointed towards a treadmill and asked, now go run on the treadmill. Du Kwang Wai quickly starts the test under her supervision. She casually, dismissively said while checking the time on her phone, I heard you don't train yourself. It really is trash. Your heart rate is still stable, so the hardware is fine. But is this really all you can do even now? Du Guangwai was stunned to suddenly be scolded. Why am I being bullied like this? The other person sighs resignedly beside him. So lazy, so lazy. So the current world has everything you want, right? He couldn't help but feel suspicious inside. Aren't we about the same age? Then I suddenly remembered. No, the immortal and the shapeshifter who ages slowly, so is she older than she looks? After running for a while, he wondered, how much longer do I have to keep running? Duqui, dissatisfied, looked at him wanting to stop. Don't stop, keep running. She stood in front of him smiling and said, First, Cassio, gradually upgrade your body. Duqui, looking very friendly, grinned and said, I will make you reborn from head to toe. Du Chuangwai paused for a moment, then ignored it and kept running. I don't want to have another mother. She laughed loudly and joked. Is it because you're Sunhai's son? You seem to enjoy joking, don't you? I secretly thought in my heart that it's not a joke. As night falls, the clock shows the time, and Du Guangwai still runs seriously. Next to him, Du Kui kept a close watch. Don't stop. Not even my grandmother gets tired after just a little run. He panted heavily, sweat pouring down, and when she asked the time, he replied, Run straight at full speed, and shout out the full 14 hours, 4 minutes, 30 seconds, running with all his might while still in disbelief. And yet I had to run all night without stopping. Even immortal training has its moments of rest. Duqui started to mockingly urge, Is fighting just about trusting the body your parents gave you? Without training, that's only at a beginner level. Ignore your panting and just listen. She's behind you reminding you, this is about flexibility and we'll practice it later. So, remember. Du Chuangwai was stunned and said, What the hell is that? How can a human body bend like that? She continued explaining, You need to train your flexibility. A stiff body has many disadvantages. Why do I think otherwise in my heart? I still have to keep running with tired legs. I didn't want to ask that, but I'm completely out of breath. Even with a shapeshifter's body, running for 14 hours straight leaves me completely exhausted. Did she ask about the time again? He hurriedly replies, 2:10 p.m. I keep muttering to myself that I need to keep track of the time in case I'm asked. Looking at the video playing, I also have to remember the scene in front of me. And behind him, Du Kui keeps teaching and listening to the teacher's instructions. Practicing like this is brutal, but I can absorb it. His eyes are shining brightly. Remember that time on the mountain? What about the senses? Dido Andai stands in front of him, seeming to be very skilled at shutting down her senses, but that's still not enough. If too many senses are disabled, her movements will become chaotic. He describes and reminds you to clear your mind. Think about the senses you want to block and at the same time make the other senses more accurate. In other words, you need to learn how to use multiple senses. Bite your lip and breathe quickly. Keep your sharp eyes focused on the movements in the video, concentrate your ears on the sounds while running, and listen to the instructor's lecture. Understanding how to control it, Du Guangwai easily continues running. Although these are 4 different tasks, his body is performing the running motion. And the instructions and the video are not synchronized, so if you set aside your senses to time it, doing other tasks isn't too difficult either. The clock's hand gradually moves to 54, 55, while the treadmill and video still display on the screen. 56, 57, 58. 59 has almost passed 24 hours. Du Guangwai finally takes a deep breath and shouts loudly. After 24 hours of collapsing breathlessly to catch her breath, it finally ended. Looking at the watch on her wrist, she smiled happily and praised. Well, you're quite good. It's already morning outside, and she's asking you to carry out the next task again. Stretch out, the body must stay flexible, and he quickly responds. Yes. Standing in the gym, she asked, Do you remember the video you watched? I will demonstrate, so follow my lead. Get on your knees on the mat and start repeating each move. Du Guangwai blinked in surprise, secretly impressed. Is this guy flexible or what with a body like that? Then Du Kui asked him to follow. Come on, try it, and he quickly kneeled down to do it. Yes, but as soon as I moved my neck, my whole body stiffened, and I couldn't move anymore. She advised beside him, Don't push too hard. To be flexible, it takes time. We will gradually increase the range of motion by repeating a position daily. In simpler terms, we will slowly tear apart the muscle fibers. He secretly thought, so healing after tearing the muscle fibers will increase his flexibility. Take a deep breath and exhale steadily. I won't have to do it bit by bit anymore, right? Because an immortal heals very quickly after injury, I just need to endure the temporary pain. At this moment, she looked at him in shock as he twisted his body perfectly, screamed in panic, then anxiously asked if he was okay. I told you not to push yourself. Who taught you to be so stubborn and not listen? He asked, trembling slightly as he responded. Yes. She brushed her hands away and smiled softly. He looked up at his teacher and said, But I can do it now, can I? She let out a resigned laugh. He is indeed an interesting guy, successfully leaning back, but in the end he couldn't stand up on his own and had to ask for help, leaving Du Kui completely helpless. The training session for today is over. That's enough for now. Let's eat. A whole roasted pig appears happily. Du Kwangwai was stunned. Are we really eating a whole pig? Du Kwai immediately said. Hey, that one is mine. Following her advice, he looked another way, and this one belongs to you, which surprised him even more. Are each of you eating a pig? She said excitedly while putting on her gloves. Eating is also part of the training. Get used to gathering enough energy for the next workout after each meal. Kwangwai didn't expect to shout out loud. She's like a bear just waking up from hibernation. Both of them started chewing and swallowing. She reminded them not to clean up after eating, just leave it there. 2 days a week is too short, and it's not even enough to get to the main point with a mouth full of food, he replied. Ah, yes. I secretly thought to myself, how can a simple roasted pig with just a little seasoning taste so good? Maybe it's because I've been running all day without eating anything, but honestly, it's really delicious. That's all. Du Kui now warns you to finish eating. If you leave any, you're dead meat. Du Kwangwai honestly explained that he was taught since childhood not to waste food. You haven't finished chewing yet, but she already ate everything. Du Kwai reminded you, I'm going in now after eating. Remember to take a shower and go to bed. Not long after, Du Kwangwai changed clothes and sat alone in the stone-walled room, lying down with a bit of sorrow, thinking, well, this is much better than sleeping in the forest, being bitten by mosquitoes everywhere. Being able to use the phone makes me happy. Also, unlike Master Dido Andi, I get to use a phone. Should I call my mom? Finally decided to call Mom. The other end immediately picked up. Oh, how is your son? Is he doing well? He happily sends me off like that, but still worries about me? Outwardly helpless and complaining, there's no way I'm actually healthy. Before she could finish speaking, Kunhai interrupted. Mom has told her many times not to go easy on me just because she knows her, but Mom is still very worried. Kwangwai froze in disbelief, sitting silently on the bed, listening anxiously as his mother continued speaking. If she goes too easy on her, then be more strict, okay? Is that all right, my child? Oh, your father is here. I'm busy now. Du Kwangi's face turned pale and confused. But, Mom, aren't you worried about your son? After the second day of training, I realized some things. If the training of an immortal is crazy actions, then the training of a shapeshifter is foolish actions. How much weight can a human lift? The maximum number of reps you can do in one go is what matters. Understanding and pushing beyond your limits is the essence of training. Du Kui is making him lift weights. I'm about to die. The person next to him cheered passionately. No, you can do it one more time, just one more time. Du Kwangwai stands in front of the training equipment, feeling amazed at how scientific and advanced the training of the shapeshifter is, using many devices and electronics. Ah, the training of the immortal also involves equipment to push oneself to the limit. Anyway, the conclusion I reached during the training was that she looked at her phone and then commented, "Your reflexes are too slow. You just looked at the weight on the ground and then asked to lift this." Du Kwangwai estimates it weighs 20 kilos, and with the bar added on each side, it's a total of 60 kilos. He easily lifts the weight, thinking to himself that lifting it is no problem. The strength of a shapeshifter is 3 times that of an average man. At this moment, Du Kui immediately said, "Hold it for me." Kwangwai walks step by step behind her, and after going up the stairs, she demands now to run with it. Making him look confused, she grits her teeth and says, "Run." Du Kwangwai stood frozen, muttering, "Run here?" and was immediately terrified when she saw the plastic piece stretched across both ends in front of her. "Is this the second crazy stunt after that sword thing?" she said, explaining it to him. "Keep your balance, always feel your center of gravity, and use your reflexes to handle other things." He hesitated a bit. "Is that okay?" She simply said, "Just keep doing it until it works." Du Kwangwai couldn't help but wonder, are they using the corner of the basement? It's just long, but only half a step wide. He asked cautiously, "If I fall, it wouldn't be wrong, right?" She was watching a movie while soothing Kwangwai, telling him that the chance of injury from a 3-meter fall was low, but he shouldn't have the mindset that falling while running is okay. The top priority for a shapeshifter is to protect their body. Kwangwai curiously listened to the sound coming from the tablet. I wonder what is watching. I thought she was checking her results or something, so she kept staying by her side to encourage her. Getting injured on the battlefield would be a major disadvantage because the body doesn't recover as quickly as an immortal's. He sighed in resignation. What else can I do now? Just finish it first. He silently decided because the teacher is watching Netflix behind and says, "Protect your body." But as an immortal, even if my bones break, I can recover quickly, so I'll run with the mindset that falling doesn't matter. As soon as I thought that, I grabbed the weights and ran. His eyes shone brightly as his 5 senses were heightened. With a light touch on the ground, he could feel the gravity, sensing the pressure on his shoes and finding his center of balance. Sweat has started to bead on his face. He thinks that, although most shapeshifters have extremely good reflexes, They can't compare to an immortal who can sense every detail through heightened senses. Du Quanghai calmly passed through without worry, thinking I can do this. I seem to be quite happy, and my legs haven't been stabbed by the sword even once. After a while, Quanghai completed the teacher's request. Hero, I have completed it safely. Du Quai asked you to run again. Go there and back 2 more times. Kuang Yi sighs. All right. Watching the person run far ahead, she marvels in her mind. The width is 4 centimeters, and the length is 50 centimeters, but can he finish without falling even once? This time, with both ends of the rope hanging, she declared, I will upgrade the difficulty. Seeing this scene, Du Quanghai's expression changed. Rope? I stared in surprise and asked, am I going to run on that rope? Du Quai immediately replied, yes, it's a real rope. This training session is called single rope. She is somewhat satisfied and praises. That piece of wood earlier was just a warm-up. Looking at your body, I thought you wouldn't be able to do it, but you must have been born with good instincts. You're good at balancing. Seeing her stacking the mats below, he was surprised. Does this mean there's a mattress this time? She quickly explained, it's very hard and won't break, so be careful when you fall. If you grab the rope, you'll get burned, so just fall down. He wondered if I would run and hold the weights, right? She replied softly. At first, just walk without anything in your hands. He paused, thinking, after getting used to the warm-up, I will have to carry weights and run on it. But I'm not afraid. Compared to the training of the immortal, this is still quite easy. Keep your balance on the wire with a nervous heart, but in terms of difficulty, this is the hell level, more challenging and complex. He presses and taps his toes on the rope to feel it, but this rope is stiff and doesn't shake much. It's not a fall from a cliff, and there's no strong wind blowing. There's even padding under the floor. He walks slowly, step by step. Suddenly, Du Quanghai became confident, his eyes shining. He was not afraid at all and started walking faster and even began to run. Just keep running. After a while, you'll lose momentum and almost fall. He balanced his center of gravity himself and decided he should slow down a bit. His light steps on the wire made his legs look like they were bouncing as he moved, while the person below watched closely. She looked at him with a mischievous smile that made Quanghai shiver. That day, the teacher looked at me as if I was much more interesting than the video she was watching. And it kept me walking on that single wire all day with a weight. The next day, Du Kui saw him off with a smile and a wave. See you next week. Quanghai, carrying his luggage, bowed his head. Yes. Then they got in the car and went home with his mother, hearing some voices coming from the vehicle. Quanghai Kansunhai asked his son curiously if he was wondering why his mother made him do these things. He replied calmly, immediately, Of course I do. She explained sternly that she couldn't bear to see her son being beaten like that. Listening to my mother continue to advise me to use my body properly, I realize I am too weak now. He looked confused, thinking to himself, Who's weak, Mom? If your son hears this, he'll faint immediately. Your nickname at school is Own AP Man, you know. He pondered quietly. Well, since that's the case, I should train a bit more. Later, not when I join the special forces. At least I will be useful and not a burden. Even with the special power of the immortal that Teacher Jondi mentioned, I think a lot, so I should definitely be able to join the special forces, right? Both of them arrived at the apartment complex and, after finishing all the food on the table, felt satisfied. Thank you, Mom, for the meal. I just finished doing the dishes and am curious. Have you been very hungry these days? He sweet talks. After 4 days, I now realize how precious the dishes you make are, Mom. Oh, right, Mom, I want to learn how to cook. Kunhai looked surprised at the cooking. He quickly explained that lately, men who know how to cook are in demand. Please teach me how to cook for my future wife. She gave a serious look of evaluation. A man who knows how to cook isn't bad, but first you need to be clean. Right? With your current body, you're probably a chubby man who can cook. He replied with a cheerful smile. Mom is always so funny. Kansunhai seriously objected. No, Mom, I'm serious. So just stop trusting the shapeshifter's body and keep eating all day long. Du Quanghai awkwardly beat the drum, but now let's cook first, Mom. Thinking about Janji D's dish, I can't help but feel afraid. I took that dish from someone who loves nature. And Teacher Janji D's eyes began to shine brightly. After a moment, Kanunhai helplessly responded. All right, Quanghai happily laughs out loud. All right, now the food issue is settled. He chuckled quietly to himself. Training. Huh, I can't do anything about it anymore. What should we do next week? Just like this week? I wonder what new training we'll do next week. Time flies quickly and night has fallen. He doesn't care anymore and dismisses it. Whatever, it's fine. At the same time, somewhere else, someone is carefully sharpening a knife, while Du Quanghai, still lost in thought and afraid, wonders if it will be harder than what he's been doing this week, as Diandi on the mountain smirks sinisterly, waiting. Du Quanghai screams in fear and finally crashes down hard. causing the surrounding birds and beasts to scatter in all directions. His body is covered with scars. After resting for 4 days, the master said that the previous training only covered basic skills provided separately from the standard entry requirements. In other words, enduring hardship and having less stamina require further training. These are now mandatory courses. He concluded that from the previous training sessions. Thinking of this, he tried to lift himself up, placing his hand on his head, and looked at his scarred hand with a sigh, silently thinking that maybe this was training for shapeshifters, but apart from the extreme pain, this session was easier because it ended quite quickly. Of course, the issue is that these are just the basics. Suddenly, a voice calling out interrupted his train of thought. He looked up at the person standing on the cliff and said, "If you're done, come up here quickly." My immortal trainer raises his sharp sword and says emotionlessly, "One of the traits of immortals is regeneration. Being shot doesn't matter. Even if the bullet passes through your body, you just need to regenerate your flesh. But for weapons that don't use firepower like today, it will be very troublesome. Is that why you told us to be careful?" The other person sneers maliciously, swinging the sword in his hand a few times, leaving bright streaks in the air where the blade passes. You can withstand attacks that cause little damage, but with moves like these, you have to dodge. He looked on helplessly, unable to speak, only screaming inwardly, "Oh my God, he wants to be like a murderer." Seeing the sharp sword in the opponent's hand, he cautiously stepped back, looking a bit frightened. "So what do you think was the reason he took out that sword? I thought you were very smart." "Yes, this training exercise is the next part involving the sword. So say something about this sword, aim in that direction, or try to snatch it from me." At this moment, Kwang Wai looked like a true assassin, his face serious and sharp with murderous intent. A streak of light flashed as Diandi swung the knife toward Kwang Wai. Luckily, he managed to dodge in time. Another strike, and he still managed to dodge. At this point, he was sweating profusely. The other person continued to charge forward, swinging with force. He quickly stepped back to avoid disaster by a narrow margin. Janji reminds him that the goal here is to dodge attacks that cause heavy damage. If you can't dodge, then minimize the damage taken. You can't dodge everything, so get used to it. You seem pretty light on your feet. Let me start over. He frowns and replies firmly. All right, still, he couldn't help but wonder inside. How can I dodge these? He stomped his foot hard on the ground, but his heel still didn't touch the ground below. The sword swung a wide slash into his chest. This time, he wasn't lucky enough to escape. He looked at the sword in fear as the other person continued to swing it towards his thigh. If I aim at your thigh or calf, then take out your shin bone to take the hit. Then it's your wrist next. Janji D instructs or forces him to turn aside. Du Kwangwai kneels on the ground, concluding that no matter what method is used, he still has to be cut by the sword. At least I have gone through sword training. Suddenly a blue light appeared, and his wrist gradually healed. John D praises him, his reconstruction is quite good. Let's keep going. At this moment, he stands up, and that light continues to cover the remaining wounds, healing them as bright red blood flows out. Du Chuangwai had already collapsed on the ground, struggling to stand up and catch his breath, and said, "Blood loss, it's one of the weaknesses of immortals. Is that why you brought those blood bags to transfuse?" "Yeah, that's usually the case. It's better to stop the bleeding first." He looked quite surprised. "Wait a minute, are you really doing that? I was just joking." Du Kwangwei lies on his back, Diandi turns away. "Let's rest and have something to eat." "Ah, what are we eating today? What are you planning to make? Instant noodles?" "No." The sofa opens up into a bed frame. On the kitchen table, there are all the ingredients and utensils. Soon, a delicious plate of spaghetti was placed on the table. It's spaghetti with meat sauce, a secret recipe from Mom written on a note. If you want to make a delicious dish, cook something with lots of sauce. John D takes the first bite and feels like a lightning bolt just struck her. The two of them sit together at the table and John D gives her opinion after just tasting. "It's delicious," Kwang Wai immediately exclaimed. "Oh, at least your sense of taste is still normal, right?" he said through clenched teeth. "What? You said that because immortals have keen senses. Your taste buds are very sensitive, but you can still eat dishes like this." He brings another piece to his mouth. "Cooking is also a kind of training." Surprised. "Is this supposed to be training? Put a really big piece in your mouth." He said while chomping down, "It restores my strength." I understand what he meant. In the peaceful blue sky, a voice says, "Add one more thing." The two of them continued to stay in the forest. Kwang Wai wondered what the other thing was about. Diandi walks over with a knife in hand, used to taking hits with his arm, so before he even finished speaking, he rushed forward and stood face to face with Kwang Wai, eye to eye. Kwang Wai widened his eyes in confusion, not understanding what was happening, only seeing the knife once again stained with blood. It's time for tissue regeneration training. Kwang Wai collapsed, trembling uncontrollably from earlier as the opponent spoke. Wait, regenerating organs takes more time, so basic training is necessary. He was sweating profusely, gasping for breath, unable to dodge. Everything happened so quickly it raises questions just a moment ago. How did you do that? Jandi responded neither quickly nor slowly, trying to hide his traces. If the opponent's senses are very sharp, he must know how to conceal his breath. How to hide it? Well, he hesitated and still couldn't give an answer. Kwang Wai loses patience and curses. Damn it, you already stabbed a hole in my stomach, so at least say something. That person hesitated. I understand. You know it. Blood from the stomach keeps flowing out. Dai Dawandi is beating the village drum, huh? She's about to recover. Isn't it because you stabbed her that she had to be recreated? Yes, that's right, but Do you want to learn how to hide your aura? He looked at the person in front of him, and a second later he nodded immediately and decisively said one word. Yes. 2 days later, in the elevator descending to B2, Du Kwang Wai stepped forward and said, Teacher, I'm here. As he kept walking, a hand holding a gun suddenly pointed directly at him from the corner. Not surprised, he guessed today was a survival game. The teacher holding the gun in her hand was serious, with no hesitation at all. She pulled the trigger and immediately a bullet grazed his head. Kwang Wai was stunned, eyes wide in disbelief at what had just happened. Immediately, a small bullet embedded itself in the wall, leaving tiny wet marks. It is a modified gas gun using specialized ammunition. Dodge now. As soon as she finished speaking, she pulled the trigger. He forced a nervous laugh but was helpless, and then a barrage of bullets came rushing in. He quickly dodged just in time, bullets embedding into the wall and the floor. She fired while giving her advice. Guns are very dangerous. Getting hit can cause harm to you. Move while I am aiming. You move like lightning, dodging bullets and looking for something to hide behind. And if you can't find anything, run so fast that I can't aim at you. Don't run in a straight line, run in a zigzag pattern. Don't let others predict your movements. If instead you get caught, put all your strength into your muscles and change direction. Use the pressure to lift your body up. Out of the dozens of bullets fired, the first one to hit him grazed his arm. He jerked in surprise. The teacher shouted, Don't get hit. Even one bullet is enough to make you feel helpless. If you're about to be shot, take the hit with a part of your body that won't cause you to collapse. He seems to have realized that preventing paralysis is just like what immortals do. He was trained with swords against wild beasts, then ran non-stop to escape, collapsed, and then gasping for breath, kept trying to run. Learning from both sides has taught him that the fighting style of immortals and shapeshifters depends on their characteristics. Instead of focusing on how to fight, it teaches how to survive. After training, he became stronger, with bulging muscles, continuing to practice flexibility until he was cut with a sword and then using guns in any situation he might face. But immortals need to be cautious because weapons like swords can cause massive damage. With a gun, even a single firearm can be more dangerous than a regular gun. And in the end, it's about fighting to take the gun and gain the upper hand. On the other hand, shapeshifters are always ready to fight anyone who uses them. All you need to do is dodge and strike, as the reflexes and strength of a shapeshifter allow for such combat. For them, a gun can be easier to control. Its range is wide, and at least you have to get close to them for the game to end. They just need to go as far as possible to make it impossible to hit them. The shapeshifters cannot recreate their movements, which are calculated to avoid taking damage. Right now, hundreds of bullets are rolling across the ground, and he is exhausted, panting. The teacher chambers a bullet. All right, training is over. He sat on the ground, scratching his head, and said, How can we clear all this up? Then the teacher gave the order, stood up, and ran across that wire. All right, then. Du Kwang Wai pondered as he lifted the dumbbell, thinking that at least physical training like this was better than hurting himself foolishly. Actually, he was balancing on that small rope when suddenly a demon appeared above his head. Kwang Wai stared in fear and alertness, quickly losing his balance and falling off the wire. He tumbled to the ground, his face panicked and twisting in all directions. Kwang Wai watched everything unfold from the side. He hesitated for a moment, then got up, still shaken with fear. She stammered in shock. Can you feel it? He doesn't understand what just happened. She gaped in shock at the teacher in front of her, as both of them remained stunned and terrified. Finally, he asked, What is that? That's bloodlust. I can see, you can sense it. Don't do that anymore, it feels like my heart is about to explode. I don't like it at all. The demon from before will be better once you get used to it. And if you have something similar, everything will become easier. Keep practicing. He didn't respond and kept glaring at the monster. The hellish transformation training session begins. After 2 days, he no longer falls to the ground when running and has also found a way to withstand her bloodlust. Seeing the teacher calmly summon her bloodlust non-stop, my mind screams in terror. She keeps doing this. I grit my teeth and endure seriously. But thanks to that, my sense of immortality improves. Quan Yi can now sense the bloodlust with all 5 senses and use their 6th sense to control it. By engaging the lower abdominal muscles and maintaining stability, they can partially harness this ability. He learned a hard lesson and kept lifting weights while running steadily. Seeing this, the teacher just crossed her arms and watched, exclaiming, "He can do it now." My training sessions continue to alternate between the immortal and the shapeshifter, and the immortal training feels like a punishment from hell. To develop his self-healing ability, he also trains with a spear, bow, and traps. He learned to be extremely careful with traps. Jew. Dai points her index finger to her head. Once you're caught in a trap, the pain is extremely intense. And when the pain becomes too intense, his mind will struggle to stay clear, so continuous pain is more dangerous than sudden pain. Janji is serious. That's usually how it is. The immortal fights while taking injuries, which is why you have to get used to pain, because pain makes it hard to think clearly. And the next step is to take poison. Training shapeshifters is much easier. You have to train with weights and iron armor, then add weights to your ankles and wrists. You also need to practice dodging bullets and stepping through fire. Other times, I train with a barbell. Of course, there are variations. While in training, his father went on a business trip for 10 days. His parents embraced each other tenderly, leaving their child in a dark, hidden corner. Did your mom think Dad was gone for several years? When he wasn't covered in holes, she even taught you how to use weapons and martial arts. At first, he was allowed to use a wooden sword. The other person praised him. You're quick at learning to shoot, right? I find it quite difficult too, but that doesn't mean it's impossible. Because of that belief, he helped with fencing practice. Maybe because of his strength and reflexes as a shapeshifter, Du Kuang-Wai also learned pretty quickly. On other occasions, the teacher would train him to shoot. Even with a model gun, it looked quite realistic. She observed him for a while before giving her opinion. Martial arts training is good, but you can practice at home yourself. I can do it just by watching some videos, but shooting is difficult because it requires a lot of focus. He pulls the trigger and the bullets are fired. The teacher standing beside her was quite shocked. That's what she said, but he has a mixed bloodline with 5 special senses of an immortal, so it's quite easy for him. He trains until late at night, and 2 months pass by like that. Duan Ho asked casually as he saw his son return home after a long day of training. "Son, you just came back from the gym?" "Yes." He secretly thought that after a week of hard training, he finally got a break, but now I feel itchy. Does my body want to be hurt? I hope not. Your parents are encouraging you. You seem much stronger now. Well done. Then came a series of sweet words that made him just smile helplessly, their feelings so passionate. Why don't I have a little sister? Clothes piled up in the basket, just waiting to be taken out. Kuang Wai stood in the bathroom in front of the big mirror, looking at himself and saying, He leans on his hand. The reflection in the mirror is very gloomy. Why can't I have a girlfriend? My taste isn't that high, so why not? I don't want anyone to be too chubby and sexy like my mom. Just someone cute and mature, but also a little charming and knows how to cook. That would be perfect. Having a few common interests with me is good, but if possible, I want her to look really beautiful in jeans. If I could wish for more, I want her to be smart and considerate too. Suddenly, Kansen Hai's phone rang, and she stood up to tell her husband, I need to see Hai Min's mom for a bit. At this time, her child is probably going through puberty and must be very stressed out. He immediately understood. This is a stressful time. Duan-ho looks at his wife leaving and unconsciously glances at the phone on the sofa next to him. Mom, I can't find the hairdryer anywhere. Looking around and not seeing anyone in the room, he wondered, why is no one here? He picked up the phone on the sofa and a message was displayed on the screen. Wait, there's a test tomorrow? It's been a while since I last took one. This feels strange. His friends also wondered why he didn't go to university after taking the college entrance exam. That was the high school competency test in Korea. So your friends really asked if you didn't actually apply? Wow, show me your scores already. He didn't think he'd be ashamed if he didn't use high scores for everything, and he didn't want to go to any university either. He had already figured out his own path. He recalls 9 years ago. This scene was like doomsday the day the gates of refuge started opening, with him amidst the rubble of collapsed buildings. But ever since he saw a man fighting off countless intruders, he decided he had to be like him back then. He looked up and smiled softly. My mom would be very sad if she knew. She said she wants me to have a normal life like before I awakened. Suddenly he snapped back to reality. I wonder where my mother is gone. On the brightly lit sidewalk, Kuang Ai's mother is walking down the street and a woman approaches to wave hello. Kansen Hai, the teacher standing in the middle of the night asks, What reason do you have for leaving home? She replied, I said I needed to go to my guardian's house nearby. There were beers and snacks on the table. A voice asked, don't you have any questions? Kazunhai spoke up, about your son. The teacher takes a sip from a beer can and doesn't say anything about what her son is doing. She just shrugged and said she only wanted her child to do well with that mixed blood. No, mixed blood between humans and shapeshifters usually loses half of the shapeshifter's abilities. She looks at me with sad eyes, so I won't ask because I'm quite worried. On the other side, someone is talking on the phone, and the person on the line is panicked. Huh? Are you really serious? Dunn shouted from the rooftop. Do you want me to cut off your limbs and throw you into the sea? The other person said, you really don't know that I thought you didn't call me because you knew. What are you talking about? The other side said something that surprised you very much. Is he really that abnormal? On a street-side drinking session, he doesn't need to be extraordinary or outstanding. I just want my child to be able to protect themselves, asking about crazy science groups or similar things. The teacher slammed down her beer glass in anger. The mad science group also had a pretty long history. Those bastards always try to create special species by combining different creatures with pure blood, an abnormal one. Conan also reminds me of bloodthirsty beasts, something calm. Yeah, and they failed. They ended up creating monsters with the strength of both species. Both of them raised their beer cans. She continues calmly. There is only one conclusion from what they did. If you are an immortal, a superhuman shapeshifter, or whatever else, if you try to create a different species from humans, it only ends up weakening the original species' strength. The teacher, already tipsy, crushes a beer can with one hand. Are you lucky? Auntie wonders. What? The teacher looked over at something. Your son is much more special. Du Doan-ho was stunned. Unusual? Could it be that my child is less than half as capable after all? I think my son should be at least half as good since my bloodline is stronger, but the other side immediately dismisses it. On the contrary, he is very promising. He is a prodigy with potential I haven't seen before. I even taught him how to hide his abilities. Duan was stunned, unable to believe his ears. Really? The teacher said. His body must be called perfect. But more than that, Kunhai nodded while interrupting. Moreover, he has an amazing ability. She was angry, don't use that word. He is smart and very talented. He even learned how to be bloodthirsty. Hearing this, Kansenhai was stunned. Duan-ho picked up the phone and threatened. If you lie just to please me, I will make you smell the dirt for 2 weeks. Kansenhai, like her husband, doesn't believe what the other person is saying. You're not joking, are you? Both sides said in unison. I'm telling the truth. D&D is certain that your son is very talented, and the teacher is even more convinced. Your son is a genius. Hearing that, both husband and wife smile with relief. They both said in unison, truly, he's my son. Du Chuang-wai, tired, yawned and stepped out. He immediately asked his mother where his father was. He has been working outside since early morning. You should wash your face and have breakfast soon, okay? Seeing the feast on the table, he cheered up. Wow! Is today a special day? Kansenhai only said today is an important day. He immediately remembered that today is the civil service exam day. She advised that to maximize brain potential, you need to ensure the brain has enough glucose. So there's no need to eat a lot for breakfast. But instead of easily digestible food, just like during the intense exam, you'll feel sleepy from overeating or suddenly need to run to the bathroom. Although the training he experienced had nothing to do with using his brain, but was about survival training, in reality, blood was flowing like a river during that special immortal exam day. After a hearty meal, he thanks his mother. Kunhai anxiously asks, are you ready? Yes, I studied so hard that the materials even come to me in my dreams. In fact, I dreamt of having my legs cut off and my organs pierced. Still, she was very worried that he would fail, and that his father Duan-ho would be very disappointed. He understood that his mother didn't want him to become a civil servant, but also didn't want him to fail. She was encouraging and worried about the part of him that could transform. But he's also an immortal. I smile confidently and say, don't worry, Mom. Kansenhai doesn't really trust his son that much and promises that if he loses, the two of them will meet in the boxing ring. He stammered in fear, unable to speak because he just thought of something he didn't want to think about. She encouraged him with tough love, saying if he didn't want to do it, he had to pass. Du Chuang-wai, looking radiant, assured he would pass. He pressed the elevator button and hummed a song casually. When stressed, listening to music is the best. Suddenly he realizes something and becomes serious with the sharp senses of an immortal. His throat tightened. When the elevator reached the 13th floor, he was still happily singing. Suddenly, a girl appeared out of nowhere, making him embarrassed and cough awkwardly. Kwang-wai suddenly recognized the girl in front of him. It was Kang Hearn. She gently flirts with him. If you want to confess your feelings, don't sing. With that face, there's no need for you to sing twice. Kwang-wai was so nervous he broke out in a sweat and couldn't look her in the eye. Why would Kang-hin care about those things? Are you planning to confess your feelings to me? Yeah, no. Why? Haven't I told you many times about my ideal type? Yet you don't care and just hug his arm regardless. Chang Himin confidently thought that a beautiful, smart girl with a perfect body like you was easy to find. Finally, we've reached the first floor, he said with boredom. Don't say things like that outside. Society is really scary now. So you want to have iron rings on your hands and be smart. Do you have any conscience at all? And so Kwang Yi walked away, ignoring Hyman's attempts to follow. Where are you going? He answered briefly to get it over with. When they arrived at the civil service exam site, Kong Heeman suddenly widened his eyes in amazement upon seeing Eduan. They really know how to advertise. It's like brainwashing. He stopped and said, I'm busy anyway, go to class. She told me she's in her final year of high school and will go to university next year. He coldly congratulates her, telling her not to waste her life on alcohol when she gets her ID. He knows he's only a year older than her, right? He said they are different ages, but she insisted. That's not the case. She is attending a girls' high school but doesn't want to go to a girls' university, because next year she will attract many hungry men with her fiery charm. He simply coldly replied, focus on your studies first. Seeing him walk away, she shouted, we're dating, help me study more. Having an intelligent boyfriend is just to take advantage of things like this, he said coldly. Who is her boyfriend? Poor guy just pressed the self-destruct button. Hearing that, she was extremely angry. Kang Himin's specialty is gemstones. She's already a senior student, but hasn't changed at all. Bon bus runs along the road, stopping to pick up passengers at the civil service exam site. Du Kwang Wai leisurely thinks that the exam doesn't start until 7:50 or 9 Ws, so he's a bit early. Where are you going now? You met two receptionists who were very friendly, then a man suddenly asked you, are you a candidate? Yes. He frowned seriously, his face looking as if someone had stolen his rice chest. He suspiciously asked, can I see your exam papers? Kwang Wai was confused. Why does he keep staring at me like I'm some kind of alien? Here is your translation. At the lobby, the receptionist's voice rang out. Here is your key. Du Kwang Wai, yes, confirmed, take the elevator to the 9th floor. He looked around, unsure if they had arrived, when a girl approached and asked, are you a contestant? She is the technical guide, Bada Jiam. He replied, yes, show me your documents. She checked for a while before speaking. Yes, it's confirmed. She will guide you to the last room there. All right, you're a bit annoying and losing patience. This is really troublesome. Is this how the Immortals exam always is? The corridor stretches endlessly with no one in sight. When he reached the center of the special exam, he wondered about this room. Du Kwang Tru had not entered yet, feeling a bit suspicious. Was it soundproof? It must be covered in blood splatters all over the place, but it's right in the middle of Zhu Yu. The old forces, is this the power of the world government? Gu calmly opens the door. All right, focus. When I open the door, a flying knife might come out. Dodging the knife could be the condition to enter the testing center, but what I am sure of is that the terrifying things like the training I went through are waiting. In the silent, soundless room, he froze like a sheet of paper, right? Suddenly a quiet man said, you are the earliest arriver, did you jump? Does this person have no hair? He's seriously here to show me some documents. You are attracted to that bald head. They have long been developing hair loss treatments using ingredients from white ginseng. There are even cheaper medicines with side effects, which means he's bald for fashion. He was extremely surprised by that and impatiently looked up to remind him. The contestant was startled. This is my ID and documents. Too narcissistic to think that way. Why are there so many tests? Just looking at this handsome face of mine isn't enough. He's only guiding number 48 over there. I'm quite surprised this competition is different from what I imagined because there are so many seats. During the previous practice sessions, I never saw them dismiss it so quickly. Once the real competition starts, who knows what might happen. That troublemaker might suddenly pull out a weapon and rush at him. Immediately, he becomes serious and cautious, determined to focus until the very end. So you won't be caught off guard by anything. You feel anxious and tense, as if sitting on a fire, frozen like a stone from the exam room to when the room is full of candidates, everyone focused on studying and reviewing. Only Du Kwang Wai was so panicked that he broke out in a cold sweat. Du Kwang Wai, a 20-year-old man, is currently experiencing the biggest shock of his life. He spoke up, saying, I'm sure everyone has a pen, but is there anyone who doesn't? All the candidates remained silent without answering. Kwang Wai hesitated and raised his hand. He's quite irritable. Who the hell are you? His face looked miserable and exhausted. I knew it, right? Du Kwang Wai sensed that something was wrong, but couldn't say what it was. Hearing the news about preparing for the civil service exam, he was suddenly taken aback. I don't know when he started preparing for the exam. The extra classes for the exam were just endless days of suffering. He had to overcome many challenges and train tirelessly, pouring all his heart into it. He was stabbed in the chest and covered in wounds so he could pass the exam. But now he suddenly realizes it. However, he is extremely panicked after hearing the announcement that the exam will start in 10 minutes. Because he was the first to arrive and spent 50 minutes just staring into space. I was in the wrong place. The proctor asked if anyone didn't have a pen. He was devastated. His last hope was gone. Someone handed him a pen and told him to take it. He thought that a normal pen probably meant he was taking a written exam. He looked around. The atmosphere here is similar to other testing centers, but what are they actually studying? If I ask them to show me what they're looking at, will I get scolded? He glanced at a girl. Even though I noticed earlier everyone here is handsome and beautiful, some, like that good-looking guy, even work as idols. He glanced at Doan Ki Nam, and among them, the most eye-catching was Du Kwang Wai looking at him. That bastard, damn it, even his hands are beautiful, as if he's just filming an advertisement himself. What is that glow behind him? Doan Ki Nam glanced at him and then coldly turned his face away. Kwang Wai quietly hopes that he doesn't misunderstand me. The alarm rings, drawing everyone's attention. Some people pull out boards, surprising to Kwang Wai. The boards are gradually pulled away, forming 4 walls around him. The announcement for the start of the exam rings out. Do you think these partitions are for the immortal with keen senses? No wonder the tables are so far apart. Someone rushing in late hurriedly ran in. I just arrived right on time. The proctor pointed him to his seat and then went to distribute the papers. Kwang Wai was surprised. If it had been a different kind of test, they would have rejected latecomers like this immediately. I guess the test for the immortal's pretty easy. All right, I take back what I said. The people around whisper complaints quietly. I really hate that I chose to run with a blade instead of doing a test like this, so I could show off my talent for running through blades. After reading the question, I suddenly realized that asking what to do when I have a small coin-sized wound surprised me so much I don't understand. Did someone just say it's difficult? Choose option 4. He ponders that if it's not a special type, then options 2 and 3 would be more important. But a wound pierced as big as a coin isn't too severe. Suppose the wound was caused by a gunshot. The first thing to do is apply pressure to the wound. Jandi once told him to do whatever, but always prioritize stopping the bleeding first. Continuous bleeding can lead to shock. Apply pressure and find something to stop the bleeding. The teacher also said that back then, but if you just run through a few blades, you can learn how to do it yourself. Just stopping the bleeding is enough to prevent anything else from happening. The second question. When losing blood at a high rate, what percentage of blood loss causes shock? He looks confused. So what's with the second question? It's always the same. I've never been in shock before, so I used to get scolded about that. D. Doandai sarcastically says, why aren't you in shock yet? How many more stabs do I need to make? How many more are you planning to stab? He said that you must be immortal, but if not, then you're just an ordinary person. If you get shocked like normal people, the answer would be death. He continued to reflect. What's next? You can't dodge an attack from your opponent's blade. What will you do? The answer is to give them your hand. I've heard countless times how important mobility is. He quickly answers the question. The next one is number 2. Suddenly he remembered a movie he watched long ago where the main character was born into a poor family and decided to join a quiz show with a huge prize. That character answered the questions using their life experience. This one is about those deadly poisons and such. The people around are busy working on the test. This exam is asking whether the contestants can use the immortal body many times and if they know a lot about it. He used this body to go through terrifying training sessions. No, simply put, he came back from hell. A series of memories from training sessions gradually surface, including the basics he learned from his teacher and the knowledge gained through many different training sessions. All of that gave him the answer. He finished his exam. He confidently affirmed that practice is learning. He flipped the page and suddenly, oh, there's another sentence after this. Is this an open-ended question? He pondered. How do you kill an immortal? This one, of course. You finished it and looked around. How long have you been working on it? The supervisor looks bored. He still has an hour left. Did he give up? The one who finishes early can leave first, just need to sign the paper and leave. Du Kwang Wai opened the door and stepped out, noticing the person in front of Nuna with a spiky hairstyle at the entrance, greeting him warmly. Has he read the detailed agreement written on the paper yet? All right, she handed him the agreement form. This is about the confidentiality agreement regarding personal information. If I break the agreement, I will be caught by OFX. No matter if I am immortal or whatever, it sounds scary, so I agree. Bakdog Yam curiously asked him, are you sure you're mixed race? Yeah, that's right. A girl with a cheerful smile wishes good luck to a shapeshifter and an immortal. He shyly thanks her. Is this my chance? Oh, and she's not really my type either. At the exam center, the judge struggled to comment. He looked confused reading your exam paper. Who is this young man? Suffocation causes unconsciousness. Freezing, burning, and grinding into powder are all dangerous for an immortal. Being frozen by nitrogen, burned by fire, or ground into powder all prevent an immortal from functioning normally or regenerating. If you try to find a way to kill an immortal, there is no specific answer that can be given. He knows that from the beginning, this question has no specific answer. Most immortals lack crucial knowledge about their own safety, so they create questions about dangerous weapons and situations to see if they truly understand what can harm an immortal. The final question is about that problem. Their bodies can regenerate, but that doesn't mean they can't die. Once an immortal knows that, they can minimize facing death without having to remember all the ways to kill an immortal. He looked at Du Guanghuai's information. I heard that he is a hybrid of an immortal and a human. His physical ability might be lacking, but his intelligence could be very useful. He sighed and finished grading. And now, an impressive score. His impression is that he was the first to arrive and the first to leave. Didn't bring any pens. After 15 days, Guanghuai received a notification on his phone. He calmly announced it. Mom, guess what? I passed the civil service exam. Really? Well done. He continued. It's not just passing, Mom. There's more. Kaithi's website announced that I had passed the exam with the highest score. Sun Hai was shocked. You got the highest score? She slammed the knife down on the table and snatched the phone from his hand. Sun Hai excitedly calls Do-won Ho to boast about buying premium Korean beef, making Du Guanghuai happy. He shyly asked to take off his back brace, but Sun Hai says he can only wear a more flexible one. When he returned home, Dad was back too. Du Guanghuai happily went out to greet him. Dad, I'm glad you're back. Son, you're only focused on the bag of meat in his hand, which makes him disappointed. At least you should say hello to Dad. Premium beef. The family starts grilling and drinking beer to celebrate. Do-won Ho and Sun Hai proudly praise each other. Dad knew you would pass. Of course. Whose son is this? Our son. He's humble. The questions there are easier than I thought. The teacher is more impressive than I imagined. Do-won Ho-an is caring and attentive. Now that he knows the results, he's about to go for the interview, right? The interview is just about over. Yes. The two are discussing, which industry did the boy plan to enter first? It will definitely start in a state-owned enterprise under the Ministry of Public Administration and Public Security. I'm not sure either. I see. Sun Hai likes your normal way of acting, but in my eyes it seems like you're avoiding that question. I ponder silently about what the government and OFX choose immortals for, what an immortal civil servant would do. Nan No looked at Johan Ho. I have many questions, but I'm sure Dad won't give a sensible answer. What is it? Dad, give me some tips for the upcoming interview. I don't know anything. Du Guanghuai is dressed neatly. A short time after celebrating his top position in the written exam, he received a message telling him the day he needed to come for the interview. The interview was scheduled in the same building as the written test. In the end, his father still refused to tell him any information and only advised him that interviews usually focus on personality, but he should prepare answers in his head. But anyway, this is the real exam. Kun Hai worries and considers calling his son. She smiled kindly and encouragingly told him to keep going. My son. Hearing that, he became much more confident. The elevator descended to the first floor and he looked around in amazement, then paused in front of the mirror door to admire himself. He thought he looked so handsome that he could become a celebrity, right? Kong Hin saw that and even teased him. On a weekend like this, instead of going out to play, you should focus on studying. Anyway, she's a senior student now. She asked me to be her tutor, but I just waved coldly and said I don't have time. She didn't forget to compliment that he looked very good in that outfit. He once again smugly replied, I know. At a high-rise building in the waiting room for a special staff interview, Guanghuai watched everyone working hard, hesitating whether to read more stories about interviews at some big company. Among them, he suddenly recognized the young master sitting next to him during the test center. He opened his eyes, looked at him, then turned away again. So he was extremely angry at that attitude and decided he would not sit next to him this time. Of course, it's not because he didn't want to be compared to him. Everyone settled down. An employee steps out and calls the name. Number 48. Du Guanghuai. He immediately walks into the room with a serious expression. He paid special attention to Jiang Chaonan. His skin was pale and his hair was fiery red. His nickname should be Candle. He also paid attention to the person sitting next to him. Badajiam, the older sister from the testing center, is now conducting the interview. The atmosphere in the room is extremely tense, as Badajiam questions him about what motivated him to apply here. If he says it's because his father told him so, he would probably be disqualified. Thinking that, he answered the interview as professionally as possible. I want to challenge myself with difficult exams like this, to see how far I can go, and also because I want my dream to come true. I want to fight for the country and the people. Jiang Chaonan's face was tense like a stretched string, asking how much he was willing to sacrifice for his allies. He said, I don't know. It depends on the situation at that time. Are you saying you don't intend to sacrifice anything? He immediately rejected that, saying he would instead find a practical solution. Hearing his answer, everyone fell silent. It seems a bit provocative, doesn't it? And there are many more obvious questions and answers afterward. If your mother and your lover were drowning, who would you save first? I think I would save both at the same time. I'm a very good swimmer. If I only had one bullet left but had two targets to shoot, I would shoot one person and throw the gun at the other. Hearing him say that, Bat Dajiam immediately understood. She suddenly found it amusing and covered her face, giggling. Maybe it's because his answer wasn't convincing enough? Well, that's what happened during his interview. A few days later, he was playing video games when suddenly he jumped onto the bed, laughing happily. Seeing that he had finished the interview but was just lying there, Kunhai told him to go out and play. He said he had a plan, but his mother threatened him. You know what will happen if you suddenly do it, right? A date with my mother at the stadium, and that night, my journey will end with a bloodless course. But he said he already has plans with himself. Today, he will do his own thing. Policy means eating, sleeping, and resting. Hearing that, his mother got angry. Her muscles tense up, and suddenly she felt restless, wanting to do something mischievous. Where should we go? Do you want to go mountain climbing? It's been a long time since we last went. Let's go outside and talk. She told you to be careful there. Because the husband is very dangerous to shapeshifters. If he gets controlled by them, wouldn't there be many problems? He scratched his head in confusion. Usually it's because they are attacked. What's even more dangerous is being poisoned, which worsens the recovery ability. Your mother started telling a story. Do you know why we have the story of the wolf howling at the full moon? There was a shape-shifting child who couldn't control their instincts and cried to the moon one night. And at that moment, the full moon appeared. If you can't hold back your emotions, just go outside and shout out your feelings. I reasoned that, but usually the most shocking news we hear are caused by wizards and supernatural things. I've never heard anyone howl at night before. Kazun Hai said there's a way to suppress emotions and control oneself, and I suddenly realized many things. After he awakens, she often takes him mountain climbing, which might be to help him practice self-control and also to relax his mind. He can use his energy to supplement his training and self-control. The problem is right there. That's why she told him he should get a girlfriend. If you don't find it, sooner or later you'll end up with everything anyway. Hearing that, he helplessly clenched his fists, and his mother continued to dig deeper. Well, if that happens, it might be better to just get it over with. From a genetic standpoint, it could cause some problems. He was completely mentally broken down. His mother even suspected whether he was gay. He immediately denied it. Kunhai was extremely worried. She advised him to go outside and asked what he wanted to do. He remembers someone congratulating him for having his request to briefly review a set of documents approved, and he holds it in confusion. The training session lasts 5 weeks for the orientation course. What do they teach that takes more than a month? Living in the dormitory during the probation period, he suddenly read something that made him stare in shock. The annual salary for new employees is 60.5 million won. Health insurance covers physical training with additional compensation, and cultural and entertainment activities are also insured. After the probation period, you will be assigned a work office and a nearby apartment, with coverage for other activities included in the insurance. The benefits are diverse, covering this and that, very varied and extensive. If you work more than 18 months, you'll be exempt from military service, but his dream is to become a soldier. He read the long benefits document with shining eyes, extremely excited. What the hell is wrong with this company? Are they all crazy? They are disrupting South Korea's work ecosystem. Friendly Dajiam asked if he had anything he wanted to ask. May I allow my parents to read this document? The friendly girl speaks sharply. If you want your mother to be sentenced to life in prison, just let her know freely. It will surely be a very beautiful memory. Do you think so? She says crazy things in such an adorable way. Then I can't tell my mom. But this condition and benefits are too good. I'll just tell her I plan to become head of administration and security. Kangun Hai found it very funny hearing that and once again spoke lofty words as a young man. Someone who aspires to be a member contributing to society, I think contributing this much is very necessary. I just want to work at a company that recognizes my value, definitely not for money or free housing. She lost patience and stood up while you kept rambling. It's all thanks to your smart father and beautiful mother. Of course, it's all thanks to the blood of your parents that you've inherited. She gently said, Mom is happy to have you as her child, as if she still loves you despite all your silly jokes. If there is a child like you among the shapeshifters, before she could finish her sentence, he confidently reassured his mother. You're really okay. I feel very lucky to be born a hybrid. Those who transform must face their instincts. Immortals face extremely dangerous things. I've heard that many shapeshifters have very violent instincts, and that immortals are incredibly sensitive. But I am not one of them. My level allows me to control them just by using everything online. Like an ordinary 20-year-old, and with the sensitivity of an immortal like him, it easily calms him down. He is confident he can do well anywhere. That's why he can tell his mother, "Don't worry, I am confident I will do well no matter where I am or who I am with." A new day begins, everyone is tired and exhausted in the office. Du Kwang-wai sat in the vehicle, happily enjoying it. Summer has arrived and soon the intense heat will come, but he's just relaxing in the cool air conditioning of the giant bus rented by the company. Half of the bus is filled with immortals heading to the area to guide the new employees. I didn't succeed at the testing center, but on a trip like this, I can tell who has pure bloodlines and who doesn't. Their different appearances and the strange atmosphere around them will reveal whether they have pure bloodlines or not. He can sense it through his 5 enhanced senses and the intuition of an immortal. I reluctantly looked back to the side, since this was the only empty seat left. I had to sit again next to the prince who was sitting beside me earlier. So everyone introduced themselves together. It seems like they've already made friends, but I still sat gloomily in the corner. It's best to make lots of friends and not judge others based only on first impressions. Sometimes people make a bad first impression, but in reality they are good people. On the contrary, they are investigating you. Duan Ho taught him. He gently patted his head. Your son has grown a lot, and now he's taller than you. That's a reminder. Don't act like a grown-up child. Have you been able to sleep lately? Yes, I'm doing very well. I couldn't even do that when I was young. Back then, he had trouble sleeping, but everything was fine except that he could hear any sound from the neighbor, the shapeshifter who used self-control to suppress their instincts. So how do immortals suppress their sensitivity? I am very curious about that, he explained. I just use earplugs and eye masks. Dad also didn't touch anything other than the ultra-fine blanket, but it was all useless. The ninja went to buy a 4-room house and temporarily stayed in another room in the middle of the house with a blank wall, something an impoverished immortal couldn't do. He casually smiled and told him if he kept suffering from insomnia while engaging in adult activities in society, he would eventually find a way to solve it, or he could go to the mountain to train for 3 years. He pondered that controlling the senses might seem difficult, but for him it came as naturally as breathing. Shapeshifters can control all the muscles in their bodies, and controlling their senses is just like folding their ears or touching any part of their back. Suddenly thinking of this, he felt grateful to his mother. Duan shouted, "Everyone is sensitive, so just find a way to control it." But he didn't tell me how. If that's the case, then there's nothing left to enjoy. He started to talk to the guy and greeted him warmly with a wave. "This is the 3rd time, right?" He looked at me with confusion and then said something cold. "Do I know you?" His face instantly stiffened. They've made eye contact twice, and he also shrugged about him both times. I still try to get to know people at the interview center, and here he feels annoyed and says, "This is the first time I've seen you." Just one sentence is enough for you to guess. It seems this prince has a goldfish brain. That bastard was rude to me earlier, so I can call him trash. Ignore this rude prince. I'm unsure whether I should greet the person sitting behind. She also has blonde hair, but it seems she's not pure blood. Finally, he greeted the cold girl. She asked him, "Are you a hybrid? Your father is immortal, the sensory powers are slow, and your family is quite wealthy. I bet you accept this because of some advantage and you don't even know our destination, right?" Actually, he took this job because of his big dream for the company. She said he's just a kid. Hearing that, he was furious but couldn't do anything, only muttering under his breath, "Dad, I've met another loser girl, and this one thinks she's some kind of boss that day. Your reconnaissance skills are top-notch. She keeps criticizing that you and the kid have no observation skills at all." Immortals are very sensitive. That's why everyone prefers to sit at the back away from the sunlight, coming through the uncomfortable curtains near the window. Even talking like this now is very annoying. I know because I am sensitive. Those kids sitting in the back eating snacks and talking are mixed blood, so shut up. That slow-witted bear over there, she talks with her mouth full without blinking. Upon hearing that, everyone fell silent. Kwang Wai was so angry he wanted to punch her in the face. But basically, she's right. Your father used to say that his nickname when they were dating was the Sensitive Prince. If he also knew that after making adjustments, those people would have to endure even more, then the car suddenly fell silent. Even opening a bag of snacks makes him their sworn enemy. Suddenly, I felt something very strange. The friendly vapor in his body. "Hello, Kwang Wai, I'm your friend. Made from nitrogen, methane, CO2, HO, and many other things. Can I go outside now?" It timed perfectly. 2 liters of soy milk in the morning is too much. He glanced at the girl behind him. "All right, if you want to get out, then go ahead and attack the little girl sitting behind me." A strong scent wafts over, making her immediately uncomfortable, and everyone in the car trembles. She angrily snaps, "You rude and disrespectful brat." After successfully taking revenge, he smiled smugly with satisfaction. A few hours after the biological accident, the last vehicle reached the forest clearing. He put down his suitcase and started walking with the group, looking around in unfamiliarity. Where is this? What is this place? Maybe they rented an apartment nearby? Suddenly, a young man called out to him, "Hey, that guy with the muscles." Bang Zuita asked what you ate this morning, and Kim Do-han joined in. Constipated? He smiled kindly. It's just a normal physiological phenomenon. Maybe it's those two mixed-blood people sitting at the back. They introduce him, 21 Kim Do-han, 23 Farting Squad. Farting means fart in Korean. He immediately threw the piece. He should have been the one to drop the bomb. Hyung, 20. Why bother arguing with someone who's worth more? Once you get there, it's pointless anyway. Kwang Wai wondered, but after all, this is still the company's direction. We should at least be polite and call others by their proper names, like Suite or Kwang Yi. Kuite said this place is a kind of training. Hearing that, he was a bit surprised. A clear voice ordered them to line up in 5 rows and move. I was surprised to see there are about 100 people, quite a lot to choose from, but why do they look like they're rushing? Is she already out of breath running like that? Seriously? I suddenly realized that the person speaking was the head supervisor at the exam center, both the red-haired guy and the girl with the dark hair. Lai Jiangmo announced that in the next month, all of you must grow up completely. I was already extremely disappointed just as you were starting like this. What are you all planning to do with that damn health? Even my peers aren't in such a bad state. Did everyone turn around and see those 3 trees? The first 15 people to arrive ran towards them. Following the command, everyone runs desperately. Kuite and Du, the 2 rude bastards, are also there. Everyone's trying their best. I just calmly run without exaggeration. You only need to take 1 step and you're halfway there. Maybe it's because I've been through so much that this situation makes me feel strangely peaceful. Well, maybe 14th place then? I judged too early. Who would have thought the orientation would turn into this kind of training camp? The conversation with my mother still echoes in my mind. I must not let anyone know that I am a shapeshifter. I wonder, what if I get found out? My mother's brief answer would only make things more complicated. Hearing that, I became even more confused and asked, "Is there no more reasonable reason?" My mother simply asked him back, "What do people think of shapeshifters?" In their eyes, someone like Kwang Wai is like a ticking time bomb that could explode at any moment. A potential criminal, a madman crying and wailing under the full moon. Basically, a dangerous individual with 1,000 reasons that could plunge him into an endless abyss. Understanding this, Du Kwang Wai silently makes up his mind to hide the matter well, controlling his strength and pace. Finally, he reaches the finish line, as he hoped, in 14th place, with perfect acting that he must fully commit to. Breathing heavily and pretending to be tired like everyone else, so no one notices the difference that only he has. Everyone immediately lined up under the supervision of the instructor, but before they could rest, a new announcement came. Everyone go home immediately. None of you have any basic foundation at all. The instructor's sharp gaze swept over them, voice fierce. If you don't want to, then lie face down and start doing push-ups. The first count calls me 1. The second count calls me an idiot. This way of counting is quite annoying, but everyone still does push-ups while following it. The instructor counts the rhythm, and they shout along. Even Kwang Yai can't do otherwise. However, he still has enough spirit to think randomly. Big organizations really have strange training methods. When he looked for the boss's lesson on orientation in these large organizations, they all said they played games and built relationships to pursue secret office dates. "You're so excited," Ma, thinking casually, calls out incorrectly, and the guide like a demon immediately warns him. "Are you stupid? Just count the rhythm correctly, and you can't even do that." You probably should thank her for comforting you and helping you feel more at ease. Continue counting push-ups. Another person is about to give up as their hands tremble, and without paying attention, they curse. A loud shout rang out and everyone stopped. A pair of feet stepped forward and stopped in front of the person who had just cursed, saying, "Our time isn't like this." But nowadays it seems someone is cursing directly in the face of the instructor. He panicked and shouted loudly, "It wasn't me!" The instructor sat down beside him and reminded him not to do that. "Do you want to break everyone's eardrums here? Maybe it's just your nature to be troublesome and always want to bother your friends," someone else said loudly for everyone to hear. "No more of this, please." Here we speak gently. That's the rule. Doing push-ups for a long time is difficult for many to endure high-intensity physical activity. The instructor still walks beside fixing mistakes, but around him he still has to pretend. Even with good physical strength, he can't show weakness. Seeing the fragile immortal, he has to pretend to strain a little more. The instructor's voice rang out again. "If it were our time, you would have already been kicked out of here. Now everything is much easier. I will give you 2 options." The instructor asked the person who just swore whether he wanted to leave or accept the punishment. Of course, he chose to accept the punishment. After confirming his choice, the instructor carried out the punishment on the spot. Only the sound reached Kwang Wai's ears. He was stunned because the noise was too similar to the sound of a broken hand, and his curiosity was so strong that it urged him to peek. The person whose arm was broken was silenced by two guides, one covering his mouth, the other warning him not to make a sound. Kwang Wai watched secretly, thinking he's crazy, breaking an arm and still not allowed to scream. Although reluctantly I could hold back, it still hurt like hell. After the punishment, the instructor announced that if you break the rules here, the punishment will start with breaking your bones. So if anyone wants to break the rules, go ahead. That means losing 2 points, shouting loses 1 point, fighting on your own loses 5 points, and learn from others' consequences. Kwang Wai's secret spying didn't escape the instructor's watchful eyes, and he was asked in a tone filled with affection if spying was fun. Kwang Wai's heart was screaming in displeasure. He was careless and didn't realize that others had been watching him for a long time. The instructor gradually stepped onto the podium, still criticizing them for being useless, ending with a push-up. The instructor introduced himself as Lai Jiang Mo. From now on, they must call him Instructor Lai Jiang Mo. He signaled to the girl beside him. She stepped forward to introduce that Li Jiang Mo would be responsible for physical training. Everyone here is just a rookie for now, but they need to reach a basic minimum level to carry out their missions. The purpose of this guidance is to help you reach that level. Guang Yi listened attentively, and if the instructors divided into good and bad sides, he guessed that this sister would be on the good side because of her pleasant and calm voice. It's her turn. My name is Bat Jia Jiam. I will be your technical instructor. Turning to another guide, a person stepped forward. My name is Jiang Chunan. I will kill all of you. His introduction made the surroundings fall into complete silence. Bat Jia Jiam had to step in and clarify that he didn't mean it that way, and that instructor Jiang Chunam would be teaching everyone how to control their immortal bodies. Based on that performance, who would believe this company hires serial killers as guides? Lai Jiangmo surveyed again. If anyone wants to quit, let them leave immediately. He also implied that if he had to go all the way, it wouldn't matter. He was just too happy to be free from trouble. But who would want to leave for the sake of profit? Kwang Yi is the same, unless a candy is stuck right into his skull. But it should be fine. Even an immortal like you wouldn't want to give up. Seeing no one showing signs of leaving at this moment, it is the guide who leads everyone onto a new path. Li Jiang loudly shouts, "Welcome to hell." The dormitory is divided. 10 people per room. The guide takes them to their respective dorms, telling them to change into uniforms and wait. Du Kwang Wai kept feeling like this dormitory looked creepy, like it came straight out of a horror movie. Luckily, I was sharing a room with Duan and Kui. I just wish I hadn't run into those guys. Those rude little devils. Duan told Kuite he wanted to go take a shower, and the others were also getting ready. Kwang Wai asked the person next to him, "Are you okay?" Kanggu nervously said he's fine, while the sweaty person beside him was struggling to breathe. Not all immortal beings are slender. Kwang Wai observes each person in the dormitory, that one looks like he's carrying a burden, the Vice Prime Minister of the Arab Emirates, and the other two look so much alike. Are they brothers? It feels like their nicknames will be Ngach and Bong, and that cute girl too. With at least 7 names based on the 3 girls, they should at least have separate rooms for men and women. With this arrangement, do you know where to change clothes? Turning around, I found a room that, maybe because the sign was too messy, looked more like a dressing room than a wardrobe. He didn't have time to do anything before Kui Miho warned him. Try to look inside carefully. I really don't care. It's a miracle that you believe. You don't seem to have any credibility at all. Kwang Wai wants to call Mom. My son is being suspected of a crime. Even though he's hiding the truth that he's a shapeshifter, what should he do now? The cute girl smiles to diffuse the tension between the two of them. We will have to follow many rules. I guess her voice is so captivating she might be a singer. Duan Ki Nam should be careful with his body's abilities when he's outside from now on. If you break the rules, I will kill you, Miho agrees. The others also take turns voting in favor. Probably not like that, right? Guang Yi wants to silence Miho and asks Duhan and Kuite where their brotherly bond from before has gone. Everyone agreed and looked at you. Kanam's sharp gaze issued a rule to not break the law and to remember to brush your teeth thoroughly. Personal hygiene is the minimum rule. Everyone agrees, but what do you mean just by looking at him? Why did you fart in the car? It was an accident. You need to keep yourself clean, but whether you like them or not, these are the people you have to live with for the next month. So as long as you're here, you have to get along. So, I agree. Now it's time for lunch at the cafeteria. While eating, we listen to the guide say that each dormitory room with 10 people will be numbered from 1 to 10 in order. After lunch, each group should choose a leader. Kwang Wai thought the rice was nothing special, and if they were to choose a team leader, they should consider who made the first eye contact. Mio volunteered to be the leader. He immediately wondered why she was confident enough to nominate herself. Then a member spoke up because she has blood ties to that side and everyone agreed. But he didn't, still holding his opinion and thinking she looked mean. The team leader must be someone capable of bringing everyone together, so it's better to choose a more tolerant person. Miho doesn't need to be verbose with him. Surely he can't be the team leader. Here, nothing matters more than bloodline and deciding for herself to dismiss his opinion. Kwang Wai didn't get upset or argue when told this, but the way Mi arranged things made him think of throwing it into the middle of Gangnam, where 8 lanes of traffic pass by, to see how she managed to organize it. Kwang Wai didn't say anything else, just let everyone do as they pleased. After lunch, they were given some items like shirts and cheap shoes that weren't for immediate training, contrary to what he expected. Time passes quickly, and 100 people are gathered to receive daily supplies. After bathing and resting for a while, it's dinner time, and they need to learn some basics before sleeping. Everyone looked at the screen, and a guide on the screen sat down and said that surely no one here doesn't know the company's name. Kwang Wai really didn't know. He asked Du-han, who thought he believed he was crazy. But for Kwang Wai, no one here isn't crazy. The guide provides the company name as information and communicates Ho Kwajim. Originally, this initial training was a process to select official staff for Ho Kwajim, but it also serves as information and communication. Ho Kwajim is a company supported by the government. Although not civil servants, since we work for the country, our work is similar. With that in mind, recently the recruitment standards have become a bit lax. If a guide can't walk on a razor's edge, don't even dream of stepping into the company. Their old sayings have worn out my ears. How many times a day do I have to hear this now? In the end, it's a reminder that even if I don't like it, I have to learn well. It's brief, but it seems like something is missing. Anyway, the guide doesn't know what else to say to them. Back to Guillaume saw that the key point was off. It seems the stiff man doesn't know how to communicate, and her appearance on the screen was added. Make it clear that Ho Kwajim's goal is to learn how to use her power correctly. Remember that. After finishing the preparations to go to sleep, lying down last, he finally gets to rest comfortably and probably will sleep well. But life in the dorms is just beginning, and it's not easy. That damn sensitive bunch is so noisy, everyone has their own opinion, and it's really annoying. Du-han lies next to him, chatting a bit, but not very friendly. Just as his father said, the minimum time to overcome insomnia is 3 years. But the oldest person in this room is Bang Sui-ti, who is 23. Everyone is probably at the peak of their sensitivity. So, how is this any different from hell? Du-han looked up at the ceiling. Can't sleep again tonight? Kwang Yi turned to face him and asked softly. If I can't sleep, how am I supposed to go on living? Du-han has one last method, and Kwang Yi guesses it's a punch right at the spot that puts a person into unconsciousness. You agree with Kwang Wai's answer because it's also a way. They are immortal, so there are no after effects. But not everyone can faint in sleep. If you can't regulate your strength, you'll faint longer than needed. He said this while turning his back to Kwang Wai. At this point, he got off the bed, thinking that if it was just a sleep technique, he could accept it. Then, in front of Kwite's eyes, he knocked Du-ha out and casually wished him sweet dreams. Kwite was terrified. They really used this method, and it was truly crazy. But you still asked him quietly, are you someone else's sleeping pill? Kwang Yi whispered. Do you want to try? Kwite wanted to talk more about his dreams, but Kwang Yi didn't give him a chance and quickly grabbed his neck, acting decisively. So another person was added to the dream. By the way, he also asked everyone in the dorm if they wanted to dream, and it turned out many did. After a while, everyone in the dorm was making noises in their sleep. Only Miho and Kin Nam remained awake. Her face always looks annoyed with him, but Miho still needs to sleep. She still has that same expression, acknowledging that a turtle like him has talent. Her dream now depends on Kwang Wai. He doesn't like her attitude and doesn't understand why she thinks he will help her. Miho is very confident because she believes that since they share a room, if he helps her sleep well, someday she will return the favor. It's really calculating, but beneficial for both sides. While Kwang Wai is willing to compromise, a flicker of an idea flashes in his eyes, one that might not bode well. He came over, rubbed his hands, and said, "Let me try." Then he used a special method on her that no one in the dormitory had ever tried before. Using a move from Western Kung Fu, he struck the opponent's neck with one hand, a bit more forceful than with others. Miho was asleep, and he was satisfying his own psychology, justifying his deliberate action as not violence, but the principle of sleep induction. Only one person remained, but he refused him, so he had to go to sleep too. That night, everyone in the team slept very well thanks to this interaction, except for one person who always refused him. Kwang Wai watched him with great interest, curious how a stubborn person could resist the allure of a good sleep, eagerly waiting to see how long he could hold out. The first session with the instructor started with running. It was just a warm-up, but someone already wondered if this was hell. It seems they forgot Lai Jiangmo's greeting then. Basic physical training includes weightlifting and running. By the second session, it was a short-haired woman who could be anyone else, being restrained, as Missing Hiem Koch explained that the training wasn't for invincibility, but to understand that people have many weaknesses and need to pay attention. The chin is the first weak point. A friend who studied wrestling reminded Kwang Yi that no matter how he gets hit, he shouldn't blame the other person. After getting into the ready stance, he charged at Kwang Yi quite quickly. Kwang Yi recognized this technique and countered, but because he couldn't adjust his strength in time, he went a bit overboard. He feels quite lucky. I wonder if he will get another chance like this. This is Close Combat Training Class 3, led by Jiang Chaonan. The most challenging training method on the stage, a tradition of immortality, walking on blades. He wants them to run across those blades embedded in the ground. Everyone's faces turned pale, and just by looking, you could see the blades were already 3 centimeters long, so maybe the instructor's blades are even 15 centimeters long. Although slightly exaggerated to increase the pressure on the students, he must appear to be in great pain. Once on stage, every step must be perfectly professional. After a week adapting to dorm life, Kwang Yi opened the door and went in, still wondering if Ki Nam would refuse him again. Today, he would ask twice to be sure. Seeing his dismissive attitude, he couldn't help but feel excited. The atmosphere inside the room was tense, so he quietly asked Du-han what was going on with Mi-ho-ho. But no, last night while they were sleeping, someone who couldn't sleep went outside. The room next door also had others who couldn't sleep, and they caused trouble and fought. And everyone knows who can't sleep, right? It's the team leader, the one who rejects me every night. That's why today, some of them looked at them with strange eyes. Kwang Yi saw the dark circles under the team leader's eyes from lack of sleep and didn't expect him to speak. Just a glance was enough to understand everything he needed to say. They hear footsteps approaching their dormitory room, and it's not just one person. Kanam knows he has to face his problems alone and won't involve others. And of course it had to be like that. He is the king of selfishness. The door opened, revealing equally tired eyes, led by team leader Munsinam. They looked towards the door. Munsinam frowned fiercely. Who here is Du Kwang Yi? The leader of Team 1 was very aggressive, so which one here is Du Kwang Yi? He confirmed himself, secretly cursing, did this guy sell me out? Probably due to lack of sleep, his eyes looked fierce, so he asked several times to be sure. He confirmed that he was Du Kwang Yi, so what if he was? With your assurance, he hesitated, then shyly described your sleep. He also wanted Du Kwang Yi to be stiff, while behind him Duan tried to hold back his laughter. Basically, everyone is misunderstanding Monsinam's intentions, but he likes girls who can't satisfy him. Monsinam hurriedly explains, it's not that. He just wants to sleep peacefully because he sees that everyone in their room is sleeping well. No one can sleep in the woodworking room. If this continues, they won't survive. It's obvious they're exhausted. Life has become this bad. Since that's the case, I also agreed to help, but how did he know to come find me? It's just that you didn't know the rumors had spread everywhere, and Kim Do-han told him. So at this moment, Kim Do-han, the culprit of this case, was sitting there giggling. That's why he said he wanted your sleep, because he was afraid you wouldn't agree. Anyway, it doesn't take much time. Just help if you can. That night, all the members of the first team were slaughtered by Kwang Yi just as they wished. Every time he needed to influence someone to put him to sleep, he would introduce it as my dream product, to put them into a sweet dream. The next morning, after a good night's sleep, Monex with a bright face became much more friendly. He came to pat his shoulder and praise him, but his strange compliment easily caused misunderstandings. The regular training continued. Lai Jiangmo is exerting pressure to push everyone forward. How long do you plan to keep struggling during the warm-up? Don't you all know how to improve? He turned to look at Kang Boom, who was lagging behind because of his size, spoke a few words, unable to determine if his wait was due to laziness or rebellion, then immediately issued a command. Those who are not punctual according to the rules should prepare themselves for punishment. Kwang Yi saw Bosom slow down, leaning against a tree to catch his breath, and approached to ask if he was okay. Fearing he might be late and get punished, he told him to go ahead. If you lose your will, you won't finish anyway, so don't run anymore. Kwang Yi doesn't want to see you give up like that and hopes to inspire you to become a man who doesn't know what giving up means. The campus has no faith in Kwang Yi himself and believes that if he wants to give up, he shouldn't have started this training. He will complete it with you. He pulled Bu Dung along behind him, guiding him step by step on how to breathe and conserve energy, encouraging his spirit so he could keep running. Lijiang Mo saw them return, likely admiring Kwang Yi for not abandoning his teammate, but still knowing he had to be strict. Before they could get back, time was up and both of them were penalized 5 points. Kam Buzung, panting heavily, said, "The interruption was just too crazy." Kwang Yi, you're fine. There's no need to apologize or think about it. I'm okay and I hope you can do well tomorrow. Cam Boozung doesn't understand why he insists on helping him. If he needs a reason, it's simple. He is a human, not a soulless corpse. They are close friends, so of course there is affection. Actually, helping someone who is collapsing and saving someone drowning doesn't need a reason. I don't need any reason at all, and it's up to him how he wants to understand it. After a day of training in the locker room, Duan asked why you still keep sleeping on Group 1. And he also said the team leader needs to get some sleep too. The dark circles are probably going to stretch all the way to his chin. Of course, Kwang Wai continued to nap with the first group, and every night the team leader would ask him about it. Then he would frown, glance at him, and turn away, making me feel deeply moved. Duhan couldn't help but praise both of them for being truly remarkable. One person can sleep deeply, and the other can endure not sleeping for so long. Q beside him has no strength, and Duhan is telling him about it. Earlier at the cafeteria, Kuite accidentally bumped into Miho and dropped her wallet, then learned her name. He picked it up to return it as an excuse to get to know her, introduced himself, but Miho didn't care and walked away. And since then, Kui has always been like this. Guangyi pats Kuite on the shoulder to comfort him, saying, "Don't act like you're about to die over things like that. Don't you know her personality?" Miho is definitely mean-spirited. That's what you mean to say. But you guessed wrong. He's not sad but lost in thought because Miho's face is as beautiful as hers. His head must have hit something during training. Kuita couldn't hide his admiration when he met someone who matched his type and wanted to advise him. His feelings blinded him, and when he saw him thinking badly, Miho immediately retorted, asking what he knew about Miho. But when Kwang Wai asked him again, he couldn't answer either. On the way to the room, he intended to continue warning, but the scene outside the corridor made him unable to speak further. The rumor has gone too far, even about farting on the bus, but the corridor is crowded because after being hit by him, people feel refreshed and have no after effects. Surrounded by Kwang Wai, he is stunned. Why are there so many? Teams 5 and 4 have already formed, and the other teams all want to share Kwang Wai's dreams. The brain guides him to see that Duhan's nervousness is just praise. But he never expected this consequence. The crowd in front of him makes Kwang Wai feel confused. From now on, it might take longer than you think to heal completely, as you need to adjust the strength of your arm according to each person's physical condition. That's why I'm very busy at night. When evening comes, your brand's voice echoes in my dreams. Someone must wonder, is that really what I should say? So he changed Kang Dongjin's dream title. Kwang Wai wandered around and blessed the children who couldn't sleep. Still, he couldn't forget the last thing he needed to do. The job was done. He returned to his room, his gaze turning to the team leader. Doan Kinam still remained silent, turning away as usual. That's why he couldn't hate him. Interesting people excite me. The more this happens, the more secrets I uncover. And as a result, instead of going to each room, he had them line up to be knocked out, then someone would carry them back to their beds. That is the origin of the Eternal Alliance. The teachers couldn't stop this situation because most students rely on Kwang Wai to enter the world of dreams, and he became famous. They call him by many nicknames, like Sleeping Pill, My Dream, Divine Arm, and somehow his nicknames have become just nonsense. He has a proper name, but they've changed it from what his parents gave him. Monzinam asked cheerfully if he wanted to eat shokoba, and Kwang Wai naturally didn't refuse. I also don't know when the orientation training started, but everything is coming to an end. Many images are used to identify the invaders. This is how humans refer to those coming from black holes invading the place where humanity survives. The teacher explained the history of the enemy's appearance. It has been 20 years since the black hole first appeared. During that time, many new invading species appeared, and humans used a numbering system to classify them. The first species was named number 1, and the higher the number, the more of them appear. People can check their appearance and how to fight them on the tablet. The species listed are the most common ones. Fighting them is okay as long as you're careful. But even immortals can die if they're not vigilant. However, there are invading species that must retreat immediately upon sighting. The Blue Knight is dangerous when a large black hole appears during the Giant Gate incident that killed about 500 armed warriors. The way to identify it is by the air cushion on both legs and the 2 metal wings. Its speed can reach up to 150 km/h. Kwang Wai carefully studied through the device. This is an educational lesson about invaders and the training that led to the present. Through this training, Kwang Wai realized that Wazim Telecommunications, a subsidiary of the security agency, is a company that enters white holes and monitors invaders coming from black holes. It is said that humanity's security agency has reached a high level, but invaders still pose a threat to this society. Therefore, people still need someone to watch over them. And Wazim Telecommunications is one of the companies doing that. Kwang Wai was genuinely happy to hear this. Although he once thought that working there would pay quite well, he no longer needs the military or special forces. The teacher still diligently solves problems and reminds everyone there will be a test. Kwang Wai still wondered why his father had put his son in such danger. After halfway through the orientation, new training modules were added. The lecture on the invading species given by the instructor is one of them, and secondly are the lessons from BDA about support items used in combat. She picks up each item to introduce its use and how it works, like the blood bag that, when in danger, just needs to be opened and stabbed into the arm, and it will find a vein and supply blood. The 8 baby was created by mixing a specific ratio of an awakening agent and a sedative. Adding crushed enzo leaves and stabbing it into the arm will use air pressure to inject the drug into the body. The drug will penetrate the bloodstream to enhance your body's abilities. It's also commonly called combat medicine. Dr. Kwang also feels confused hearing this. So many special substances. Bakda smiled very sweetly, but her words were not. If used in the right amount, it won't be addictive. But using too much, even an immortal person, would depend on the drug for the rest of their life. The smile that goes with this content is truly terrifying. Then she introduced a few more types that help restore stamina, but none of them are healthy at all. It's like an addictive paradise here. Finally, Guide Jiang Chaonan had them practice with guns, always reminded by the instructor about their stance behind them during aiming. There is a difference between practice and combat, so you need to pay attention and learn carefully. Then repeat. Running, weight training, and techniques to increase flexibility. Kwang Wai still helps Kang Buong and the other classmates to participate as well. Once they adapted to this chaotic environment, the number of people and the time he had to sleep at night decreased. In the end, everyone became strong enough to pass the running test. Even Kang Buong was able to do it on his own. A month has passed, and all training sessions are complete. The instructor praised everyone for not giving up despite the difficulties, and congratulated all on becoming new employees of HWIM Company. Everyone was joyful and excited as the training ended, and they became new employees. Jiang Chaonan gathered everyone to announce the results of the training period. The announcement depends on their rank, and they will be assigned to different departments. There is also a reward for the top 3. Hearing about the prize, Kwang Wai thought nothing was better than money in the world. I can guess the top spot and who the second is, but as for the third, well, I do have a little confidence in myself. A strange name, Hoke, was called up by Kim Hyomin. He hasn't even appeared in this story before. I'm disappointed. The instructor praised you and gave you some advice. If he wants to apply for any department he wishes to join, they will consider it. Kim Hyomin immediately suggested him for the security team. The result was skillfully rejected by the instructor. Hearing your request, Kwang Wai thought Omen seemed a bit stupid, but somehow he still ranked 3rd. The second place is Doan Ki Nam, the one who always refuses him, but he belongs to that bloodline. Kwang Wai used to not understand what that bloodline meant, but Doan has given him a short course on it. Doan Ki Nam belongs to the main bloodline with pure blood type. Being from a wealthy family is just one aspect. His blood is a high-grade pure blood, which usually recovers faster and is more sensitive than mixed blood. That is why they are better at controlling their immortal bodies than others, but Doan Ki Nam is the purest among the pure bloods of the immortals in this country. One of the top pure bloodlines, he is never distracted and always ranks high in training sessions. You could say he is a natural genius. Doan Ki Nam is definitely talented, but his determination to rise even more makes him far from perfect. Although Kwang Ai doesn't like him, that position is completely deserved. Kut realized that if that talented guy wasn't number 1, you might have a chance, right? Kwang Wai and Duhan think you might be overwhelmed already. How unfortunate. Are the 3 of them really friends? Based on my guess, if K-Nam is second, Mio would probably be first. Just as you thought, she's rude and lacks empathy, but super smart. During team training, Miho would abandon her teammates if it affected her score and would tell anyone who talked to her that she's only focused on training with no time for chatting. She's really a bookworm and quite strict. But thanks to that, they were able to achieve great results. Everyone clapped and congratulated them. The 3 of us are standing together on the stage now, and somehow I feel like I am connected to all of them, but I can't remember the name of the guy standing 3rd. After it ends, he has free time until 2 p.m. the next day. Duhan doesn't know what to do. Kwang Wai suggested organizing a party, but Kuite wasn't sure if alcohol was available here. They were discussing when a guard called to ask if he had time and wanted to talk to him. While they were still confused, another officer called him to give his phone number to Kwang Wai and told him to contact him after leaving. Duhan and Kute were both curious and thought he must have done something wrong to be called in for a private meeting. Why do you draw that conclusion? I understand from the paper in his hand. Maybe he wants Kwang Wai to meet him. From the start, I was curious about this plan, which was meant to gauge the potential of the students to train the best immortals. But is that really everything? The 2 of them had other intentions behind this plan. Monsinam happily said goodbye to him. He could sleep peacefully all this time thanks to him. One after another, many others came to say goodbye, giving Kwang Yi their contact info and promising to meet again at work. It's crazy. If you want the top position but don't need something like that, there are more important things, like a good direction for the future to achieve success. Duan waited for him to come back and asked if he had any trouble on the way to the store and what caused him to be so late. What is he supposed to do when he's so famous? They open the food bags Kwang Yi brought back and pick out a few small complaints. Suddenly, a shout to gather sounds from somewhere, making everyone in the room turn their heads. A man in a suit and glasses appears at the door. Even as he approaches, no one notices him. Until he spoke, this was his hidden ability. Behind the man, another voice said they had heard there were many talented individuals in this training. Then the voice owner appeared, introducing himself as the president of Shiba Wame Namungjin's Media, pleased to meet everyone. He loudly ordered everyone to stand up straight, and they all rose to salute Commander Q. At this moment, Kwang Yi's group was lost in thought. I remembered seeing his name on the list with 8 years of experience in the emergency response team, an immortal from the first generation who endured the terrifying years of history up to the present. Now he is one of the top 10 immortals in the current branch office's old force. Then, remembering his smug smile, suddenly his voice interrupted his thoughts. Why isn't everyone leaving? I'm not here to punish anyone. Is training fun? Everyone responded in unison. We all care about you. Hearing that, Nam Mungan sneered and scolded mockingly. What's so funny about hurting yourself and then healing the pain and not wanting to live? Hearing the sympathetic words, Bang Sui-tae nodded blankly. Kim Do-han felt helpless and signaled to stop, knowing what was behind it. Kwang Yi silently sighed. Poor Kui-tae. His life in the office will be tough. Seeing his innocent look, he happily laughs out loud. You really let me like you, but you should learn to work hard. It will save you. Trust me. These are valuable lessons from those who came before. Then Nam Mungzin called Doan Kinam. He immediately stood up. Yes, I am always here for you. He shook hands and praised him. Well done. Doan Kinam replied, Thank you, sir. Then they head to Quim Mi-ho. The two sides exchange a few words. He was confused, silently wondering what he was doing here. Just to say hello? Then let's see how the top contenders look. Surely he has nothing else to do? Nam looked at him and called out Du Kwang Yi, not believing his ears, and asked in confusion, Du Kwang Yi, he said, do you have mixed blood? He nodded, and upon receiving the answer, a hint of calculation appeared in his eyes. Then both sides entered a 20-question quiz. Yes. What about your girlfriend? None. He gave me a compliment. That's great. It's the right age to do that. Hearing that, he couldn't help but feel excited inside. Good. What the hell? I want a girlfriend, and why do you keep staring at me like that? It's too much pressure. He turned to leave, not forgetting to give me a wink. I'll see you at the office. I'm leaving now. I'll leave a gift, but don't get too drunk. All eyes of surprise were fixed on him. Kim Do-an asked nervously, Who are you? The chairman's secret son. Why does he wink at you while talking? Kwang Yi calmly explained. I have never met him. Maybe I am to his liking. Isn't he already married? I heard that he has a daughter, so I was suspicious. Where did you get that information? There's a photo of a pair of legs stepping into a barrel on the bulletin board. The delivery guy reminds them, you're lucky this group. If you get drunk and need a fishing rod tomorrow morning, I won't care, so don't overdo it. Kwang Yi was a bit excited and said, Is it alcohol? I'm actually disappointed because there's a party without any drinks. Meanwhile, Bang Sui-tae approached the bed shyly and hesitated before speaking. Di Kui Mi-ho sat down and straightforwardly refused. No, but he still tried to persuade. Today is the last day, so do you want to drink or not? She only said coldly. The alcohol makes people stupid. I don't want to drink it. Seeing his dejected look, he felt sorry and sighed. Again? Kim Do-an immediately responded. It's been 16 times in total, all of them defeated. Kombaru-do opened the box and was surprised. This isn't alcohol. Bolan is a small cup for the mind that immortals love the most. It disables the senses and makes the drinker dizzy, so even immortals suffering from insomnia can sleep. She took 2 cans and handed him one. There are exactly 10 cans, so each person probably gets one. Kim Do-han was stunned when checking the information online. Each of these cans costs 3 million, he said, taking the can and expressing his amazement. And yet he brought a gift worth 3 million. He's really cool. Suddenly, the sound of a bottle of alcohol falling echoed coming from Doan Kinam's location. He lowered his head in silence, glancing with resentful eyes at him, then cursed, You good-for-nothing bastard. This made him stunned and lost in thought. Did he just say that to me? Doan Kinam collapsed onto the bed. Someone was surprised by the effect of the alcohol. Before, just a small noise caused by others was enough to wake him up and see the result for himself. He muttered to himself, That petty bastard, as he suspiciously asked a question. Are you bullying him or what? Did you intentionally drag your slippers to the bathroom in the middle of the night? It's not just a habit I learned from Doan Kanam. You open the can and say, I find that hard to believe. At this moment, she steps forward holding the can. Hearing the noise, he looked over and saw Kimiho coldly watching him from above. She calmly said, Thank you for the days gone by. He calmly replied, So it is? Then she suddenly handed him a folded piece of paper. Thank you for everything. Kwang-ai reached out to take it. Then she added, Only you are allowed to read it. Bing Kui-tae was startled and stared wide-eyed at the paper in his hand. He thought he was waiting around nervously, voice trembling. It can't be right, can it? She said unhappily, I told you what to do. You enjoy playing with my hair and showing off, telling him to give up, right? He doesn't agree with the disdain on your face, so how could I give up? Kwang-wai stood up and moved away, checking his face in the mirror first. Kim Do-han sat on the bed, opening a can of alcohol and adding, They're both bad people. He vented everything into his mouth. I can't stay sober anymore. He unfolded the paper, which clearly stated that Nam Mongzin has a habit of selecting a few new employees and monitoring them closely. If you succeed, your future career path will be smooth. If not, you'll face many obstacles. You should be careful and not tell anyone else. He glanced back, wondering silently how she could have known about this. Seeing Kui Mi-ho fall asleep, he guessed how she wrote about him and her habits, making him feel like she knew more than she let on. There must be something difficult to say, but she's not as hard to approach as I thought. He faced him and said, Congratulations, it's not a love letter. Bang Chui-ta, feeling dizzy, firmly said, Let me see it. But he kept refusing, making him annoyed and his words chaotic. You little bastard. No, I didn't mean thank you. Thank you for thinking. Not like this stupid guy. Then he jumped onto the bed, muttering, That bastard on the other bed. Kim Do-han is comfortably lying there enjoying himself so much. He looked at you, feeling helpless. He had also finished his beer and fallen asleep like he was dead. And the first day at work was in a sleek high-rise building. Stepping inside, I looked up at the sign that read Security Team Number 3. Kwang is wearing a suit and looking around. Security Team 3 seems to be here. Seeing Lai Dong-bong sitting with his hand on his chin, looking annoyed, he quietly wondered if he was the manager. Maybe he should say hello. Suddenly noticing something unusual, he froze in surprise. The man smiled and turned to look at him. Are you kidding me? Are you serious about this new employee? He stood up and shouted, You know how our room's situation is and you still send a new employee here. You can't do that. I've told you many times to bring experienced people, at least first or second place. Management shouldn't be like this. I didn't swear at the beep. The red-haired girl said coldly, Sit down. Hearing that, Kwang-wai was stunned. Do-in-a still didn't look and kept working. He sat down on the chair beside her, then stood up and approached Lai Dong-bong, asking, What should I do now? He cursed angrily, I don't know. Then she looked at Lai Dong-hun and called out, Senior. He frowned and sighed in frustration. I also don't know what you want. She helplessly replied, Then I will train him. His mood worsened as he silently thought they had assigned him to the wrong place. At that moment, someone called out, Du Kwang-i. He snapped out of his thoughts and looked up. Yes, new employee Du Kwang-wai. I will tell you what to do and then place a stack of gold documents down. This is the personnel registration book of Ho Kwa Zim. You need to memorize everything by tomorrow and then burn it. Trankin Nangachngi. Tomorrow? She pointed to the exhausted phones, telling him not to leave this chair except to go to the bathroom or eat. This is the security phone and the regular phone. When you answer the security call, say it's some new employee and then transfer the call to the person they want to speak with. The instructions on how to transfer calls on the regular phone do not mention immortals, shapeshifters, or company matters. Do you understand? He looked down and replied, Yes, I understand. He holds the stack of documents as everyone continues working. She puts on her coat and walks away. I'm going to investigate. Kwang-wai examined the documents. He sat there absent-mindedly, ignoring the conversations. I heard he met someone, a guy named Kin Nam, and was very happy to meet him. If you want to know something, just ask. His eyes became stunned. And what about the manager's secretary during lunchtime? As time passes in another place, he forcefully puts down the bowl. Everyone sat around the grill and he quietly asked, Do any of you get yelled at? Kim Do-han casually chewed his food. Yes, I do, Bang Kui-ta confirmed, surprised. Of course, he asked, confused. Why are you crossing your arms and answering? I heard something. He immediately continued with the new employee's podcast segment, clearly indicating that Nam Mongzin had already decided which department he would be assigned to. Thinking about his cunning demeanor, Kwang-wai probes. Did he assign me to that department? You admitted that yes, he usually listens to employees' wishes when it comes to department transfers. So this isn't the first time he's interfered in these matters, but the problem lies in your room. The third external security team at the headquarters is silhouetted behind smoke and fire. Managing operations is already dangerous, but external security is only for the most elite among the elite. Kim Do-ha confidently said that the job is difficult and requires a lot of skills to meet the demands, and the notorious Security Team 3, known for rushing in to bully new employees, received a shocking response. He called the new employee. Hearing that, he was confused. Everyone sitting in the restaurant listening to you, that manager is really tough. The new recruit was so clumsy they nicknamed him the pressing machine, and there's an upperclassman who looks just like a panda. He seems to be a prominent member of the company, apparently very skilled. Kim Do-han straightforwardly states that everyone in the industry knows him, and every year there are people welcoming him back. Kwang-wai, are you really that clueless? He wondered to himself, so does everyone think he looks like a panda? He asked, and what about that senior? He whispered, Senior Duen, she's the one. He thought of the person with great power, the superhuman created by the effects of the drug. It is a drug invented by ordinary people to suppress the powers of superhuman species. It can be in pill form or injected. However, it is a banned drug. After research, the compound is the result of secret experiments combining magic and alchemy conducted without government approval. No one knows whether those experiments were tested on humans or not, and what inhumane acts followed. Thinking of Kwang-wai, he fell into silence. In truth, Tianboy is still a freak. Kim Do-han looked at him and added, her nickname is the Rookie's Cleaver. Even they have to be chopped up by her before being sent to the press. After hearing that, he could only hold back his emotions and suddenly exclaimed Avenger. He asked in panic, what do you mean? Just then someone in shoes stepped forward. Kwang-wai says that the panda is the CEO Nam's Avenger. Hearing that, Jen-A froze in place. He raised his cup and spoke seriously. But the press, because of the milling and the panda, is the Avenger, not me. I didn't know she had heard everything. Seeing the dark aura she emanated, Kim Do-han and the gang stared in horror. Feeling the oppressive atmosphere, Guang Yingxi turned around to see her with a cold expression, sharp eyes, and a warning tone. I told you not to probe into my identity. All three were stunned, their faces turning pale as they watched her leave. Suddenly, the shop owner placed a peanut down and gently put her hand on his shoulder with a look of heartfelt sympathy. A steaming hot plate of food with fragrant roasted peanuts. Looking at the girls, I know I'm about to get trained. People online often boast about it. When you face difficulties at work, tell yourself that labor is joy and glory. Kwang-wai closed his eyes and smiled, relaxing. Imagine you are the prince of a powerful oil nation, but your father, the king, makes you experience everyday life to toughen you up. It doesn't matter whether others like you or not. At this moment, the phone rings and he answers, I am new employee Du Kwang-wai. The other side replies, I am Bat Kwang-shu from Support Team 1. Connect me with Kim Do-ha, please. He agrees. He makes another call. This is Manager Bat Kwang-sun from the support team. Listen up. Hearing him say it wrong, she immediately corrected him. Kwang-shu is not Bat Kwang-sun. He is the director, not a manager. The others immediately dismissed their criticisms as hopeless. Inside, he was screaming. Those people are the prince. The prince. It took a few days to memorize the records and make calls. When team members were absent, the seniors taught a lot, like how they only understood what a team was through their help, such as when typing on the keyboard. Lai Dong-hun, the pureblood manager, is not at all the kind of superior one would expect. He glances at him with disdain as he passes by, only being the best close combat fighter in Hokwajin, always showing a look of disgust and achieving SSS level in every aspect to become the most elite warrior in Hokwajin. On his face, only the phrase throw away is hanging, as if little punk keeps hitting but won't die. The one with deep obsession under the eyes is Lai Dong-hun, the deputy manager of Chaotic Illusions. He spends all day talking nonsense, but he is actually the talent responsible for handling matters at the personnel tower during incidents. However, he often complains about not being good at fighting, so he gave up and focused his efforts on working with his mind. Guang Yi watched him complain about anime, not knowing how skilled he was, only that he really liked watching anime. The last one, Kim Do-ha, a mutant employee, is one of the few ordinary people in Hokwajin and also a talented individual. She coldly hands him the documents. She comes from a special forces unit with A-level combat skills and B-level sniping. She frowns and reminds him that her main focus is the essence of her kind. Apart from the manager, she is one of the top employees here, always investigating immediately when there's a case, but she talks without any human warmth. Kwang-wai leaned his head on the chair in boredom, thinking, talented but full of flaws, so what if he's skilled? When the character's personality is lacking, after the first week working in the large building, in the surveillance room, the door opens with a sound, and the two people in the room turn to look, seeing 4 people entering, with the manager asking, "Team 3? Lai Dongbong responds, "Yes." He realized who was wearing the sunglasses and introduced me as the new employee Du Kwangwai, and he understood too. Lai Dong-hun asked about the other team members, and the manager said they had gone back to work. At this moment, the staff spoke into the mic to prepare for increasing the intensity. Through the screen, Doan Kinam bears the weight and does a few push-ups. He looks confused and puzzled. "What is this, oh my god?" The staff member turns to introduce it to him. "This is a weight control device." Before I could finish speaking, Lai Dong-hun signaled to stop. "I understand. The staff looks confused. There's a newcomer here." He tiredly reports and keeps it brief. That makes him suffer. The staff member calmly said, "Once inside, you'll feel the weight. The current record is 9G. You will do a simple test. Run in place, do push-ups, and run 3 laps against the wall. Then the staff will ask who will take the test. But since everyone refuses, the staff will be the one to do it." The staff praises Kinam, and the emotionless manager says Kinam's team can still withstand 5G. The staff immediately increased it to 5G, the weight pressing down on him as he gritted his teeth and endured. Kwang Ai saw this and stifled a laugh. Do-A next to him coldly said, "That's fun." That made him jump and grab himself. She then reminded him that he could only follow along. In the room, Kinam struggled to move, but eventually collapsed to his knees. Lai Dong-hun smiled brightly and pushed him away. "Then you smile brightly, but Lai Dongbong suddenly makes a sarcastic remark. He should be on your team." That statement made him freeze in place. Kwang Ai remained silent after entering, standing still. Lai Dong-hun looked at the screen and asked, "Is that a bit too much?" He responded bluntly, "There are quite a few who can't face reality and turn into monsters." "Have you forgotten?" Dene said coldly with no emotion. "A dog that listens is better than a useless person. He can only feel helpless, but you don't understand our intentions, so you'll probably be very angry." Then he straightforwardly declared that this job isn't for rookies. He frowned seriously, thinking it was better to let him give up early rather than become a brutal killer. Mass murder is a disease that only affects immortals, causing them to become berserk, lose all reason, and continuously inflict pain on others to regain their composure. Immortals with this disease become slaves to their desires. Lai Dongbong quietly thought that leaving here, he would return to the information room where the work was safer. An unremarkable hybrid rookie. That was the most suitable path. He couldn't hold back his curse inside. What is CL thinking to bring the new recruit here? Suddenly, the staff member praised him. Not bad. He felt suspicious and opened his eyes, increasing it to 4G, and the other person immediately adjusted it. Lai Dong-hun looked up without much surprise and then assessed, "Not fainting is already quite good. Not bad, but still not excellent enough." Watching Kwang Wai still training inside, he judged that our team needs people who can fight immediately, not a kid who needs to be taught. Lai Dongbong, surprised, thought he was unshakable, then asked, "How's the speed?" The staff, feeling awkward, replied, "About 2G. Then he ordered to keep increasing it, the weight gradually rising from 5G to 8G. But he continued the test unaffected, only sweating a little. This action surprised the 3 team members. The surprised employee turned and said, "I've already increased it to the maximum. The weight display shows 10G. He stood there with his hands in his pockets, thinking, could it be? Inside the gravity room, Du Kwang Wai was still performing his movements calmly, but inside he was furious at what had just been said. "Hey, manager, why are you treating me like this? What if I were stronger than Doan Kinam? Teddy Bear, you're still provoking me, huh? It's better if you don't let me catch you outside." Ice Princess Kim. Lee Dong-hun. "Yes, she's a bit kinder than the others. At least she answered my questions, but can't she just loosen up a little and occasionally buy me a drink? And you don't even care if I'm okay or not. You bastards, you're even more disgusting than the scum." The gravity inside the room gradually increased, and Lu Kwang-Wai began to feel his body getting heavier. He thought the pressure was rising. "What's the G-force now?" It makes me remember the last transformation training. An immortal body that hasn't been trained is just like an ordinary person. With this kind of pressure, Nu's internal organs are being crushed, so it's no wonder that Doan Kanam fainted. I bet Duhan Hyong or Kui Hong wouldn't last more than a few seconds either. I'll ask them later. But how long do I have to keep training? I'm just trying to do what Doan Kanam did. Whatever, I'll show them what I can do. Suddenly, a voice asked, "What is 8 times 9? Du Kwang Wai wondered, "Hey, do I look like I don't know how to multiply 2 single-digit numbers?" They didn't ask Dien Kim Nam like this at all, Du Kwang Wai replied. Lee Dong-hun sighed in amazement. "Too easy. That guy has some unusual scores at the academy." His exam results are also in. Multiply the 2 digits. The staff member then asked 12 times 22, and Du Kwang-wai responded. Everyone was surprised. Lee Dong-hun immediately asked if he was sure he wasn't talking nonsense. He quickly added, there is a type of medicine that can enhance both mental and physical strength, but only billionaires can afford to buy it. Lee Dong-bong then said, I will know if he used the drug after examining his body. Lee Dong-hun asked, what if the result is negative? Lee Dong-bong pondered, I don't know either. The staff announced that the training was over. Du Kwang-wai moved his hand, thinking that training with gravity was tough, but now it feels so light. I only did a little, but I already feel much better. Maybe it's because I'm a kid. The staff member announced that he would open the door. When it opened, Du Kwang-wai was surprised. Lee Dong-hun has been waiting outside and hands him a towel. Good job. Seeing Lee Dong-hun's unusual behavior, are you stunned? Lee Dong-hun greets you. Oh, Du Kwang-wai. Lee Dong-bong saw you standing there dazed and said, what are you still doing? Get back to your position once you're done. Lee Dong-bong told the staff member to also check the record of the new recruits, hopefully not at the bottom. The confused staff member thought about the record. Du Kwang-wai looked at Lee Dong-bong. I wonder why he's not yelling anymore. His reaction was too different. I think what I need to do is be a little better than Doan Kanam. Lee Dong-bong told everyone to leave. Let's go. The staff member called Du Kwang-wai back. Ah, you must be Du Kwang-wai. The staff member introduced himself, saying he is responsible for the machinery here and is part of the infrastructure team. Unsure of what he was saying, Du Kwang-wai repeated himself, but new employee Lee Dong-bong cut in and said, show me the records right now. Lee Dong-bong angrily said, no, I mean find me when you train alone. Lung-hun quickly pulled him away. Come on, let's go. As he went out, he thought the senior manager really liked him, and the manager was checking the records from behind. Nice, I'm so proud of myself. I'm going for an opportunity like this. How long have you been underestimating me? Suddenly, the glass jar called out. Du Kwang-wai, he responded. Yes. Hearing that, she immediately corrected him. Since when did you start saying yes when called like that? Get yourself together. This is not an amusement park or school. This is work. Du Kwang-wai said, I'm sorry. Then she praised him, saying he did very well. He immediately thought to himself, very well indeed. She just said that, which means I've finally been recognized as part of the team. Nothing more. Lee Dong-hun called out to him, what are you doing? We still have work to do. Yes, from now on I will focus on the job seriously. Unlike what Du Chuang thought, Lee Dong-hun slammed 3 volumes of documents onto the table and said, remember this part. He cursed inwardly for not expecting this and immediately asked, what is this? The first is the ranking of the assassins, the second is various medicines, and the third is the structure and usage of the equipment. And he wants me to memorize all of this. Which page? Lee Dong-hun replied coldly. All right, if I study it during the 3 months of training, you give me 4 days. Du Kwang-wai muttered to himself, is this panda crazy from lack of sleep or what? How does remembering this help? Lee Dong-bong then approaches, seeming to think that our new employee is feeling quite unfairly treated. Rank is very important. You can't defeat an enemy you don't know. You need to remember that, or you'll be consumed and reincarnated as dung. Lee Dong-hun added, knowing which medicine suits the body is also crucial. If you go to the battlefield without knowing about medicines, it's no different from fighting empty-handed. Lee Dong-hun added, you can't use weapons properly if you don't understand their structure. Knowing how to use them and understanding their structure are 2 different things. Just do as we say. You think so? Yeah, everyone is right. Du Kwang-wai spoke up to object. But I only lose 1 day in 4, so I'm fine with 4. I'm wondering why you're here instead of Harvard. Lee Dong-hun said, I will check on you again in 4 days. It's really boring if it's just a test, right? 1 mistake equals 1 hour of training. Too many already. Can't you do it? Then just take a break. Du Kwang-wai looked at Lee Dong-bong without saying anything. He steels himself and says, I will do it. All 3 look at Du Kwang-wai in the inspection room. The staff member is sitting at the computer, pondering. The staff member asked, which position? Lee Dong-bong inquired. Which position are you talking about? You've asked me 12 times already. I see. The clerk looked at him. Yeah, you're excited, right? Lee Dong-bong calmly replied, no, I'm just surprised that idiot is so strong. The staff member then said, he's a special case, as if he was born that way. Maybe he was born that way. Immortals are rarely that strong, and there's always a limit to physical training. But if he was born that way, then he's fine. If you kick him, send him straight into my heart. Lee Dong-bong, go ahead and do your best. Do you think the team manager will train you? The press has to start working now. Du Kwang-wai sat idly, wondering why an internship is called an internship. Because it is a certain period of time for you to learn the necessary skills for the job and to see if you are suitable for the position. People online say that it is a process where you learn and gradually adapt to your work. Yes, that is exactly what I am going through. To enter the flower dim, there's still a lot to learn. Do-A asked, what materials are used for mirror armor and bulletproof armor? Du Kwang-Wai responds with a strained moan, and a double strand of fiber beside Lai Dongbong says, remember it well, it's not difficult. Do-A looks at Du Kwang-Wai. Du Kwang-Wai says, it's a material even more durable than diamond, capable of resisting all kinds of cold weapons like knives and swords, as well as bullets, and it also helps ensure the wearer's body temperature doesn't drop too low in cold environments. Do-A nodded in agreement, Li Dongbong said. Number 64, Du Kwang-Wai wondered. What is it? Think about it. Du Kwang-Wai, you can do it. Du Kwang-Wai said, the steel plate for the car. Lai Dongbo asked if he was sure. Du Kwang-Wai confidently says definitely. Lai Dongbo asked again, are you sure? Du Kwang-Wai hesitated. Honestly, I'm not so sure either. But never mind, yes, I'm pretty sure that's it. Li Dongbo stared at him intently. You're too overprotective. No one has ever taught you what you should know before. If you're not sure, don't say anything. Go accept your punishment. Yes, Du Kwang-Wai stands up and accepts the punishment. The test will start in 4 days. Each day they will ask me 10 questions, and on average I get about 3 wrong. Du Kwang-Wai ran while thinking, what kind of training will I do today? Hozin has invested a lot in the company's welfare facilities. So there are a bunch of welfare facilities in the company and a variety of training equipment. Welcome, Kwang-Wai. Hello, team manager. So, have you been so focused on training that you forgot to eat? Brother Bo replied, I just want to do my best. I can't say it's because I kept failing the memory test. I understand now. Anyway, it's really good to have met you. In the endurance training room, Jiang Chaonan sat and said, embrace this pain. De Guangyi approached and greeted, hello. So you're still alive, huh? You think you can talk to your juniors so casually, but you're way off, manager. There are also eye reflex sensitivity training, sensory control training, 3D illusion combat simulation, and more. The gravity room staff asked, are you coming again? Yes, my muscles are too tense. All right, you know that endurance training is limited to once a week, right? Yeah. The intern managers are starting to see me as crazy. In the office, a stack of documents is on Du Kwang-Wai's desk. What's this on my desk? Du Kwang-Wai looked at Lai Dong-hun, who was smiling. Du Kwang-Wai looked at that face and thought to himself, screw it. Lai Dong-hun mocked, if you find it too funny, you can just leave. Doan Kinam and Kui Miho have memorized everything there already. Oh, just as expected from the first and second ranks. Du Kwang-Wai looked at the documents with anger, and the next day I answered 4 questions incorrectly in a row. Du Kwang-Wai returns home exhausted. He greets his mother. I'm back. Your mother said, I'm glad you're home. It's dinner time now. Where is my father? My mother said, he has been traveling for work a lot lately. Du Kwang-Wai eats while thinking. I haven't seen my father for a month. I want to ask him about his work. Still, I can't reveal the company's secret to the old man. It's a special lie detection test. Mom, am I going to work today? The company treats me quite harshly. Did your mom say that? Did they hit you or something? Oh, Du Kwang-Wai quickly said no, it's just that they are a bit strict in training the interns. His mother then said that means you are gradually being recognized. But it's too hard, Mom, and his mother advised him to give up if it's too difficult. He listened to the advice but felt helpless. Mom, that's too reckless. Oh my God, what should I do now? It's okay, don't worry. Did your mother ask if you're short on money? I say it's partly because this is the path I chose, and I believe it's the fastest way to achieve my goal, so I can't give up yet. The next day, Du Kwang-Wai returned to the headquarters, continuing to answer questions, work, and train diligently. 2 weeks after starting his job, Du Kwang-Wai looked at the clock, thinking he had completed all assigned tasks and memorized everything he needed to remember. Now there's nothing left to do. Du Kwang-Wai opened the file. Huazim has 4 main headquarters and the external security team handles 3 of them. First, if a disaster occurs in the assigned rescue areas, they have been sent to the black hole on Earth where it appeared, which falls under their jurisdiction. Second, to prevent terrorist elements. However, this responsibility is usually handled by the security team too. Clearly, the police also have a team similar to our special immortal force. Third, support. They will assist other teams. Usually pure-blooded individuals are scattered across different teams, but we have a dedicated team for pure blood management, an assistant for mixed blood management, a senior supernatural, and a new mixed blood soldier. This team is a bit chaotic, so the main role of the external security team is support. Du Kwang-Wai looked up at Tran and thought, am I usually this idle? You're going to training? I just stepped outside and already heard voices. Really? That's strange. Everyone, think about whether you're sure you haven't been scammed out of your money. I think so too. He saw the team manager and that bastard from before talking to each other. Both of them saw him too. Lai Dongbong calls him the new recruit. Du Kwang-Wai responds, yes, I am a newcomer. Du Kwang-Wai, are you heading to train? Yes, I was planning to loosen up my muscles. Is it fun? That's okay, Lai Dongbong suddenly asked. Did you ever bully anyone when you were in school? Du Wai wondered to himself, why is she asking that all of a sudden? Du Wai replied, Lai Dongbong said, you don't go around causing trouble and bullying kids? From what I overheard, you also caused quite a bit of trouble. Du Wai calmly replied, my school didn't have bullying incidents before. Really? Yes. Why? Du Wai replied, I told them not to. Lai Dongbong asked what they couldn't do. Bullying others and they just keep doing it. Yeah. Are kids these days that stupid? Yes, if I say they can't do it, they won't dare to. I don't like bullies, like those who steal money or curse. It seems our new member really used to bully others. Lai Dongbong waved her fists. Are you good at fighting? Du Wai replied. Just a little, let's have a fight. Everyone around was surprised. Du Wai also didn't hold back and replied, fine. Lai Dongbong asks Du Wai if he's ready, then he grins mischievously with a sinister smile. He turned to ask everyone if they wanted to come see, and Kumi responded with a tired shout. Feeling a bit down about that fool, Lai Dongbong said with a challenge. I'll meet you at the training center at 3 o'clock. Go ahead and eat until then. And don't eat too much or you'll vomit. Wai still replied politely and patiently. Yes, I understand. He told Miho to support him. She coldly turned around and said just one brief sentence. I'm busy, he's threatening. Don't you know I decided your performance review? She immediately felt motivated to work. He said he would keep Do-and-A as a backup. Miho ignored him dismissively and said with contempt, you retreat first because you're scared, huh, newbie? Wai confidently assured him, there's no such thing, don't worry. 5 minutes before arriving at 3 a.m., Du Wai and Kumi Ho waited with serious expressions. She asked why you did that, agreed to the duel, and he quietly explained that there was nothing complicated about it. Just do what they tell you. Don't do what they don't allow, and give the superiors what they want. The team leader wants to fight you, doesn't he? He sighed tiredly. I think he really wants to beat me. Miho just looked at him silently with sympathy. After a while, she finally said, you have to accept that you're annoyed, but he didn't dismiss you. His words seem reasonable, but he's angry, and only now is he truly furious. I told you I wouldn't do it. I just wanted to test the skills of the S-class leader, the strongest in Hoa Gim. Lai Dongbong reminds him to warm up, but he had already warmed up before the match. Do-and-A, standing confidently behind, tells Dongbong not to turn him into a cripple. Kumi told Wai not to overexert himself, just to hold out as long as possible. After confirming they were both ready, he provoked him to charge in. He is tense, cautious with every step. The opponent calmly observes as he prepares to strike with lightning-fast punches towards the enemy. Lai Dongbong doesn't see him as a rival at all. He quietly thinks it's just a probing strike. A straight jab to his face, so fast that he only tilts his head to dodge it. Then he combos punches and kicks, throwing various techniques, but that guy still doesn't get hit once. He threw nearly 3,000 punches, each one making him stagger back a step. He lost patience and said, can't you do anything to tire me out? He dodged everything effortlessly. He jumped around the guy, telling himself he just needed to land one hit. He deliberately exposes a gap, launching a series of rapid punches. Lai Dongbong quietly observes before rushing in to strike. They fight at the same time, using the same move, and a sudden twist surprises everyone watching. His strike is too powerful, knocking him back and flinging him onto his back as he opens his eyes wide in fear, staggering with no strength left after the blow, his head spinning. This feeling is the last time I felt it, always vague and hard to describe. I only remember experiencing exactly the same sensation before. When he remembers, it is also the moment when the image of Lai Dongbong appears blurry before his eyes. That was his mother's first time. Ms. Kansenhai took him to the gym. He remembers his son's mother's advice. Keep your posture steady and stand tall. When you're knocked out like now, viewers even defend you, saying your mother shouldn't push you so hard. Yet she casually says something insensitive. It's okay. I don't teach my son to become weak or indifferent. He has to endure the beatings. It would be worse if I went easy on him. At that time, he was only 15 years old after my beatings. He only knew how to fear and gasp for breath. He argued back and was taken to the gym instead of school, returning to the present with a tumult of emotions. This is the first time someone has hit him besides his mother. How could that be? Why am I the only one getting hit? Li Dongbong asked smugly. How are you? Are you okay? Do you want to keep going, or should we stop, rookie? He gathers his memories before losing consciousness. Both of them throw punches at the same time. But Captain Lai Dongbong opened his palm and grabbed his hand with lightning speed, then broke his arm and struck him on the head, causing him to fall backward. His broken arm cracked loudly. He was in terrible pain, but the move was so quick that even if his arm hadn't been injured, it would have been hard to fight back. Lai Dongbong looked at his expression and spoke. What's wrong? Are you upset because you don't usually get hit like that? Kids these days are really arrogant. He whistled challengingly, and finally he understood the deeper principle of the matter. I thought I wanted to see how good his skills really were. But still, this is a fight between an immortal and a transformed human. He thought he would win easily and was too arrogant. He stomps the ground forcefully, setting up for another punch. This time, he's going all out. Try again. Lai Dongbong smirks with a condescending, malicious smile. Queemy and Jen A watch the fight indifferently as Du Kwang Wai throws the first powerful punch. Lai Dongbong blocks with both hands in front of her face to defend against the attack. Everyone around the table is whispering excitedly. This newcomer is really interesting. The manager has gained the upper hand. Kwang Wai's fierce punches were so powerful that even the wind seemed to follow his moves, but the other guy dodged all of his attacks. He tries to calm himself down, knowing he must stay mentally strong to fight. He's trying to distract you with meaningless words. Why are you here? Is it for the money? He ignored him and focused on strengthening his senses and predicting his movements. Dongbong shouted angrily with childish rage. Suddenly a wave of power enveloped him. He senses that this is a concealment ability, but still tries to focus all his awareness. Before he could react, he suddenly widened his eyes in shock as Lai Dongbong kicked out, aiming at his throat. Kwang Wai quickly tilts his head back to avoid the strike. He once again tries to distract him. Or is it some silly heroism thing? He's sweating in fear, and then he keeps kicking, while he keeps stepping back to dodge. But still, he's too fast. He can't tell when to strike back. But how can he be faster than me? He has half the blood of a shapeshifter, so he should be stronger and faster. Or maybe this isn't a gift. Both mentors say he's only completed the basics. The teacher wants to teach him more, but there's no more time left, and now his opponent is someone with pure bloodline who has been trained for a long time. I have to admit that the team manager has S-rank combat skills, but that doesn't mean I will give up easily. He rushed forward with all his remaining strength and threw a powerful punch at his opponent's face, but he easily tilted his head to avoid it. He casually asks why, if not for money or some kind of heroism. Then what is it? Then gently takes her hand. He tries to pull his hand away but fails. The two stare into each other's eyes and he provokes further. You want to hear the girls cheer your name excitedly? Then you'd better become a businessman instead. Hearing this, he gritted his teeth in anger and swung his fist to make the other person shut up. This is the fastest way to achieve what he wants and become the person he aspires to be. Suddenly, he widened his eyes in shock. He punched him in the eye before he could react. Another punch to the stomach sends him flying back, but this time he reaches out and holds him tightly, asking why he's here. He shouted loudly, "Do you really not know? That is my sense of responsibility." Then he grabbed his wrist again, gritting his teeth in anger and snarling, "It hurts, you bastard! I'm pretending to be stronger than him even though I'm in pain." Suddenly everyone fell silent in panic. Kwang Yi collapsed in front of Lai Dongbong, breathing a sigh of relief. A hesitant employee asked him, "Manager, did you use that just to fight a newcomer?" He cursed angrily. "You bastard, you should die." Someone who was completely calm, this recent murder really is very interesting. The person next to him was stunned in shock. So this happened before as well? Killing newcomers is the tradition of the 3rd External Security Team. They fight to crush the newcomers' spirits and teach them a lesson. It seems Lai Dongbong feels a bit of pity for this person. His hand is broken, and his ribs are cracked too. This idiot, he's really stupid. Jian A, seeing him distracted, called the team manager and gave instructions. "Yes, take him to see a doctor. He probably won't wake up for a while." Kumiho immediately said, "I'll take him." He agreed. "I will make the report for you." Doane asked anxiously about Kwang Yi's condition, hesitating as he looked down. He dodged Dongbong's ambush attack by hiding his energy, fighting back and counterattacking with what he knew he was better at. His potential, willpower, and fighting spirit were impressive. He wondered to himself, have I ever met anyone like him before? Lost in his thoughts, he watched how he fought as if he had grown up fighting from a young age. And not in the usual way, but through appropriate beatings. The skill he wanted to use at that moment also affected his senses. To fight against a newcomer, he had to use that special ability. Doane then pulled him back to reality. Everyone around was tense and silent as they watched him. Suddenly, he snapped and yelled at Kwang Wai, "This bastard is really eager to fight me." He simply brushed it off and left, took him to the doctor, then went back to work. Li Dongbong heard that even touching his manager was impossible for Doan Kinam during the fight due to sensory confusion, but he had to use 3 skills to fight Kwang Wai, another person. People thought Doan Kinam was the best, but Kwang Wai was still the top. In the meeting room and the new recruit training room, Bang Kui-tae and Kim Do-han were exhausted, and he no longer had the strength to open his eyes. Bang Sui-to complains that there is too much work for the newcomers, and team leader Kim Do-han will be teaching them today. He keeps rambling, while Kim Do-han is asleep and unaware of what's happening. Kim Do-han's sensory control ability is truly impressive. Seeing Du Kwang-wai enter the meeting room, he quickly flattered. "Oh, you arrived so early I thought you wouldn't make it in time for the flag ceremony." They are all very confused, with Kwee-mi-ho quietly observing and indifferent, while the others remain cautious. Du Kwang-wai has maintained a threatening expression from start to finish, saying, "Please, silence is the most terrifying weapon." Suddenly he widened his eyes, recalling when he met Lai Dong-bong and asked what that thing was, while calmly folding paper and being questioned by the person in front of him. "The final move, the one that knocked me out. Are you hiding a stick or something?" He smirked and asked slyly about the final move. "Do you really want to know?" Guang-wai looked at him with determination and seriousness, and in the end, he didn't say he didn't want to, but just asked if he was happy to have beaten him, because he's always craving a victory. Hearing that, he turned away and walked off, with only one thought in his mind: how crazy he really is. Suddenly, Lai Dong-bong called him back. "Hey, newcomer, does this place look like a school to you?" You think just asking will get me to answer. Then say, "Our little Kwang-wai is so dumb, should I tell him?" Is that what you think will happen? He wants you to figure out what it is yourself and then write a report for him. Hearing that, he was startled. He wondered about the report, he wanted to find out what had knocked him out and write a report on it, and he had to do everything. He coldly and quietly said, "And if you're wondering why you have to do this damn thing, I'll transfer you to another team if you want. I don't know what my boss's orders are, so pick quickly." Those sharp words like a knife made Lang Thin think for a long time. Back in the present, Kim Himo reports his work results. The voices of colleagues in the meeting echoing in his ears, live Du Kwang-wai sitting in deep thought, still troubled by the immortal team manager. A blood spirit with a shape-shifting person who falls unconscious with a single strike. When he raises both hands, he feels like he's lifting a stone, probably because his physique is well trained. He listed the ways he could have hit him, using his head, his feet, or hidden weapons, but dismissed them immediately because he didn't have to go that far. He remembered the words he said as he brushed past him. Kim Himo's team leader, who was reporting on the ferry project earlier, suddenly raises his hand to speak. As far as she knows, the seers really do exist. Himo also agrees, and, of course, they are not the ordinary kind that appear in fantasy novels. All the seers say that the future is constantly changing, and that it keeps shifting, so trying to pinpoint a specific moment can create a predicted future. She dismissively replied, "Predicting the future is just a lie, but if only a few people know the future and say nothing about it, then it becomes true. That hypothesis is the foundation of the seer project." Kim Do-han is still in a daze, while the cold hand beside her is blushing and looking at her. As expected, she is the woman I fell in love with. She wants to know why the project failed. Kim Him-mo simply answers that it's the human brain. Simply put, the thoughts in the brain are not always the truth. So when we look into the minds of those who can see the future, there are many things they believe to be real, but in reality, they are not. However, there are many reasonable predictions, and they are often deceived, causing significant damage. What one person believes to be true can be completely illogical to others, and that's why humans often misunderstand. The words seemed to point directly at Du Kwang-wai sitting in the shadowy corner. He suddenly woke up and understood everything. He remembered the teachings of Di-do-an-di, his master. The principle of the trace is to disrupt perception. The immortal's senses are very special and excellent, allowing them to prevent information from being exposed to others. It was like a lightning bolt that cleared his mind. The principle of the trace is the key. If he uses it differently, it won't just block the senses. It could potentially give the opponent false information. I thought I could have grabbed both of his hands then. Kim Himo announced the lesson was over, and when I looked up, Du Kwang-wai had disappeared. He stepped into the office, seemingly having uncovered everything by forging traces using the principle of traces. The answer lies in his right hand, and he begins writing the report, but suddenly he pauses, questioning why he knows how to manipulate time since he needs to know the exact moment of his attack to calculate. If deceiving the senses is that easy, the immortal must have already wiped out all the others. He knew in advance and was just waiting for that exact moment to end everything with a single strike. He kept staring at Lai Dong-bong, making him uneasy, but he remained lost in thought, sensing that there was something like an instinct, an intuition. That is something only veterans who have fought in countless battles and survived can possess. For now, you still can't rely on intuition or reading your opponent's movements because you're unsure about using intuition with the senses of an immortal. Suddenly, he widened his eyes and stood up instinctively, his heart pounding faster with excitement at learning something new, thinking he might be able to do the same. A colleague jokingly tried to stop him, but he paid no mind and rushed straight toward Lai Dongbong. He was stunned, kicked the chair away to dodge the attack, and as he slid, he cursed, "Is this bastard crazy?" His eyes filled with fear as he gazed at Du Kuangyi's face, emerging from the chaos. He is furious, brimming with murderous intent. Everything around him falls silent as he maximizes his senses and filters out all external sounds, focusing solely on the enemy in front of him. He predicts the manager's next move will come from the left and immediately throws a punch at his face. Suddenly he was stunned, his eyes showing some fear and disbelief in reality. The other man sneered contemptuously. He missed again, unable to hit Lai Dongbong after calculating everything so carefully. He could feel his opponent's power coming from all directions. This sudden move made him stare in panic. He threw a punch from below, but Kuang Wai couldn't dodge in time and was knocked back. His footsteps echo on the floor as that punch from him hurt so much that he has to lean on the table. Lai Donghun and Jen A witnessed everything while Bang Huang was stunned, unsure how he managed to reduce the damage from Lai Dongbong's attack. Like everyone else, Lai Dongbong was also confused, not knowing what he was doing. He only gloomily mentioned the solution report for the homework assignment. He painfully squeezed his swollen mouth after the fight. Then he said seriously, with a blank stare, "That seems to be the correct answer." A colleague awkwardly responded, "You're leaving." Then the others also took turns saying he was abnormal and needed to see a psychologist. Hearing that, he felt quite embarrassed and dejected. Suddenly, Lai Dong spoke up and said that his answer was correct, making him jump in surprise and look at the unserious person in front of him with a puzzled expression, while he was only concerned about cleaning up the room. He was annoyed and asked if anyone was busy today. After receiving the employee's answer, he gracefully walks out. Doan A assigns Kuang Wai to clean up and makes sure everything is put back in its original place. Lai Donghun quickly ran after Lai Dongbong and asked what Kuang Wai just did. Kim Doan. I realized it was like a fake move. Lai Donghun wondered, "Did you teach him when we weren't looking? That's impossible because Dongbong isn't the kind of person to do that." But he acknowledged Kuang Wai's strike as if it were in a report. He smiled happily and explained that it was because it was so impressive. Lai Donghun again wondered about his physical abilities. Jen A remarked that in that regard, he is one of the strongest people in the entire company. But where did that come from? Li Dongbong asked as he walked. Because Du Kuang Wai still hasn't learned to hide his movements, which are still very rough. If you were a well-bred, properly trained person, things wouldn't have gone so awkwardly. You just acted on an idea you just had. Thinking of this, he smiled with a knowing look. Perhaps his mind was already making plans. In the office, Du Kuang Wai was still busy tidying up, cleaning while muttering in frustration. The new manager is the one who kicked that table. The next day, Doan A was surprised and asked, "Is the new person on a secret mission?" Lai Dongbong irritably said they were short-staffed and GLA took him away. Soon after, Doan A called Du Kuang Wai to go with him, and they headed to the 6th basement. The two of them stood silently, the atmosphere tense. When they reached the armory, she told him to get the equipment. He quickly followed his instructions, choosing the necessary equipment. After being fully equipped, the two of them looked incredibly cool, standing side by side. The loudspeaker emits resonant sounds as Du Kuang Wai and Doan A confidently step out of the vehicle. Doan A reports that Units 1 and 2 have arrived at Mission Zone 1 and the UC hotline guard system has been activated, meaning the first invader, Australia, could indicate the presence of more invaders. The black hole's opening speed and the alien forces will move in a straight line. The guard system is the current loudspeaker alert. He recalls the H-Za Gate accident 9 years ago when he saw a similar black hole, finding relief amid fear and horror. He has decided to live a life where he destroys all bastards from the black hole, and today marks his first step into that life. But I think the black hole was much bigger than this at that time. Kuang Ai nervously told Doan A that he was worried. She didn't care and kept reporting, which made him feel very annoyed. Then he regained his composure and reported seriously with her, reminding her that this black hole is growing larger. Doan immediately reports the anomaly and requests urgent assistance. After sending the recorded video, Lai Dongbong angrily orders them to return. Support has been mobilized. Check the situation. The wave pattern is spreading and the hotline has detected danger. The wave pattern means the entire invading army will spill out. He wondered and asked them if they would retreat. Doan A remained silent and did not respond. Thinking back to earlier, when they looked at the satellite map on their way there was a residential area about 4 to 5 kilometers from this place, and there could be civilian casualties. Seeing them, Tran Tru and Lai Dongbong ordered them to retreat once more. It took 15 minutes for the support team to arrive, but the black hole kept growing. Lai Dongbong angrily ordered them to follow the command. Unfortunately, the black hole is showing dangerous activity. The first invader, the blind dog, is opening up. The situation is now critical and out of control. Kwang Wai was extremely hesitant, unsure whether to go or not. If they didn't get into the car and leave, they would become targets. Du Kwang Wai felt helpless and couldn't believe what was happening or how everything was unfolding. Fewer than 1,000 people died from traffic accidents last year. Thanks to advancements in AI and science using materials from the white hole, traffic accident deaths have decreased, but the number of casualties from the invaders still fluctuates between 5,000 and 10,000 each year. The number of deaths from disease and traffic accidents has decreased, but the number of people killed by invaders remains unchanged. Sacrifice is unavoidable. That has been predetermined. The immortal teams are highly valuable, so companies won't risk their lives to save civilians. He had been standing there like a statue for a while, surprising himself while Lai Dongbong on the other side had lost patience. The little dog suddenly leapt out from the black hole but was pushed back. It turned out Gen A had calmly handled it with a gun. He suddenly realized that it was obvious that companies valued the lives of immortals more than those of ordinary civilians, but he entered this profession because he didn't like the obvious. He quickly regained his composure, drew his gun to fight carefully, but also with a teasing tone, and said, "Senior, can I love you?" Lai Dongbong helplessly looked up to the sky in despair. Because the noise was too loud, they had to retreat. Speechless in front of those people, Lai Dongbong sat in darkness, motionless. Gunfire echoes continuously as they reload, the monsters wounded, but still fierce. They have decided to fight, but since this black hole predicts only about 10 intruders, they brought limited ammo and only 2 pistols. However, since the black hole is now a wave form, meaning the number of invaders coming out could be around a few hundred, his sharp eyes flickered with uncertainty as he didn't know what to do next. Du Shuang Wai and Jen E keep firing, each shot hitting the vital spot of the Mancuyan. He only has 1 magazine left with a single bullet as the monsters continue to pour out. He asked Gen A if her plan was correct, and her plan was to kill them all while the monsters were busy chewing. He looked at her indifferent expression and couldn't believe his ears. Gen A was still serious about shooting, but Kwang Wai had run out of bullets. He fumbled to find some, and suddenly she missed her shot, causing the stubborn Man Kuyen to quickly charge at her. In the shock of her teammates, she delivered a punch that knocked it out instantly. She then struck another with a palm, leaving it sprawled on the ground. Kwang Wai is a bit cautious, quickly moving in to support her. Her strikes leave him very impressed. She's amazing in his eyes. He can sense the changes in her with the senses of an immortal. Her strength far surpasses that of an ordinary person. Like a mutant. The gun in Kwang Wai's hand is completely out of bullets. He guesses that now Duyan A only sees him as prey for the monsters, but he is immortal and a shapeshifter. And of course he couldn't show his strength, but he should fulfill his duty as a mutant. It was because of that thought that Ao charged at the monster, breaking its leg with his bare hands in an instant. Over there, Duyan A is surrounded by monsters. It lunges forward. She held the dog tightly with one hand, dodging the attack while quickly drawing a small knife and stabbing it. One by one, the others were also knocked out. After finishing, she sat down carefully and struck a cool pose, while Guangyan watched everything with great admiration. The gap between the senior and the enemy changes in an instant. She always calculates and chooses the most advantageous position for herself. That's why her combat skill is a rank. He was distracted from the battle. A dog bit his hand, causing him intense pain. He immediately drew his knife and stabbed it straight into its eye, knocking it out cold. After that pain, I really need to focus more than ever. Done's plan sounds crazy, but there's really no other choice. He takes a deep breath, loosens his grip, and hides his own traces, blending them with the savage bloodlust he learned from that teacher. He stomps his foot hard, ready to fight, deciding to be its bait. "Over here, you bastards." Done was surprised and praised him. "Senior, instead of standing there praising, help me out. One of them has already bitten into my elbow." He struggled to push it away but failed and ended up breaking a bone. He tried to push its head down, but the others lunged at his legs and shoulders, leaving him no time to react. As he managed to throw one off, he was already badly wounded and in so much pain he wanted to curse. A desperate cry rang out. "Du Kwang Wai, all the beasts are attacking him at once." He gritted his teeth in pain, but he was used to ignoring the pain and thought to himself, just forget about it for now. He opened his eyes, trying to stay calm, keep a cool head and strategize, only blocking deadly strikes of fists, kicks, knees, and elbows. He used his entire body to fight them. Innocent civilians would suffer if he missed even one of them, so he couldn't afford to miss anyone. That's why he became aggressive, his eyes full of determination. Maybe both he and Duane have gone crazy. The guns kept firing, and the monsters, in pain, finally collapsed. The rescue team arrived to help them, and no one believed they could endure after the fight. De Kwang-wai gasped for breath, sweat pouring down, exhausted and in pain. Duyan worried about him. He only asked one question that made her freeze on the spot. Have you killed them all yet? Now his body is covered in tears and wounds. How can a person endure such extreme pain? Yet after hearing Duyan's answer, he smiled contentedly, and everything faded into a blur. It seems everything has ended. They brought 2 teams because it sounded serious, but in reality, just a few pistols were enough. The rescue team leader stared in shock, eyes wide open. There must be at least 200 giant wolves. They handled them all bare-handed. If about 10 immortals are fighting well, it would make sense. But here only 1 mutant and 1 immortal have joined. He wants to confirm with that only Du Kwang-wai and she are doing everything, right? She looked back at Kwang-wai, lying motionless. Only the 2 of us doing everything while he was just 1 person. In room 3, Lai Dongbong was furious like a demon king amidst the flames. Du Kwang-wai and Jen A reported seriously the support communication line was cut off, and he was frustrated and mocking. So, because the communication line was cut off, little Kwang-wai here ignored my direct order? His anger flared fiercely as he sneered with a twisted smile. Damn it! I wish my rationality could just suddenly cut out and lose connection so I could beat them all up and then claim I don't remember anything. His face right now makes me feel terrified and chilled. In a state of panic and tension, Do-in-A stepped forward to take the blame and accept all responsibility, still wearing a devilish face that threatened and asked for her location. You are a top-level employee. Everyone knows that, but when asked how you plan to take responsibility, you remain silent and bow your head without answering. He lost patience and left, instructing the disciplinary committee to contact her. Tomorrow morning, when she arrives at the company, she should go to the investigation team, and this time it won't be just about writing a reflection. Then he gloomily called out Kwang Yi's name. Do you think you have fulfilled your responsibilities? Be honest and decisive. Not yet. He frowned and ordered that starting tomorrow, everyone must submit a self-criticism every day. I'm really wondering why I didn't have to face the discipline committee. He was angry to satisfy me, but I still had to write a self-criticism. The 2 of them coldly watched his back as he left. When he returned to work, everyone knew what had happened. Kim Do-han told me that there are no punishments for interns at all, and if there are, it seems to be resignation, the top-level employee. Kim Do-in-A is also his senior and took full responsibility. Even if Zim Telecom is connected to the government, this is still business, still an organization seeking profit, and perhaps this is the consequence of breaking the law. That kid made me lose my mind when I thought about him, but in return, Do-in-A and I saved someone, and I recalled the entire chaotic fight. In the end, he confirmed that he had fulfilled his duty. He kept his composure like a soul lost, because indeed, he had succeeded. But he was too exhausted when suddenly a hand reached out to him. It was Kim Dui-ha. She is still at the company, quietly approaching you and finally giving you a genuine compliment. You did really well today. He stared in shock. The normally cold girl is now smiling at him. She praised him for being excellent. Her words keep echoing in his mind. Just those 2 clinks of glasses. One doubt he had now becomes certain. What we did today was right. He happily smiled and thanked her. Kansen Hai asked if you took a picture. The photo of the senior woman you praised during the meal, I didn't take any. Wondering why his mother asked that way? Could it be that she's suspicious about whether A has become her daughter-in-law? But she's his colleague, and hearing his mother push the situation, he could only stand there helplessly for a moment. Then he became worried about the disciplinary committee meeting tomorrow and what it would be like. The atmosphere in the meeting room was extremely tense and strict. Bat Dajam announced that the meeting was starting. Even Lai Dongbong fell silent to listen to the discussion about Kim Do-in-na. Did you ignore the retreat order from your team leader during the reconnaissance mission yesterday noon? She answered confidently without a hint of fear. Yes, that's correct. Lai Dongbong seems to be defending her. Things like this happen from time to time. The colleague then reminded him to behave seriously. He sighed irritably, insisting he was not at fault, and then Du Kwang Yi was invited in. The disciplinary committee immediately asked if he was staying behind to fight with Do-in-AF. He confidently denied the woman's somewhat threatening words. You know what happens when a new intern causes trouble, right? He still thinks that was the best action to take in that situation. That person is angry. What does a trainee like you know? Lai Dongbong interrupts again, making those around her extremely annoyed. I've been teaching it for months. Of course it knows. He spoke clearly. We have rescued the civilians. Your words made everyone fall silent. Lai Dongbong boldly spoke up. Of course, that's what's important. When carrying out the mission, not knowing saving people isn't important, then what is? She couldn't hold back anymore and immediately kicked him out. He argued back with her. This meeting is about my team members. I am required and allowed to be here as the team manager. She harshly told him to behave himself. Do I sound like I'm about to get beaten up? Is this the fascist government? Kwang Wai was at a loss, mentally screaming, "Please don't go." He may seem cold on the outside, but he's warm inside, so he asks to forgive them, just deduct a few months' salary. She isn't fully satisfied, but still agrees. Kwang Wai and Simo Dong stood there blankly. Then Lai Dongbong commented, "How can they work like this when everyone always looks so gloomy? They need to be more flexible." Got it? Kwang Wai and Simo Dong walk together. He worries if it's okay like that. He admits protecting his subordinates is good, but Lai Dongbong went a bit too far. If things keep going like this, the work competency assessment will be a complete failure. Kwang Wai was also moved because his rough-mind captain protected his team no matter what happened to himself. Simo Dong couldn't go with you anymore because he still had work to do. But before he could leave, he stopped you. Lee Dong-hun saw you enter and asked Han. It's strange that he only told the manager to try harder and he could understand what I was saying. He then asked if there was anything else. He fell silent again, recalling when Seo Dong called him back and asked if he wanted to join the investigation team. That statement still makes me wonder, but in response to Lai Dong-hun's question, I only said no. Not long after Du Kwang Wai returned, manager Lai Dongbong and senior Kim Do-en-a also came back. Seeing how annoyed the manager was, Dongbong nervously asked to quit, and Lai Dong-hun was confused, not understanding what was happening. It turned out that Do-en-a hadn't been allowed to participate in any missions for a month. Hearing that, he felt regretful but didn't know what to do. Lai Dongbong helplessly told him to leave, but then he muttered under his breath, "Those bastards only know how to pick on others' weaknesses." The punishment wasn't too severe, but the atmosphere was pretty tense. Kwang Wai was sad because they were so angry they didn't want to explain to him. But anyway, getting back to normal daily life is still the best option. He wrote an apology letter as soon as he returned. Indeed, no one is allowed to cross the line while on duty. The incident happened because he didn't try his best and promised to be more careful next time. After reading the self-criticism report, Lee Dongbong was so angry he asked if he was crazy, but he really had never written an apology letter. The manager was very angry, and Kim Do-en-a trained with him again, continuously throwing punches while he kept dodging. She taught him to rely on the senses of an immortal. There is no opening in the manager's attack, and if there is one, it's also a trap. Kwang Ai listened seriously. I was very impressed by Lai Dongbong's intelligence. She also gave me a few tips to fight. I wrote an apology letter to the manager and myself. Reading the words in the letter, Lai Dongbong was so furious she couldn't even describe it. He started expressing his anger not just with words, immediately rushing to attack him fiercely. He instinctively defended himself in response. Every time he threw a punch, I tilted my head to dodge. Of course, I fought back, but I was afraid I would get hit below again. Finally recalling Du-en-o's teachings, he quickly turned to try to dodge. He laughed mischievously as he grabbed his shoulder, then delivered a blow from behind that caused him pain. Lai Dong-hun has been holding his phone for exactly 6 minutes and 1 second, setting a new record for himself. Hearing this, the staff were all pleased because they had bet on his endurance. Right now, I still feel a sharp pain in my back. He's really good at fighting, but this is a daily occurrence for Hoa Gyeoman's 3rd security team. His apologies are just like Kim Sound's love letters. Lai Dongbong calls out Kwang Yi's name. He replied with a look of frustration and turned around to see the manager with a grim face, asking what Simo Dong had said to him. Simong, the deputy manager of the 2nd external investigation team, had invited him to join his team a few days ago. But then he thought about it and just laughed it off as a joke. He was confused and couldn't understand how Lai Dongbong found out about that. He suddenly sneered, looking intimidating and speaking in a threatening tone. "So you have an invitation from the investigation team? Damn it." Kwang Yi's face twisted in confusion, not knowing what had happened, yet he reacted like that. Just as someone mentioned Chow Chow, Simo Dong cheerfully greeted everyone, breaking the tense atmosphere. Suddenly, the manager rushed over and kicked him fiercely, cursing and calling him trash. Everyone understands why only Kwang Wai is stiff with glue, not understanding what the hell is happening. Simo Dong is in pain and confused, while Lai Dongbong angrily asks, "I heard you were flirting with my new employee, right?" Suddenly, a man shouted the manager's name loudly. He frowned seriously and looked at everyone. "What are you doing?" Seeing that, Lai Dongbong remained indifferent, just a broken hand. Why make such a fuss? His sharp, murderous gaze showed he knew everything, implying that Lai Dongbong was overreacting with a joke. The manager angrily asked Bilo if he was the one checking whether his new recruit wanted to transfer to the investigation team. But he didn't care, because Lai Dongbong is famous for being tough on newcomers and has the nickname the Crusher. He admits it and says it would be better for Kwang Wai than working in the third team. Li Dongbong firmly objects, and he insists loudly that he is his. Even if he forces me to make smoothies or crush me to pulp, I still belong to him. Then he turns around and warns all the other teams, because after what just happened, many teams want Kwang Wai. Kwang Wai, hearing that, just coldly looks at him and mutters, "Yeah, right, I know you're a monster, but when am I yours?" They still argued fiercely. Bilo emphasized personal freedom, then told him he didn't need to be afraid and could speak for himself. But then he stood there in silence, looking lost while everyone was waiting for his real opinion, as if caught in a love triangle. After a moment of awkwardly scratching his head, he finally decided there was no need to hesitate anymore. The crazy manager, the deputy with panda eyes, and a cold senior with a warm heart all have oppressed him from both inside and outside, leaving him with nothing to hold on to. But in the end, he stood up firmly and declared he would stay. Pilo was surprised by his sudden change of stance. Manager Bapilo is clearly bloodthirsty with the royal title, Dao. He is an immortal talent, and he even worries that you fear the director, but you firmly deny it. This time, Li Dongbong looked at him differently. Honestly, he has no chance compared to your manager Li Dongbong. Although he's a crazy social rebel, he's still a beast in combat. Seeing that, Li Dongbong put on a mocking clown face to tease him. His personality really is problematic. That Pilo wanted to know why he only explained that he had many things to learn, even when dealing with the crazy guy who caused trouble and demanded an apology. Hearing that, he was speechless and had nothing more to say. Feeling overwhelmed, he turned and walked away. Li Dongbong shouted angrily, "So you just like to come whenever you want and leave whenever you want?" Then he glanced at Kwang Wai and confidently said, "Of course I have to stay here, making you wonder if I've made a mistake." Even Deputy Manager Li Dong-hun realized he was proud of Kwang Wai. Suddenly, he saw the apology letter he was writing on the computer. He immediately explained that it was a letter of apology he hadn't finished writing, and Han, furious, turned around with a twisted, devilish smile. This kid is definitely doomed. Neither Li Dong-hun nor Kim Do-eun cares at all. While they were fighting, he discovered something and immediately called the manager to end this brawl. He curiously stepped forward to see. Then they fell silent, unsure who should go do the job. Because Do-eun couldn't take on the task, this was assigned to Do Kwang Wai. When he heard about the new assignment, he seriously asked where it was, and Li Dongbong told him he needed to pretend to be a human inspector at the airport. At the airport, they identified the target they needed to catch. She is the one with the special shape-shifting ability. She looks like that in the video they have, but now she's probably taken on a different identity. Of course, because mutants can transform into anyone they remember. She is a mercenary, transporting secret information. The police force's superpower is on the side requesting help in this case. Uasi is also sending someone to shapeshift for this mission. The shapeshifter is very skilled at scenting people, so they will probably catch her by her smell. No matter who they turn into, their scent will never change. Other teams sent Kinam and Miho as reinforcements. Office workers really can't believe that a rookie was sent to work with elite soldiers. Do Kwang Wai sighed, unsure if he truly needed to take on this mission. Li Dong-hun immediately explained that at least 3 immortal candidates were nominated, and they also required each immortal to be at the same level as Do-eun Ki-nam. But due to a lack of trainers for this mission, they had to form a team of 3 rookies. He's afraid that having only 3 rookies will be dangerous. He also said that although he might appear immortal on the outside, inside, he's just a rookie. He looked confused, unsure if he was being praised or not. Li Dongbong assigned him to protect Don Ki-nam, and he smiled foolishly. Get ready to receive the apology letter tomorrow. Kim Him-mo introduced him as part of the analysis team and the person who will lead this campaign. He reports back about the campaign, then looks at Do Kwang Wai and asks Han if VID has to discuss with manager Li Dongbong. He immediately understood and announced that the meeting would start. The location for this campaign is Ainan Airport. They will need to wear civilian clothes to avoid attention. They will arrive at the location at 10 a.m. and join the OT team there. Greet the campaign leader of LH. She will give the order once everything is ready. Then she must go straight to the designated position. Kim Himo will take this bus. Captain OT, and she will stay in the airport security room to monitor the situation and communicate with everyone. Kwang Wai and Miho will watch Gate 5. Kai-nam will track the target at the travel agency counter, and she is already prepared in the airport. Kim Him warns Beta to block his path. Hearing that, Kwang Yi muttered angrily. Suddenly, 2 tall people approached him. He also called in bodyguards from a subsidiary of Asi Kwang Wai, who watched cautiously. He carefully observed that behind those ordinary clothes were powerful, muscular physiques. Han approached to introduce him from the security team, and he immediately recognized that he was a shapeshifter. They are part of this campaign, so he told himself to be careful. Suddenly, Kwang Wai asked Kim Hee-mo why Ki Nam was the one in the agency booth. Doan Ki Nam was displeased when he heard this. He was angry because his name was called and he wished everyone would speak to him politely. Kim Ho helplessly explained because an immortal with special telepathic abilities was assigned, so he was placed at the counter. Kwimiho was upset because there are 4 immortals involved in this case. Doan Ki Nam's tone was ambiguous. Actually, there is only 1 immortal and 3 empty-headed ones. Kim Hee-mo continued to outline the plan, and while chasing the target, they would also need to assist the airport security in coordinating the airport. Doan Ki Nam, feeling proud and impatient, walked away. As Hee-mo finished speaking, Kwimiho also suggested that Hee-mo needed to be more assertive to be effective in the campaign. The atmosphere in the room is extremely awkward right now. Kwang Wai immediately starts cooking up stories about the 2 people who just left, while Kim Hee-mo can only sigh in frustration because he only has half of the immortal blood. Then he felt relieved because he still had a truly strong brother. The emotionless one, thinking of Deputy Manager Ngae Tho and the 2 crazy dogs, wondered if they were okay. The next day at Gate 5, a stranger approached asking for Kimio's contact information. She straightforwardly said she was married, but he refused to believe it. Suddenly a voice called out, startling him. "My love? What's going on?" Kwang Wai, looking as gloomy as someone caught in a jar of vinegar, asked who he was. Han nervously apologized and ran away, losing her shoe, leading to an awkward moment between them. He suddenly turned back to work seriously and looked around, but saw no suspicious people. Suddenly, the walkie-talkie crackled to life. Beta 1 has spotted the target wearing a light blue shirt and jeans, a man around 30 years old. Hearing this, team leader Lee Di-hye and Doan Kin Nam exchanged serious looks. The security team also confirmed they quickly identified the target in the crowd. Kwang Wai tried to observe him, but still couldn't find any difference. Suddenly a voice startled him. "I don't understand why K Nam is so specially favored. It's simply because the only difference between them and him is mixed blood and pure blood. But in reality, that difference is just a sensitivity that only stings a little, not too much. Still, the clairvoyance of pure blood is truly special. To them, even water can be distinguished from other substances, and even stones can be told apart. They can perceive everything in a different way. The other side's command is to confirm that Convi is truly preparing to approach the target, yet with an 80% chance. Team O will move in to control the target, while the others will only observe." He seriously thought about the word sensitive, and suddenly remembered what his father had said. He had taught him to become extremely sensitive, which meant having a very powerful immortal ability. People like that usually have a rotten personality, so he should be happy not to be like them. At that moment, his father looked quite reassured, but also a little disappointed. The difference between hybrid blood and pure blood can be seen in their orientation. Their speed of learning and using skills is fundamentally very different. But he also has that speed. He recalls the battles with manager Lai Dong-bong. He used to think everything would go smoothly, but now he's unsure whether to try because they have already started to act. They called in the suspect and announced it was an emergency, asking everyone to cooperate. Seeing the guns and dangerous people, everyone was panicked and scared. But Kwang Wai was still lost in thought. Suddenly, he opened his eyes as if he had just figured something out. He spoke up. "Betaba, are you sure there's only one target?" His words left everyone stunned and confused. Kwang Wai spoke, causing everyone to be shocked. "Are you sure there's only one target?" Before I could understand your intention, a soldier was about to pull the trigger. Doan Ki Nam quickly runs out and suddenly a chaos breaks out. The gunfire erupts in rapid succession. The suspect takes the opportunity to try to escape. As someone tried to stop him with a gun, another attacked him from behind with a powerful palm strike, and at that moment, Kwang Wai and Qui Mi hurriedly rushed out to help. Suddenly he fears as he sees someone wielding a knife to ambush Quimio, swinging the blade while insulting her. Blood and dirt cover him, but luckily she reacts quickly, ducking to avoid the attack and immediately sweeping her foot on the ground, surprising him and knocking him back. Beta 1. All the enemies are psychics. Kwang Wai immediately ran out, sensing that there were already many people nearby, and now he could feel them more clearly. After a while he couldn't tell how many of them there were, so he had to take them all down alone. But damn it, they are spreading out now. He gritted his teeth and struggled to catch up. 2 days before the mission, Kim Hee-mo was going through each person's information to check the 3 new soldiers. They are all very special. Regardless of their orientation test scores, Doan Ki Nam is still very talented, because he is an immortal with pure bloodline. Quimmy is the same. She may be a hybrid blood, but she's smart and decisive, and the last person is the best. He flips to Kwang Wai's page and evaluates him. Recently, people have been talking about the strength matches between him and the team manager every morning. It seems he's doing that to learn the team manager's techniques. Li Dongbong knows this, but still accepts it. Moreover, he's healthy, has fought before, and is friendly, just the type the director always likes. Lost in thought, Jiang Chunam approached and asked, "Are you looking at the new recruits' files? Duquang Wai, that's the guy who teased you back when you were a rookie, right? Is that right?" Hearing this, Kim Ho suddenly looked down and smiled softly. He looked at Kwang Wai's photo and nodded. "That's right." Returning to the present, Kim Ho opened the door to go in but was stopped by Li Di-hee. He hurriedly said, "I can't grasp the situation yet. I need to go in here." The villain plans to let Kim Ho handle the report, but also needs to check on the Kinam camp. Suddenly, he spots a suspect and senses the person, but hesitates, unsure whether to pursue. The most important thing now is to stabilize the situation first. Remember Duquang Wai, he immediately gives an order. Beta has a command. Go to gate number 8 on the left immediately. I allow fighting as long as you can control the situation. Beta 1, report the damages. Beta 2 reports the situation. Hearing that, Kwang Wai responds seriously, I will intervene in this situation. Beta 3, understood. An aggressive thug throws a punch. The other quickly used his power to create an invisible shield to counter. He reached out and a sudden surge of electricity enveloped the thug, rendering him immobile. Doan Ki Nam is injured and reports the situation. Beta 1, an OP staff member, and 2 security personnel are wounded. On Quimi's side, Beta 2 also reports that this is a counterattack from those who created the mutants, coming back to strike. It seems they want to divide our forces. As she was reporting, the thug from earlier suddenly drew a knife, trembling as he prepared to attack. Instantly, a guard rushed forward and kicked him in the back. She remains expressionless and continues reporting. There are a total of 7 targets, mainly to capture the shapeshifters. Beta Z0, Beta 1, retreat and observe the situation in preparation for the arrival of new enemies. Doan Ki Nam grits his teeth in pain and reports. Beta 1, I can still fight. Beta 1, this is an order. Another thug grabbed a gun and is furious. You're all doomed. If you don't retreat now, it will be very dangerous. Suddenly, Guang Yi shouted loudly, Listen up, rookie. As the thug was distracted, Kim Hee-mo quietly approached from behind, quickly grabbing him and silencing him. Another thug also saw. You bastard, when did you get here? Kim Hee-mo gently drew his gun, calmly firing without hesitation, then quickly announced, They have been subdued. The spaceship is ascending when a mysterious person throws all the stones to the ground, tiredly sighing, thinking about escaping. Suddenly, Duquang Wai calmly approaches, startling him. Are you still running? Jia, it's true. You're immortal, right? Can't you recognize me just by looking at my face? Han listened silently, then let out a confused cry. Fine. That made him extremely angry. He meant that an immortal has a good-looking face. The guy asks you, why are you chasing me if you're immortal? You're threatening me with a group of people coming to support. Suddenly, he looks serious. Do you think chasing me alone is a big mistake? He looked surprised and confused, suddenly widening his eyes in shock as his muscles swelled so much that his clothes tore apart. He sneers maliciously. You're a bastard. I am a pure-blooded with superpower. You think an immortal won't die? Then I'll crush your skull before that demon-like face of his. He remained silent, his face expressionless, not responding. He thought he would have to wait another 5 to 10 minutes for the rescue team to arrive. After some calculation, he confidently said, It looks like enough. The smartass collapsed to the ground. Lai Di led the rescue team to the scene and issued orders to evacuate the injured members, reminding them to handle the scene properly. Kim Hee-mo remained silent, noting that there were no shapeshifters around. As expected, they are stalling, like Kwimi Ho said. Maybe someone has already escaped. A heavy footstep stomps down, and the thug appears like a giant demon with a savage grin. Are you ready? Everyone says that an immortal person cannot die. Then I'll crush your skull and see if it's really true. As soon as he finished speaking, he didn't try to punch in front of him. He moved like lightning, but ducked his head, then grabbed his wrist. The guy was quite surprised, eyes wide with shock as he realized he could be stopped with just one hand. He coolly and deep-voicedly wonders why he can't pull his hand back despite trying his best, then tightens his grip on his opponent's wrist, causing him to scream in pain. When he let go, his wrist was already bruised. Suddenly he fell back and he darted forward like lightning, leaving him no time to react. But then he was about to kick him with a flying kick. Suddenly he remembered that every move has its own direction of motion, and just by changing the applied force, he could alter the trajectory of the opponent's attack. Thinking that, he quickly grabbed his opponent's collar and decided to deliver an uppercut. The tremendous force sent the giant flying up and crashing to the ground in pain. I've practiced this move many times before. It probably won't take more than 3 minutes. The support team won't arrive for a while yet. So what do you think we should do, me and you? Are you planning to keep this form? There's a bag in the corner. He sat down calmly. A shapeshifter can turn into anything they see, right? But I heard you can only change your appearance to steal, not actually transform with magic. The lighter burning right in front of it shows no reaction at all. It was only when you brought the fire closer that it finally feared and surrendered. You should have done that sooner. I just want to ask a few things, so please put the lighter away and step back. And even if you ask, I won't have the answers you're looking for. It will ruin my life, but I can compromise. Before I could finish negotiating, he coldly said, without hesitation, forget it. Can you turn into something smaller? Like a cigarette, for example. Hearing that, it was startled. I can't. This is my limit, really? Then turn back into a human now, but it still shows no reaction, so he urges again. It hesitated and asked him to lend it something. He was puzzled and didn't understand. The aid group finally arrived and were extremely surprised to see such a scene. Kwang Wai calmly said, "Oh, you guys are here then?" While everyone was still wondering who that was, he reported seriously. Beta reports that the bastard ran away and wanted to fight, so I beat him to a pulp. And that bag he's carrying is the red-haired shapeshifter. I see. You did a good job. At this moment, Doan Ki Nam quietly approached, having nothing more to say as everything was resolved. Kwimi quickly called his heart back, and Kwang Yi's mischievous mouth leaned close to mock him. Thanks to me. He got so angry he shouted, "Get out!" Kim Dio, you say you were the one who defeated him? Yeah, just luck. Still, I didn't forget to throw shade at Ki Nam. I was able to do it because I wasn't distracted by the excitement of finding an enemy who resembled someone else. Hearing him say that, everyone admired that he was mean. Someone praised him as a really funny person. I'm very funny, but Bataba, do you know who you just defeated? He turned around in surprise. The red-haired girl was stunned, thinking he already knew. That is the level 3 wanted criminal Natabon, also known as Rhino. His mother must be very proud. Hearing that, he wasn't very surprised and thought that at least he must be connected to the terrorist organization, or he himself is a serial killer. The captain of the guard team sighed. He's a very powerful criminal. Taking him down would truly be impressive. Everyone thought it was a bloody battle, and that it was only because of the immortal's strength that he wasn't injured. But no one knew the fight ended with just one punch. Kim Hee-mo silently thought that letting him join the service this time was indeed the right decision. Then he turned to negotiate with LH. We have achieved our goal for this operation, and we don't have any of the equipment left either. She wasn't happy to hear that. An immortal fighting unarmed isn't exactly a great achievement. Kim Hee-mo smiled innocently. She shouldn't have revealed the truth like that. She sighed and agreed. She pointed to Kwang Wai and asked which rank he was, and he confidently introduced the new employee, Du Kwang Wai. Back in the office, Lai Dong-bong asked him, "Why do you keep showing off your name everywhere? You want to be a star?" I immediately justified. "It's just a habit," but he sneered. "I thought your childhood dream was to become a businessman." Kim Hee-mo uncovered that the criminal he caught was a member of the Bom Das terrorist organization. And the people who hired that shapeshifter are also part of the organization. Clearly, she is holding a secret of the spiritual organization, and it seems to be a top secret. Are you happy to have caught the terrorist? He smiled excitedly. Yeah, I'm pretty happy. Lai Dong-bong asked him to rewrite the report, but he didn't care. In her mind, she thought of the name Pom Thaus, a terrorist organization and a group of land scientist types. Those who want to grant all of humanity a special power, like the multi-talented fire gods to this world. Life really is full of crazy people. Suddenly, Bilo called his name and pulled him out of his thoughts. Huan asked him to go with him. He had already sat down but was still confused, not understanding what was happening. Facing the tense-faced man in the room, Jin Nam Mong, the chairman of Hoadim Telecom, sternly told him to sit down. I bow respectfully. Yes, I am the new employee, Du Kwang Wai. May I take a seat? You introduced yourself that way to all the police and shapeshifters? It was just an accident. He laughed. I see now. As humans, no one is perfect. Someone without a single flaw would be truly boring. I heard you caught the terrorist. What reward do you want? He looked confused and picked up his teacup. He wants to be promoted to assistant director, but he says he's ambitious. This achievement isn't enough to get him that position, but it's amazing considering he's only a rookie. He asked why he wanted to meet him, and he replied, "Because I am very proud of you." Then he asked what he liked. He remained silent for a long time and finally said, "The money I gave was partly for my mother, and I was very happy to see her happy." After the incident at the airport, he now understands why the senior is always so busy. They captured 5 major criminal groups in 3 months, and he participated in more than 10 black hole prevention missions. And he realized that the manager is really lazy and even hates your report. Why did you write that I pick my nose and sleep in the report? I was just reporting the truth. They are really noisy. You no longer fall down with a few punches and kicks like before. The manager has never fought with you for more than 10 minutes. From all those battles within that time, you realize one thing. The manager's strength has never shown signs of hitting rock bottom. 3 months after the airport mission, Duan carefully chose his words. I will kill them all. During mealtime, Lee Dong-hun said, every time she gets drunk, she acts like that. She only says it once, then it becomes a habit every time she drinks, and she will just stay silent. Just leave it be. Hey manager, do you think I will have a girlfriend next year? Lee Dong-bong sighed and said, I'm not a fortune teller. Can't you say something to reassure me? Lee Dong-bong turned around to threaten him that if he drank too much, he would beat him up if he did anything wrong. The dumbest one with food in his mouth, confidently thinking that anyway he is partly a transformed person. How can he be drunk? He thought that the food of immortals would be very different, but it was only slightly quieter than usual in the company cafeteria, a part of the old one because of the drunken car, so it was noisy like that. He slammed his cup of wine onto the table, sighed tiredly, and instinctively looked straight ahead. I'm very curious to know how much I've changed since the fight with Lee Dong-bong, when I declared I wanted a serious match with him. A fight where rank didn't matter. Lee Dong-hun and Do-an-A didn't respond at all. Lee Dong-bong asked, Are you drunk? No. 5 minutes later, Hin cheerfully invites him to the training center. The room's atmosphere is extremely tense. He asks if he wants to be brighter, and he decisively replies, No. He closed his eyes, thinking that the fights earlier were really boring. He smiled confidently, challenging him to come on, and outside now, his sister could hear the sounds of punches and kicks. Lee Dong-hun silently watches outside the door. Lee Dong-bong tries to hit him with a pillow, but he reacts faster and strikes his stomach with his elbow. Then he throws him away, his right arm completely broken, and now he decides to defend himself immediately. Suddenly he was stunned, eyes wide open. You let your guard down. Before he finished speaking, he rushed up and punched his face. In a flash, he grabbed his hand, realizing with sharp eyes that he was about to use the other hand to attack. He was stunned to see that it was the same arm he had just broken. Hang delivered a powerful blow that made him fall to the ground instantly, and finally he let out a relieved sigh. That bastard Lee Dong-hun approached the manager and asked, Did you just use it? No, but his hand is already broken. He said, He's the first after you, and he's very different. He looked at the person lying on the ground with a mysterious gaze. Yes, very different. Here is the list of new recruits provided by the HR department. Thank you. Is this the person the CEO chose? Yes, send me his file. Kim Dong-treo reviewed the information on Du Kwang-wai and made an assessment. B-level shooting skills, B-level close combat ability, and overall combat capability rated at B. Not bad. His immortality ability is too low compared to his close combat skills. Isn't such low ability considered useless? I heard he slept very well during orientation. With a mission completion rate of C, I didn't expect him to score so high in Security Team 3. Assistant Director Kang Him gave him nearly the maximum score on the final mission. Kim Dong pondered with a B for conduct, D for responsibility, D for teamwork, F for attitude, and A for decisiveness. He almost met all the criteria, but what caught his eye was the outstanding score for immortality, which was added by Team 3's manager Lee Dong-bong. He is helpless, a crazy guy who is good at fighting but cannot control himself and has very low immortality skills. We should just eliminate him. On the other side, Du Kwang-wai is also very anxious, wondering what criteria are used to evaluate immortality. Lee Dong-hun asked, What have you done since the orientation? Is there anything wrong with the evaluation? Oh, because you didn't attend the discipline committee meeting even though you were considered present, the committee didn't take you seriously, so your evaluation is like trash. I seriously believe that my sense of responsibility and teamwork should be rated higher, but the discipline committee meeting has a very big impact. And this attitude assessment too, because you keep opposing the manager. Just imagine every morning you hear your neighbor shouting like a slaughtered pig, and you immediately feel down for 2 months. Are you happy? He still ignores it. At least his decisiveness is appreciated. He wonders why there is a note about whether he can drink or not. The team manager suggested adding, You're really good at this. Hearing that, he turned and smiled, saying, Our little failure is a great drinker. It means the person in charge has marked you. He guessed it meant he would be the first to be fired because the red mark was a bad omen. He then noticed something else. Lee Dong-hun said that if you don't perform well in the upcoming evaluation, you'll be the first to be fired. That statement left him stunned like a statue. Announcement from the Flower of Humility. All staff gather in the underground training room for a competency assessment to make the final decision on your appointments. Kim Do-han and Bang Zui-te come to mock. Oh, who is this? You are the top potential unemployed person. Du Kwang-wai sat alone in a corner, feeling ashamed. I thought others couldn't see my reviews. There's always a way. So what about the company's confidential information being leaked? Come on, you bastard, you can do it. That's right, don't be sad. I'll treat you to a meal. You're feeling down, but I haven't gone far away yet. You bastard. An employee steps out to announce that the test will start immediately. Please move to the designated area. Kwang Wai asked if they had seen the Sixth Sense movie. Why does it seem so good? Because the main character is a ghost. No, because there is a twist. He turned around confidently and said the door now opened, revealing a room full of people, including Nam Mongzin. He said, I'm just a little curious. I can't miss such an interesting thing. This is a match between our strongest rookies. Doan Ki Nam chose Du Kwang Wai as his first opponent. Kwang Wai was not serious and was joking around. Little K Nam, do you remember I was keeping you like that? Don't act so familiar. What's with our little Ki Nam? Suddenly, the two look at each other with sharp eyes, ready to clash at any moment. Both are on guard. Kwang Wai suddenly lunged forward, rushing toward him. He remembered what he said to the discipline head. She asked what the difference was between these cards, the first one on the left. The third tile in the second row from the top, the fifth tile has a dot in the middle, and the sixth tile is thicker. She timed it at 3:48 seconds, a bit surprised that he was even faster than an S rank. He focused and threw a horizontal punch at him. Hiding the traces, the punch moves forward. He quickly reacts at lightning speed, and suddenly the camera screen flickers. The staff are worried. Is it broken? No, it's not broken. More than that, he started to stammer. Not 12G, 3 times the average ability of rookies. He swung a punch from below to the enemy's throat, but he refused to give up and continued to attack with his old moves. He quickly dodged and then delivered a palm strike from behind, leaving him no time to yawn. Endurance, stability, reflexes, quick reaction speed. All of them are beyond the average rating. He couldn't believe his eyes that the employee could be rated as SX. Doan Ki Nam opened his eyes in amazement. He kept dodging all of his attacks, and as he was paying attention to his traces, Kwang Wai spoke up. Sorry, Kam. I haven't shown my full power because I don't want everyone to know I can transform. He thinks he's stronger than all the immortals here if he tries, but this is his pride, and he can't hide it anymore. From now on, I am determined to reveal all my abilities. Immediately, I gathered my last strength and delivered the decisive punch. It immediately struck Ki Nam in the face, as the assessment of his abilities exceeded the standard. Lai Dongbong questioned Du Kwang Wai, knocked out Ki Nam's front teeth, and broke Neo's dental braces. Are you feeling proud of yourself? He casually reminds him to let it go. Kute is also unconscious because he dared to shout loudly, "Ui, if you want to fight Biho, you have to kill me first." Breaking a colleague's teeth. Are you a gangster or something? Once again, I clarify with Lai Dongbong. No, I am Du Kwang Wai, a third-rate employee. Should I also break down your door? I'm heading home now. Kwang Wai walked casually. Suddenly a car stopped where he was. The person in the car cheerfully introduces themselves. I'm Kim Dong Chow. If you're on your way home, why not come with me? You're Du Kwang Wai's employee. I have a project I'm developing, and there's an open position. Really? I was hoping you would fill that position. Suddenly, he was also confused. The mysterious man explained, you can work normally and become a volunteer when I start the project. He agreed without hesitation. He happily said, good. Do you like eating meat? His question made him wary. After a while, he stepped out of the car and he started talking to a mysterious person. Yes, sir. The CEO, it's very convenient, very talented and outstanding, as I mentioned, and I don't know if he understood the meaning of that gift. As he became more serious, he returned home. Kunhai wondered why the director gave him BBQ meat. I guessed it was a reward for his hard work after training. He became a third-tier employee, accessed more internal network information and documents, received higher salary and bonuses, and moved to a company building 5 minutes from work. But his parents started nagging again. If you have an unexpected child, make sure the mother is a beautiful woman. His team has very little to do with this. Don't you think you're at fault with Dong Hun? Work harder. Get out. Lai Dongbong announces that the meeting is starting. Are you thinking about the conversation with her again? I wonder why our team hasn't achieved any work accomplishments. Because we haven't done anything for them. He recalls and feels proud. So, why don't we do something else instead of just supporting when we participate in secret cases or catch those special criminals? His innocent question made her pause. The higher-ups don't like managing the team, so they won't assign any tasks. Hearing that, he froze for 5 seconds. Turns out he also behaves that way with everyone. Our team can still survive despite the lack of achievements. That's right. The assistant manager takes on the minor tasks of other teams and completes them for them. This is Dong Hun. Yeah, just leave it there. Du Kwang Wai confides in Lai Dong Hun. Assistant manager, do you need any help? He feels guilty for making you do the paperwork. Kwang Wai, you can do better. He asked in frustration. Can our team really stop working? Have we ever worked together? He occasionally smiled with hope. When the team manager brought back a major mission, Lai Dongbong announced that the whole team would have dinner tonight at Dong Hun's house, and everyone showed up immediately. Kwang Wai was surprised. So this isn't the manager's assistant's house, of course. This is the outdoor meeting room outside the secret office known as Deng Hun's house. Li Dongbong plugs in the USB and computer, and the projector lights up. He clearly called everyone's attention. This is a new material found in the white hole. Aeon stone. This is a material capable of storing aura. Inside Guang Yi's mind, aura echoes, a type of energy emitted by a person with power, unlike any other ability. Li Donghun explains, everyone can transfer energy in and out of the stone to change its power, yes. The analysis team says that the Aeon stone will usher in a new era of energy sources. It seems not all stones have the same capacity. Li Dongbong nodded in agreement. Among the findings, the highest grade announced was AA. A D-grade stone can power a flight from Incheon to New York, with nearly double the efficiency at each higher grade. So an AA-grade stone is enough to defeat an S-class shapeshifter. Hearing that, Kwang Wai was very impressed. Li Dongbong spoke up. Your statement that the S-rank AON stone has been found but not disclosed is correct. Li Dongbong nodded seriously without replying. There are at least 50 of these. Sensitive individuals are the first to discover them. They tried to seize them for themselves, but someone within the company leaked the secret. Because of the information leak, the psychics asked E4 for help, and Zim's special immortal forces were assigned to protect the Aeon stones. Getting a few stones as a fee for protection will just be a matter of negotiation and diplomacy. That's all the information from today's meeting, so their dinner topic will be about that. He pressed the button to present Security Team 3. A detailed plan for harvesting the A Sunstones appeared. All three of them were surprised. He asked Deng Hun, can we add Do and A and Kwang Wai? I will look into it, but if we want to create a scenario where we can intervene, then it's definitely possible. He hesitated for a moment before saying it. Li Dongbong was satisfied. Just as he was about to speak, Du Kwang Wai suddenly interrupted him. He looked clueless like a cow with a bow and asked what we should do now. Li Dongbong, confused, said to work. Hearing those two words, he couldn't help but smile. What are you laughing at? It's nothing. I just think it's pretty great. Seeing you smile somehow makes me feel uncomfortable. Then he seriously declared, anyway, we will get the pile of stones. 2 days later, a piercing scream echoed out. Stop right there, I said, stop. Seeing that, the puzzled guard turned back, noticing someone hanging from a tree in the restricted area. Before he could scold, someone rushed over shouting, get out of the way, to Kwang Wai and Kim Doan. They hurried over. These are the Special Immortal Action Forces. The guy immediately ran away. Crazy people. Why are they chasing me all the way to the white hole? The two of them looked at each other involuntarily, pretending to be extremely exaggerated in surprise. Hey, where did he go? I'm not sure anymore. It seems like he went in there. Seeing that, the two soldiers were stunned and shouted loudly to stop them. They reach into the white hole and gradually disappear into space amid the shouts of the guards. You boys are not allowed in there. A bullet was fired directly into its head. Everyone with guns went ahead on the reconnaissance, and the entrances on the left and right were safe, with no signs of the enemy. Seeing the 2 piles of stones, they reported back that they found the Divine Mirror Stones and will start moving them immediately. The drone is ready for transport. Li Dongbong frowns anxiously. Everything is going smoothly. Now Deng Hun's side's plan must also succeed. Over here, you and I are chasing the suspect. He immediately remembered Li Donghun's warning. About a meter from the white hole, there was a suspect robber, and he chased him into the restricted area before entering the white hole. In an emergency, special forces are allowed to enter the restricted area. Kwang Wai reaches out to the empty space, but he's not here. Whether guarded or not, you must go in there. The two of them stepped into the fog, but it only made them feel dizzy. It feels like someone is grabbing my head and spinning me around, like a heavy block of metal pressing down. Everything becomes blurry. Suddenly, a shadow flickered before his eyes, making him doubt, but he forced himself to focus. The figure became clearer. Then Kwang Wai suddenly opened his eyes wide. The surprised red-haired man with a gas filter asked, "Who are you?" He was still lost in thought, ignoring the discomfort of the others who looked like bodyguards from a psychic company. "Senior, what should we do now?" Seeing her stunned, he nervously asked, "Senior, you don't seem to care about the two of them." The red-haired man shouted angrily, "Who are you?" "I can only say that we are from the Special Immortal Force, chasing a criminal who sneaked in here." He replied, "You are the only ones who entered here. Do you really think you're covering for a dangerous criminal? From now on, the Special Immortal Force will take part in directing the plan and hunting down the special criminal." He frowned, his hand igniting with flames, shouting angrily, "Do you think this is your home?" Seeing this reaction, he became serious. He responded like that, but he didn't listen, shouting and counting to 3 without leaving. So Kwang Wai immediately carried out the plan to suppress the non-cooperative target. He released a smoke bomb. The smoke spread out and the red-haired man panicked and retreated, causing the masked and hooded figure to quickly cover his face. He placed his hand on her shoulder and gently said, "It's me." Over there, the red-haired man with his eyes and nose closed was wildly swinging flames. Damn it, he refuses to kneel down. As soon as we catch him, while he's rambling, Kwang Wai will immediately carry her and run away. Somewhere else, a car is driving along a rough road carrying a group of armed soldiers with supplies. Li Dongbong can't hold back and swears. The person next to him asks confusedly, "What's going on, Manager Li Dongbong?" He coldly said, "Too much dust. I will be the only official supporter." Remembering the last meeting, he declared directly, "During the small incident, Kim Do-in-A and the loser will steal a few boxes of divine power stones. The magic talisman on the chest will send a signal when the bearer is within close range of the other half. When the signal is activated, it means both have successfully infiltrated. If it gets wet, the signal will be very weak. At the same time, the device in hand beeps and the leader notices something unusual. There is an unusual signal in the area, and through the smoke and dust, a horde of monsters can be seen. Its eyes glow fiercely as it grins menacingly. They shouted out the announcement, "Number 12 Orc Demon," more than 20 of them allowed to use firepower. They charged fiercely and everyone kept firing at them. At the same time, inside the white pit, a fierce monster roared, "It is number 22, the Sea Serpent." Kwang Wai drew his sword and prepared. It charged fiercely, and he immediately lunged to land a few swift strikes on its body. It painfully swung its spiked tail to attack, hitting him hard, but he stabbed it once and gracefully curved away. Not far away, Do-in-A silently observes, overwhelmed by surprises, the 45 minutes he needs to stand, walk, listen, and feel everything as he enters the other world. Even an immortal must cross between the two worlds dozens of times to escape the headache within 5 minutes before lifting Vu, but they will still need at least half an hour to fight. Watching his every move, she quietly thought that even the fastest way to eliminate the psychic agency's people would take 2 days, but he had already dealt with them with just a smoke bomb. With Kwang Wai's current fighting style, he's testing the skills he just learned, fighting against an invader he just met for the first time. Do-in-A watched hesitantly, following his figure and questioning himself. "How many immortal people does it take to catch number 22? She replied, "I can't count." He sighed. "You're so cold." Kwang Yi put his sword back into its sheath and said, "It's okay. I can wait until the plan succeeds to get the reward." Then he looked straight ahead confidently and said, "Let's continue." A day after entering the other world, the two of them stepped deeper inside. Looking at the map in Song Kwang's hand, he turned and said, "It seems there's a small cave behind this hill. We should rest there for today." Their plan is to track the clues and follow the orders. Remembering the previous meeting, Li Dongbong pointed at the map and instructed to chase the moving soldiers with the divine stone and anticipate their route, then wait at that route. All right, he emphasized that something would definitely go wrong, so we should seize that opportunity to take the divine magic stone. As the flashback ends, she sits by the fire and says, "Sometimes I think our manager is a bit crazy." Do-in-A coldly and emotionlessly said, "Sometimes it's not just often." She sat down and spoke. "I see that happen all the time." Hearing that, he smiled, knew it right away. Time passed into Wednesday night, and even after entering the other world, the fire still burned brightly. He lay in his sleeping bag, lost in thought, and today they didn't appear again. The space grew silent, and he fell into contemplation, as a man and a woman in that tiny cave felt an inevitable bond forming between them. Then Kwang Yi glanced over, and now he wondered why she did this when she wasn't immortal herself. "Senior, are you asleep yet?" Do-in-A didn't bother to turn around. "It was only when you told me you wanted to ask her about this that she turned around. You wanted to know why she did this job, but she asked back." He casually replied to bring peace to the world. Hearing that, she remained silent. She replied indifferently, reporting her duty, while Kwang Wai leaned back with his hands behind his head, sighing in relief. Indeed, they are opposites. She didn't want to hear anymore. Go to sleep. Outside, everything is quiet and peaceful. As time passed, he suddenly felt that something was wrong. He opened his eyes wide, sat up quickly, and saw her wake up asking, "How many guys?" He softly responds, "2." At this moment, 2 men are approaching, and upon seeing the cave entrance, one of them stops. The 2 inside have drawn their weapons and are ready to fight. The black-haired man cautiously raises his gun and reminds them, "There's someone here." Then they charged forward, pointing their guns at her and ordering her to stand still, lowering their weapons and stepping towards us. Ren obeyed their commands but kept probing. "Who are you?" she asked, raising her hand behind her head as she stepped closer. The black-haired guy didn't answer and asked back, "That's what I want to ask you." Where are you from? Are you the only one? The idiot stepped inside to investigate but didn't realize he was hiding in the shadows. Taking advantage of his mistake, I rushed forward, slammed his head into the rock behind him, and as he panicked and pointed his gun to the side, I quickly grabbed his arm, broke it, and delivered a punch to his face to knock him out. The situation is changing. She points her gun at him to warn him to stay still, and the troublemaker has also been subdued by him. Checking their belongings, they have an automatic rifle and a radio, which means there's also a sniper among them. They were stripped clean, only their shirts and shorts left as he kept watch with his gun, and she turned to question them. What is your purpose here? Is there anyone else with you? What are you talking about? The black-haired man helplessly said we only came to make money by killing a few intruders. After hearing that, he was surprised and thought, freelancers coming at this moment? No way. These guys share the same idea as us, and in the silent space he realized they came here to eat the divine crystal ice. Remembering his words, he thought to himself, is this just an accident? Judging by how they prepared for this, it's not just a simple mishap. Guangyi looked up and called out, Senior. Do-and-A was silent for a moment before deciding to change the plan. In a distant place shrouded in dust and smoke, a burly figure blocks the crowd, and Lai Dongbong's face darkens as he frowns in frustration. That's really surprising. Seeing his expressionless face, Bong said, I thought your superior didn't care at all about the divine stone. But he calmly lifted his face with no expression and grinned with pleasure. I'm very happy, you damn bastards and mutated monsters. If you obediently hand over everything and leave, I'll be merciful and only deal with half of you. Dongbong thought to himself, annoyed and troubled, this is really troublesome. That guy has both the advantage of timing and opportunity. He even has no bildu. I didn't expect such a powerful person to appear. You, standing with your arms behind your back, say to him, I have to admit the divine stone is truly impressive. But is it really to the point that you have to come out yourself? Receiving his signal to stall, Dongbong's face turned cold as he understood the message. Keep him here, and he immediately sneered. Maybe little Pooh has been really bored lately, huh? Being mocked, he immediately got agitated and shouted. Dongbong is 2 years older than you. He nonchalantly continues. Age means nothing when you act like a child. You step forward and say, Pooh the little one, it seems you don't understand your current situation. I heard our little Pooh has been busy running away in the Philippines. When did she return to the country? Taking advantage of their argument, Bong Bong nodded and signaled. Dong Dong carefully stepped back as the leader spoke threateningly. I told you that next time we meet, I will cut your head off. They kept arguing about their age. He grits his teeth and threatens, you still consider yourself brothers with a human kid. Suddenly, someone speaks up. Enough. Hearing the sound, everyone looked back in panic, and then one person was taken down. She said, you are making a mistake. She led Lo Tran's gang after all. Do you really think things would be different if a few of you escaped by hiding your presence? Then he snapped his fingers to signal. None of you will escape here safely. Give up. Le Dongbong frowns worriedly. They already knew how many of us there were and our destination. The information has been leaked and there is a spy inside. The subordinate holding the radio says, the kill code has begun. He remained silent, pondering. Could he break through the encirclement using force and escape with those stones? But less than 25% of the forces will survive. Li Dongbong clenches his gun tightly. I don't like that. It came through the radio. The plan's name. The three of them waited anxiously for the next words, but what was just said left him stunned. What are you talking about? Shoot. Suddenly, a bullet shot straight into his thigh, causing him to scream in pain. Rose was stunned, her eyes wide, but Li Dongbong smiled triumphantly. Dongbong, you bastard, your stupid wordplay is beyond description. His face darkened with a sinister look. Luckily, it's manageable for now, kid. She hurriedly turned around. Could it be that she's now in the crosshairs of the gun in Duan's hand? A few hours before the ambush on the mountain, two people were observing. One of them suspiciously lowered his binoculars. Did you hear anything? Are they invaders? I didn't see any signal at all. I'm sure I heard something. Before he could finish his sentence, Kwang Wai swiftly struck with a punch, knocking him to the ground. The man beside him froze in shock, panicked, and pointed his gun, but the blade in his hand was already swung out, delivering a cut to his body. Are you not understanding the situation? Now we are the ones asking questions. You just need to answer. Now Do-and-A slowly approaches, and soon those two will be stripped clean, their hands and feet tied, lying flat on the ground. After checking, Kwang Wai told her that there was a super sniper and an immortal blood-hardened guard. This is the 5th location. Should we look elsewhere? She reviewed the information, then stood up to observe. We have checked the sniping positions. He replied, it seems they are not lying. There are no snipers here. Suddenly their radio crackled, and mangacap started aiming. Hearing this, he realized they seemed to be ready. Jen took off his gear. We should get prepared too. After assembling the armor, he was amazed by the result. It was her main weapon. Jen confidently smiles and says, "Its name is Sand Hippo." Returning to reality, Rose suspiciously scans around and asks, "Who was it that took out all our snipers?" At this moment, the leader shouted, "Special Immortal Force, form up for battle. Everyone ready your guns." They are panicking and taking cover on the other side. Rose, confused, runs to the back. A code flashes from the radio. "It's us," she shouted, asking who they are. He uttered some flowery words before seriously calling him a masterpiece of the era. Realizing he's been played, she grimaced in anger and cursed him, "You bastard." Then she ordered her allies to kill them all. The crowd kept firing at the opponents, some raising their guns to shoot back, others rushing forward with knives. I told my 2 subordinates to locate their position and send Vivi 7 there. They immediately obeyed. Yes, seeing her try to leave, Dungbong kept firing at her. "Where are you planning to go?" But all the bullets were deflected by Ponadu with an axe. Rose, with a sinister look, said, "That's your enemy, Dungbong." He grinned excitedly, his face shining with a sinister look. "Your brother is busy, so we'll talk later." But he gritted his teeth and firmly refused, saying, "Do not call me brother." He emphasized, "You are the real bastard." His pupils constricted in anger, and he fiercely charged with 2 axes attacking from both sides. On this side, guns fire bullets. Duane stops and says to move to the next point. Hearing that, he puts on his bag and stands up. Understood. Hearing the footsteps, Kwang Wai was startled. "They're coming." And a few steps ahead, 3 people are approaching, so 2 of us hide behind a large rock. He wondered in surprise, "What?" "They need to push us back quickly to regain the advantage in the fight," Vi 7 said coldly. "It's hard to find you, so just move around and observe the 3 of them. I find it a bit strange, but only send 3 people, the 2 behind. Don't seem like warriors." He sneered condescendingly and asked, "By the way, what is your relationship with the one behind you?" Kwang Ai looked at Duan with confusion, recalling when he carried her on his back and said, "She was the one who stepped on me before." He angrily growled, "What do you mean you're surprised by someone like you?" As he finished speaking, Vi charged forward wildly. "How dare you!" Then he swung a fist, but he quickly dodged and punched the rock. Suddenly a tuft of hair grew from his elbow. Seeing that, he was stunned and couldn't believe the hair growing from his elbow. He threw a powerful punch, so he raised his hand to block and staggered back a few steps. Suddenly she shouted and ran out, both of them stunned. She kept firing at him, but he dodged every shot. She was confused, thinking he was watching the gun and dodging. Vi's reflexes are really fast. Kwang Wai throws a punch, but that was just the opening move, and the punch lands hard on his chest. He didn't have time to pull back and had already grabbed his wrist. Kwang Wai instinctively showed a flash of fear. He froze when he heard Vi's stern voice say, "You should step back." He transformed into a full-bodied wolf with thick fur, red eyes blazing, and roared, "She is my target. You're just a snack." I was stunned to realize this guy was a shapeshifter, and he swung his hand to knock me off the beam. As I was thrown, I slid along the ground. Doan dropped her gun and ran to call Du Kwang Wai. She drew her pistol and shouted angrily, "Damn it!" In his subconscious, he clearly understood the sharp teeth and sparse fur. "I'm sure this is a hybrid shapeshifter created in a laboratory." He glared fiercely at the 2 of them, and I stood up to block her, saying, "Stay behind me." Doan looked confused and asked, "We have to fight together. You can't do it alone." Kwang Wai said seriously, continuing the battle. Seeing that, she was a bit stunned, then decided to run to the back so both sides could face each other. He asked coldly, "What is your name? Do you want to eat something?" He replied, "You are my food, and I just stand there quietly. From my instincts, I can tell this bastard is not some special hybrid." He lost consciousness and was driven by hunger, a starving monster created by humans. Kwang Wai raised his face and shouted angrily as Vi Binie bared her sharp, fierce claws and charged. He immediately launched a counterattack. Kwang Yi stared in shock, leaping back, but he also knocked off his hat. Seeing it fall, he was stunned and thought, almost lost. "This guy's the only one sent to eliminate us. The others seem just to monitor. I guess they think he's strong enough." Seeing Vi reveal his crazy monster-like appearance and roar fiercely, Dona standing behind was stunned, feeling as if his whole body was struck by lightning in a frenzy of bloodlust. Watching him anxiously, wondering if he's really okay, he licks his lips and rushes forward, swinging his weapon, but he quickly ducks to avoid it. "Sorry, but I have already fought against things like you before." Vi B blocks with his hand. Suddenly, he leaps up and slashes off the gun's head. Seeing that, he was stunned and stepped back a few paces, then reached out to grab him, but Kwang Wai had already bent down and charged forward, throwing a punch at his waist. As he retracted his hand, he suddenly saw the attacked area turn white and become hard, the punch only causing cracks. He stared in horror as he swung his hand to retaliate, but he quickly dodged and jumped back. Suddenly, sparks of electricity appeared where he struck, and white fragments spread everywhere. Kwang Wai became more cautious, thinking about shaping and the ability that allows a person to change the material of their bones. His entire body was covered by a hard shield, and deep down he had to admit he didn't want to accept it. But he was indeed a failed experiment. Meanwhile, a fierce battle is raging on the other side, with one subordinate shot and falling to the ground. Li Dongbong and Nopu are locked in a struggle, the visor on their helmets cracked. He chuckled and asked, "Ah, I say Viba. Sounds like the name of a toy, right? What is it?" Nobu chuckled mockingly. "Are you worried about your friend?" Dongbong calmly said, "I just hope one of them gets defeated." He replied with a cheerful laugh. "I don't know how many people you have, but we've sent an undefeated opponent, even against an army." Then he grabbed his axe and charged, sure that your friend would take him down. Lai Dongbong smiled slyly. "An entire army? He isn't even strong enough to fight your friend." Over here, Kwang Wai keeps attacking Vivai, surprised by his abilities. The ability to shapeshift to harden the body and have incredible physical strength is a very powerful skill. His eyes gleam as he extends his sharp claws, leaning towards him. Kwang Wai feels confident. "But I also have a skill I taught myself." He reacts quickly, using a stealth move to disappear instantly. Noticing his disappearance, Vi turns his head and glances around to look for him. At that moment, he appeared and attacked his body. He solemnly withdrew his hand. Seeing your fury, he swung his arm up. Kwang Wai moved with lightning speed, distracting him, and then continuously struck his body. Suddenly, a white patch on his body shattered and fell away, revealing raw red flesh. He screamed in panic. Seeing that part of the plan was complete, he taunted with a challenging look and said, "Your body is very tough. I just need to keep hitting until it shatters." Hearing this, Vi 7 became enraged, opening his mouth with sharp teeth and rushing forward angrily. Kwang Wai looked at him seriously, focusing his senses, concentrating on a living thing to predict its movements. In his subconscious image, he fiercely reached out his hand, and he could only raise his hand to shield himself. His eyes lit up, relying on the creature's movements and eye shifts. Sure enough, he attacked as he had predicted. Sensing something was off, he frowned, but I had already raised my fist straight at his head because I didn't anticipate Vi 7 falling for the trap. Kwang Wai raised his face, let out a sigh, and slumped to the ground. "I'm exhausted." The two guys saw Vivi 7 was defeated and immediately drew their swords and guns. "That guy's exhausted. We'll take him out." They see him sitting still and taking it, which confuses them a bit, not knowing he's smirking and then tilting his head to show them. "I'm worried you'll run away. I shot one in the head, and the guy next to him panicked and kept firing. Damn it, but his skills are so poor that not a single bullet hits the target." Kwang Wai rushed forward, using his strength to push the guy's head down to the ground. He said, "Calm down, I don't usually like dealing with others," then muttered a spell. He looked confused and bewildered, then suddenly she shouted, "Get out of the way." He dodged to the side, then Done, and shot him with a pistol, sending him on his way. Then she explained to him that it was their self-destruct bomb. He helplessly complained, "You almost shot my hand. I believe in you." Hearing that, he was surprised that I would avoid. She looked at Vivi 7, then at this and that, and straightforwardly turned to leave. "The situation has been resolved, they have retreated. Let's go." Kwang Wai smiled happily, knowing he had received a compliment, even though he still didn't know how successful the mission was. The battle here has ended, but many are still fallen. Remember Nudu's arrogant look, and Kwang still adds, "This time I will let you go." Lai Dongbong frowned, extremely annoyed, and said, "Even when the mission is over, he's still so arrogant." At that moment, the leader looked at him and asked, "Who is that person?" Manager Lai Dongbong, the one who took out their sniper. He casually replied, "Kim Do-eun A and Du Kwang Wai from my third-level security team." He silently thought seriously, "They saved us." He's not someone who will easily forget the excellent performance of the staff. I'm sure both of them will receive good evaluations. Suddenly, the red-haired guy appears and points at everyone in surprise. Lai Dongbong helplessly responds, "Are you still here?" After the battle, Dongbong secretly took some items from the box. No one is watching right now, right? If anyone notices something unusual, he just whistles and changes the subject. Back at the office, Lai Dong-hun sat cross-legged on the chair, sighing, leading the way through the white hole to another dimension to catch a criminal. He must be running fast, doing a good job. He looked at you and said, "Tomorrow he'll write the report so you can go home today." Kwang Ai hesitated, but in his mind he thought, "How can I say that the mission has failed here?" Lee Dong-hun put on his coat, grabbed his bag, and happily walked away, humming a tune. I will also get to go home early today. He silently thought, no need to say it, right? The sky outside gradually darkened. Do you know that the higher the employee satisfaction rate, the closer the workplace is? And I walk along the street, and I say, I like living in the dormitory for that reason too, only a 5-minute walk. Kwang Wai turned to speak. Are you taking that road right? So speak up today. He looked at her confused, saying nothing, just remaining silent. Sensing the unusual atmosphere, he asked, what's wrong today? Done turned away to avoid eye contact. I trusted you. After finishing, she immediately left, leaving him standing there in a daze. A moment later, she opened the apartment door and collapsed inside, her whole body becoming weak. She was terrified, beads of sweat on her forehead, realizing the side effects of the drug. She tried to sit up, leaning against the wall, panting, thinking it wasn't as bad as she had imagined. I didn't use much the first time, thanks to someone. She immediately remembered the confrontation between him and V&A, exhausted but trying to reassure herself. I trusted him, so why did I doubt him twice in a row? And so she kept lost in her endless thoughts. Do I feel guilty? If I were just an ordinary immortal, would I be fooled by a shapeshifter? Remembering the moment on the road, she felt a bit guilty, but then she smiled with a mysterious expression. He's not exactly normal either, so I guess I should treat him to dinner someday. The next day, Kwang Wai looked at the office building and sighed. What now? He quietly worries that the theft of the divine crystal has been completed and the company has kept it secret. But they saw him there. He frowns, his eyes darkening, thinking he just needs to avoid revealing the otherworldly incident and come up with a reason. The girl finished reviewing the documents, pushed up her glasses, and said, no problem, you can go now. Then she added, the association has some complaints, but considering what you all have done, it's completely reasonable. Hearing that, Kwang Wai was confused and didn't understand what was happening. When he opened the message and saw the compliments mixed with teasing, he became even more surprised. The company rewarded us with more divine crystal stones. Without you two, the mission would have failed. Hearing this, I became even more confused, so he clarified that your excellent performance in the other world earned you the promotion. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps echoed, and someone called out, Du Kwang Yi, causing both of them to turn around. That person was none other than the security director of the Research and Development Center. He recognized him as the leader of the main team at that time. He thanked him and handed him a belt with a gun inside. Kwang Yi was surprised and reached out to take a gun with a blade on top. Seeing this, Lee Dong-hun shouted that it was the Slack Knight. He asked in surprise, why did you give this to me? He turned to leave and then replied, we want to thank you. He walked away and Lee Dong-hun pointed at the gun, saying, this thing is worth at least $10,000. Hearing the money, he was shocked, but he added another sentence. If it's from him, it's worth much more. He announced that you and I will be promoted. At this moment, Lee Dong-bong approaches happily without any bad smell, and Kwang Wai joyfully raises the gun. I'm just lucky I haven't contributed much thanks to Do-in-A and him. This sycophantic attitude makes him despise it, and he mutters a curse under his breath. He walks past, speaking with disdain. Do you think this is the right time to celebrate? That's why I call you Stinky. Watching his figure, Kwang Yi whispered to Lee Dong-hun, he's jealous of me, isn't he? But he only replied, write the report. I was a bit disappointed and thought to myself, just write the report first. His fingers quickly glided over the keyboard as he thought to himself that a great report is an honest report. Suddenly he froze, his face darkening as he remembered that the reason for the ambush failure in the other world was because he and A appeared at the right time. Everyone would have a better chance of surviving if everything went according to plan, but then things might take a different turn. Reflecting on the question, do you think this is the right time to celebrate? What does he mean? He continued writing the report, silently reflecting that the only reason for this was leaked information, likely an insider within the immortal forces, especially after a thorough check revealed an inside man. A week passed quickly, and then the moon hung high in the night sky. Inside a brightly lit shop, a scream rang out. Lee Dong-bong slammed her glass down hard, while superiors always took all the money, and subordinates worked tirelessly like dogs. Lee Dong-hun beside him advises, it's not worth it. He took Lie to the bar for another drink. Just say no. Why are you so strict? Today you got promoted, and Lee Dong-hun immediately told the staff to bring 4 more plates of 3-layered meat. I'm about to go bankrupt over just one meal, and they even ordered more alcohol. After hearing that, I just slump my head into my hand in exhaustion. By now he's so drunk his face is flushed. This damn company even has insiders, might as well go catch him now. Why didn't you consider the people above? Lee Dong-bong thought it made sense, and immediately said, All right, you've never considered this option before. Write a report right away. Then she ran over to put her arm around him and express her thoughts, not knowing what they would say if he sent that report. That's right, we understand. But you know, that's now just a matter of time. Small mistakes like that happen sometimes. It sounds serious, but we can also get rid of a lot of problems if we don't have to worry about them. Whatever, forget it. Then he patted my head dismissively. Those guys will say that, got it? Kwang Wai thought, looking dejected and pale. Why did he only talk to me? After drinking for a while and recalling his irritable look on the way home, he pondered silently. My salary is higher than his. What is he spending on? Lee Dong-hun's words. Modern terrorism has changed a lot. They even have savings companies. What if they don't put their money there? For example, what if they send stolen money from their superiors? Lee Dong-bong angrily replied, no one will need to work for the company anymore. Remembering he was lost in thought, elsewhere the phone rang, and the man immediately answered. Kwang Wai immediately said, I was just calling to ask what you were doing. Duan-ho replied, I see. So now is the right time to check in. Sun-hai guessed it was him calling, apologized for being wrong, and said she would check in more often. Then he proceeded to share the suspicions. There's a villain everyone knows about but can't do anything to. What should you do now? From the other side, he teasingly asked, do you fight with the Samsung Air? If so, then we need to temporarily isolate ourselves for a while. Kwang Wai helplessly protests. That's not it. After a moment of discussion, he suddenly exclaimed, then go for the shin. Hearing that, he was stunned. Attack the shins. Since Ho confirmed, he gradually understood. So if it's not the head, then it must be the ankle. Then he told the child he would call back later. But before he could finish speaking, the call was cut off. He immediately calls the manager. Lee Dong-bong frowns. Answer the phone. What's going on? Kwang Wai hurriedly asked, where are you? He replied, I thought he hadn't been to the bar the other day. If you come, you'll have to pay. He ran off to answer his phone. Manager? Why did you think he was the inside man? Hearing that, he froze just as he raised his glass of wine. He kept rushing down the street, definitely having an insider. The first hypothesis is that the insider could be a high-ranking official beyond the reach of the Anwarim security team. The second hypothesis is that if that person is loyal to Permit High, the government would definitely take action, even if he is a senior official. The third hypothesis is that he's just working with Permit T8th. If he's working with Permit, he doesn't need any connection to them. It can only be the fourth hypothesis, that he's in it for the money. Kwang Wai runs off to answer his phone. The high-ranking officials want to hide their feelings. Possibly an organization like Permit though would give them money in exchange for turning a blind eye to their activities. Hearing this, Lee Dong-bong stands up and asks, where are you? Suddenly he forcefully pushed the door open and said, be careful when you step inside. If you can't hit the head, then aim for the shins. And then he straightforwardly suggested, why don't we steal the money from his inside man? Lee Dong-hun looked over in confusion, thinking he had gone home. He took a sip from his glass, then placed it back on the table, smiling wickedly as the money was pushed toward the door. We will discuss this case tomorrow. In front of Company M and the boss at a building on the main street, the receptionist looked over in surprise. A guy in a black hoodie carrying a bag walks in. The guard recognizes him, surprised, wondering when he had come in. Then he said, who are you? And he immediately pulled out his gun and shot the guard in the thigh. Another guard reveals his transformed form, bearing sharp fangs and extending claws. Who do you think you are? Kwang Wai spun around and punched the guy, knocking him to the ground, then pulled a long gun from his pocket and aimed it straight at the manager, who was fumbling to find the button. He said, don't press the alarm button. Let me do it. The whip strikes the ceiling repeatedly, causing everyone to panic and cover their heads, bowing down. After this, Kwang Wai threatens everyone to put their hands behind their heads and sit down without making any noise. If you hear any noise, I will blow everyone's brains out, he coldly said. Pray, don't move or think about anything. The scene shifts back to the meeting with MNY and the boss, the second largest financial group that lends private money and owns a bank. Lee Dong-hun crosses his arms and introduces the organization, which was founded by the terrorist group Permit T8, including the first location and 2 more sites. Get them. You're planning to say that, right? Kwang Wai listens seriously. He hesitates for a moment before explaining. Usually we trace the origin and follow the money trail with the help of the Financial Services Committee, but we won't succeed that way. We don't have much time either, so let's proceed in the fastest way possible. If we can't catch the impersonator off guard, then just go all out. Hearing this, Lee Dong-bong and Doan A were stunned, and he asked blankly, what's with that look? He sighed in amazement. So you're not an idiot after all. He calmly asked, do I look like a fool in your eyes, senior? He replied casually, compare yourself to who you were before. Kwang Wai recalls the time he was rambling and arguing with Dongbong, feeling a bit dazed before confidently saying, "I thought I had left the impression of being an extremely intelligent person to everyone." He replied, "No one ever said I was truly that smart." Suddenly, Lai Dongbong voiced her suspicion. "What is the reason? Why did you mention the fake name?" He bluntly said, suddenly realizing after hearing him complain every day that our team manager really had all the money stolen. He was furious, but he added that basically he was also robbed. "Yes." Kwang Wai confidently expressed that he is a loyal guy, and I've thought about it, wondering what I can do for my teammates whose efforts have been stolen by the company. Hearing that, Lai Dongbong could only stay silent and turned to tell him, "Donghun, write the plan." He said blankly, "What about the permit application?" He assured me he would take care of it. He stood up to assign tasks. Do-1A, find out more information. Pull out a few liars. She knows her mission clearly. He looked at him and asked what I was doing. He frowned and replied, "The center." He points at you and gives a knowing smile. Just by looking at his face, it's obvious he's the main character. Kwang Ai was stunned, not understanding anything. Back to the present through the camera footage, a masked man is clearly visible. "Has that bastard been found yet?" the other person replied. "We've checked all the surveillance footage around the area but haven't found anything new." The team leader's hand clenched tightly as he thought. He opened the safe in 5 minutes, exploiting the camera's blind spot to escape. He must be someone special. Who is it after all? The subordinate approached to report, but the captain, having an urgent matter, only said, "I know." The subordinate stammered and denied, claiming it wasn't about that. Manny and the boss of Zuya's area have also arrived. The team leaders stared in shock. The flames are raging there, burning all the money in the safe. Guang Yi walks out proudly. He thought he was the one making this suggestion, but recalling Lai Dongbong's mischievous smile and the words, "I bet they won't imagine us stealing both positions," he was sure he was truly an idiot. The manager stared in shock at the flames before him, trembling as he said, "Are you crazy to burn all this money?" He just brushed past like that. After completing the mission, Kwang Wai sped away from the scene and quickly rushed into a building. After a while, he stepped outside dressed in a different outfit, carrying a bag and suitcase as usual, and suddenly noticed a girl waiting nearby on a motorcycle. Do-1A lifted his hat and said, "Get in the car, don't make any noise." Before carrying out the mission, Li Dongbong submitted the plan, and the assistant immediately refused after reviewing it. "I will handle it myself if they allow such a crazy plan." He bowed his head and assured us that if this final plan failed, we would all be burned to gold, including myself. That incident caused so many people to be out of work for months. Looking at the draft plan on the table, he tried to convince the target to be MN and placed in Hapyeong, and naturally, Super and Gangnam would not harm civilians. The assistant irritably flips through the plan. Lai Dongbong mentions the disappearance of the Special Immortal Forces and the Evil Society. If it starts from here, others won't think much about it. We have to strike back. In the end, the assistant secretly agreed. "Just do as you wish, I have nothing to do with it." After that incident, a series of related articles kept topping the news rankings, with no one able to identify the culprit, and within 10 minutes, 2 banks were bombed. After watching the news, the assistant gritted his teeth in anger and muttered, "These crazy people really went through with it." Meanwhile, after finishing dinner, Kwang Ai happily smiled and said, "Thanks for the meal, manager." Stepping out of the bar, Dongbong muttered irritably, "The fool told you to take some money with you." He chuckled. "I can't become a thief." He still looked annoyed, as if that money wasn't illegal money at all. Seeing her keep her head down and ask with concern, "Senior, are you drunk?" Do-1A replies, "We punched those bastards right in the face. It felt so good. I hope that one day you will help me punch that captain's face too." Suddenly he stopped and warned seriously, "And don't relax too much, you're the newest one." Hearing that, Lai Donghun laughed loudly and nudged his arm. "Now you're the newcomer instead of that stinky kid." "Congratulations then," Kwang Ai said unhappily. "I don't feel grateful for that kind of blessing, but a little happiness still rises in my heart. But now I feel like I am already a member of the team." The next morning remains a peaceful day. In the elevator, he couldn't hide his joy, a smile still on his face. Seeing that, Bang Kui-tae asked in surprise, "What's going on?" He calmly replied, "Nothing. If you don't believe me, just say so. Your face shows it already, but Kwang Wai just makes an excuse that he just washed his face." He gave up in frustration. When the elevator doors opened, he and the others looked at the scene before them in shock. The other members of Security Team 3 are being questioned by the group, with Bat Dajiam Lan Lan Lung examining them. "Do you have anything else to say?" Lai Donghun suddenly stood up and shouted. "This makes no sense." She casually said, "I am asking manager Lai Dongbong." Kwang Wai asked in confusion, "What is going on?" She heard and turned to reply, "Investigating internal corruption." Is the newcomer also involved in this? He sneers, speaking dismissively. He's only been here for 6 months. What does he know about corruption? Just arrest him and look intimidating, arguing like a thief. After they left, Lai Dong-hun and Do-in A stood up and followed. Lai Dong-bong passed by him, telling him to get back to work. The newcomer. As soon as he finished speaking, the office was empty, except for him. During the break outside on the balcony, the two of them were chatting and exchanging words. The superior had just ordered an investigation into internal corruption, which he found hard to understand. He replied that he had no detailed information. Doan Kinam opened a can of water and said, "In this field, there will be many times when I have to do dangerous, illegal things. If we dig too deep, we'll all get caught." Kwang Wai asked suspiciously. "What if we get exposed?" he continued. "Luckily, you'll only be fired or suspended. So, if things go wrong, you'll become a criminal. And where do criminals usually end up?" He grew more contemplative, saying, "We only robbed a bank to catch the imposter. Soon, the management team and everyone else will be interrogated again. It can't be a coincidence." Kwang Wai asked nervously, "What will happen to me?" After drinking, he threw the cup into the trash. This will be the last time the manager plays the hero, pretending not to know anything. Don Kanam leaves annoyed, silently doing nothing but breathing. Seeing the boss's questioning message from the headquarters, he regrets blaming himself, wondering if he just did something stupid. Deep down, he realizes that his plan to catch the imposter ultimately caused his colleagues to end up in a worse situation. While still confused, he suddenly remembered Lai Dongbong's words that woke him up. "I still have to steal the money and protect the main location." Now at Money Company with the boss, he spread out a pile of documents on the table and looked at his stern face as he said, "Do you admit to having more than this? Even if only half of these documents are true, you will face at least 10 years in prison." Lai Dongbong immediately denied. "I have no idea what you're talking about." That person angrily threatens, "Don't make things more complicated. If you admit to some of these fees, we will handle the rest." He picked up the thick stack of documents, frowning, and said, "I'm asking about the person requesting this investigation. I don't want to hear him say that the other called Manager Li Dongbong, he doesn't care at all. There are things even the CEO doesn't know. Many of these are just based on my guesses. Am I right?" The other person reproached him, saying, "You know things will get more difficult if you keep acting like that." He boldly laid out the documents, since there was no way to get through this easily. Then the other person said something shocking, that they would open a trial. "You want it that way?" Hearing that, Lai Dongbong was startled and asked about the time. The other person replied, 2 days from now. He crossed his arms and thought, "It's too late now. That's the only trump card left." At the same time, Nam Mongzin looks out the window to find me from somewhere just to talk. Isn't that a bit naive? Do Kwang Wai staff, you stand in the CEO's office and ask straightforwardly, "Are you still watching me?" He remains silent and glances over, and you calmly say, "There must be a reason. I want to prove that reason. Please trust me and allow me to do one thing." Hearing that, Nam Mong sneered. He flipped through the documents and said, "There will be a trial for the members of the 3rd security team. You will be removed from there, so you only have 40 hours left." He hesitated for a moment before firmly revealing his intention. "You want to rob the terrorists' bank without any support at that time and bring the imposter here." Kwang Yi awkwardly denies. "No, I didn't say that, but he doesn't care. Do you have to do it that way for me to accept this plan? You want some help, at least a little support, right?" Nam Mongjin firmly refuses. "No support. I have been watching you because I believe you have what I am looking for. I just need to catch that worm ruining the broth." Hearing that, his eyes grew deeper, and he reluctantly agreed. "All right, I will do that." He left, and the door closed behind him. Papilo exclaimed in admiration that he was ruthless, and he froze, asking, "What did you say?" He then evaluated, "You know he won't be able to do that." Nam Mongjin leans back comfortably in his chair, but that's not a good habit. Underestimating others, yet he doesn't agree when talking about his performance during the test, his ranking in the exam. And what he did in the plan, he's a talented person, but he still hasn't broken through that wall. He glanced over and asked cautiously, "What do you think I chose him?" He subtly teased, "Are you the illegitimate child of the Lord?" Did he answer no? Nam Mongzin casually said that he's good at just making friends with others. I killed a few to support him back then. Pablo didn't believe it and continued, "I can't do that given my position." He argued, "What's the difference if he's an easygoing person?" Nam Mongzin smiles knowingly, the big ones are elsewhere. On this side, Kwang Wai sends a message to Kwimi Ho to meet happily on the rooftop. It wasn't long before she arrived. He looked over and told her she should reply to the message. I looked everywhere for her. She folded her arm and spoke coldly. "I was busy talking quickly. You said I was responsible for the money and the rescue during the terrorist attack." Hearing that, she scolded and demanded compensation. He handed over the plan, which had been approved by the CEO. First, the money and rescuing the main location come first. Then look at her with a serious expression and ask her to join me in fighting there. She just called him an idiot, but still took a close look at it. He advised, pay off my debt and leave a good impression with the CEO. Isn't there a better opportunity? She asked about the commander, and he confidently pointed to himself. Then, when asked about the other teammates, he pointed to her. Hearing that, Quim Miho-ho immediately turned around, but was caught by him. Then she coldly said, "Who?" Kwang Wai replied, "The person who taught me looks just like that bastard. Right now he's sitting leisurely drinking coffee in the park. Knowing you've gone to Dungko Bao and 2 other places, why are you here?" He approaches flatteringly, and I feel a bit worried. Uncle is the ultimate symbol in this matter. Creating art through retirement and theft would be better with your help. He glared irritably. The kid looked at me like he was hearing nonsense when I told him about it. He smiled brightly and sat down, putting his arm around me. "Just once, sir." What if Dung asks me why I refused? Kwang Wai looks at me with wide eyes, threatening. Thang Thien wouldn't know what to say, sir, he snapped in frustration. That's why I don't work with government guys. He cheerfully said, "Just kidding. Make a quick decision, buddy." He looked uncomfortable and frowned, reluctantly agreeing. He was glad to know he could trust you. Not long after, on the rooftop, the group observed the MNY company and the boss. Through binoculars, they clearly saw armed security personnel, and although the headquarters had increased security, it was obviously the entire force as predicted. Dung told me that from the beginning they had no security. Now it's everywhere, and the security system has been raised to the highest level. He sighed. Even 5 of us can't do it. Kwimiho casually said, "It's been like this lately." He smirked and replied, "Yes, we need to start a conflict and break it apart." He analyzed that normal methods wouldn't work. If everything functions like a main security system, then it only needs to be broken before it starts. That's why we need to start a war. Kwimi looked at the equipment behind him. Dung imagined the wall melting away, adding and causing it to liquefy as the chaotic battle melted the protective wall behind the main pillar, and it collapsed. The anonymous superhero will help with that part. She casually asks about that person. He responds. They arrive and leave as needed. She agrees easily. Kwang Wai lowers the binoculars. The main reason is due to nerve shock. The Psychic Association will be furious about this challenge, and we will crush this prophecy. Kwimiho felt a bit emotional and said, "If you hire seasoned superheroes, the plan becomes too simple, so I immediately reasoned that simplicity can sometimes be effective." She remained calm, saying, "We are just walking into the fire ourselves." Then he brought out the binoculars, which is why I asked for your help. You're quick-witted, so I relied on you to support the team leader. She suspected she was being followed, but he responded that everything was from Duan. Hearing that, she felt uncomfortable. Then she reached into her bag, took out 3 masks, and told the 2 of them to wear these, saying they were light and wouldn't fall off easily. She thought it was great. Kwang Wai asked, "Who designed this?" Dungko replied, "It's me. Do you have any comments?" He put them on his eyes with a mysterious look. "No." "All right, let's go." After getting ready, he stepped forward, gun in hand, walking confidently ahead, planning to run as far as possible before they arrive. A security guard saw an immortal beside him being sent off and raised his gun, but he was quickly tackled with a knee to the face. The 2 fallen caused a big commotion that shocked the other guards. He jumped down, kneeling on one knee, shouting, "It's a tiger, you bastards." The protected area has been marked with various colors on the map. Manny and the boss are protected by security forces. She is in charge of the surrounding area. Kumi takes out a pen, assuming there's no need to worry about the residents being involved. She drew on the map, dividing it into 16 regions. "Remember the locations and names of each area. I will give you the order of each place." Kwang Wai also agreed. She stood up to turn away with the mask in her hand, but he stopped her by speaking up and threw her a protective talisman to hold. He left. Kwimi quickly swallowed all the medicine, then threw it on the ground. The medicine was called Ze Tam, also known as popcorn. It enhances physical abilities, making the user more agile and unpredictable. She feels her physical condition has improved. She used binoculars to look down and saw Kwang Wai continuously firing. She remembered how Du Kwang Wai defeated Dunkinam in an instant with a punch that always scored perfect marks in every test, demonstrating his observation skills and quick planning. In her previous mission, he had captured a level 3 criminal called Rhino. Ending her memory, she silently thought she didn't want to admit that he was very talented at observing and reporting to him that Area 3, giving him 256 seconds to move in. The opponent fires at him. Kwang Wai blocks with the gunstock, then immediately hits him with a brass knuckle to the head. A security guard rushes up to restrain him, but he fights with one hand and controls the other, while she keeps updating his position to create chaos and hide the heat signature behind the safe. Queenie on the rooftop analyzes the situation in her mind while verbally giving him directions. Turn right and fight. She knows she must read the situation and convey everything to him just to create chaos. Noticing something unusual, she carefully reports from behind the left pillar. Hearing that, he suddenly realizes and jumps up to dodge behind the wall, avoiding the gunfire from above. As the last bullet fell, a cloud of black smoke suddenly rose, and the guy was stunned. A blade sliced through the smoke and shot straight into his head through the goggles. He was startled and dropped his gun. That knife was thrown by Kwang Wai, and that tiger knows how to fight. At this moment, someone shouts to catch him. The security guards rush out in a rush. The 3 security guards aimed their weapons at him, but he quickly slipped into the alley. The leader said, "The target is moving into the alley ahead." Following him, 3 cautious men approached. One stepped in to scout and reported back that it was empty inside with no sign of the target. Another angrily shouted, hiding his presence as he crouched behind the wall, while Kwang Wai was lurking on the wall, gun aimed at them. He fired a few arrows at the one behind him to send him on his way, and at that moment the leader was startled and turned around. What the hell is that? Before he could react, he rushed down to deal with him immediately. The other guy threw away his helmet and transformed into a wolf howling. He swung his hand to strike his heart, but he managed to break just in time, and realized something was wrong. Panic and horror filling him. The hairy hand of the man was tightly grasped by him, trembling. "Immortal One, I don't know how to thank you." After finishing, Kwang Wai threw a punch directly at the face of the guy, thanking him for removing his helmet. At the same time, another guy kept aiming his gun at him and shooting. He quickly used the transformed figure as a shield, his eyes flashing as he swung forcefully, throwing the other into the gunfire. Quimmy shouted a warning, "Watch out for your head." Hearing that, he quickly ducked down to dodge a few bullets. He thought to himself, "Sniper?" 3 snipers approached, threatening with their voices. "If you keep going, we'll send you to heaven." Kwang Wai looked over and, realizing it was probably over, said, "Time's up, you bastard," then shouted, "Go hunt some chickens." Then they kept firing forward and he decisively ran away. Kimmy shouted a warning, 2 guys at the right corner, and behind them one holding an axe in a ready stance. He immediately drew his gun, ducked to avoid his axe swing, then shot him in the stomach. He couldn't dodge the burn and fell backward. The teammate was stunned by that, so he didn't wait long, quickly jumping out and firing a deadly shot at him. I fell to the ground as Kwang Wai quickly moved past following Quim Hu's orders, heading straight to the parking area on the upper floor next to the front building to rescue them. Over here, I received information that the security guards were exchanging words. Are they sure they are using remote controls? I did it. But he disabled it with his own power, so is he really immortal to be this strong? They saw you and shouted loudly, "Stop or I will blow you and the car away." The green-haired guy shouted with a local accent, "What are you doing on our turf? Get out of here." While the police and security guards argued, Kwang Wai clenched the car until it was full of scratches. The blue-haired guy shouted, "Don't mess with these people, it's disgusting." Suddenly hearing a loud noise, everyone looked over in surprise and saw him lifting a police car with his strength, leaving them all stunned, and the green-haired man quickly ordered to shoot. He became serious and the security guard kept firing non-stop ahead. The remaining guy raised his gun. The green-haired one froze in surprise, then exclaimed, "Wait, that's a grenade, but that guy already pulled the trigger?" A missile-like bullet tore through the air and sped straight toward the car he used as a shield. At this moment, the ceiling in another place is slightly shaking. Dungko secretly admires the person in front and thinks, he's really powerful. He used his strength to melt the wall. Thanks to him, I suspect someone will discover us. Suddenly he shouted, confusing him, and asked, "What's wrong?" Seeing the large hole in the wall, he replied, "There's a second wall. You honestly said it's the back wall of the Iron K. Just melt it." He immediately agreed, while Dungko secretly calculated that everything was going smoothly. The problem was that he was worried about Kwang Yi, but he didn't know that after that missile exploded, he had collapsed on the ground, one arm destroyed. So would he arrive here in time? A large section of the wall was shattered after the explosion, and Kwang Wai painfully dragged himself across the ground. Ah-Ha is determined to make the manager pay when he returns. He trembled as he got up, thinking to himself that he had to treat him to a barbecue meal and then wipe out his credit card. "Seeing you like this," the guard muttered in admiration. "You've been awakened for a long time. Do you really think the unyielding can't die?" He frowned, thinking to himself, he's excellent in combat. More than half the troops are isolated and unable to fight. And the explosion created a hole in the wall, with surrounding walls cracked and shattered. But Kwang Wai stood up calmly and said, "The holy mountain is angry. That's why I am here." The security guard was stunned, cursing under his breath. The police officer tried to reassure himself, this guy is crazy, but still very clever. He picked up his phone and saw a warning sign. We also have someone like that. Smart and crazy, the message on the screen showed that Ho's assistant had been found. He remembered that two people always appeared from behind a green-haired figure stepping out of a hole in the wall. On this side, Ho was startled when the shapeshifter threw a punch and she quickly ducked to avoid it. She felt confused. Where did that come from? Before she could understand, he spun around and punched her hard, knocking her back. And suddenly she was lying on the rooftop floor. He said he moves as if he knows every position from above, so he must have added someone in a spot that can see everything and avoid the fight. He looked at her getting up and analyzed. This area has several large buildings. Just knowing that will narrow down the options. His sharp and fierce gaze asked, "Do you think so?" Queenie knew what kind of person he was, but looking at the cracked wall and floor, she thought to herself, so he must have charged from a place I couldn't sense. He snorted arrogantly and asked, "You are from the Special Immortal Force, right? You will be sold for a high price." Her eyes flickered with confusion. At that moment, Kwang Wai was stabbed by a sword. He cried out in pain, a triumphant smile on his face. He said, "I wonder who is behind the mask?" At this moment, his whole body trembles with visible wounds on his face, thinking that he's hiding his presence. This guy is immortal. The guard suspiciously asks, "What kind of monster is that?" The proud police officer answered to himself internally. The two top thieves of the security team are permitted to escape. Once they act, everything is over. Going back a few days, Kwang Wai kindly asked, "Can I get a copy of the report?" Lai responded, "All right, while the printer is working, you can try to probe. You've heard everything, right?" He leaned on the table in frustration and asked, "Do you know who is leading the terrorist organization but still did nothing? Can you tell me?" Receiving no answer, he continued, "I know you keep many secrets, so I'll spread rumors that you're very intimidating." Suddenly, he cheerfully said, "I'll call you boss." The assistant straightforwardly refused to review the documents. Kwang Yi kindly asked just this once. "This is for the benefit of the CEO, if I can help indirectly, even just once." Tro Lai just kept silent and kept walking. As he approached the elevator, he thought to himself, he's the kind of rare person among those who step into society. And in this situation, he's even asking if he can call me Big Brother. Remembering his innocent smile, the assistant thought of him like a child. But then he realized, maybe the kid wasn't wrong. What if he had good social skills? Thinking that, he smiled and picked up the phone to call. "I want to request approval for something." Back in the present, Queenie Ho has to face the shapeshifter. She thought she only had 5 minutes left, believing her life was in danger while helping Du Kwang Wai. Seeing his sharp claws reaching up, she whispered to herself, "The price for this debt is too high." Suddenly, the assistant appeared from behind the shapeshifter and said, "I'm busy." This made him hesitate. Both of them looked at her in shock, realizing her presence. "Who is it?" The assistant clenched the handle of the wire, a person who cannot reveal their identity, then struck it hard against the ground and declared, "You don't want any news here to spread." He knew it was a wire and quickly stepped back to escape, forgetting to threaten, "I will remember your face." But as soon as he finished speaking, he was met with a slash to the body, only managing to cry out before collapsing. The assistant added one more thing, saying he didn't want the news here to spread. The blade from the wire had long been embedded in the wall, and Queenie realized he was trying to lure him to escape in the direction he had prepared. The assistant put away his things and asked Han if she was hurt. She replied, "I'm fine." "You're the CEO's assistant, right?" He immediately denied her statement and said, "Someone already asked me to protect you." He stands in front of her, adjusting his glasses with a deep meaning. While over here, Kwang Wai is still subdued by the blue-haired person's sword. He sneered, playfully excited like a predator about to reveal its prey. Then suddenly his throat moved, his expression changed, and he suspiciously asked, "Did you just swallow?" Then suddenly his hand grabbed his shoulder. Before the explosion, he had placed a pill in his mouth and hidden it. That is HCS3 high-level calorie super recovery, which numbs pain, triples strength, and regenerates the body. At this moment, the muscle fibers are gradually forming a new arm. Kwang Wai grabbed his opponent's arms with both hands, his eyes wide with shock. Sensing his aura of death, he was terrified and unable to move his hands. How is he so strong? Then he suddenly tore both of his arms apart. The pain hit him hard, his eyes rolled back, screaming and sweating profusely, and he didn't forget to give him a kick to the face. He was defeated and sprawled on the ground. This action also made the security guards tremble in fear. The police officer was stunned and couldn't believe it. An outstanding member was just defeated like that. His eyes flash with determination as he challenges, "Who's next?" They keep firing, but he simply blocks everything with his hands and then charges forward. Kwang Wai jumps onto the car roof, then kicks off the wall to rebound. He grips his sword tightly and charges forward, slicing off one attacker's arm. Song he swung his sword quickly, cutting off a few arms and legs of some guards. He stopped, sensing something rushing toward him, and raised his sword to block it. Unfortunately, an arrow has lodged into his thigh, its tip resembling a hook, and Kwang Wai's eyes lock onto the arrow in his leg. This is a weapon used to hunt immortals. The hook should be kept in the warning crossbow. Pulling it out would cause trouble because you can't move right now. Seeing this scene, the policeman shouted in frustration, and the security guard angrily snapped back. "Huh, do you know how much that hook costs?" But then a voice rang out, interrupting their argument. Kwang Yi pulled out the arrow and casually threw it in front of them. Seeing the arrow rolling rapidly towards them, everyone was terrified, and the security guard ordered to deal with him immediately. His action stunned him. He forcefully pulled it out, and he bowed his head as they used mental power to suppress him. The security guard sat down and used his freezing power, while the other reached out to unleash fire. Kwang Wai was restrained, his legs frozen tight, and was about to be turned into ash beneath a fireball. But he moved, breaking the ice beneath his feet. He escaped their grip, dodged the explosion from the fireball, and charged forward with his sword. Seeing that, both of them were startled and panicked. His eyes flashed brightly as he shouted sternly, roared, and then swept through all of them. Later, by the melted wall, Deng looked inside, slung her bag over her shoulder, and waited. Kwang Yu asked, "How is it?" Hearing that, he turned his head to look at his somewhat battered appearance. "Deng," she said, "if you don't come in 5 minutes, I will take my share and leave here." Seeing that one of his sleeves is torn and his eye, he asked, "You didn't leave a pile of corpses, right?" He felt intrigued and calmly replied, "No one ascended to heaven." Kwang Wai went inside to examine the safe. Just a little injury, currently medical technology can treat them. Suddenly, he was drawn to a white safe. When Deng saw this safe, she felt nostalgic, thinking that the wealthy truly have it good. The safe is made from atom. He silently thought that they had crafted it from extremely expensive metal. He touched it and thought to himself that if he didn't open it, he would regret it for the rest of his life. Then he poured all his strength into trying to break the safe door. Seeing him do that, Dengko immediately spoke up for him to stop, saying even if you drop an atomic bomb here, it wouldn't break. Then he asked, "Do you want me to open it?" Kwang Wai was surprised to hear that. He placed the bag on the ground and stepped forward to analyze. The hardness of adamantium also makes it difficult to use, not easy to build complex structures from it. Dengko took out a hook and fiddled with the lock for a while before finally opening it, the lock being easier to open than a gym locker. He happily praised Dengko, unable to hide his pride. Opening the door, he curiously looked inside to see what they were hiding here. What catches the eye is a rolled scroll Kwang Wai quickly examines, thinking the paper is made of the invader's skin, which cannot be burned or moistened. Knowing what's inside, he is stunned. There are even tears from Hina. As he muttered to himself, Kwang Wai looked at the lines above and was stunned, then quickly called someone over. "Let's go," Deng said as she closed the safe. "I will lock it up before I go. This is a treasure that cannot be burned." At that moment, someone appeared and spoke up. Enough. Hearing that voice, he widened his eyes, realizing that this person was none other than Doen Kai, a pure-blooded descendant who must bear twice the responsibility and grow up under the family's expectations, following in his ancestors' footsteps and climbing higher on the social ladder. However, the time he was defeated by him, he failed at that very moment. While working, he was always talked about by colleagues regarding his abilities and was called just a rookie. He always told himself that he had to ignore it to move forward, just accumulate more achievements. At that moment, his superior approached to give orders to prepare for assistance. There was a robbery at the bank headquarters, and the scene shifts to the bank. Seeing the wreckage and injured guards being taken away, he looks around in confusion, thinking it's probably just a simple robbery. Bao A looks at his subordinate guarding the hole and sighs. He's the crazy one who made us run away and erase all traces to hide. While the manager is talking with the security team, Doan Ki Nam quietly assesses the current situation. The security team suffered heavy losses, while the investigation team still looks okay. After some back and forth, the manager said, "We will investigate ourselves." And he, lost in thought this was a chance to prove himself. He stood there, lost in thought, trying to prove himself. As he stepped inside, he kept thinking about how he had to surprise the manager with his questions. "So what happened?" He hesitated before replying. "He's not here." Since he couldn't find the manager, he said, maybe he already escaped. Hearing that, Doan Ki Nam only lowered his head silently. Watching everyone leave, he quietly contemplated the terror in a place that stores important items. But if this is all just a show, he glanced over and asked, "Captain, before we leave, can I check one place?" As Doan Ki Nam ended his flashback and pointed the gun at him, Kai Wai immediately pushed Dong Ko away and ran off. He immediately drew a knife and threw it straight at him. Doan Ki Nam quickly dodged the attack, but a gun in his hand was still knocked away, and he angrily pointed another gun at him, firing 2 shots which he blocked with his arm. Suddenly, a bullet whizzed past his head, revealing its shape clearly, and he was stunned, realizing it was an octopus bullet that shattered into 8 pieces. His eyes shone with determination as he issued a threat. "If you don't want all your muscles and nerves to be torn apart, kneel down." Hearing this, he looked in surprise as he supported his wounded arm, Don Keen threatening him. If he didn't want all his muscles and nerves to be torn apart, he had to kneel down. Kwang Wai did not listen and rushed forward, continuously firing at him. He jumped back behind the wall to escape the hail of bullets. At this moment, Doonko jumps out of the hole in the wall trying to escape, but Doan Kinam catches sight of him, and realizing Kwang Yi is targeted, rushes out quickly. He glanced at Sangbang firing a few more shots, and he could only raise his hand to block the bullet aimed at his head. Knowing his true intention, he felt annoyed inside because from the beginning, he had been targeting himself. He peeked over the wall, lifted his mask, and thought to himself that at least Dungko had escaped, biting hard into the wound. Now, he just needed to deal with Doan Ki Nam. He tore open the bloody layer and spat on the ground, thinking to himself he won't come here alone. His teammates are only nearby. Kwang Wai is carefully calculating how to finish this before more people arrive. Remember her words that she didn't want to be shot, so learn how to run and dodge bullets. He quickly put on a mask and rushed straight ahead. He sidestepped, then changed direction while adjusting his speed to perfectly dodge the bullets. He quickly closed in on the group of men. He couldn't react in time and was knocked straight in the face by a punch from him, sending him flying backward. Guang Yu looked up with a sharp gaze and assessed. "Not bad." Before he attacked, he pulled out a club aiming at your cervical spine. If he hadn't reacted in time with his healing ability, he would have just been a pile of flesh because his brain and body lost connection. Doan Ki Nam's one eye was already bruised, and he gritted his teeth in anger, shouting, "Don't let him speak anymore, hit him again in the chin." Kwang Wai coldly pulled out the dart, but since I dodged it, it didn't matter. He knocked out Ki Nam and quickly left, then saw Dong Ko off. He said he would have to go into hiding for a while, then he picked up his bag and left after meeting again. Then he ran to an alley to change clothes, disguised himself as a delivery worker, and took a bike to a guest house, waiting 12 hours until sunset to leave a trace. Right now he's in the motel, listening to breaking news about the bank bombing. Despite the pursuit by the authorities, the criminal escaped. He turned off the TV and answered Kimio's call. "I met the secretary." He sighed with a sense of regret. "I'm quite confused because he acted like nothing happened," she asked unhappily. "How did you persuade him? Then you just brushed it off," she asked out of curiosity. "What did you find?" Hearing that, Kwang Wai was surprised. Kui Mi Ho began to analyze. If they only target one branch of MNY, and that boss becomes a vengeful spirit, but the current situation is not like that. Then she concluded that you did it to provide evidence for tomorrow's security team test. He silently thought she was clever. He replied that a member of the team had stamped it incorrectly, so he had to reveal what he took. She didn't expect it was just this thing, and said she had paid off her debt before hanging up. I was surprised she didn't ask anything else. Sitting on the bed, Kwang Wai silently had to handle this himself. However, he also revealed this matter. He pondered whether to have a witness tell everything since he couldn't ask anyone on the team. Would they believe the enemy is a team member and he is just a second-tier employee? Uncertain, he flopped onto the bed, knees on his hands, thinking about what to do if he asked his father. Remembering his father's gentle demeanor, he would surely say that if you don't know the answer to something, overthinking won't help you find it. Ask those who know. With that in mind, he silently searches his memory for who that might be. In another place, the sound from the call through the headset echoes. In the gym room, Grandpa Giadam answers the call immediately. He immediately tried to flirt but was bluntly rejected by her. He straightforwardly said, "I don't like people older than me." She was running on the treadmill and asked, "Why did you call me?" He said he wanted to ask her a few things. She held the headset up and responded, "Don't cross the line. Keep work and personal life separate." He calmly said, "Can you look at this photo?" Time passed by in the company's tall building, and everyone was in position in the courtroom. Lai Dong-hun tiredly sighs, while Lai Dong-bong looks stiff and reserved. CEO Kim Dong-treo and guide Lai Jung-mo are both fine, but Director Mazun is conducting the test. Observing the stern demeanor of the old man, he deduces that he is someone even CEO Nam Mungjin cannot touch. Although handcuffed by them, he probably still considers himself a guide. Kim Dong-treo was the first to speak. Are you sure the commander of this mission is innocent? The secretary spoke up to explain, I also don't understand how this mission was carried out. They only asked for a non-essential mission but were immediately interrupted. Ma looks down and calls out, they've been imprisoned. She immediately orders the discipline of the employees who aided the terrorists against MNY and the boss. Then she added, I don't know why they went to those two places, but they planned the attack. He doubted and asked for clarification. The headquarters was also attacked yesterday, but they stayed here all night. The Gamkang Din, yes. He didn't believe and asked again if they were sure. She replied yes, there was a witness. Hearing that, Lai Dong-hun was startled and spoke up. This isn't fair. I don't have time to respond. She then looked over and said, we will wait until the witness responds. The old man asked suspiciously, who is the witness? She said that the second-level staff member Du Kwang-wai from the external security team number 3 would be called since he was not present, but it seems he had fallen asleep. As expected, he's rushing to get dressed. Knowing he overslept, the 3 leaders were a bit surprised, but the team members weren't too shocked. Suddenly, a loud laugh rang out, and the secretary beside him had to remind him. The young man cheerfully apologized but couldn't help but feel emotional, realizing that even though it was late for the discipline class, his team's future would be decided. Hearing that, Lai Dongbong sighed and scolded him. Then he appeared and seriously introduced himself. Hello, Level 2, employee Du Kwang-wai, Maun asked unhappily. The reason for his delay was that he had fallen asleep. This matter is set aside, the old man said. Did Security Team 3 participate in the terrorist attack against MNY and the boss? He replied honestly, yes. He said that, so there was no need to say more. The 3 of them just silently observed. Maun asked further, does that include you, Du Kwang-wai? He said yes. Lai Dongbong felt confused. He sat behind, staring intently at him as the declaration was made. From now on, second-tier employee Du Kwang-wai will be considered as me. But before I could finish speaking, he interrupted. Wait, that's not it, I confidently shouted. I was the one who robbed the headquarters yesterday. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone at the scene looked at him with a variety of expressions. Stunned, amazed, and indifferent. All at once, while Nam Mongzin smiled patiently and said, show us the act you're hiding. Kwang Wai stands in the courtroom and declares, I am the one who robbed the bank just yesterday. He takes out something from his pocket and says, I found a few items in the safe. Kim Dong-treo suspiciously asked what he was trying to justify, then held up a scroll and said, I can prove this plan was carried out with a valid reason. Do you think that bank is just an ordinary financial institution? Bazigiam looked over and reminded him. It doesn't matter how that bank operates. Committing acts of terrorism based on suspicion is illegal. Kwang Yi replied, yes. However, according to our law, in extremely special situations, such actions are permitted, and Bazigiam turned to smile. Nam Mongzin sneered. Chapter 8, Article 12. The extremely critical situation is that Kim Dong-treo said that the corporation is very dangerous. He unrolled the scroll and said, read it yourselves. It clearly states on the paper that we possess a radiant glory that can dispel darkness and hold supreme authority to enlighten all living beings. This is the immortal faith of those who believe in the supremacy of immortality. They believe only the descendants of the immortal are worthy of existing on this earth. Remembering that call that night, Baza explained, this organization is a heretical cult, but more like a terrorist group. The content on that scroll is exactly what the organization stands for. The priest is confusing. What is it? She sat in a dim room, leaning against a corner, examining the photo closely. I don't know. But the high apostle of the immortal faith believes they must obey what the people say to prove themselves. Seeing the back of the scroll, there are no words written, only a special ink that reacts with the blood of immortals, called holy water. The name of the supreme apostle must be written on this scroll with that special ink. Returning to the trial, Li Jiangmo asked in surprise, is that scroll in the bank's safe? Maun asked cautiously, have you checked the name on the scroll for any tampering? Kwang Wai replied, yes. Before he could finish speaking, Kim Dong-treo interrupted. Wait a moment, he pointed at me. I will check. Batta Jiam carefully brought him over. He took the roll of paper and asked, do you have a knife? Maun reached into his shirt. I do. Then he swung the knife and cut straight into Kim Dong-treo's neck. Unprepared, he was struck, and blood gushed out. Immediately, he drew his knife, glanced at Li Jiangmo, and threw the blade directly at her, but he was blocked by her arm. Then he leapt forward to deliver a knee strike to the knife. Feeling someone attacking, he quickly ducked to avoid the old man's kick. Maun smiled, reached into her shirt, and understood his action, but suddenly he kicked her directly in the stomach. She fell backward, but Mai Thay quickly caught her. Amid the chaos, he rushed toward the window and he was stunned, thinking he was trying to escape through it. At this moment, a figure rushes past swiftly and he feels a breeze. It's Lai Dung Bong, raising his leg as if to kick the old man in the head. Mound sensed someone and turned to grip the knife tightly, but there was no one behind him. While he was stunned, he was kicked in the right calf. He angrily swung his knife, but Lai Dung Bong kicked him in the other leg, causing him to collapse in pain. He calmly walked toward everyone. "Are you going to keep going? I can wait for you." At this point, everyone was ready, and the assistant also kicked out the rope. The assistant hurried over to support Kim Dung Treo, worriedly asking, "Are you okay?" When he saw the paper, the assistant was startled because blood had soaked through it, and the names had become clear. Mound clenched his teeth in anger and said, "I have lost. A low-ranking officer left behind a message. I remember you. Just keep remembering, but I already have a lover. But the Giamnim Nohoyan, Banden Munda Chuan Bicho Trong Hop Fan Kwongnea. Kwangin Kong, Toi Chin Gu Quen Thoi." Before leaving, she cheerfully said, "Well done." Nam Min looked at him with a knowing smile and a tone of admiration. "Today was interesting. See you again later." The assistant turned to remind everyone not to disclose this matter for the next 48 hours. Please cooperate and keep it confidential. Leave the 4 people standing in the room. Dona steps forward to praise. "Lai Dung Hun, how happy you must be. Our Du Kwang Wai is at the top of the game." Suddenly, Lai Dung Bong's voice rang out, scolding. "You damn fool." I heard him and looked over. She didn't fall silent. He stared at him intently, and he looked back in confusion before saying a sentence that caused a shock. "You should go take a shower." Suddenly, Done turned to advise us. This time, Kwang Wai saved us, and I didn't even believe he would succeed. Hearing that, he was startled, realizing he wasn't him, and nervously hurried away. I can't imagine what my escape would have been like if I had chosen to jump out the window. He stopped and spoke. "Well done. I am a bit surprised." Then suddenly he pointed at him and teased, "Who are you? Why do you have a face that looks like our team manager? Are you wearing a mask?" He was provoked successfully, his face twisted with anger as he sneered, cursing loudly enough for those outside to hear. "It's been a while since you fought, so you're itching for a challenge, right? I told you, it's because I can't win. The impersonation incident is over. Your team has been ordered to keep this matter secret, so we are taking 2 days off." The notice clearly states that Director Mazoon resigned due to health issues. The truth has been kept secret. Security Team 3 was involved in Director Mazoon's resignation when the team returned to work. That was something everyone understood implicitly. In the chat group, everyone was asking questions, but he only replied that he didn't know. No one could uncover the details of what happened. Kwang Wai sat relaxed in his chair, feeling bored. Now, our peaceful life has returned. Suddenly, footsteps sound approaching. He is sitting and working. Hearing the sound getting closer, he had to look out to see who it was, and upon recognizing them, he widened his eyes in shock. A noise drew Duane and Lai Dung Hun's attention. The chair fell over as he aggressively grabbed his collar. Kwang Wai calmly mocks him. "Did you just change your hairdresser? It's you who made me end up like this." Duan Kinam grabbed his collar and said, "It was you who caused me to end up like this." Kwang Wai pretended to be innocent and asked, "What?" He gritted his teeth and shouted, "You are the one who kicked me in the head back then." He doesn't admit it and sneers. "What nonsense are you talking about, buddy?" He didn't let go and threatened him. "Just pretend you didn't hear, and I will tell everyone." A mischievous glint appeared in his eyes. "I don't know what you're talking about," he said angrily with a frown. Both of them clenched their fists, ready to fight, when suddenly Lai Dong Hun jumped in and pushed them apart. "Stay calm. Colleagues having a disagreement shouldn't fight at work." Then he put his hand on Kin Nam's shoulder and said, "We need to talk." He was uncomfortable, but still agreed. He silently watched him leave. Couldn't resist a snarky remark. Just as he was about to send his striker off, he heard that. And suddenly his anger flared up, glaring over but was stopped by Li Dong Hun, who advised him to stay calm, saying he's always been sharp-tongued and normally I also want to punch him. Ki Li Dung Bong sat with his chin resting on his hand, lost in thought. He once said he met Doan Kai Nam at the bank, so maybe everything happened that way. Then he spoke up, saying, "That will make people hate you, or are you doing it on purpose?" But received only a friendly smile and a nonchalant shrug from Kwang Wai. A moment later, he walked down the street, relieved that he wouldn't spread rumors around. I went with Doan to describe the situation and seriously thought about punching him and tying him up. But when the assistant director asked for a private talk, I stayed silent. Remembering when I secretly followed her, no matter how much I provoked her, she still kept a cool face despite being furious. Kwang Wai looked straight ahead, not knowing what the manager had said. "We're here." He waved goodbye, but before he could leave, Doan called Du Kwang Wai and asked if she wanted some ramen. Hearing that, he opened his eyes in surprise, thinking she had feelings for him. Then he followed her home. The water in the pot boils and steams up. He sits at the table watching her cook noodles, resting his chin in his hand, lost in thought about making some ramen. Did she just ask that? Watching her back standing by the stove, he thought to himself. Given her personality, she probably doesn't understand the meaning of that phrase, but still invited me into her house. I feel a bit shy thinking about it. So nervous, visiting a girl's house for the first time. Remembering Kang Mi-ho's annoyed expression, no one would think this young mother was an exception. Kwang Wai was still lost in his thoughts. She likes me, is that what you mean? Jen A brought 2 bowls of noodles and seeing his shy expression asked, "What are you thinking about?" The bowls are empty after the meal, nothing happened, and he feels confused, just like going on a date at a nearby coffee shop. She interrupted his thoughts and said, "I have something to tell you." Hearing that, he was surprised. Could it be? Then she asked me to come to my room for a moment. As soon as those words rang out, Kwang Wai widened his eyes in surprise. "I can't accept the interruption. We can't do this." Duyan-A only took a few steps before stopping suddenly. He awkwardly said, "Senior is a good person, but not my type." But she just came close to scold him, telling him to stop messing around and come back in. He could only stand up and follow. The door opens, and he follows right behind. Seeing the large board filled with photos and information, he feels confused. What is this room? Come closer and ask me something? Zuin-A stands facing the answer board. These are the people currently known to be members of Permit. She taps on the warning board. They might be following you, so be careful with these 3 guys. Looking at the photos of 1 woman and 2 men, he couldn't help but wonder who they were. She didn't return them, only warning to avoid them if they ever met. Kwang Wai looked confused and saw the happy family photo on the cabinet, but she quickly lowered it and seriously said, "Have the others been warned clearly?" He called out puzzled, "Senior." Duyan-A didn't want to say more and simply invited him outside. He hesitated but had no choice but to agree. The door opens. Before he leaves, she gives him a task. "You have to eliminate Permit." Then hearing that, he froze for a moment and smiled, saying, "I promise." He understood that the room where all the clues are gathered is the final boundary she cannot cross. Kwang Wai walks down the corridor, thinking to himself, she wants revenge. In the end, Permit is a criminal organization and an enemy that must be eliminated. As the junior, I should help as much as I can. After entering the password, he suddenly paused. Feeling that the lock has been opened before and someone is inside, he remembers Duyan-A's warning and proceeds cautiously. The door creaked open quietly. Xuang Wai cautiously peeked inside and saw Doan Kinam holding a glass of water, revealing his disappointment without even trying to hide it. He was also stunned to find out his roommate was someone he hated. He shouted out, and he immediately ran over. Both of them clenched their fists and charged at each other. The staff housing is mostly double rooms. At first, we rented this room because a roommate was supposed to move in within a month. But who knew it would be our beloved little Ki Nam hiding inside? In the end, it was Doan Kai Nam who was defeated. Ignoring him lying unconscious on the floor, he casually sat down on a chair and sarcastically spoke in a cheap tone. Over on the other side, Lai Dongbong sighs bitterly, cursed at life. A black hole appears, and a horde of goblins rushes out. The fiercest monster was given a copper coin to the forehead and fell down. He angrily blamed with his gun, since he was closest and was called upon. Let's see if it makes any sense since I've already finished my part and am managing a different team. Kim Bi-ho awkwardly explained that the black hole's position suddenly changed, because he is very reliable. Thanks to you, everything went smoothly, but Lai Dongbong said, "You guys didn't really need me at all." He hesitated before saying, "Who knows when those 2 parallel gates might suddenly appear?" He frowned and asked, "How many times have the parallel gates appeared before?" Kim Mi-ho answered seriously, "Twice in Seoul and 8 times in Korea alone. Just one gate is already a very strange phenomenon, and it keeps appearing one after another, meaning a new one has been named." Hearing this, he just remained silent, turned around and walked away. "All right, I'll cover this one. This one's on your team," he agrees. "All right. Then give the order to your subordinates. Pack up. I need to contact the cleaning crew." Ledungbong put his hand in his pocket and walked away, full of worry about the new guy. If this really happens, I don't know how many more lives will be lost this time. At this moment, Doan Kinam, with a fierce look, threw a punch and shouted, "I will turn you into ash." But he dodged and grabbed his arm, then wrapped his arm around his neck. When he fainted, Kwang Wai carefully sat him down on the chair. Lee Dong-hun looked over and asked, "What did you do first this morning?" He nonchalantly pointed at Doan Kinam and said, "He's trying to get close to me." Realizing it's not simple, he then asked, "What's this time about?" Remembering what happened last night, he casually said, I only knocked him out because he was about to punch me. Yet he feels like the two of you are close. The #1 team manager approached and asked, Is Kai Nam here? Kwang Wai mischievously covered his ears. I'll wake the baby up, he reminded him. Stop bullying him. I'm cherishing him. No one makes a better punching bag than Kai Nam. Lee Dong-hun looked exhausted and sighed. I'm glad you and the manager are getting along, but you fought with Kai Nam. Seeing the empty chair, he curiously asked, Where is he? He said he went out to work. Kwang Wai returned to his desk, silently thinking, why didn't Chi hear him cursing? As soon as he turned on his computer, a series of messages came in, inviting him to work for them. He was confused and wondered who these people were. Then he kept complaining that their scam messages could bypass our firewall, and Lee Dong-hun turned his chair to tell the hacker we need to catch them immediately. Both of them were stunned. He tiredly sighed and said, I just received some emails from small companies. Kwang Wai looked down and understood the issue. In this large company, Mazone was once a director. After he left, other companies and organizations tried their best to find out what happened, including those at Warren who didn't have the full picture. He sat in front of the screen, lost in thought, and someone had already drawn a conclusion without knowing the full story, probably wanting to learn more about him. Kwang Wai suddenly had a crazy idea, grinning excitedly, then eagerly probing. Should I be kind and go meet them? Lee Dong-hun said emotionlessly. I will look into this first. Are you confused? Suddenly he said there was a support call from the police. A hole appeared in the area, and when he heard the two people turn around, he added, Xian'e and Kwang Wai should go to Dongdaemun Station immediately. At the station, a large hole appeared outside with 2 police officers guarding. 2 people are examining the situation in front of the hole when Duan Dongtran, observing them, hears a voice suddenly speak up. It will become a problem if things get worse. The 2 of them approached, and he said, We can't use any kind of explosives. Duan continued, We need to finish this quickly. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Long time no see. You and the girl looked at Duan Dongtrang, seriously staring at him and calling Kwang Wai. He asked, Still the same. He brushed it off and replied, It's none of your business. He muttered some meaningless words and he coldly reminded, Let's focus on the task, uncle. He looked at him from different angles, assessing his ordinary appearance, while he remained calm and unconcerned, implying an extraordinary look. Then he seemed to probe rather foolishly, Are you really Du Kwang Wai or what? At this moment, a crack appeared on the opening and gradually oozed out. The other person looked over and announced that the level C slim number 3 was now active. A viscous substance flows from the opening, releasing toxic gas. Step back quickly. This is Slim's decomposition. He held the gun and introduced himself. I'm Duan Dongtran, just 25 years old, not your uncle. Kwang Wai awkwardly responded. I guess he understands too. He walks away, then turns back and says with a smile, It's really helpful to have support like this. Finally, I get to meet someone as famous as you. After this, let's have a chat. The fire gun sprays out, burning the decayed Slim piles. Feeling the heat, it trembles and crawls away but still cannot escape the blazing flames. They used guns to burn everything down. The person in the coat and hood held a fire control device, surrounding the hole. Seeing Kwang Wai's surprised expression, he thought about controlling the flames at will. He was clearing out the remaining Slim. Clothing made from special materials? Knowing you're curious, he said, I am Kim Man-kon, the fire alchemist. Seeing him turn around, I immediately introduced myself. I am the seductive representative of the Special Immortal Force. He then approached and confirmed that the rumors about your strange behavior are true. He thought to himself that he didn't want to hear this from a fire mage surgeon. Suddenly, his glasses flashed. Come to my company. You are very suitable. Kwang Wai asked suddenly in surprise, and Kim Man-kon asked him, Do you think I came to help a level C red hole for no reason? Duan Dongcha looked over and was startled to see the two talking, exclaiming, Why are you saying that while working? He politely cleared his throat and said, My work is done. I just need to finish the fire attack. He keeps working without forgetting to shout. Kwang Wai, don't listen to what he's saying. He's threatening. I should burn your mouth. Duan Dongtran laughed challengingly and threatened. You've lived long enough. It's time to go to the other side. Both of their eyes turned sharp. The two of them, shouting loudly about the company, challenged XQ to do something. They kept pushing and countering each other, each side claiming benefits and immediately retaliating. Kwang Wai helplessly thought to himself, I should be happy, but it's strange that 2 men are fighting over me. He glanced over and saw Duan unmoved, the senior completely indifferent. Her eyes are always fixed on the black hole in the gate. Suddenly, a larger, more viscous thing erupts out, and both of them realize it's reaching out to attack the unaware staff member. He quickly moved past the arguing pair, jumped up and embraced the staff member to save him from the monster's grasp. He shouted a warning, "Stay back, everyone." Duan Dongtran irritably shouted, "I thought today would be a happy day." From the pink hole, the powerful slim creatures crawled out. Kim Mangchon analyzes the situation at the Ming Pass, the overlapping gaps predicting all types of slims. He grabs the two weapons behind him and calls for An Mangchon. He frowns and retorts, "I am not your brother." Then Duan Dongtran tightly grips his weapon and charges forward to strike it. He pushed the staff member to this side who was still trembling with fear. "Thank you." Feeling something strange, he widened his eyes and used his body to block the gunfire attack from the slims. A few shots fired at the slims, causing them to be destroyed. Kwang Wai looked over in surprise and said, "What's going on? You're using expensive bullets." Doane explained from behind that overlapping black holes, also called dual moon, have recently appeared when a new gap emerges inside an existing one. Seeing the slims constantly emerging, she was destroyed by the rain of bullets that came flying in. There's no way to predict it, so the only option is to prepare more forces than necessary for each black hole. Don't get involved, just focus on the leftovers. Quan Yi asked in surprise, "Only the ones that escape?" "I don't need to help them, do I?" Deno replied coldly, "No." A large slim on this side was taken down with 3 shots. They used the XQ-3000, a nuclear-grade hybrid Lapin rifle, to fight. She clearly said XQ is the richest organization in the world. It makes you feel proud, but it also makes us look so poor. Kwang Wai fires his gun at Slim and asks if we have nothing else to do. She spoke up. "Reinforcements will arrive." "Which team are you from?" A familiar voice echoes. "Hey, you bastards." Hearing that, he sighed. Lai Dongbong shouted loudly, "Is this the place for kidnappers? I raised it with all my heart, so you could take it away. Don't touch my dog. If you dare do it again, I will lose my mind." Then he said, "I am Lai Dongbong from the Special Immortal Force." Suddenly, a bunch of bugs jumped up from behind Duan AI, and that was Slim exploding. It didn't have time to detonate itself before he caught it and shattered it. Lai Dongbong stands with arms crossed, directing that if it's about to explode, he must use his body to block it. Kwang Wai sighs helplessly and says, "What are you just standing there watching, or coming here to do?" He replied, "To catch all the thieves. The number 1 thief according to him is Doan Dung Tran." Hearing that, he hurriedly turned to tell him, "You're Lai Dongbong's accomplice, so just pretend you didn't hear what was said earlier." In a flash, he turned his face, and all he could do was stay silent. Kim Hai-mo kept firing, puzzled. "Strange, the hole has been open for 2 hours and it doesn't seem to be getting smaller at all." Kim Mang-kon, controlling the flames in battle, immediately asked, "How many Slim are left in the pink hole?" The other person pushed himself to the point of bleeding from his nose. "I'm not sure." "What do you mean by that?" That person told me I couldn't decode it. I've never seen this kind of hole before. Kwang Wai asked Lai Dongbong seriously, "What is the real reason you came all this way?" He calmly explained that when the black hole appeared at Dongdamen Station, dozens of black holes of various sizes had emerged nationwide, half of which were dual portals. This is the largest black hole among them. You are surprised. So Duyan A slowed down and said, "Duality is a recently appearing abnormal phenomenon." Li Dongbong reminded him, knowing the potential consequences such anomalies could cause. Kwang Wai was stunned, causing changes. Normal changes can happen. The appearance of a new species. At this moment, an earthquake occurs, shaking the entire station. And more importantly, when will it reach the other side, and the black hole as well? Suddenly, the black hole cracks open a large chunk, and Kim Himo immediately calls for support. The planned location for Alpha 14 has just emerged from the 3rd pink hole. Jen A turned and said, "Let's retreat." But you just stand there frozen, as if you were nailed to the ground. She kept calling Du Kwang Wai. He opened his eyes wide in shock. This atmosphere, this pressure, felt just like when he was a child standing on the street, clearly sensing the threat from the monsters 10 years ago. Right now, Slim looks like a giant starfish, covered in eyes ready to break through the holes. A loud explosion deafens, revealing a dented metal ceiling, shattered concrete, and a creature never seen before. No different from that year, we stepped forward. All I could hear was a buzzing echoing, like tinnitus, dizziness, and aching legs. Kwang Wai is buried under a piece of concrete, his body covered in wounds, and all he can feel is pain, and fear as his mind keeps wandering, asking, "What time is it? Where am I? Where are my parents? Please save me." Seeing them step forward aggressively, fear intensified. Tears streamed down his face as he could only think, "I don't want to die. Save me." That haunting memory was deeply ingrained in his subconscious. Suddenly, someone handed him a call for help. Du Kwang Wai. Hearing this, he snapped back to awareness, blood still on his face. Dona placed a hand on his shoulder to comfort him, and he asked who was in front of him. Senior, seeing everyone working together to fight Namt, he suddenly remembered what had just happened, that he had taken a hit to protect a guild member. Then Doan A interrupted his thoughts and said, Namit's tentacles contain a substance that affects the mind. I just injected you with a drug that enhances resistance to mental attacks. Kwang Wai looked at the syringe in her hand in surprise and asked, When did you get that? Then the support team arrived and someone shouted, We need to take down its barrier. The fire surgeon controlling the flames said, Switch the mental force team with Team 2 and burn its tentacles. The immortal forces remind him that its eyes are about to fire, and Doan A says, Let's retreat, leave the rest to them. And he is stunned, leaving it to them. Seeing someone holding their stomach wound and another lying in a pool of blood crying in pain, he shouted, They are all overwhelmed, yet we just leave it to them. Its mouth curled into a bunch of foam as it spat at everyone. An employee accidentally got hit by its saliva, crying out in pain. His legs are torn off. Name It rushed forward aggressively and saw someone shout out, Acid erosion! Everyone move away! Duna grabbed his hand and asked, Where are you going? Kwang Wai looked up and said, If you leave, that person will ascend to heaven. Seeing him lying there, she tried to persuade him, If you go to him, you'll get hurt too. He stared at him intently, his distressed appearance reminding him of himself as a child longing for a way to survive. He broke free from her grip and rushed straight ahead, ignoring Doan A's calls behind him. 2 tentacles appeared from it, attacking him, but Kwang Wai caught him to protect him. He said, I will handle this. He hurriedly put his weapon back and shouted in surprise, He's really... Before he could finish, he had already passed the staff member and moved on. He caught him successfully but stepped back a few paces out of instinct, and now, when he was caught off guard, it wrapped its tentacles around his legs and pulled him away. Suddenly, a barrage of bullets cut through and severed its tentacles. Lai Dung Bong watched the tentacles fall and scolded, This guy did it again. Seeing part of its shield disappear, he ordered, Don't stop the attack. We must make its barrier crack. Suddenly he said, I need to borrow a blood bag for a moment, and then Kwang Wai took the item from him and rushed away. Suddenly Namit's eyes flashed, and it shot laser beams from its eyes at a staff member who was about to be hit by its laser. He immediately jumped to embrace the person, but an arm was cut off by La. La shot a laser through the concrete ceiling, causing debris to fall and injuring a surgeon who sat trembling against the wall in surprise. He jumps to shield you with his body. He asks if his arm can move. He was stunned, but he didn't give him time to recover and immediately injected the blood bag into him, then handed the blood bag to you. Kwang Wai grabbed his collar, using his mental power to heal the wound on his hand. Enduring the pain, he lifted him onto his shoulder, then hoisted the staff member up and said, Hang on a bit, I can't hold back, blood spitting out of his mouth. I trembled as I asked, If you help us, you'll also get hurt. Why are you doing this? I won't hesitate to speak up. This is my job. I can't just stop earning money and I must wipe out the invaders and save people. Kwang Yi confidently declared, Of course I will survive, I was born to do this. Kwang Yi carried the 2 people and ran away from Namet. The person from Swasi ran up and said, Let them down here. Both carefully laid the 2 people down. The young man couldn't hold back and said, You're leaving now. The boy lay down, breathing heavily, and just as he let out a sound, he was answered. Of course. Hearing that, he was stunned. He looked down and asked, Are you going to thank me? He nodded. Yes, the sound of footsteps echoes. Doan A, standing behind, called Du Kwang Wai, then approached and handed him a large bottle. She was extremely annoyed and scolded him, planning to leave for another place. The arm that grew out of his flesh grabs the potion bottle. I don't plan to die so easily. Suddenly someone shouted that it was broken, immediately drawing the attention of both of them. The barrier was at its limit, attacking the crack. Namit's shield gradually cracks open. Suddenly, a bullet hits it, and its eyes blaze with fury. It then leapt forward with its massive body, landing directly on the floor and creating a large crater. It spun around, swinging its tentacles to strike everyone nearby. Seeing that, Doan Dong Tran angrily cursed. The monster like a runaway horse rampaged in all directions. Then it lay down and pressed down on someone with its strength. Everyone rushed in chaos, trying to hold the line and bring in the white phosphorus while he stayed to support and carry the wounded down. He laid his teammate down and, holding the medicine bottle, said, You should wait until you're fully recovered. But he didn't listen and rushed back into the battle. Nam, with blood in his mouth, stared at the prey in front of him, trembling in fear as he called out. It pressed down with its foot, but Kwang Wai quickly rushed over and carried him away. The prey's eyes widened with fury as it swung its tentacles, suddenly feeling a terrible pain as it realized it had stabbed its tentacles into his stomach. Suddenly, a shot was fired, cutting off its tentacles. You disobeyed, didn't you? Take him out of here, and you too. Kwang Wai was startled to realize suddenly there were 3 or 4 more. It looks like a whole team is moving forward. I think there are about 10 managers. Its eyes were filled with blood. With a flick of its hand, it directly destroyed several clones, and with another swing, the clones vanished. The shield was shattered, and taking advantage of its moment of surprise, Lai Dongbong fired a shot into one of its eyes. Here, Kim Mangchon controls the flames and shouts to attack them. Duyen Dongchun beside him immediately gets excited, pulls out his weapon and rushes forward, while his teammate in pain grimaces and cannot move. Guangwei frowned, panting. Recalling the scene just now, he pondered what the manager was doing. It felt like he appeared everywhere. While the clone causes chaos, his true body remains unseen. He touches the wound on his stomach, silently thinking he can still run. His eyes showed determination. I can do this. Seeing him rush away, I was too surprised to stop him. Recognizing the target, it turned around, but the clones kept rushing to attack it. The tentacle swung out and immediately destroyed one clone. Lai Dongbong carefully calculated that when a starfish attacks a clone, the other clones will target its weak point, causing it to be bound to that weakness and be attacked by guns. Meanwhile, Kwang Wai, carrying a person on his shoulder with one arm and holding his teammate's waist with the other, runs away. Those who have fallen, their life force fading, I will bring them back. He gritted his teeth and kept moving without stopping. Even though he's exhausted, he keeps running. Even with injuries causing him to bleed, he keeps going. Lai Dongbong couldn't look anymore and grabbed his hand to stop him. Stop. It's over now. Everything in the station is now in ruins and shattered. He was silent for a moment, then asked, "Do we win?" He looked deep and solemn and replied, "We did not lose." He turned to look and saw that after receiving the answer, he had collapsed. In his heart, he kept pondering. We didn't lose, only later did I understand what that meant. Humanity has never destroyed the fifth dimension. It has only returned to where it came from. However, we did not lose. Seeing the injured boy fall into unconsciousness, someone asked, "What is his name?" Di Dungbong was surprised when he wanted to know his name. He tended his wounds and said, "I need to know the name of the savior who saved my life." He was unhappy to argue back, saving his life like a monkey. Dong Tran, covered in blood, replied, "It's Du Kwang Wai." The old man was surprised and pointed at him. "Are you the one from the rumors?" He straightforwardly affirmed. The black-haired person, being helped, told Lai Dongbong, "Tell him my thanks, I almost didn't get to see my daughter born." He coldly said, "I am not the messenger." Seeing Dong Tran turn to look at him, he irritably threatened, "If you try to take him away, I will deal with you." He sighed helplessly, lamenting that he was truly absurd. Keeman Khan added, "This child doesn't suit spying Anik at all." Hearing that, he remained silent and then said, "He just does whatever he wants." Kwang Wai, still unaware, continued to sleep soundly. The three of them gathered together. On June 11th, a new Namet appeared in the Xi'an Great Han Republic, and no one was killed. After a few days, Kwang Wai had regained his lively appearance and was happily laughing. Someone asked, "You must be feeling better now, right?" He replied casually, "It's been 4 days, of course I'm fine." Kim Duan inquired about that starfish, and he said grimly, "Nothing special." Remembering that battle, he said, "I finally understand why I could never manage to turn a Namt into gold when it shot La and used its tentacles to attack everyone. If I think about it, I just get annoyed." Hearing him tell the story, he immediately judged that it clearly wasn't a newly appeared Namet. Kwang Wai was surprised, "So why is this the first recorded battle?" Kim Du-hong explained seriously, Liangmon also opened in another area, but they managed to avoid fighting there. The starfish lost, it returned into the hole, but when the openings closed, it was left wandering around the space. Eventually, it escaped through that gate before the other gatekeepers could close it. The ice blade beside him curiously looked at the gatekeeper and replied, "That's what they call it. They can close space gates whenever they want. Only rookies like us wouldn't know." Kwang Ai focused intently. After finishing their meal, Joy, Kim Du-han suggested, "Shall we go now?" He happily agreed, but he remembered a problem. "So what about the payment?" The two of them turned away. Bang Sui-tae reminded him, "What did your friend just say about getting paid without doing our work?" "You keep talking. With the information we just provided, you should feel guilty for making us pay." Hearing that, Kwang Wai froze. "Do you want someone younger like me to cover for you?" Kim Du-han friendly retorts, "We are just colleagues." He gloomily took out his wallet and paid. Suddenly, the staff member called out, cheerfully saying, "The gentleman over there has already paid for your table." He looked over and saw a man with purple hair turn and smile. Kim Du-ha teased, "So is he your new boyfriend?" He froze in silence and then said, "I'm leaving now." He walked a short distance and Kwang Wai immediately followed and asked, "Were you a police officer before?" Recalling the chaotic scene at that time, the one who saved me when Liangman opened the door, he coldly replied, "Thank you for that." "That's strange. I remember you being an ordinary police officer. How did you get into a restaurant that only admits people with mutant powers? He won't stay still. He looks over with a sinister smile. Sorry. When inviting you this way, the crocodile and Rose step out of the shadows. It's been a while, she said with a sharp gaze. Hearing this familiar tone, Kwang Wai sneered. You might catch a cold if you keep chasing after me on this chilly evening. Then he scolded. The bitch angrily snarled, I hate that guy. The crocodile coldly reminded, don't forget why we're here. Remembering his photo on the information board, he silently thought that the person in the picture was pinned in the seniors' room, so what now? She had said that if he saw him, he should avoid him immediately. At this moment, he finally spoke. I'll introduce myself, but I don't care to think about it since I can't run anyway. I feel uncomfortable being around that cop. He said, my name is Ngai Luke. Kwang Wai reached out his hand but was caught by a crocodile. He saw this and stared in horror. His eyes deep and intense, he jerked his hand back and quickly stepped back a few paces. He frowned and thought, I grabbed the fake hand instead of the real one and muttered, not bad, but I'm not happy. Honestly, I'm feeling really terrible right now. And I thought to myself, in just a brief moment, I already felt that way. Soon I would be torn into 8 pieces and thrown to the ground. Imagining that moment, I was panicked. If I hadn't stepped back in time, he would have caught me. He wiped his sweat and sighed in relief. I was quite surprised. I didn't expect you to improve so quickly after just a year of working. He calmly said, I should explain the situation first. I am Stephen Vin Choi, working at a small but busy headhunting company. He continued, I met you back then, but things went a bit off course. If there's a talented individual and someone wants them, I will bring those two together. Steve solemnly invited, I want to introduce Du Kwang Wai, a level 2 employee from the Special Immortal Force, to PM. But Rose interrupted irritably. That's enough. He looked over warningly, knowing there are some fees, even if she doesn't work efficiently, right? She scolded him disdainfully, calling him money-hungry. She already told you, right? This is a good deal, but you just don't want to understand. I decline. I already have a woman I like. I get angry and shout, I don't like you either. Kwang Wai calmly replied, well then, the problem is solved. Goodbye. My whole body froze. My hand trembling as I thought to myself that I felt like my body would split in two if I turned away right now. Feeling his unusual aura, he thought it was caused by his wild bloodlust. The crocodile was furious, his tone fierce, determined to act after hearing what we said. Rose said there is room for negotiation. I promise to give you a high position if you work with us. Kwang Wai asked, and although she was annoyed, she still agreed. He went along to probe. So you will give me a lot of money? She said you won't have to envy the rich guys. Then he asked about women, and she said he could have as many as he wanted. After that, he changed the subject to houses. Rose immediately listed the expensive places. Whatever you want. He also cares about benefits on his days off. She insists she will give him a life like in a dream. Kwang Wai solemnly concluded, I refuse. She frowned, wanting him to repeat it, but he disappointed her. I have thought about that. Be more serious if she's your type, and she still loses to Za, then this answer almost made her lose her temper. No point in trying to persuade him anymore. The three of them turned to leave, but I didn't forget to throw one last remark. You will regret this. This is your last chance to stand there alone. Kwang Wai sighed in frustration. Being too good can be a curse. The next morning at the company, as soon as he arrived, colleagues cheerfully greeted him for saving Dong Damun. You're here, the Western Gate hero. I asked in confusion, what? The purple-haired girl explained. Since then, everyone has been calling you that. Are you surprised? Western hero. I was eager to tell you yesterday. Walking into the office, Kwang Wai looked proud and pleased. Sorry about that. Lai Dong-hun looked over and asked, Mac also feels shy? He hinted and guessed what happened yesterday. He confidently turned to tell me he never thought this would happen. Then he looked up and emphasized that the boss had invited me to work. Suddenly, loud laughter erupted as Lai Dong playfully teased. Did anyone else receive an invitation from them? Are the other two just laughing loudly, secretly thinking they're wandering around here inviting everyone to work for them? He casually dismisses Kwang Wai's boredom with a series of sarcastic remarks. He said he has something to do. Follow me into the elevator. Lai Dongbong, curious, asked if they were done and then invited them to work. Did they invite anything else? From what I hear, I know he doesn't let go easily. Looking at Do-A, he explained that he was already there. The guy that the three of you told me to stay away from, the one in the photo hanging on the wall in her room. All three of them were so shocked they widened their eyes, sensing that something was different. I was stunned and asked, why did the atmosphere suddenly change so much? She frowned and spoke. Which one of them? Remembering his savage appearance, he replied, some kind of crocodile or that muscular monster. Lai Dong-hun was surprised to see him fully recovered. Kwang Wai calmly said, "He's not the type to want to kill me." Duna's eyes were filled with agitation, gritting his teeth, trying to suppress his hatred. "Step outside, he is curious about this mission." "What is this job about?" Lai Dong-hun replied, "Rescue. You mean rescue whom?" he said. "Someone is hiding in the mountains with important information, and I think you're starting to understand. So it's not rescue but kidnapping, right? This person should have been a scientist supporting the hole puncher when he was in Europe. He announced the mission to find and rescue him. That's the clue for this case. End of story." Guang Wei Hao-hung turned around and said, "So it's kidnapping." She signaled him to speak softly, but the assistant still heard and frowned in annoyance as he looked down. "Are you training your soldiers, Lai Dong-bong?" Lai Dong-hun replied with a bright smile. "I've trained them well enough to become heroes of Dong-daman." He snapped irritably. "I didn't ask you. He's very cooperative, too." "Yes, understood. I'm listening, too. He's definitely paying attention." Hearing those words as if covering for the assistant, Kwang Wai thought carefully. It is said that the chairman of the Coordinating Council's influence in politics has waned due to the money involved in the rescue operation for the terrorist incident. Seeing his fierce and chaotic attitude, he thought he was ordered to do illegal work to keep the team from gaining too much influence. Suddenly, a voice called out, snapping Kwang Wai back to reality. I am excitedly clenching my fist and affirming I've memorized the plan. The mission seems to be rescue, but the target is only to capture the doctor alive. Hearing this, he is so furious that his two tufts of hair stand up and veins bulge on his neck as he grits his teeth. He couldn't hold back and tore his shirt apart, like a demon screaming. "You guys have gone crazy." Seeing that, he admired how cool he looked. He raised his voice to scold. "You don't care because you have the chairman backing you, right? Is that how the captain teaches you guys?" Kwang Wai even doesn't hesitate to add fuel to the fire. He has trouble controlling his anger. Hearing his snide remarks, Lai Dong suddenly stepped in to argue and he scowled and cursed loudly. Both of them erupted in a furious argument. If no one had stopped them, they would have torn each other apart. He nonchalantly sneers. "Captain, you have to help those in need." Dune frowned, holding his hand and reminding him. "That's enough. You can't argue anymore." He shouted, "Sit down. Did I say the meeting was over? Come back here." Li Dongbong angrily kicks the door open. The new recruits go get the weapons. Kwang Wai asks which ones. He replied that just the commonly used ones are fine. Go with Do and A. Then he asked if it was also a type that humanizes. He replied, "Dreaming? If you like it, go buy it yourself." He asked curiously, "So what is it then?" He irritably said, "Go see for yourself." The two of them took the elevator down to the 6th floor. He spoke up to inquire, "Are there other types of weapons besides the standard and customized ones?" She replied, "They have to be paid for, even if they're not free." In front of the white-haired girl holding a weapon, he crossed his arms and said, "Are you the hero from Dongdamu or something?" "This person is Kan Trung Ha, an engineer at Warim." Do and A looked at him and reminded him, "Introduce yourself." I was lost in thought and suddenly snapped out of it. "Yes, Du Kwang Wai from Team 2's manager asked us to come." She smiled knowingly and handed it over. "This is an adamantium knife, the best thing you can get without customization," she explained. "I followed the request, but customers get annoyed because it consumes more durability due to having to focus on swinging it. So you're going to examine it carefully before taking it?" Kwang Wai picked it up and felt its balance, which was a bit strange. "It's not for regular use, so I'll need to come up with a more creative solution. I'll use this one." Kantrung Hansat says with an evaluative tone, "You've trained a lot, huh?" He happily confirmed in his heart that he understood clearly, that besides practicing a lot, it was also because he carried half shape-shifting blood. Seeing the gun in the box, he asked what it was. She replied, "It's just for display." Looking at the gun, she explained, "It's made entirely of amantium, so it's very heavy, not for immortals." "You don't believe that, do you?" Kwang Wai grabbed the gun, bulging his veins, and shouted, "I can lift it high, see for yourself." Kan Trung Ha's eyes sparkled with joy as he praised, "You're really strong." He held the gun's handle and asked, "What is it used for?" She said maybe it would be more effective as a stick. Do and A looked over and said a number. "If they're all adamantium, then at least 300 million. He was stunned. What, 300 million? Kwang Wai looked at what was in her hand and felt that money wasn't the important issue. The thing she cared about was whether you could use it or not. He replied, "Not that it's impossible?" Hearing that, Kan Trung Ha was excited. "Are you sure?" He hesitated. "Yes." Inside, I wonder why her eyes keep shining, and I touch the gun in awe, thinking my weapon is like my child, born but unable to shine. So she moved closer to probe. "What do you think a mother like me would feel?" "Of course, you wouldn't know." Suddenly she gave him that gun, which made Doana surprised. She looked at the two of them as if she had caught their lively conversation about how a gun was powerless. Kam Trung Hop Tuan even reminded him to name it. Back at the Do and A office, he recounted everything clearly. Lai Dongbong looked at the gun in his hand and was not too surprised. When Kwang Wai turned around, he saw Doan Ki Nam and asked in shock, "What are you doing here?" He irritably retorted. "It's none of your business," Lai Dong-hun explained. "He will assist in this mission. You don't understand." "Does it have to be K-Nam?" he said with a teasing tone. "Now he is our Ki-Nam. He understands that deep down." "Are you bringing him here to destroy me?" he taunts calmly. He lacked skill, but he tried his best. His anger flared uncontrollably. Kim Mi-ho quickly interrupted, saying, "Let's go over the plan since everyone is here and agree." He asked anxiously, "Are you letting the rookies support us?" He threw out a comment, "If you want to complain, become the team leader." In the meeting room, based on the map, the guards around the house were clearly visible. "We know their location, but are they hiring mercenaries?" Kim Neo pointed at the map and said, "They have turned Dinthu into a fortress." "He is serious. There is a group we can track down, and that is Blue Tile." Lai Dong-hoon explained. "That group is in the top 5 in the U.S. That group has 3 people. The rest are in Korea, estimated to be about 20 in total." Li Dongbong's expression grew more serious. Kai-nam, sitting beside, felt surprised, then looked up and smirked. "Are they all already planning our failure?" "Those higher-ups." He looked at him calling the little chick, but he didn't bother to respond. When he called him that bastard, Kwang Wai angrily turned around. He pointed at the 2 people and ordered them to go spy on him, striking first before they could call for backup. He asked in surprise, "Where are we going?" Then Lin Dongbong suddenly stood up and announced, "We will depart tomorrow and you guys can leave now." Hearing that, he was surprised and left immediately. He then asked, "Do you have any complaints?" Kim Mi-ho rubbed his tired eyes and looked dazed, then took a deep breath and said, "I don't want to do this." After a while, in a dark forest illuminated only by moonlight, both of them looked at the mansion with shock. The mansion is in the middle of the mountain, so we have to climb up to get there. Suddenly, the ringtone rings and Kwang Wai takes out his phone to apologize so I can answer. Kim Mi-ho asked confusedly, "Now?" Seeing the name on the screen, he replied, "If I don't answer, my life will be in danger." He awkwardly thought, "I heard that lately my mother has been feeling a bit lonely." "Yes, is Sanhai calmly asking if you're busy on the other end?" "No matter how busy you are, you have to answer the call from the most beautiful woman in Dongdaemun." But his mother isn't usual. If she wants to praise, she'd write about 2 volumes of the Bible combined. Hearing that, he was confused. She happily asked, "Do you come home this weekend?" Kwang Wai was confused, wanting to know if there was a reason, but when he heard that his mother just wanted it for no particular reason, he immediately felt uneasy. This is the notch. "Remember when you called your father, you mentioned your mother was angry." Bravo! He thoughtfully considers this as a sign of loneliness, but he still insists that it's her fault. Sunhai was disappointed that he didn't answer back. "Not allowed?" Kwang scratched his head and replied, "Yes, sir." Then he confidently declared that he would return at any cost. He followed behind Kwang Wai, panting heavily. He turned back to ask about it, but he didn't want to continue the conversation. Kwang Wai looked into the distance and confidently said to the assistant that it seemed they had climbed the wrong mountain. "Luckily, I was just joking with him." Mo plopped down on the ground, understanding Lai Dongbong's feelings. He didn't understand anything but didn't explain further, only told him to scout. Kwang Yai received the order. After observing the target, he returned to report and used binoculars to observe. "There are 2 or more people if you include those inside the camp. This person must have more guards than the entire mercenary group. This doctor must be very wealthy to have so many people protecting him." Kim Hai-mo, after confirming he knew the location, decided to monitor for another 3 hours. During this time, the 2 analyzed the situation and planned their infiltration. According to Kwang Wai's observation, there is only one entrance, surrounded by forest. Hiding in the forest, snipers can't do anything, making it very difficult. But the road is very wide, with a machine gun team behind, and the problem is the aiming of the gun team, so the entrance is a trap. Kwang Wai noticed the soldiers' laxity at the entrance, which was definitely unusual. The flank is more concentrated, with snipers, machine guns, and special mercenaries, but the chaos makes it very difficult to pinpoint exact positions. Kwang Wai finished speaking and turned to see Himo's expression, which was hard to read. He offered you a chance to go to the analysis department. Based on your personal opinion, Kim Himo worries that misplacing you could waste a talented person. Returning to the team, Kim Himo shares the intelligence gathered from his observations, revealing traps, machine guns, and about 40 Special Forces soldiers. Everyone praises him, but he also credits some of the effort to Kwang Wai. The manager doesn't want the new recruit to turn against them immediately, asking for his opinion but calling him a disposable pawn. "You bastard, you're so angry." Kwang Wai suggests a full-scale attack. Everyone froze instantly upon hearing this suggestion, probably feeling that such an action was not appropriate, given the current situation. Lai Dong-hun says he understands the terrain here. Let him think more about the plan, but Lai Dong-bong insists that he can do it himself. Only Doan Ki-nam calls you crazy. They deliberately ignore and pretend not to hear you. Kwang Wai chose this plan because they are surely prepared for infiltration or surprise attacks, so an unexpected strike is necessary. More importantly, they have never fought together before, which will cause certain difficulties. Ledung Bong thinks the idea is crazy, but he still makes the decision. It's now 4:45 a.m., and they will carry out the plan at 6 a.m. First, they take down the sniper, then handle the machine guns, and the entire team will enter through the front gate. Kim Hee-mo and Doan Kin-nam are responsible for carrying the silent sniper rifles. Ready. Doan-ae is responsible for using the machine gun. Kwang Wai must be accountable for his words, which means entering from the front with the manager. They start their attack, taking down the snipers and machine gunners smoothly. Only when they see the two rushing forward do they alert the entire team of an intruder. The mercenary gang initially thought it was a minefield and entered without worry, but as the intruders got closer, they waited in vain for any explosion to happen. At this point, they finally ordered to open fire, but not a single shot hit. To be able to dodge so precisely, this is definitely the G-spot. Before going into battle, the manager arranged a few attacks for Kwang Wai, starting from the chin and then both sides. He skillfully dodged left and right, but Kwang Wai didn't understand why Lai Dong-bong suddenly attacked. With the final strike aimed at the back of his neck, he spun around, caught his leg with his hand, and prepared to strike his body down. In just a moment, he saw the G point, so now he can determine the location of the landmine placement, which was ordered to be set with claymore mines to block their path. The strange method made the enemy doubt whether they were even human or not. They are just seeing things. Passing through the minefield without triggering a single one? Is this something humans can do? The loud explosion startled those inside, and one of them ran to check how many attackers there were, wondering if it was an entire army, but the only answer he got was that there were just 2 people, and the landmines were set only to eliminate those 2. The soldiers, after setting off the mines in panic, couldn't believe their eyes when they saw Kwang Wai still alive through the smoke and dust. They were furious because Lee Dong-bong used him as a shield. Kwang Wai came up with an idea to return the enemy's enthusiasm. He raised his gun, aimed straight ahead, and pulled the trigger. But beyond expectations, its power pushed him and Lai Dong-bong backward, deafening gunfire and the recoil tearing his sleeve like a small cannon. The wound isn't too serious thanks to the regenerative ability of an immortal. It just needs some time. The manager looked at him like an idiot, and he was truly foolish enough to name that gun. This trigger creates a large opening in the enemy's base that looks straight inside. Using it for the first time with such effectiveness was incredibly exciting. Lai Dong-dong hurriedly turned back and urged him to run forward without delay. Kwang Wai staggered to his feet. Clearly they were under attack, so why should they run? Isn't the manager already agreed to face them? But Lai Dong-bong only asked for your opinion. He never said he would follow through. Then why didn't you tell me earlier? What are they both doing here? And the answer he received was to gain the upper hand. At that moment, a blade sliced through Kwang Yi's right side, cutting off the story. The enemy is chasing from behind, throwing spears while flying. Is this a supernatural power or remote control? Lai Dong-dong sees that new recruits like you are the typical frogs at the bottom of a well who don't know how vast the world is. The enemy with the red headband is still chasing and killing. He threw several spears at them at once, but luckily his skills were decent enough that none of them hit. In this critical moment, Kwang Wai still wants to ask his manager if he has been swearing since he was born. Lee Dong-bong immediately proves him wrong by calling him crazy, yet he still manages to ask some clever questions. That mercenary clearly wants to chase and kill them all. He must be really angry. Lee Dong-bong doesn't know who she's warning right now, Kwang Wai or the pursuer, but if this continues, it will be dangerous, making Kwang Wai also confused, not knowing who will fall first. An arrow suddenly appears out of nowhere, piercing straight into the chest of the pursuer. Could anyone besides Jenna have created this work? She appears suddenly from the bushes with a bow and arrow, catching the enemy off guard, and he must regret his arrogance. Now I understand why Lai Dong-bong is the team manager. Just look at his face. He looks like a demon, not a friendly person at all. If Doan-ae just stood there watching without acting, the truth would be that they would end up in the grave. The two of them continued to escape at full speed. Kwang Wai is curious if the plan has a name, but he'll give it an English name instead. Come on, come on. Lai Dong-bong knows he's insulting him. What a bastard. The real name of the plan is the Invisible Prison. In other words, to scare them so they don't dare go out and kill anyone who threatens it. This is totally K's style, but why not just kill a bunch at once? Kwang Wai's hand, just bandaged by Lai Dongbong, was kicked mercilessly for this stupid question. This chicken is the foundation of all plans. Now we have to go. Don't think about sneaking into the base anymore. Just follow Lai Dongbong. He also said that if you want to use that gun, your stance must be correct, or you'll lose your hand. Thuk Long doesn't want to embarrass Kwang Wai, but that big, cheeky kid is sticking out his tongue behind his manager's back because he didn't tell him sooner. He told Kwang Yan to watch him carefully, probably planning to hide and do something interesting again. At night, in a part of the enemy base, the guard thought the movement in the bushes was just the wind. But what comes with the wind in the dark night is that demon. Lai Dongbong, truly like a demon, appeared to scare a man so badly he collapsed to the ground, foaming at the mouth, while the other guard, confused, quietly slipped away into the shadows. Taking advantage of the enemy's blind spot, he becomes invisible and swiftly takes out the remaining guard. Meanwhile, at the sniper position, John from the mercenary team spots the shooter firing at them and then escapes with 2 others. I'm really curious about what they look like. Everyone now says they are professionals at what they do. They have already lost 6 people by now. The trap at the front entrance has been destroyed, and they still can't catch that damn artillery shooter, which really makes people furious. If John encounters him, he definitely won't let them go easily. Now everyone is much calmer. Let's go back and wait patiently. Sooner or later, we'll meet. At the same time, Lai Dongbong, out of habit, called Kwang Wai by his familiar nickname and handed him a bottle, telling him to drink. That bottle is for unlocking, but what it unlocks Kwang Wai doesn't understand. Li Dongbong explains further, and surely you also felt that way when you attacked. The awareness is sharp, as if grasping everything in hand, and they call that enlightenment. This is just the basics, but if you can't do it, don't even think about touching Lai Dongbong, let alone defeating him. In other words, if you want to punch him without mastering the basics like this, you might as well dream about it in your next life. After the liquid in the bottle enters the body, every cell and sensory organ of Kwang Wai becomes more sensitive than usual, with stimulation from the heart to the blood vessels seeming to work more intensely, giving him the same feeling as during the previous action. Seeing that you have finished using that liquid, Lai Dongbong reminds you to stay calm and follow his lead now. The 2 figures appearing in the forest are the targets. There is also a guy with a red scarf chasing after them along with another person. We found the 2 soldiers who were frightened after being threatened by Lai Dongbong. 2 beams of light flash past our eyes with expressions just as bewildered as the mercenaries, using the natural shield to hide and taking advantage of the blind spot when they turn around to knock them out before they realize he's there. And by the way, say hello. Toss those 2 in front of the manager. At this moment, Kwang Wai is so agitated he wants to rush in and kill everyone. Since he's already unlocked his power, he wants to speed up the process. Lai Dongbong smiles kindly and gives him a little nudge somewhere sensitive, then turns away to avoid this troublesome guy who, if given the chance, would want to rush in and kill everyone. You just tried and want perfection right away? But he has to admit one thing. Even if he's from a noble family, it takes 3 months to unlock, yet Kwang Wai did it on his first try. He has potential, so I need to keep going. But before leaving, Kwang Wai did one more thing. When the first light of dawn appeared, the gift he sent to them made A and John furious. What the hell is going on? He was insulting them, and most likely it was Kwang Wai's doing. Not a professional, but an artist, right? Hanging their soldiers upside down and tearing their clothes while wrapping them in a net-like rope. Who the hell does this kind of thing professionally? Lacking professional leadership, solo attacks all fail, only targeting weaknesses and with a very stylish approach. Now, if anyone asks about the red scarf guy, he's already been captured, making him furious. What's the strongest mercenary in Korea? Is that all there is? The chatter is loud. People's hearts are shaken. No one wants a fate like those others. If this continues, the remaining soldiers will all run away, but the fear will be controlled by an even greater fear. Anyone who wants to control the situation now must give orders. No one is allowed to go outside. If anyone disobeys, he will tear them apart, and then no one will come out anymore. They have already fallen silent. Lai Dongbong realized it was time to open the prison door. Kwang Wai, being new, wasn't used to this kind of talk and asked a puzzled question. Lai Dongbong criticizes him, asking Du Yan-A to explain for her, and his attitude looks really annoying. Du Yan-A also obediently points at Kwang Wai and says, "The invisible prison only works on weak ones, and you're paying attention to her hand on your chest. That's harassment." Lai Dongbong looked annoyed and really wanted to curse. The essence of this tactic is to sow fear, make them afraid, and then destroy, reducing their numbers and internal conflicts. Inside the enemy camp now must be like a ritual to ward off evil spirits. How can they sleep peacefully after what they've done? I understand and still ask cluelessly what to do next. The expert's questioning was so sharp that Kwang Wai deserved a punch to the head from manager Lai Dongbong. The next step is obviously to deal with them. The next morning, Kwang Wai led the charge with a loudspeaker, calling them out, but there was no sign of anyone, probably because they didn't understand the language. The American one, I tried changing it to English. It can't sound more affectionate. Kwang Wai shouted into the speaker while flipping off with his middle finger, and, surprisingly, it worked immediately as a foot stepped forward, led by John. He looked at them as if they were nothing, feeling proud that from his previous mission he had learned a lesson. If you want to learn a new language, start by cursing. Then he encouraged Jian. Come on, Datakazaki. John is as hot-tempered as ice cream, throws his gun straight at Kwang Wai, who reacts by shooting down the flying object heading for his face, then shifts his aim to Zion's body. But this bastard's steel-like body makes the bullets bounce off like steel mosquitoes, yet he's a Special Forces soldier. Yet he is a Special Forces soldier with a steel body. His hand swung a slash that split his two guns apart. At this moment, he is no longer seen by me as Takazaki, but as a shiny marble. Kwang Wai deliberately provoked him to anger, causing him to charge straight at him with a sword. A bright slash swung out, and Zion's sword flew out along with one of his arms. What the hell? Kwang Wai was able to cut off one of his hands. He also really wanted to apologize for the slightly sharp sword that accidentally cut it off. He got even angrier and threw his remaining fist at him. I already warned you that the sword is sharp, so why are you so stupid? In the end, his other hand was also cut off. Something's not right. How could Jian be so stupid? It's obvious there's another scheme besides his. It was only then that he realized there was a grenade in that hand. John thought he had finally achieved his goal of cursing him to death. Kwang Wai watched the trajectory of the grenade falling, pulled out the gun from his back, and swung it like a badminton racket to catch the arm and the grenade, sending them soaring into the vast sky, exploding in midair under his watchful gaze and the admiration of those around him. Is this what he achieved after sacrificing an arm? He will remember Kwang Wai's face, but whether it matters or not, I also give him a punch to the head to knock Zion out, stepping on him to threaten the remaining mercenaries. Of course, the weaker ones surrender, but there is still someone who speaks up to stop this because they are paid to do their duty. Anyone who takes off his glasses now is looking straight at the leg of a nearby soldier. He paid so much money. Is he planning to betray? Incredible. That laser beam, is he a super clone? No one dares to move when threatened now. Everyone is within his reach. No rabbit's eye is that confident, but today I learned something strange. Before coming here, Kwang Wai had a special training. The damn red-haired punk failed to hunt them down, and after being captured, he kneeled and begged for mercy, trembling. Kwang Wai didn't know how to handle him, so he asked Lai Dongbong, who was very good at exploiting people, to point at him and say to Double Bow, "Knock Kwang Wai out. If you can beat that kid, he'll let him go." Suddenly, Kwang Wai was stunned by the attack, and Dapo didn't anticipate this situation either. Lai Dongbong turned his back and simply said that any skill could be used, but Kwang Wai was not allowed to touch him or even grab his collar. Kwang Wai could no longer rely on luck to dodge the attacks. If you don't want to die, you better learn how to dodge properly. The bastard is starting to attack now that he has the chance to be released. He dodged to the side to avoid this hit. The tree next to him was knocked down, but he really couldn't keep avoiding forever since he simply couldn't see where the attack was coming from. After about 8 hits, Kwang Wai understood what this manager wanted. He had to use his keen senses to feel the invisible force so he could anticipate the psychic's abilities and react in time. Now he keeps firing laser beams nonstop, but I dodge every attack. He screams in fury, "Terrorists, die!" Kwang Wai tries to get closer to him, constantly dodging attacks from Aour. Suddenly, a smoke bomb falls beside him, unexpected and dirty trick. He fired his laser eyes wildly in all directions because he couldn't determine the direction. Taking advantage of his loss of composure, Kwang Wai appeared right beside him, slashed across his side with a sword, then kicked him away with a powerful blow. He was knocked down, clutching his wound. Even more surprisingly, there was a gun pointed at him. Kwang Wai took the chance to be extremely arrogant, isn't that right? He knew he looked cool. Lai Dongbong was at a loss with him, but suddenly a figure rushed past in front of him, attacking from behind Kwang Wai, making him wonder if he had missed his shot. But that wasn't right. There was another guy, and importantly, he didn't sense his presence. It's too late now. Kwang Wai can't stop him anymore. But his teammate is still behind him. Do-In aims an arrow to divert his trajectory and slow him down. Taking the opportunity, Lai Dongbong blocked in front of him, kicked him, causing him to fly up and circle behind him. This guy attacks quickly too, but unfortunately the manager's speed is even faster. This strike pins him to the ground, unable to move anymore. Kwang Wai searches his body, and Lai Dongbong, not understanding what he's doing, naturally assumes he's looking for valuables, and judging by his shirt, he's not an ordinary person, like a thief. Lee Dong-hun, inspired by this scene, decides to name the series himself, as a new employee returning to the fight, with profits probably reaching $1 billion a year. Are you really so confident in yourself? After a move by Lee Dong-bong, I changed your name. You're no longer a factory chicken, now you're a chicken brain. Bao Kwang-wai was blinded again and went inside. Before they could do anything, Dr. Bat Bung-dun suddenly pointed a gun at his own head to threaten them to stand still within his sight. Lee Dong-hun advised him to stay calm, but he insisted on not letting them move. Strange. Why is he making himself a hostage? Lee Dong-hun politely explained that they wanted to invite him back. Please don't act like that. Is there some misunderstanding? Bat Bung-dun refuses to lower his gun and questions what the Special Land Force's attitude is in bringing weapons to invite someone. Kwang-wai starts jokingly and winks. I don't know if you can give me a chance to talk to you as the most handsome member of the team. Bat Bung-dun frowned. This guy dares to speak with such an attitude. He's truly a disgusting fool. I don't know what strange idea you're thinking of, so, if possible, let me say a few words as the most handsome guy. He frowned, not understanding what you're talking about. That bastard Hawk Kwang-wai turned to Ki-nam and said it was your fault. Bat Bung-dun was clearly angry, and yet you shifted the blame onto someone else. Are the Special Immortal Forces now even hiring Actor High for missions? I was just trying to calm him down, but he still doesn't believe. His trembling finger pointed at his head and demanding they leave. Lee Dong-bong is not that unfriendly. If you're hiding something, it's best to be honest. He said this as he stepped forward, unafraid of his threats. Seeing this action, Bat Bung-dun panicked and raised his voice, threatening to shoot if he advanced further. As his finger was about to pull the trigger, Kwang-wai appeared from behind and twisted his arm, causing the gun to fall from his hand and successfully preventing a suicide. Then he ruffled his hair and smiled casually, asking if he was okay. He must have used enough force to break it. He seems to be in a lot of pain from being asked questions, as if he's being teased by him. And what's important is that he has no idea when I came beside him, yet he didn't notice. After dealing with Lee Dong, turned and walked straight inside. Bat Bung-dun stepped in to stop him. Even if they beg, I don't want them to go in. They don't care and even drag him along. The secret is now revealed. Inside the cage, a blonde girl is chained and gagged. There are still fangs growing in her mouth. Kwang-wai flexed his wrist and suggested breaking the bones of the person inside the cage. Lee Dong-bong was only worried that he couldn't bear this responsibility. Bat Bung-dun then humbly begged that it was his daughter, and if they left her alone, he would follow you. Kwang-wai was startled. They don't look alike. They really aren't father and daughter. But he didn't know that the girl was a special experimental subject. Her immune system isn't strong. She's vitamin deficient. Her mental state is unstable, and her wounds seem to be self-inflicted. Suddenly, she tries to break out of the iron cage, probably because she saw someone and wanted to attack. Lee Dong-bong realizes that he knew the girl had to go into the laboratory if the government discovered her, which is why he used all his strength to hide her existence. Bat Bung-dun, with the helpless look of a father whose child is just a kid, couldn't do anything. Unapproved experimental subjects must be destroyed. Ho pointed the gun at the girl's head, and Bat Bung-dun shouted anxiously to stop him. Kwang-wai was also surprised that it was just a child. However, Kim Hee-mo also had his reasons. If this child survived in the end, it would have to endure a miserable life as a test subject, and letting it die might be better and more peaceful. The experimental subject needs to be destroyed, but from what I hear, that girl is no longer human. He plans to kill a teenager who is still alive and up to 20 years old. No matter what I think, I can't just let it happen. Kwang-wai hopes everyone will forgive her and keep this secret. Do-in Ki-nam reminds him that this is a criminal team, but does he really follow such inhumane rules? Lee Dong-bong whispered a hint to him. If he wanted to hide something, he had to divert attention to a bigger trouble and take responsibility. Then he turned to Hee-mo and said, I will take responsibility. He doesn't quite believe it even though Lee Dong-bong said so, but what basis does Kwang-wai have to bear the responsibility? Lee Dong-bong tapped his chin to make a group symbol, meaning he would protect me. Lee Dong-bong leaned in and whispered to Miho that the one backing Kwang-wai is Director Nam Mong-zin. He's Kwang-wai's father. That's big news. Ki-nam is definitely not convinced. Kwang-wai realizes this is the message Lee Dong-bong intended to convey. Just go along with it. I am the son of Director Nam Mong-zin. For now, you have two fathers today. This must remain a secret. No reason for the assistant director to take care of Kwang-yi like that. Anything can be believed if enough people lie. Your teammates will be exposed. This is really top-notch. Who will take the kid with them now that another problem has arisen? Bak Bung-boon remained silent for a moment, then, fearing losing his child, insisted on taking her along. Everyone stared at him. If he takes the girl with him for less than 2 days, he will also be lost. Then the news will spread, and it will involve all of them. And now the person can suppress the girl, Teach her how to use magic and basic etiquette. You will treat this child well, even though you know she is only a test subject for the special mother Tae Sang. He thought of someone. Kwang Wai volunteered to handle this problem. After finishing the mission, he returned home with the girl in the iron cage, sedated. Kanhai gently clenched his fist with love and asked about the girl on his shoulder. Dakai behind Sunhai teased, thinking he had gone ahead, but that's not quite right. Don't misunderstand me. It seems like Mom is feeling a bit bored. Isn't it better for Mom to take care of this kid so everyone benefits? But I'm not entirely sure. Kwang Wai just said he happened to save her, but as he was handing over the police report, she punched him in the face before he could finish his sentence. The girl, no longer drugged, immediately attacked him, snarling like a beast with her claws extended. The situation is the same. This girl clearly isn't feeling well. I don't know why, but the pressure from the two women made Ma Di curl up, losing all his fierce appearance when attacking him. She's about to scream, isn't she? Her father would be very disappointed if he saw, so it's better to give her a bath and something to eat first. Ma Di is now clean and well-groomed, shining brightly, no longer resembling her original state when she was brought here. She looks more like a human now. It seems the girl carries mixed blood, probably awakened less than half a year ago, and some bastard must have abandoned her. Lately, those bastards keep having children but refuse to take responsibility. Kwang Yi went to the kitchen to ask his mother whether he should tell his father about their shapeshifter identity or not. His mother's attitude was very clear, so he decided to choose who to live with first. Kwang Wai changed his mind and asked his adoptive mother, who is also Duke Kwai, the owner of the building, if there were any vacant rooms, but taking advantage of the relationship and calling the wrong person, he clearly has no place to stay here. His mother brought a portion of rice in front of Dai, who instinctively raised her claws and bared her sharp teeth. Sunhai didn't act gently, yanking her hair back, forcing rice into her mouth and scolding her to eat with a spoon properly. Then she pinched Ma Di's mouth shut to keep her from speaking. That's why Kwang Wai thinks of her mother as if she were both killing and caring for her at the same time. Truly, a perfect mother. Assistant SEO sat at his desk reviewing the process and results of Group A's recent mission. They faced numerous mercenary teams, not only from Korea but also 3 Blue Y squads. Even if he's not the top, he's not to be underestimated, and Kwang Wai defeated them on his own. In less than a year, his achievements are impressive. Rare talent, quick judgment, brave actions, strategic skills, and he's even been transferred to the security team after just a few missions. Usually talents like this show their abilities right from the start, but Du Kwang Wai was quite ordinary at first and has improved a lot. Except for his talent, which has completely transformed, Seo's influence is limited because of Kwang Wai. But even if he doesn't like Kwang Wai, he can't let personal feelings affect the mission. Du Kwang Wai must be a unique person. Looking at the evaluation report, it's clear he's different from others. Du Kwang Wai laughed loudly. Duna couldn't understand why he was so happy. Kwang Wai's mouth is about to stretch to his ears, greeting everyone cheerfully and praising the nice weather for being crazy. Ledung Bong has never seen anyone as eccentric as him. The weather right now is just as crazy as Kwang Yu. The night is pitch black with thunder crashing. Is everyone just messing around? Kwang Wai starts chatting with Lai Dung Bong and praises another manager for being unusually stubborn when speaking nonsense. He probably knew what he wanted when he said that to him. Just as Miho and Keenam passed by, he offered to review the evaluation report with them. Keenam has never admitted to being Kwang Yi's friend, so why would he review the report with him? Yet he still happily slaps Keenam on the shoulder and teases him. We can't be friends, that's right. You've been promoted. While Keenam still remains a third-rate employee, no one wants to hear this, so he immediately dismisses him. Kwang Wai saw that he was copying his team leader's bad habits, always criticizing him whenever he let his guard down. A person appeared behind them, warning him not to be too arrogant because he was still being watched by him, and that it wasn't a good idea. Kwang Wai thought he would turn around and act respectfully, but the person brushed past and went straight to Keenam, scolding him. I've never seen Keenam listen so obediently. Only after asking did I find out Suyen Ho Nam, the #1 external team manager, is Keenam's brother. That's brutal. That's his older brother who scolded him so much. Poor Keenam. His brother left, while Kainam was scolded like useless, his face turning angry. A hand patted his shoulder to comfort him and said, "Cheer up, buddy." Surely he doesn't realize he's the target of Kainam's comparison, so he came over to cheer him up, right? Are you trying to die or what? The CEO's assistant came to find Du Kwang Wai to inform him that the director is looking for his missing son. The weather really isn't good anymore. Thunder and lightning are crashing fiercely outside the director's office window. Is this a sign of bad luck coming? Is it finally here? My son? Is this greeting meant to mock Lord Guangyi? I wonder which snitch is gossiping here. You know this isn't right, so I scratch my head and continue. The damage he caused has grown into a big tree now. Now Mengdi told him to sit down and tell him what happened that day. He acts like he doesn't know anything, but in reality he has all the information. If you can't avoid it, just face it. He thought killing her was pointless, so he spared the girl. Nam Mongzin also felt there was no need to kill someone just because they were a test subject. He was pleased to have his agreement, but he couldn't let Kwang Wai do as he pleased. I need you to do something for him. In a few days, an important person will arrive in Korea, and you will be their bodyguard. Hearing about this, it also seems quite simple. After all, I am still known as his son, so I should bear some responsibility. But it's not that easy. Kwang Wai also has to find out why that person came to Korea. He can use any method to investigate, but is not allowed to harm their mind or body. Kwang Wai is very confident. Just leave it to me. When that person leaves Korea, I will make them say Korea is amazing. But in reality, it's not like I imagined. On his first day, a glass of drink was thrown straight at his face and hit the wall behind him, while the small prince's curses echoed throughout the room. Besides you, 4 royal guards also had to listen to those sounds. Clearly, he told you to buy it, then now he's insulting you, and you can't even hear his name. The person you need to protect is Boliana, the future prince of the superhuman nation in Southeast Asia. That king has 35 children, and this kid is the illegitimate son. The kid is only 10 years old, truly a little bastard. I heard Boliana is fluent in 6 languages and apparently knows how to curse in all of them. Roy explained to him that today he's already quite the angel. At least he hasn't thrown things around, especially the hard and sharp ones. But if this is already considered an angel, then how much more normal could he be? I have to get close to it to see why it's here. But maybe this plan is no longer feasible. Then we'll change our plan. A few days later, Kwang Wai had become close with the other guards and learned about their abilities. Brown Bear Rob is an immortal. He likes to show off his strength and enjoys flaunting his biceps after winning arm wrestling matches. To make him lower his guard, just offer a glass of banana milk. This Middle Eastern beauty is a special superhero who can control temperature, making any part of her body heat up. Roy knows how to control his powers well, has a gentle personality, and enjoys having fun. Ava, who has OCD and can transform, has a beautiful figure and a pretty face, but she always touches me whenever she gets close. The prince seems jealous. Both of them are on the same side because they have the duty to protect the prince. But strangely, she seems very wary of him. Dino, the superhuman, Kwang Wai still doesn't know his abilities, but their personalities are definitely opposite. And so, 3 or 4 days passed, they ate together and watched TV. On the 5th day, the night before Friday, Boliana wanted him to sing lullabies to put the kid to sleep. This brat wants everything. No matter how hard it is, you still have to try your best to lull him to sleep with a song. After singing him a lullaby, he finally fell asleep. Is it that easy to fall asleep? But I've discovered a little secret. He is crying. The next day, while still deep in sleep, it was very lively outside. Din lost his temper. It seems he did something to anger him. Not bothering to pay attention, he turned around and reminded Eva about the stain on her collar. Everything around is in chaos. Boliana is sitting at the dining table, trembling. Robert blocks Danelle from attacking him while Ava turns to the side, trying to wipe the bloodstains off her shirt. Boliana can't understand what the hell is going on anymore. Kwang Wai is causing trouble. Even though I don't know what he did, Dinoel suddenly jumped up wanting to fight him. Luckily, Rob held him back. He pulled Dino away, leaving the prince with Kwang Wai. Eva turned to change her soaked dress as her towel wouldn't dry, leaving only him and Boliana at the table. He looked grim and confused about what you were doing. Has he lost his mind or what? But you remained very calm. Are you losing your mind? No, my mind is still clear. I just want to ask him something. After a while, Ava returns, and her new outfit is truly seductive. He put on a bright face to ask about Ava. She responded, and then asked about the prince and the 2 others, but he only gave a vague reply. He steps closer to Ava, presses her against the wall, pulls her waist in, now just the 2 of them. Is there anything you want to say to me? Kwang's petty tricks are really impressive, making her blush as she wraps her arms around his neck. Just as their lips are about to meet, he yanks her hair, covers her mouth, and presses her firmly against the bookshelf. He wanted to apologize to her so much, and the hand he used to cover Ava's mouth was 2K. For someone who can transform, this is probably the worst punishment. Boliana rushes out of the bed cover room. He arrives and carries the boy running like the wind out, as he passes the whip room just as he opens the door, still sleepy. To escape from here, there's no way out the front door, so Kwang Wai can only carry the kid and break the glass to rush out. Rob and Dinel wanted to ask Ava the whole story, but she couldn't say anything anymore. Nahan Tri quickly snatched the radio from Rob and ordered all the guards to the first floor immediately. An emergency situation. The prince has been kidnapped at the company. At this moment, Nam Mongjin was casually sitting and drinking coffee with Lai Dongbong, his words full of implication, as if he was trying to help Kwang Wai advance. Lai Dongbong found that hidden meaning completely inappropriate. Since Kwang Wai has been working for Nam Mong ever since the orientation, he has occasionally been disciplined. But this is a holiday, also a reward for Kwang Wai. This job teaches him patience, and he can also punish Kwang Wai for letting the test subject survive. In short, it's a win-win situation. Lai Dongbong has also dealt with the prince before, so he can understand how tough it is. The CEO's assistant interrupted the conversation to report that Du Kwang Wai had cornered the prince. No one expected this situation, and their expressions were extremely dramatic. Namungin sounds like a boss hitting hard, and Lai Dongbong's expression seems like she wants to crush Kwang Wai completely. Kwang Wai doesn't understand why little Boliana is so worried. Even though we're just here for a vacation, I always see the kid trembling and crying in his sleep, so I asked someone to find out. Turns out those four aren't bodyguards at all. Ava the Shapeshifter, known as the Stalker, was a mercenary in England and is the target being chased to the ends of the earth. Whether man or woman, Roy, a superhuman with the nickname Torch, is a royal guard who enjoys burning others to death. Someone like that can't be a royal bodyguard. Third is Rob, the Immortal, nicknamed the Talking Machine, also a royal bodyguard. His cell seems to be a prison. Even though he is the one who guides him to improve close combat skills, he still looks like a suspicious bastard. In the end, the special monk, still a royal guard, has the ability to isolate space. All four of them are only loyal to one person in Len Oil, the most potential heir of the superhuman nation, who is also Boliana's sister. After gathering clues, he was able to draw the final conclusion. He came here to be assassinated after causing a commotion at the dining table and making the other guards leave. The question Kwang Wai asked Boliana was whether she wanted to live or not. I don't understand what he meant by asking this, but I had to remind him. You know why you're here and you don't have much time left to decide. Boliana doesn't want to die. I know what you want. Member of the Special Immortal Force Du Kwang Wai will carry out the rescue mission for the prince. Back when they were fleeing, Boliana wondered how he knew why she was there. He didn't explain with sleepless nights of gathering information, but said it was a skill of Korean agents, finding a safe place to call the team leader, only to be immediately yelled at as a crazy bastard. But the prince's safety is at risk, so I can't leave him there. Lai Dongbong still doesn't understand why we need to capture the prince. Shouldn't we report to the royal guards over there? He just doesn't realize that those guys are the real threat. But Kwang Wai himself is only half sure of that. Lai Dongbong thinks this guy is completely crazy, telling him to run away and not contact them anymore. Kwang Wai thought reinforcements would arrive. Lai Dongbong was about to explode with rage at Kwang Wai, then asked if the reinforcements wanted to cause an international conflict. What do you think, that he can send reinforcements for a kidnapper of the prince? Getting caught is not an option. That's Lai Dongbong's demand to you. Kwang Wai remains very confident, certain that it won't happen. At this moment, he notices Eva charging at him with extreme ferocity. So that means they found them. The prince is being tracked by a device. That is a royal mandate. But now he realizes Eva is frantically charging at Kwang Wai with her fists. Luckily, he dodged. She must be furious after being deceived by him, but he doesn't like women with obsessive tendencies. Kwang Wai's words only made her lose her temper. She kicked him hard in the leg with considerable force. Roy appears criticizing your foolish transformation fighting style. Annoyed, he thinks he should have killed you earlier to avoid this trouble. The tracker cannot be removed. Roy still appears friendly, urging him to surrender because Boliana gave them the order. They're just lying. As soon as they catch him, they'll hand him over immediately. Eva keeps attacking wildly. How can he lose focus when he's fighting her? He spun around and attacked Eva's side, stabbing her in the stomach with a knife. Eva's punch isn't ordinary. It's very powerful, so he uses a shield to block it. Then, the shield disappears right before her eyes, causing her to panic for a moment, and he grabs her by the neck and breaks her jaw. Even a shapeshifter would find it hard to recover quickly after a broken neck. After taking down Eva, he pointed and said to Robeck, "Listen carefully, you can defeat a shapeshifter by exploiting their weaknesses from a distance." That move to take down Eva was impressive. Roy admits they let their guard down, but he can't escape from the three of them alone. Everyone is now ready to fight. Kwang Wai calmly walks over, drapes his only jacket over Boliana's shoulders, and tells him not to lose it. He complains about the cheap outfit, not knowing where it came from, but still lets him wear it. No one intended to fight those people. He left immediately before the wide-eyed onlookers who were waiting for a martial arts showdown with him. Seeing him run away, they kept firing, holding the little prince in their arms to shield him, rushing away at top speed. Before acting, you have to prepare. Even though he's not someone who follows the usual rules, he still wears body armor, so bullets won't hurt him, and it seemed like Kwang Wai would take the path they expected. But never expected, he stopped at a wall and told Boliana. When he was little, his mother always said, "When there's no more path, create your own way." With a punch, he destroyed the wall right in front of him, creating an escape no one could have foreseen or anticipated. They're really crazy. The bodyguards chasing after them have no idea that Kwang Wai is strong enough to break down a wall and create his own escape route. How could he let the little prince run away so easily? Rob throws a spear to deal with Boliana. He stands in front of him, catching the spear. He looks at him in confusion, but there's no time for sentiment. They must keep escaping. No matter what, I will definitely keep my promise to you. In Boliana's past, everyone wanted him dead. Since you were born, your father could no longer have children, and you became the last prince hated by everyone. Everyone just wants him to die. Not only his siblings in the family, but people across the country also shun or avoid Boliana. The reason is that your mother's voice was not noble enough, and your own abilities are still unclear. Boliana has survived until now thanks to your father's mercy. But the people you loved most died without reason, and their deaths left many reasons to believe it was because of you. The psychological ghost haunting Boliana is too strong, and this father is growing weaker, eventually unable to protect you anymore. Please give me a chance, because for this country it means death. Boliana realized that as long as he dies, everything will end. And 2 years later in Korea, as he prepared for his glorious death, he met him again. At first, Boliana thought Kwang Yi was very strange, but everything had changed. Seeing you risking your life has planted an unprecedented seed of hope in Boliana, making a spark of life rise within him. Watching Boliana sit anxiously in a corner, while Kwang Yi worries about him getting seasick from the rapid movement. But this stop isn't very good either. They'll definitely find us with tracking devices. He was about to say something when you interrupted. Thank you. He already believed in you. If he had listened to your whole story, he probably would have taken back his thanks. Kwang Wai wants to leave you here, pretending to be mysterious, then let Boliana be the bait, and he plans to run away, leaving the little prince alone. It drives him crazy, so stupid to trust a lunatic like you. You're hiding in that cheap shirt you just mocked, and now you're worried and about to cry. Anyway, you're still just a child. They have already found Rob Tianfong first by planning their attack to trap Robert. Din and Dinnoel will surround him, prioritizing killing the prince first. Din begins to isolate the space, but time is limited to no more than 30 minutes. Rob reassures himself that with Dinello's power, the target won't escape easily. He raises the binoculars to scan the area. After locating Boliana, Rob was sure Du Kwang Wai was nearby. Suddenly, he was attacked with a knee. Rob covers his face and signals Roy to turn on the flashlight. Everyone is confused. When they turned on the flashlight, all the guards around them had already been knocked out on the ground. Kwang Wai's sudden attack on the prince was just a distraction. Seeing the commotion, Rob fired wildly, hitting only some trees. He was lying in wait while they distracted the prince. To him, I am a worthy opponent, but he has forgotten something important. Their only target is the prince, so they also forgot that my real target is those who are after Boliana. Just as Rob was about to throw his spear, he was grabbed from behind by the neck. The whip caught up, and Kwang Wai used Rob's large body to block him. His madness hasn't changed. He's fleeing, but still dragging the whip along for a walk. Li Dongbong and his team, along with a few others, arrived to join the fun, mainly to catch Du Kwang Wai, only to encounter someone capable of creating a large-scale spatial barrier. Haimo thought Kwang Wai would run away, but why is he still messing around in this forest? Doane hesitated whether to pass through or not. But Li Dongbong thinks there's no need, just stay here quietly. Simo Dong steps forward, urging, we need to catch Du Kwang Wai immediately. What are we waiting for? Li Dongbong searches for a reason, knowing that crossing through will provoke a reaction. If the pursuers feel threatened and end up killing the prince, who will bear the responsibility? A bespectacled man who understands his intentions reminds him that this choice will have consequences that no one can cover for. Li Dongbong has his own plan. When the one isolating that space is exhausted, he will move in, so probably no one will object, right? He told him that if he couldn't change it, he should break the rules, but he didn't expect this kid to completely destroy them. It's truly proud to have a member like that. Boriana cried out in Kwang Wai's arms, blaming him for leaving her alone. Though young, she is a prince with a very high sense of pride, and she was actually crying but refused to admit it when Kwang Wai asked, I guess I'll just go along with you. You refuse to answer the main question, making me so annoyed I want to curse. But before I can finish, Kwang Yi scolds me. South Korea is a country that respects etiquette. Swearing is not good. I wonder if, after saying this, Du Kwang Yi felt embarrassed or not, since he swore just as much as anyone else. Boriana wondered why he suddenly sided with him. Aren't you worried about the consequences? Kwang Wai is confident because he believes he has the ability to do it, so he chose a big tree and sat you on top. Just because you have the ability to protect him, you're truly crazy. Fighting 4 guys at once is a bit tough. You need to be careful. Kwang Wai will play hide and seek for a while. When someone finds them, I'll handle it quickly and cleanly. I don't know if he's smart or crazy, so let's just say he's both. Seeing how he's hunting the 2 of them, Roy is really angry now. The little prince cares and hopes he won't die. He reassures you not to worry about him, then disappears. Roy uses the torch on his arm to punch into each tree, as if he wants to burn down the entire forest. Kwang Wai appears behind him. This time he has caught the opportunity to counterattack. Roy knows the terrain around him very well. Could it be that this guy is just pretending to be crazy? Everyone thinks that superhumans with special abilities don't know how to fight close combat, and fire-type superhumans are hot-tempered. But I heard that immortals are also very afraid of fire. I'm really sorry, but he's not just immortal and doesn't believe it. He has no calm to listen to Kwang Wai at all. They clash, and Kwang Wai dodges his attacks again and again. After some probing, he realized that he fights more like Ava. Luckily, he still managed to dodge. Finding an opening, he attacked again, but missed. If he had hit his fist earlier, he definitely could have taken him down. Tonight, he's really good at controlling his power, so if he's going to cheat, there's no need to be noble anymore. Kwang Wai kicked up dirt to blind him, then the legendary knife stabbed Roy in the shoulder. He was stabbed, but kept fighting, and he dodged the attack to retreat to the beam. Kwang Wai kindly warned not to touch it, but he underestimated and tried to pull out the old knife, only for it to explode as soon as his fiery hand touched it. Even Kwang Wai didn't expect this to happen, and the shrapnel pierced his chest and neck. He tried to stop the bleeding with heat, but failed. His blood vessels burst, and Roy died. That was his first murder. Modern science has advanced to the point where even fatal wounds can be treated, but resurrection is still impossible. Immortals train by injuring themselves, only becoming truly ruthless when they no longer feel pain. Kwang Yi feels the same way. It turns out that the sensation of killing someone is so terrifying, but there's no other choice when living in a world of, superhumans. Maybe from now on, he will have to go through this feeling countless times. Din rushes over in a very bad mood. Better not to provoke him. Deal tries to explain, but at this moment he doesn't want to hear anything, so he strikes him unconscious with a single palm. The barrier of space disappears right where Lai Dongbong's group is waiting, and Lai Shuntrang points a gun at him, demanding he put down his weapon and raise his hands. Junior employee Du Kwang Wai has been arrested for kidnapping the prince of the superhuman kingdom, and for murder. He has no right to remain silent or to seek a lawyer to defend the prince, but is still detained. Kwang Wai wants to ask his team leader what's going on. Li Dongbong also earns his living from his salary. When the order is issued, it must be carried out. If he resists, Kwang Yai's team leader will also help enforce his return. But the prince is still alive, Li Dongbong shouted to attract attention. Lai Dong-hun and Do-en assigned to coordinate with him for now. Fine, as long as they verify with the prince, it's over. Then he was captured by 2 of his teammates. Kwang Wai still believed the prince would testify for him. In the end, I was still imprisoned, and the one I longed for, the only person who could prove my innocence, flew back to the country that night. He left him behind. Kwang Wai was stunned as he was about to face internal court. This kid should at least testify for me before leaving. Meng Tae's assistant can't believe how unreliable he is. He assaulted a shapeshifter, broke his neck, caused an immortal to fall, and killed one of the 2 superhumans, but he is not the mastermind. Could it be that Du Kwang Wai is the famous Shadow that Meng Tae insists is not him, because he knows full well that Shadow is the nickname of manager Lai Dongbong? Another possibility is considered. He is the Celestial Eye, the most lethal weapon the government possesses, with both its identity and appearance remaining a mystery. He has no way to track where Du Kwang Wai is or what he's doing. What exactly is he? The secret weapon trained by my director himself? Doan Kinam is the real rising star, not Du Kwang Wai, right? Kinam is eager to prove himself, just give him a chance. He still held some hope for Meng Tae earlier, but no, Kinam is not quite normal. Meng Tae wants to know the identity of Du Kwang Wai's parents, but the personal information of the special immortal force isn't something he can easily find out. Li Dong-hun seems to read his mind, seemingly about to provide valuable information, but instead he tells him that Kwang Wai is a reformed person, and this is the second time he's restarted his life. What kind of people are these? Everyone is so weird, they do whatever they want, he just needs to eliminate them when he has the chance. That's how you rise in this industry. Du Kwang Wai, trapped in his cell and unable to escape, is targeted again for an attack. This prison uniform design is terrible. It's time to change it. Lai Dongbong keeps calling you a crazy guy, but you can't really talk about someone like that. You're also a precious son of the family, right? The team leader really ran out of options with Du Kwang-wai, and he questioned whether he really intended to save everyone in the world. He didn't answer directly, which made Lai Dongbong furious. I really can't stay calm with this guy. Talking to him just makes me want to punch him. Kwang-wai admits that he will save everyone in the world, no matter who they are. But he is not a superhero saving people in some way. No more sarcasm, just speak plainly. Even if he's foolish, he must know that just reporting the situation wouldn't lead to this outcome. He also knew there would be consequences, but not to this extent. Kwang-wai is very calm, as if sharing his feelings with the team manager. His world is something that the eyes and heart McMeon reach. In the past, he was ordered to ignore the guards and prioritize his own survival. But Kwang-wai didn't want to do that and kill Bat Bungdun's daughter. Is it because she's a test subject or a prince? How should a 10-year-old boy accept such a death, and why do the weak and innocent like them have to be treated unfairly by this world? So if I can protect everyone in my world, I will do it. That is Kwang-wai's ideal, and his unwavering gaze says it all. Lai Dongdong turned and left without saying anything else, but as he exited the interrogation room, a smile played on his lips. This scene was seen by Du and who then asked the team manager what he said. But the trial's about to start. I have to go now. Du Kwang-wai is sitting before the court. The trial of junior staff member Du Kwang-wai begins, charged with kidnapping the prince, murder, and failing to report back to the company. Such accusations are unacceptable. You didn't kidnap the prince, you just took him to a safe place. Cha Mong-tae refuses to accept that. If it were true, Boliana would have given her statement before leaving. Everyone would do that for their benefactor. Telecom company director Kim Dong-treo also does not intend to defend this matter, only the murder of the guards and kidnapping the prince. His charges are clear. He didn't think there was any reason to keep Kwang-wai. Then he was repeatedly questioned by Mong-tae. What was his motive for kidnapping the prince? Why kill the guard and not report to your superiors? But the truth is, the prince said you wanted to survive. Killing that guard was just an accident to protect the prince. And besides, I didn't have time to report. I only managed to get some information from Kim Himo before helping the prince escape. The longer Bana stays, the more dangerous his life becomes. Mong-tae wouldn't let him off easily just to bring him down. He kept pressing and cutting him off while he was speaking, clearly trying to accuse him. Prince Kok even killed one of the guards. He is the only one who can testify that he returned to the country immediately after the incident ended. He thought he was trying to run away. Damn it, I don't even know what this guy is saying. When he asked for everyone's opinion at the scene of the explosion, even if someone saw I was innocent, there's no way to prove it. They didn't say anything wrong. He really killed a guard without reporting to security, and the director couldn't do anything. Since no one objected, for Mong-tae, following Director Kim Dong's order to suspend Kwang-yi's dismissal was the only option. But he hadn't achieved his goal yet, and Boriana appeared, introducing herself. Dino Neo, who looks more like a bodyguard, steps forward to testify and translate for Boliana. So he really was a bodyguard. I feel so guilty towards him. Boliana asks what he was arrested for. Mong-tae didn't expect the prince to come back and testify for Kwang-wai. Will the charges of kidnapping the prince and killing the guard hold up? Dinoel presents evidence that Du Kwang-wai's killer was a traitor, and he is also a wanted murderer. The two people assaulted by Kwang-wai are also criminals, disguised as bodyguards. If it weren't for Kwang-wai, Boliana would have died a long time ago. But instead of being rewarded, he was punished by you. He pretends to be furious and curses. Du Kwang-wai kindly translates what he's saying to Cha Mong-tae. Kwang-wai is the prince's savior, so he requested that he not be punished. If the prince agrees, it will be as if nothing happened. Kim Dong-treo was visibly happy about Boliana's words. If the prince has forgiven them, they should also be considerate and pretend they didn't see or hear anything. So for both sides, it's good. Therefore, the final verdict of the second-level officer Du Kwang-wai is not guilty. After the trial, Kwang-wai kindly asked Thoriana what took so long to come and testify for him. He took the opportunity, after your words, to protect himself with a little matter. He thinks he can also survive, but he's always indifferent. Now, Boliana needs to protect herself. What happened that day gave him the courage to use his identity to build a force to protect himself. Those loyal to Boliana will receive what they deserve when they return home. Instead of his other siblings, Boliana was the target of the assassination, meaning his very existence is a threat. He is no longer the foolish kid running away from problems, but will face those of the same bloodline and reclaim what is his. That's why he must return to the kingdom as soon and as safely as possible. But you should have testified before leaving. I've been in prison for the past few days. Anyway, Boliana has arrived and brought a gift for Kwang-wai. It looks pretty ordinary, but according to Boliana, it's not cheap. It's a bit small, but once you put it on, you realize it's reinforced like a coat. This isn't an ordinary item. Boliana's personality isn't exactly that of a well-behaved child, and her royal background always comes with an air of arrogance. The first gift he gives you, losing it would be a disaster. Kwang Wai pretended to be very serious and even said he wanted to pass it down to his descendants. This was originally a royal treasure, truly meant to be passed down to future generations. When you leave, don't forget to send me an invitation. Boreana likes him very much, and his smile is brighter than ever. He is his first friend. Namungjin praised him for doing a great job this time. The prince gave him a family heirloom and a gold card. But he doesn't know what the gold card is for. This card specifically allows him to request help from their kingdom. If necessary, they might even send the entire national army. He's very curious how you managed to win him over. It's probably because they share the same tragedy. The reason I said that is really funny. A security guard with a shared tragedy with the prince? By the way, he also has to demand some personal benefits, right? What you did was a big deal, and you didn't get any reward. After this mission, Nam Mungjin planned to promote you, but according to the rules of failure, promoting you would also face opposition from others. That's a pity. He's still considering whether to prioritize quantity over quality. Kwang Wai didn't quite understand his intention. At this moment, the door opened and the assistant CEO entered. Instead of asking for recognition for completing the mission to get a promotion, just meeting the promotion requirements is enough. It seems the promotion conditions held by the assistant CEO are quite numerous, giving a feeling of being exploited for work. Starting the mission, Kwang Wai, disguised as an employee, is focused on watching news on his phone. In a convenience store, a guy who throws a handful of coins opens his mouth to take a pack of cigarettes. Seeing his attitude, Kwang Yi felt annoyed and cursed under his breath, then said that his fee was 6,000. He clearly heard that phrase as a curse directed at him, but Kwang Yi couldn't admit it and immediately claimed he must have misheard. Seeing him deny, he got furious and swung his arm, hitting Cao directly. He couldn't believe it. It must have been a coincidence that he turned his head just then. How could a convenience store employee dodge so precisely? Then he angrily decided to leave, still reminding him that reading those news stories wouldn't help a convenience store employee at all. He doesn't pay the electricity or phone bills, so he has no right to tell him not to read the news. Reading it doesn't affect his own livelihood. And he's so stinky. These provoking words drove him crazy, smashing things in anger, wanting to shout but getting a lollipop shoved into his mouth to silence him. Then he clutched his head and yelled as if throwing a tantrum. Miho entered and locked the door, puzzled why Kwang Wai had to make such a fuss, when all he needed was to buy some time. He just wanted to suggest a simpler way without causing a scene. He still thinks that their target's methods are reasonable and won't work on him. Moreover, he's not allowed to touch him without an arrest warrant. They kept arguing fiercely, both of them seemingly born to clash, neither willing to give in to the other, ignoring their target and pulling out a knife from their pocket to attack. His ending was very dull. Mio easily subdued him, making him drop the knife to the ground. Then Kwang Wai gave him a slap on the back of the head, and he immediately fainted and fell to the ground. This guy is Bat Cheo Shu, nicknamed the Taoist, who faked a counterfeit to compete with luxury brands and then sold it. His location has been found, along with the arrest warrant. After finishing his work, Kwang Wai planned to slip away, but he hasn't finished his shift yet. Miho ordered the director to tell you to go to Dap Simni immediately. A while later, Kwang Wai arrived at Dap Simni to coordinate the battle, and Che Fan Nan should have gone into the deadly fight with Miho. Now it's Kwang Wai again, who knows what's going on. But if you want to risk your life with Miho, the standards must be very low, and the fighting is fierce. There's a new report. All attention is on the clone monsters attacking, emerging from the Black Lake as copies of themselves. Looking at them, I can't believe it. Their faces look like that. No way. After the Black Lake closed Simni, he still hadn't had a moment to rest. Meanwhile, Black Lake Duinam was also in chaos, then took down another uncontrollably transformed human, thinking he could finally go home and sleep. Just 10 minutes after returning to the team, he had to get in the vehicle and continue the mission. This time, thanks to the boiling pot, he learned the locations of a few laboratories, and now they are on their way there. Of course, they have some kind of biotech development there, but it's just a cover. They're probably conducting illegal experiments. They resemble the invading species with humans. These people are truly terrifying, clearly a private organization, but claiming to be a public one. There is still no evidence to infiltrate right now, so the operation must ensure no traces are left. Reconnaissance shows the laboratory is heavily guarded. A 3-story building without a basement, but equipped with 50 security cameras and various alarm systems. Lai Dongbong asked where she would choose to conduct the experiment if given the option. She definitely wouldn't pick the main building. Many of their staff might not be involved in this illegal experiment. Without a secret passage or something, they would choose the observation room. Usually experimental waste is very dangerous, so people tend to avoid this place. Kwang Wai casually questions, they also need a large power source for research. Where do they get the electricity without raising suspicion? This is the key to this operation. At night, Kwang Wai drives to the base gate, pretending to be a car enthusiast and a drinker, mistaking the laboratory for a cafe with a security system decor. Donnae's costume is a bit awkward, but for now, they cooperate. The two hold hands and are about to go in, but are stopped. This isn't a coffee shop you can't enter. Kwang Wai is joking around. Maybe this is some new kind of welcome? I understand. Stop preventing me now. I have to say, Kwang Wai is very good at causing trouble and making people angry. If you keep putting your hand on her shoulder and calling her sweetheart, then forget it. I won't go in anymore. Donnae, angry, walks away, and he finds another excuse to cause trouble with the security guard. After enough arguing and causing trouble, Lee Dong-hun took the opportunity to sneak inside. Once they succeeded in getting both of them to retreat, they returned to share what happened. Through this process, Kwang Wai realized that Donnae probably doesn't want to be an actress. She's already unable to hold back at such a young age. An illegal research lab would definitely destroy all the data if something went wrong, so direct confrontation is impossible. Infiltration is the only option. This plan was arranged by the team manager. Indeed, he must learn from Lee Dong-bong's sharpness and absolute trust in his teammates. Surely, Kwang Wai will lead his team like that in the future. Unfortunately, Lee Dong-bong's personality seems crazy to him, always with a frowning face. When working with Lee Dong-bong, he reported that the situation with the people at the front was handled in just a minute. His way of speaking made him seem arrogant. The wall was very thick and not ordinary bricks. They must have used special materials. I can't sense the content anymore. Surely Panda Lee Dong-hun's assistant has succeeded. The power is cut off. Now, thinking of how to breach the wall, I can't understand what Kwang Wai's mind is thinking when he suggests planting a bomb. He has a toy that can break walls, but he needs to write a report. Damn accounting department, even a little use is difficult. This toy looks like a lightsaber, and its name is the Lord of Power. The laboratory staff are checking when a streak of light flashes in front of him. Looking up, the three appear like heroes in a Star War, wielding lightsabers. He tries to shout about a thief, but is physically restrained by Kwang Wai, then disappears. It's pretty noisy inside because of the power source, and they seem very angry. Lee Dong-bong gives an example. If you're climbing the rankings and lose power, you'd be just as upset. So their reaction is understandable. Kwang Wai thinks Lee Dong-bong must be a fellow scholar, while he himself isn't easily affected by a few games. Guess what happens to Kwang Wai as the three disguise themselves as lab staff? The chaos inside is worse than he imagined, but he's always talkative and gets scolded by Lee Dong-bong. They just got hit and have a big bump. Probably still not enough. Now they're heading to the waste storage area, but the security won't let them in. This person must be new, so it's easy to handle. Kwang Wai suddenly grabbed his illusion's neck and shouted at his team leader, what is he going to do to handle this situation? They hired him to prevent situations like this, but do you want to get fired? The guy was so scared he almost cried. Then he was pushed aside as he confidently stepped inside. Lee Dong-bong also had to praise Kwang Wai as a master con artist, though it was unclear whether it was a compliment or an insult. Then he ordered a search, as the entrance was well hidden, so everyone sharpened their senses, split up, and pulled open a door, successfully finding the entrance. The files will be destroyed if they get separated, so they must take everything. As they were moving, they heard voices discussing. Losing all the files would mean their doom. They discovered that the secret door was open and shined flashlights directly at Kwang Wai. The group asked who they were, and the three of them, now knowing they had to answer who they were, had to say they were security personnel. The leader shouted that the security team had no authority here and warned that if all the files were lost, everything would be over. Go outside and tell security to ensure safety. Kwang Wai arrogantly said they should leave a record that they did well. That guy was told the opposite and demanded to see your manager. He was immediately knocked out by Lee Dong-bong with a slap. You want to meet your manager? He's right here. The two companions, seeing the fear, shouted loudly that there was an intruder, but in the end, they still managed to get all the information. The team manager said, you don't need to handle everything with violence, but clearly he was the one who used violence first. Lee Dong-bong isn't violent, he just gave a light slap. Yeah, just a light tap and someone passes out. Kwang Wai's attitude, is he really that desperate? The combination of different invading forces makes this mission increasingly difficult. Maybe the lab researchers have set a password on this data, which will take some time to decode. In other words, if it can't be decoded, this trip will be empty-handed. He still continues with his usual tasks, catching thieves with his acceleration ability, apprehending terrorists, and sometimes dealing with rebellious monsters, along with his manager. Lee Dong-bong is always in a state of wanting to kill him. Kwang Wai doesn't have time to rest after such missions. It's so frustrating that he has to work like a beast while others are sleeping. I have to report to the Human Resources Department. I went to the coffee room to get a drink for Than Tin when I heard a voice calling my name. That is a senior manager, a level 1 employee for Minam, the hottest staff member in the analysis team. This is the first time he has met her. The two of them are talking, and seeing Minam like that must be innocent. Suddenly, Choi Minam leans in close and asks him out, leaving him stunned. But she's just joking. Why is her joke so strange? Seeing that you seem interesting, I just wanted to tease you a little, but it made you shy and blushing. Playing with feelings like this. Minam looks very beautiful and also very sexy. She must have trained very hard just to talk a little bit. I understand now. This woman is exactly my type. My heart is pounding. Minam left. She said she would meet me at the rest area if she has time. I've never experienced anything like this before. It feels like I've already fallen in love and I immediately want to have 3 children. Oh well. Imagination is always beautiful. Minam not only agrees but also follows his wishes, wanting to have as many children as he wants, but reality is different. She has left, and he also says goodbye to her. Kwang Wai thought to himself, Mom and Dad, I found your daughter-in-law. Then he kept smiling to himself and said, 3 kids should be enough, right? A boy and 2 girls. He still prefers girls. Du-han and Mio think this guy is crazy. Thinking back to the scene of blissful love crashing down like an unstoppable storm, Kwang Wai is now in the same state. Minam just whispered words of love into his ear. Seeing this crazy guy is really unbearable, so it's best to shut up. Du-han is very cautious. Minam's manager is not an ordinary woman. Miho also agrees. She is very cold and strict, always hiding her skills behind that beauty. Kwang Wai thinks Miho is jealous of Choi Minam. It's making Miho so angry. This crazy guy, Du-han, changes the subject. They've been working together for 2 weeks now, but it seems like he only encounters good things he has to cover for them. But why does Kwang Ai have to do this? So you still don't know you've been promoted to rank 1. You should celebrate, while elsewhere Kim Nam is training with a punching bag. Don't fall behind. If you carry pure blood, you must become the strongest. Kim Nam had heard that countless times as a child, so he spent his whole life proving himself worthy. But Kwang Wai destroyed everything, and he planned to beat him to death. But when it came to real combat, he couldn't even touch a single hair of him. Still, the most shameful thing was that he always felt like he was being treated like a toy by him. He used all his strength to punch the punching bag with Kwang Yi's picture on it, causing the image to fall off. It seemed like this was the only way he could vent his anger, and his hatred had reached its peak as Nam was determined to make Kwang Yu pay. Ki Nam stomps on Kwang Wai's angry photo. Then Kwang Wai arrives, making him look like a villain doing evil. He doesn't reply or turn around. Kwang Wai loves teasing Ki Nam. Now that he's his superior, he doesn't even look back. Does he still want to meet the target? Hey, third-rate employee, Ki Nam's business is now first-rate. I'm here to tell you that I will be inviting you to a dinner tonight. But Kwang Wai's tone kept igniting a fire in Ku Nam's heart, making him wish for him to be reborn in a different life. The CEO's assistant arrived just in time for the two of them, as they were about to take on a new mission together. The acting vice president kept spinning 2 metal balls in his hand for half an hour after calling Kim Dong to hang up. And because of that bastard Ma Du, the management team faced many difficulties, and the pressure from above was growing ever greater. He suspects this is a trap set up by the family, but everything starts from a small detail. To Kwang Wai, if he can get him, everything will change and the balance can be overturned. He wants to bring Kwang Wai to his side, but no matter how objectively you look at it, Kwang Wai's achievements are not to be underestimated, especially since he's still at level 1. Kim Dong was ordered to find out what he wants, but he must avoid the eyes and ears of others and absolutely not let this get into Nam Min's hands. On the other side, Kwang Wai was preparing for covert operations for the mission, but he didn't know what he was supposed to do there. They didn't bother to explain. I've never received such a vague and poor summary before. Instructions not specified, so do not do it and search for information yourself. He was even kicked out for not understanding. Lai Dong-hun gave Kwang Wai a hint. He has already leveled up, so he has access to classified information. Usually it takes people 2 years to fully understand, so for him it's still a bit early to access the information. Not all white pools are the same, and you can't enter high-level white pools without limits. Standing guard at those white pools 24/7 is not feasible either, so how can we be sure no one will enter them? To completely prevent people from entering such a pit, we built this building for that purpose. There is a white pit 8 levels deep beneath this entire building. There is a mining team on the other side, so your main task is likely to protect them. Le Dong-hun warns you to be careful. If you get lost, it will be very bad. Remember to hold Ki Nam and his brother's hands tightly. Thinking about this, he felt a bit uncomfortable. I heard that Ki Nam's family situation wasn't very happy, so it turns out his personality is shaped by how he was raised. The journey into the white hole begins. Ki Nam leads the way, Du Kwang Wai follows. Always stay alert. He entered the white hole, turned on the respirator, and felt the pressure change. The gravity here must be 1.2 times that of Earth. The equipment felt like it was pulling him down. Of course, he's speaking on behalf of Kai Nam, and he's still fine. In the distance, teammates are coming to greet them. Kim Dong arrived and greeted everyone before heading to the hideout. In another room of the hideout, a group was gathered playing cards. They are talking, hearing that Kwang Wai will come here, the savior of Dongdem Mon. Someone asked Chown, "Did you go in with him? Are you close?" She and he talked, but they weren't very close. This time, both Kin Nam and Kwang Wai came here to protect. Finally, she was able to see them again. After the game, she put on her gear and left. A funny teammate reminds her not to talk privately while working. Aun always knows that. They came here because the exploration team doesn't have enough manpower, but K Nam's brother and Kim Jung hanging around doesn't seem right. Why are they both here? Kwang Ai wants Kai Nam to tell him and promises not to hit him. Kai Nam doesn't like hearing him talk nonsense like that. He still hasn't fully controlled his senses, so he kindly gives him some advice. Anyway, you control yourself very well, so he reluctantly wants to listen. Try harder. That's Kwang Wai's advice. Does Kai Nam have any hope in you? Kwang Wai burst into laughter next to Kai Nam, annoyed. Two girls approached to introduce themselves. The first person is Kim Deun, a senior manager of the exploration team, and the second is Choi Sun. Later, they will all be on the same team with Kwang Wai and Kam. Seeing Choi Sun looked very familiar, as if he had met her before. He kept staring until Seun blushed and looked away, and the group set off. Observation Station 2, it has an oxygen supply system, so it should be fine. The four of them will take their positions and stay alert for the invading forces. The team's communication now begins. According to Kim Da-eun, resource extraction isn't a daily thing. They do it once or twice a week, and not every time is successful. Kwang Wai was very attentive and asked questions, and Kim Da-eun responded happily. The two of them talked like spring flowers blooming. Kim Da-eun was curious if he had a girlfriend yet. He's single. He doesn't even have an ex-girlfriend. Seo Sun sighed in relief while Ki Nam felt like mocking him. She approached, unsure if he still remembered her, and he also wanted to ask if they had ever met before. When they were at the training camp, he was the one who told her to dream of the Jabi shore. He thought for a moment and finally remembered that they really had met before. Next month I will go on a trip to a wonderful place. The camping site is amazing, but it's more luxurious. Do you want to come with me? Kwang Wai reminds her that the warning lights are on and flashing, meaning the invaders have already passed the mine. But what matters more to Choi Seal-sun right now is that he hasn't answered her question. At this moment, the enemy troops have attacked the guard station, their blood even splattered on her small face. But Choi Seal-sun still tries to ask him one more time if he agrees to go out with her. Lately, it seems you've been getting a bit too much attention from strange women. Sorry, but I just want to be friends. It's okay, friends can become lovers too. She's very optimistic. Kim Da-eun also jokingly asked about his girlfriend's friend. His friend is probably neat and cute, but a bit stiff and adorable, pretty with a hot figure. After hearing that, Ki Nam thought Kwang Wai was truly crazy. Have you ever looked at yourself in the mirror? He was immediately hit on the head by Kwang Wai, and the two girls turned their heads right away. Choi Seo-shun should probably just stay friends. Kwang Wai is really difficult. The two of them sincerely advise you not to tell others about your preferences anymore. It will make you seem very selfish. Ki Nam was knocked to the ground by him as if he had accidentally discovered something. When he got up, he asked Kim Da-eun how many invading troops there usually were, but usually there are 2 or 3, at most 5. Anyway, this is a safe zone. If there are more than 20, they still can't get past the fishing area, but right now, at least 30 invading troops are approaching. As Kam spoke, he drew his gun to prepare for battle, and Kwang Wai realized that he finally knew how to use his special ability. A strange axe suddenly appeared and attacked the base. This damn world. They say Kam only needs 12 hours to adapt to the conditions here. Could it be because he belongs to the purebred bloodline? Purebred bloodline is a title for those who not only come from pure blood, but also have a lineage of pure blood. Its characteristic is an extraordinary sharpness that surpasses ordinary people. So whenever they enter the other world, their 5 senses are overwhelmed by the environment here. You can't get used to it right away. You have to wait patiently. Because his brother said so, he kept waiting for 16 long hours. His confused senses finally recovered and stabilized as before. When Nam sensed something, he immediately sold it to investigate. Although he didn't know what it was, Kam trusted his instincts. Something was walking on the ground, moving very quietly, almost inaudible to anyone. That's right. Almost no one or anything can walk silently. Ki Nam detects an invading army of at least 30 enemies approaching, and he immediately draws his gun, ready to fight. After adjusting his senses, Kam could hear them. The axe attacked the base and then immediately exploded. At the command center, a continuous red alert sounds. It's unclear what's happening as both Base 2 and Base 3 send out emergency signals simultaneously, and these bases are located in unexplored areas. There are dozens of mines placed around, and the weather is normal. If there's no sandstorm or lightning, but still a warning, it means a large invading force is heading there. There are only 4 members at Base 2, 2 of whom are newcomers. If it were a normal world, we could handle it, but this is a different realm, and the environment here is completely different. We must quickly reach Base 2, call in reinforcements and reserve troops. Hopefully everyone will do their best to hold out, and Kwang Wai will activate the shield ability in front of everyone. Kainam, curious. Where did you get those gloves? None of his answers could be taken seriously. He's still trying to provoke Kainam, a good kid who should have been given by Santa Claus. There's no such fantasy story. Furthermore, that means Kinam isn't doing well, so he doesn't have equipment like yours. Clearly you were given it, but you just want to annoy Kinam. That axe that blew up the base was made from fossils. This has never been seen before. They've looked enough, so let's stand up, get our weapons, and fight. The invaders are approaching the base faster and faster. This battle can be considered a 3-fold increase in experience for Kwang Wai. It's about to begin. They can easily avoid the traps and the mines that have been set up. They must be a mutated species. Most of their weapons are crude, but they only have a defensive line and special weapons, and will have to hold them off while waiting for reinforcements. After a shout from a commander, the invading troops began to advance. The axe was thrown first. Kim Nam used firepower to hit the axe and make it explode, but it couldn't kill the invading soldier, only cutting off one arm, which then immediately regrew, thanks to its super-fast regeneration ability, so it dared to use its body as a shield. If there are many creatures with such abilities, this battle will be very difficult. The giant commander continues to lead the ogre army forward. Today is really a bad day for them. The invading soldiers rush in amidst gunfire using large rocks to attack the base. Du Kwang Wai activated a shield, temporarily blocking the attack. His abilities surprised Ryun, especially combined with the gloves from earlier. Could it be that he's very rich, covered in magic from head to toe, but still should stay humble a bit? After all, it's a gift. Saying it's cheap stuff wouldn't be a problem. It's hard to observe the situation if stones keep being thrown like this. Kim Dan uses a camera device to check blind spots. A few enemies try to ambush, but she immediately takes them down once detected. It seemed like the problem had been solved and there were no more ambushes, but no a giant ogre attacked from the roof. Chun was about to shoot when Kwang Wai stopped him. The giant demon's shield can reflect attacks, so if he shot and hurt someone, it would be her. While Da Unun was still in shock, the monsters behind her launched an attack. Kinam quickly helped her eliminate them. Kwang Wai on this side also keeps firing, taking down the monsters one after another. Their bodies are covered in monster blood and they can't let their guard down. Keeman suggests everyone use a type of potion called Odin's Blessing, which can enhance the user's physical strength. The vampire group is gathering more people and they can't escape. Kwang Ai wants to go and take down a few, but he's not here. Can they handle it on their own? Kinam was angry and said as if he was very strong. Without him, it wouldn't be enough. With him here, everything is fine, but the person he trusts the most is actually him. It seems like the two are very close, but Choi is a bit suspicious if Kwang Wai likes boys. He didn't pay attention to what she said, only reminding her to try to survive. When he returns, he will grant her a wish. She smiles and he will give her a wish. So I won't break my promise. With that, he rushed outside. A moment later, the captain of Defense Team 5 arrived at Base 2. Seeing the chaos around, the situation looked grim, and he was extremely tense. Inside, it's his younger brother, who, unable to think much about the fact he's kissing a man, musters all his courage to open the door. The scene inside is chaotic, with 3 people in the base badly wounded and lying in pools of blood. Half an hour ago, Du Kwang Wai single-handedly entered the enemy stronghold, finally able to fight without worries. Slinging his gun over his shoulder, he began to challenge and charge at the terrifying invaders. They seem hesitant and not planning to attack. Fine, then I'll go on the offensive first. One by one, they all disappeared. Seeing their comrades being attacked, they also started rushing forward, revealing their sharp teeth and claws. He grabs his gun and hits a goblin, spinning him in the air like a ball, then kicks another goblin. Using his speed and strength, he knocks each one away. After a while, the elves could no longer hold out. Realizing the danger he posed, the remaining ones dared not continue the attack. His blood-stained gun barrel has no time to wait for them. He must act quickly. The demons sense the threat from the human before them and cannot turn back. They must keep moving forward. This time, instead of fighting alone, the 3 attack at once, so Kwang Wai will try a different move. Switching senses, he will use his abilities to gather all the information around him and draw a connection linking the 3 enemies. If he does all this within a second, all 3 of them will only be left as corpses. The others, seeing this, throw down their shields and rush forward recklessly. But now Kwang Wai has switched from using a staff to a gun. A shot rings out, sending the two giant demons to hell. The last small and weak one looked at the two giant figures gradually engulfed in smoke, trembling with fear. You don't have time. It should realize it better surrender now. Kwang Wai turns back to look at the base, blood splattering. People inside are in danger. Bao Yu the elf, don't you hear me? If Kainam or others have any problems, this remaining little fairy will have a very tragic fate. In a different location, news was transmitted to Honam's team through a device, indicating that something had happened at the base. The guard post was ambushed, and there are likely many intruders. Doan Honam is worried, recalling a previous discussion with a teammate about arranging tasks for the newcomers. Kainam still hasn't fully adapted, and still wants him to join the mission right away. That way Cam will adapt more quickly. This is not the time to rest. The staff here are complaining that they've been working too hard. Han Nam was quite unsettled at that time, wanting to clarify the shift time and location, and he thought it was too dangerous. His overly anxious behavior made the other person suspect he was Kainam's parent. That's right, it's just not made public. Guard Post 2, Kainam's shift at 8:30 p.m. When he received the urgent news, Duyen Honam looked at the clock and saw 21:12. During his shift, Honam hurriedly left, leaving his two teammates behind. They also chased after him. It seems the rumors are true. Their manager Doan Honam cares a lot about his younger brother, going back to the moment when Doan Honam opened the guard post door. After opening the door, there was a pile of debris and the body of a giant demon. All three of them were still alive, and his younger brother was also alive. Kim Nam was quite surprised when his brother appeared here. Honam was just as shocked. A giant ogre requires at least 5 fully equipped superhumans to handle it. Don't tell me these 3 have already killed the giant ogres here. Du Kwang Wai is now returning with his arm around someone. Manager Duyen Honam came here for reinforcements. He turned around awkwardly and threw his armor aside to observe the situation inside. Everyone is still alive, only severely injured. The army hospital only arrived now to check on the situation, and I apologize for the delay because I was ordered to the 3rd guard post first. Luckily, the situation has been resolved and everyone is safe. Seeing the scattered corpses on the ground, I can't help but wonder if a transformed army of people had just passed through here. How could they have killed all these invaders? Xuan Honam's outfit is very clean, so he couldn't have killed them immediately upon arrival. They are reinforcements who just arrived, so how can the 4 of them here fight off and even kill all these demons? Latayson carefully observed and realized that Kwang Wai had handled everything himself. The blood on him, his wounds, and the weapons he's holding. Don't you see? Lai Tessin and Kwang Wai briefly introduced themselves. The immediate task is to move the injured to safety. You look fine, so you also need a hand. You're a patient too. Chosun lost a leg and almost can't hold on anymore. He helped her up, carried her, and asked if she was okay. She is badly injured. Just rest for now. Choi Riaun has come this far, but when she saw him return, she still tried to kiss him, and he was scared. What is she doing? Kissing him is her wish. In the meeting room, Director Kim Dong-treo is determined to win this time at all costs. He also has to beat Du Kwang Wai. He has tried many ways. It seems Du Kwang Wai has never been on a date with anyone. I don't know if his daughter would agree, but maybe if he lured Kwang Wai with a date, Kim Dong-treo would be lost in his own thoughts. Just as Du Kwang Wai was passing by and saw the image on his phone, he casually praised the prince's son. The boy has the bearing of a general, but he's clearly a girl, and he called her a boy. He must be furious. Kim Dong-treo, overwhelmed, then called an emergency meeting about the invasion, and that's how the meeting began. Senior manager Kim Down, Don Kyam, and another team member killed a giant monster. This information has everyone in the meeting room discussing how this reinforcement seems different from usual. The 3 of them fought an enormous demon impressively, and in the end, team member Du Kwang Wai killed all the remaining invaders. If he can do that, they'll know right away that he's capable of it. Du Kwang Wai always surprises people. Again, this place looks more like a shrine than a meeting room. Everyone is wondering how he managed to train himself to do such a thing. So, you also had to come up with an excuse, right? Kwang Wai clenched his fist and said, "Practice your left hand." Someone skilled with both hands can control any situation, and their words directly influence others' subconscious. The next day, team number 4 began training with their left hand in the training room. Du Kwang Wai only thought these things in his mind, but he also understood that grasping the basics is very important. However, not everything can be done with the left hand. Kinam asked Du Kwang Wai if he was free. 10 minutes before he came to see Du Kwang Wai, he had met his brother and wanted to join the exploration mission. He wants to prove his worth now that he's lost one hand. But how can he plan to explore? Honam won't allow it. Kainam still insists on joining, begging his brother to agree, but Honam is determined not to accept no matter how much he persuades. Honam turned away, but deep down he was very worried about his younger brother. He couldn't let Ki-nam continue to take on dangerous missions while still injured, so Honam would handle this himself. But Honam cannot be both the leader and the breacher at the same time. No matter what excuse he gives, Honam will not accept it and is determined to send Ki-nam away. If things keep going like this, Ki-nam will never be recognized by his family for his skills. Ki-nam wants everyone to shut up and stop making false accusations about the two brothers. Do and Honam glared warningly. Stay cautious with your words. There are many eyes and ears here. Ki-nam apologized to his brother, losing his temper. Honam also gives you a chance. If you insist, then persuade Du Kwang-wai to prove he's useful to the team and have Kwang-wai meet Honam. Then, Ki-nam's participation in the exploration team will be considered. He doesn't want to involve Du Kwang-wai in this, so Ki-nam will try to persuade Vice President Kim Dong to suspend it. But Do and Honam won't compromise. Either convince Kwang-wai or give up. That is why Ki-nam is standing in front of Kwang-wai, whom he hates so much, to beg for a favor. Nothing is more frustrating than this feeling and having to bow and agree. Kwang-wai asked if he knew how to fight the giant monster. Of course he did. If we cut it into more than 30 pieces, it would stop the demon from regenerating. That's what they were trained for. Truly top students. Kwang-wai, who is used to teasing, let him lose an arm even though he knew better. Kim-nam is also very distressed. He knows he has to try hard, but who can answer him someday? Kwang-wai suddenly felt something was off. Today, he didn't seem like his usual foolish self. He couldn't say it directly because he has half-shifter blood, which makes him more special than others, so he could only advise him to invest time and try his best. Kim-nam bowed his head as if he understood what was happening to him, which was really strange. More importantly, does Kwang-wai agree to help him or not? He turned his back and told him to lift his head, not to look down at the ground or ask for help, but to negotiate instead. The two of them went to meet Do and Honam, and Kwang-wai expressed his desire to bring Ki-nam along. He understands how he wants to carry out this mission, and bringing him along might actually be helpful. Dine and Honam originally wanted to use Kwang-wai to prevent Ki-nam's plan, but he didn't expect him to make this choice. Han-nam disagreed with Kwang-yi's thinking. Ki-nam can carry out the mission with just one arm, but Kwang-wai has both hands. What they need for the expedition is a commander, an attacker, a trigger person, and snipers. Even though Ki-nam has only one arm, he has eyes, a hand, and a brain. Who else could play the counter role better than him? So he will take him along. Han-nam has no other choice. Although uncomfortable, he can only let them do as they please. Before starting the exploration mission, a meeting must be held. In the classroom of Commander Kim Do-mi's Exploration Team 4, nicknamed the Alcohol God, he is pouring a bottle of wine into his mouth. Kwang-wai wondered if it was okay to drink alcohol while working, but she's like that, so it's fine. Senior Manager Lai Shun-trang was already used to it, so she didn't really mind. She even kindly invited him to drink together. I won't drink. She saw you as funny and started to ask if you have a girlfriend. Honestly, I don't have a girlfriend. Kim Do-mi suddenly acted out of character. I don't understand why lately you seem to steal the hearts of every woman you meet. Lai Sun-trang kindly reminds Kwang-wai to be careful. Kim Do-mi is the main assassin. As he finished speaking, a bottle of alcohol was thrown straight at his face, shattering the glasses. These women are definitely not ordinary. Do and Honam interrupts their conversation and ends the small talk here. If it's serious, let's start the meeting. The mission is to explore the ant nest, and they will thoroughly examine an area with a special invader, so they must avoid collisions. If no one objects, they will gather at the entrance to the hidden caretaker within 10 minutes. Before that, Do and Honam wanted to meet his younger brother privately. Somewhere, the secret star was secretly acting, leaving many footprints on the ground. The patrol team set out following Do and Keen's directions, staying tight in formation. He adapted quickly, so there's nothing to worry about as long as they don't encounter Hong Loi. Kwang-wai wondered why they haven't come across any invading forces. Even invading armies must avoid sandstorms and lightning. That lightning is a weather phenomenon from another world, and most living creatures are turned to dust by this high-temperature electric current. Areas struck by lightning turn into volcanic rock. The lightning itself helps create new materials, and even invaders have to avoid natural disasters, so they usually hide in safe places. And that's why they moved to the ant nest. In front of it appeared a hellish paradise. A winged creature with a terrifying mouth on its back, and since they didn't know what kind of creature was inside, they observed first, set up camp, and carried out their mission after identifying the species inside. They set up camp and ate together as night fell. Kwang-wai, eating his noodles, told Kam to signal if it got too difficult, and he would take him back. If it were normal, he would have cursed you already. But now his reaction is like nothing happened, so I'll keep talking. If the giant monsters appear, just take care of one and I'll handle the rest. Your words cut into Kinam. That's right, that reaction is exactly what I wanted to see. In the end, Kinam simply replied calmly that he would take down one of them. Guangwai thought something was wrong. What did he eat to be so calm? Wouldn't you normally get angry and call me a bastard? Behind my back, Don Kinam thinks I should just shut up. It seems like he's really trying to physically hurt you. This guy cares about his brother too much for him to just let you bully Kinam. Enough chatting, it's time to go to sleep. The elves marched through the night very quietly, carefully, and in huge numbers. They approached the patrol team's position and signaled each other to stay silent and surprise them. In the sky, a blazing sphere shot through, sweeping away the invading army. All the orcs are burning, big and small. Even the giant orc is being burned to death. They are definitely planning an ambush with reflective stones, but they learned from the last time that the stones can be countered with a piercing attack. Sorry, but now the orcs have no chance to kill them. Fully equipped with an advantage in terrain and communication systems that help locate enemies in advance. Above all, they were already prepared. They were almost finished. I don't know if they can return now. If it's just for the original objective of reconnaissance, then maybe, but if there are additional actions, then no. Doan Honam told Doan Kainam to find the special individuals. He had to shut down all his senses and focus only on his hearing. After gathering their focus, Doan Kinam identified the special individual as OG. The sniper was ready to shoot, but Kinam held him back because OG was approaching their location. It let out a loud scream, a cry that awakens fear deep within the subconscious, freezing the entire body. But for Kwang Yi Trung, it was nothing. It's not even a fraction of my master's aura. The giant goblin charges forward. The medic quickly slashed and took down 2 monsters, then sheathed her sword smoothly before drawing her gun to handle another. A third attacked from behind, but before it could do anything, it was turned into a glowing blue orb. This is using optical weapons, Honam's equipment. He is leading the start of a special hunting mission. Everyone focused their fire and formed a cornering formation against the invading forces. Kinam, at the back, didn't join the shooting and reminded them that more are coming. From the darkness, they appeared in a swarm like ants, bullets running low, the battlefield looking grim. They've reached their limit. Are they planning to push them back to the base? Even combined with the forces there, they can't win, and many will have to die before reaching the white hole. There are too many of them. If we retreat, many will die, and that damn OG can call in more invaders. That's the real problem. It can control other invading forces. It must have awakened this ability. Kim Do-mi suddenly announces that she's out of bullets. Everyone was stunned. The situation was hanging by a thread. The Goblin Lord grins mockingly, sensing they are out of options and preparing to attack, causing Duan Honam to furrow his brow. That bastard knows we can't handle them from afar. He's provoking us to shoot. Yeah. Raise the gun and calm myself down. I need to stay composed. Right now, we're caught in a no-win situation, and they are still out of this gun's range of sight. He looked seriously and anxiously at the approaching goblins. There are too many of them for us to fight up close. Request backup. The sandstorm and red lightning will prevent them from arriving in time. If we retreat now, the base will be completely destroyed. Nguyen Jiang decided, I must kill them all right here. I have to find a way to defeat all of them. The OG clenched his lips and growled, then opened his mouth wide and laughed arrogantly. Suddenly, a barrage of bullets pierced through its head, and everyone looked back in surprise. Du Guangwai asked in confusion, So, can we retreat now? Guangwai's team finished their mission and are returning while chatting. Lai Juntrang smirked confidently, while the others were just small fry once their leader was down. The invading army also has feelings. Kwang Wai interjected and said, maybe their leader's quick death shocked them so much. Kim Do-mi looked at him admiringly. I'm falling in love with you. Come to my room tonight. He immediately refused. I already have plans. Feeling helpless inside, his expression unchanged. Honam glanced over and praised him, a new recruit with quick thinking. Kwang Wai Lak suddenly said something that made him feel helpless. Don't love me anymore. Honam asked curiously, what kind of weapon are you using? Who is looking at my hand? Oh, is it that? I extend my integrated weapon hand and describe how it works. The researchers from the exploration team gave it to me. It seems to be a wrist-mounted weapon made from parasitic stone, with a drop of blood that can change its shape. 2 drops to change the bullets, and when I press my thumb. At this moment, a bullet is fired with incredible power, traveling faster than the speed of sound. Doan Honam looked on in amazement. You have an impressive weapon, don't you? Kwang Wai only pointed to a gun on his shoulder and was curious. What about the gun at that moment? Doan Honam holds the gun and explains in detail that it is a hybrid of a firearm and magic called the 6-round gun. It can fire 3 types of bullets, fire, ice, and light spheres. Kwang Wai was impressed, so it must also be a top-tier weapon. If the invading forces come here, they will die too. That special invader must have already had a bullet drilled into their head by this gun. He asked again, "Is it a custom-made item?" Honam immediately replied, "If you don't have magical talent, you won't be able to use it." Kwang Yi tilted his head in suspicion. Magic. I've heard that hidden mages all over the world are gradually revealing themselves, but in reality I've never seen one myself. The two of them walking so close makes Don Kinam annoyed and angry. Don Honam still attentively said, "I only learned the basics to make use of this pistol. I don't have enough skill to be called a master mage." Du Kwang Wai eagerly stepped forward and said, "Let's be friends," but was interrupted by Doan Kainam blocking the way. "Hey, don't go too far." At this moment, Doan Honam casually agrees. "Yeah, that's fine outside of work too," which caught Kai Nam off guard. Director Kwang Wai, standing nearby, cheerfully scolded, "Don't interrupt any of our conversations, that's our business." Doan Ho Nam went ahead and said, "I need to report to the exploration team leader. Everyone go inside first, you all did well." Kim Do-mi cheerfully shouted, "Okay." Lai Sun Trang also happily praised him, saying he did a great job. Kwang Wai's side also enthusiastically put his arm around him. "Let's go eat." Doan Kinam angrily shook off the hand. Kwang Wai secretly chuckled to himself. He hasn't changed at all. That's why I like him. Kim Do-mi, standing behind, suspiciously asked directly, "You're not into men, are you?" He immediately retorted, "I like women. My dream is to become president," she helplessly questioned. "So what does that have to do with liking women?" Du Kwang Wai, with a serious expression, declared, "I will legalize polygamy when I become president and have 15 wives." Lai Shun Trang muttered in surprise. 15, yeah. Kim Mi muttered in confusion. Sometimes he looked like a lunatic. Kwang Wai thought to himself happily, "Well, I hear that so often now I don't even feel hurt anymore." At the same time, report the mission in the executive director's office. Soen Ho Nam quickly reported that if it weren't for Du Kwang Yi's team, we would have all been dead out there already. The person next to him asked, "So you mean the assassination team would have failed then?" He replied seriously, "Not at all." His expression was extremely serious. Duyan Ho Nam recalls the scene of defeating the OG and saving Du Kwang Wai's teammates, but it all happened in just a few seconds. If he had been a few seconds slower, the entire invading army would have surrounded and protected that OG, and we wouldn't have been able to kill it with just one shot. He even predicted that a sandstorm would appear to serve as a shield for us. I didn't say anything during the retreat, but it was as if Du Kwang Wai knew everything in advance. It's hard to believe he has no real combat experience in another world, especially considering he's only been working with us for a year. Duen Honam continued to report his quick and decisive judgment skills and actions, acting as if he already knew what command I was about to give. He couldn't help but feel a sense of disbelief inside him. An immortal bloodline, the ability to anticipate ahead of others, and an incredible talent for making friends with others. Finally, Doan Ho Nam finished his report. "That's all from me." Kim Jumi's brother awkwardly forced a smile, secretly thinking this would be a disaster if it happened. But luckily, he handled it well. "I'm really proud of you." He imagines in his mind Jumi and Kwang Wai again. If he were to date his sister, he couldn't help but feel pleased and start calculating. He's 21 years old, right? Maybe he's 22. His current priority must be women. Who knows if they will successfully pair them up or not? Kim Dong Treo frowned after hearing the entire report. "This bastard is way out of line. Thinking of Kwang Duwai as a proud type, he believes you're too difficult to be his subordinate. So I decided to tame him by sending him to the 4th Special Operations Team. Thinking about how I tried to persuade him to join another team makes me annoyed. But the plan has failed. I intended to protect him from Doan Honam's anger to build trust first, but not only did Kim Dong do well in defending his teammates and trembled with rage, he also drilled a hole in the head of a special invader during the reconnaissance mission, grinding his teeth in calculation, and I couldn't even cancel this mission. The report will soon reach headquarters. If the commander hears about this, my plan is completely ruined, everything is temporarily fine." Du Kwang Wai was actually gifted fans and confessed by 2 girls. He can't help but feel happy. After the mission, security was tightened for a few days. I had the chance to meet more people during that time and even received a confession from a woman in the research team. The engineer who gave me the exoskeleton made from parasitic stone also came to visit me. He wondered, "I heard you tried using it. How did it feel?" He replied very satisfied, "Excellent." Hearing that, he happily laughed until he trembled. Forgive me. Du Kwang Wai couldn't help but marvel that he had met a completely ordinary engineer, and this was also a good opportunity to get to know others. "Did you visit Choi Shun and ask how she's doing?" She joked to reassure you, "I've been dreaming about you." Du Kwang Wai felt guilty. "I still haven't fulfilled this woman's wish, but this is a good start, right?" Doan Ham is no longer glaring at me. He chuckled softly and told them to treat Kay well. Seeing his expression, I suddenly understood why everyone said he was very protective of his younger brother. Everyone in the team deeply admires him. The Dukwangwai feels proud that he has become the main character in the invasion of the guard station. The hero has defeated the special invasive species. He smiled and waved to the crowd, feeling proud, and a member of the special immortal force protected the base safely. Du Kwangwai picked up his phone to check and saw many notifications. He looked at the unanswered messages and scolded Tam. Does he have multiple personalities? What did he send? Wow, I guess I should just pretend I'm busy on a mission. Later, I scroll to another message and I'm surprised by a different one. Seeing the message Mac Kansen Hai sent a long time ago, he was panicked that it was his mother, so he quickly called back. On the other side, the call was answered. Who is this? Du Kwangwai flattered himself and scolded himself. Mom, your terrible son is calling, Kunhai sighed. Aha, so you're still alive? She heard from over here. Sorry I had to go abroad for work, so I didn't have a signal. Lian stifled a laugh and smiled. I see, I understand. So, both father and son have gone abroad to work. I see. He immediately flattered and apologized. I have committed a serious mistake. I sincerely apologize, Mom. Kansanai sighed and asked, So are you hurt? Why did you go abroad? Du Suangwai made up a story and felt guilty. Yes, I am completely fine. It's just that my work has been so hectic that I feel both scared and happy inside. Now in the future, going on business trips won't be strange anymore. I still haven't seen Ma since I left her with Mom. He quickly asked, Mom, what about Miyagi-D? Kunhai in the gym asks sharply, Do you miss her? Thinking of the boiling pot, he explained, I told Madi's father that I would let him meet her. She agreed, and now she's curious. All right, bring him here. Is he the child's father? He answered unclearly. Probably not. Kunhai gave some instructions and then turned off the phone. All right, just send a message to Mom when you arrive. Du Kwangwai stared blankly at the turned-off phone, wondering if he was just imagining it or if his mother was truly angry. Well, I also promised him he could meet Madi, so I'll ask about it once my vacation is over. Then, I took a 2-day break. He was stuffing his mouth with grilled meat while thinking that working out is good, but eating without having to work is even better. I also played games continuously for 8 hours, sitting in front of the TV and focusing on the game console. Du Kwangwai went to the gym for a bit, and I went to lift weights when my body felt stiff. When Nam arrived at the hospital, I was completely alone for those 2 days, enjoying the holiday to the fullest on my own. I rested very well before returning to work. Du Shuangwai cheerfully waves goodbye to his friend. Cheers and good morning, everyone. Done, with dark circles under his eyes, said sharply, Finally, you've arrived. He replied a little nervously, Yes, I've finished resting. Lai Dong-hun, exhausted like a dead person, laughed. Oh, it's you? It's truly a pleasure to meet you. Di Kwang. I looked at him with some suspicion. Why do everyone's eyes look more intense than usual? Ledung Bong, also exhausted, spoke up. It's too late. You should get back to work earlier, right? He was so amazed that even that bastard team leader secretly had a crush. Seeing their zombie-like faces and the tense atmosphere, Kwang Wai sighed and thought, It seems many things happened while I was healing. Seeing the black holes and monsters appearing in the sky, Du Kwang Wai finally understood that during his absence, a black hole anomaly had occurred. Therefore, more people are needed to fill the holes. Lai trembles and leans exhausted, calling in special police and special immortal forces. Even the private military company of Kude had to join forces. They had to work tirelessly day and night. That's why the director and the panda assistant have such dark circles under their eyes. But there's still another culprit behind Duene's dark circles. The criminal with ID 0183724 Mazan, leader of the Immortal Faith, has escaped from prison. Taking advantage of the army's blockade, the prison convoy was ambushed, and a black hole suddenly appeared right in front of the truck carrying him. At that moment, Mazan escaped from prison. Inside the truck carrying people, there was no one except broken capture devices and bloodstains. Even though tracking devices and suppressant injections were used, he still managed to escape successfully. He managed to disable all the tracking devices, so he must have had help from someone. Dona pondered as he examined the damaged equipment. Du Chuangwai suspects Fo Zom. That is the prime suspect. Dona had to stay up all night tracking them. He smiled and came closer. You all worked hard. Lai Dong-hun tiredly pulled at his hair. I was also going to ask if he was enjoying this free time to the fullest. He quickly pressed the keys and announced that the 4-member exploration team said your achievements would be included in our group's report, so I took a look at it. She handed over the worn-out report and sighed. That's a whole year's worth of someone else's work. He modestly replied and then asked Lai Dongbong if it was true. I only do what needs to be done, but this department head glances over coldly. What? Kwang seemed nonchalant. Have you heard? He becomes more vague, huh? He deliberately raised his voice in provocation, with that whole year of work behind it. So what? Du Kwang Wai happily repeats that 1 year of work, smirking as he breathes out a song. Ha, damn it. Lai Dong-han helplessly interrupted. Enough. Kwang Ai kept goading without stopping, but he only needed 1 employee to meet the annual target. Lai Dong-bong irritably joined in. Well, you did a great job, really excellent. Now you want me to kneel and beg or what? I don't mind if you want to speak up, I won't stop you. Dune pulls the person back. What's wrong? She handed over a piece of paper and said, Here's a note for you. He looked confused. A note? Who's it from? The note is written in blood. Du Kwang Wai. I remember your face now, and that makes me even more interested. Mayon, he's really haunted, isn't he? You're curious about the criminal's name. He probably has a criminal record too, right? I think he was probably arrested for stalking someone or something. Right now, there's lively discussion downstairs too. Yeah, that's definitely it. He escaped from prison too. What a worthless bastard, a damn son of a bitch. I was stunned listening to those guys curse without holding back. Why are they reacting so negatively? Jenna looked down and sympathetically explained that those people were additional personnel for the guard duty the day before. Reporting their achievements this year is also out of the question. If you genuinely understand, I will just call and inform them. Lai Dong chime in and join in. Are you hurt anywhere? I heard that the other world is in chaos, Du Kwangwai said smugly. It's nothing, who am I anyway? He sighed and said, If you keep this up, you'll be promoted to assistant department head soon. He chuckled and joked. If it's real, can I drop the honorifics with you? Li Dong-hun looked at him with a blank expression. Dream on. He just made the suggestion a moment later. Let's go for BBQ lunch today. I just received a 50 million kyon bonus. Lai Dong-bong looked out in amazement. 50 million? Lai Dong-bong quickly smiled and replied, I only eat Korean beef. Kwang Wai looked over and couldn't help but marvel. Sometimes he's quite likable, then he agreed to add, Of course, top quality as always. Are we ready to go now? The street outside is busy with traffic, and Du Kwang Wai is driving Bat Bung Dun carefully. Is Ma Di still safe? He replied and then reminded him, Probably. He knows the rules, right? Watching Bat Bung Dun, he thought to himself, I didn't think he would cause trouble. He is wearing a tracking device and a self-destruct device in case he says something forbidden. The car stops on the road. Du Kwang Wai goes ahead and advises, Wait a moment, I will go in first. He nodded and replied, Okay. Then, carrying the pile of things into the room, he saw Kanan Hai waiting and placed the items on the table, calling out, Your son is here. She looked blankly at another bag being placed down, then at a pair of high heels, glancing at the pile of stuff and asking softly, It's been a while since I saw you. Why do your cheeks look so hollow? Kanun Hai carefully advised, Stay well fed. It seems Luong Bong has been doing quite well lately. You smile and nod flatteringly. Yes, you did well, so there's a bonus. Then she looked at the person next to her and greeted. Hello, Ma Di. She bowed politely. Hello, sir. Are you feeling well? Du Kwangwai cheerfully assessed, observing Ma Di. She seems to have changed a lot. She's likely to be the next top scorer. Seeing Bat Bung Dun standing outside, he thought to himself that he probably didn't need to worry about the doctor anymore. He suddenly charged forward and shouted loudly. Ma Di was surprised and stood up quickly, seeing the person in front of her about to pounce. Ma Di blocks his embrace with her hand. Bat Bung Dun looks on in confusion. The witch frowned in suspicion. Who are you? Kansan Hai recalls the moment Du Kwangwai called him saying she wanted Bung Dun to meet Magi. After hanging up, she was lost in thought. When the boy first brought that child here, I only intended to help him live like a normal person. When the time comes, I will let her go. But seeing Madi, she changed her mind, and it was beyond my expectations. Kazan Hai is checking in. Isn't it too heavy? Madi was startled and replied seriously, No. She was drinking a box of milk when she asked, Do you remember anything about your father, since I heard you once had one? She honestly replied, I don't remember anyone who looks like my father. Junhai continued to probe her intentions. Do you want to meet your father? She answered immediately no. Not exactly. Before the memories of the laboratory, I don't remember anything, so I don't recall them much. Madi, sweating profusely, sincerely said, I prefer staying with Mom. I don't want to go back there. She handed her a milk box softly, and the aunt said, Yes, Dad wants to see you. She looked confused and asked, Dad? Kanun Hai also was unsure and replied, Not for now. Madi, confused and unsure, muttered, Why call him father? Then returning to the present, I spoke first. I have something to ask. I was told that he is not my biological father, which means we are not related by blood. She said softly and clearly, It also can't be said that he raised me because I used to live in a cabinet. Why should I call him father when he neither gave me life nor raised me? Bat Bungdun was stunned by the question and couldn't say a word. Ma finished his walk and stood up. People call him doctor, so he probably picked me up from the laboratory, but that's not enough for me to call him father. She bowed her head before him and thanked him for everything he had done for me so far. Mr. Bat Bungdun was overwhelmed and unable to speak, remaining motionless. After a while, he covered his face and cried bitterly, begging to be allowed to take care of Ma well. I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that request. He turned back and smiled, secretly thinking that he knew the secretary had been watching him all along. Seeing the two of them standing in front of him, he couldn't help but marvel that the doctor could cause trouble in many different ways, and surely he didn't trust only himself to take responsibility. Below suddenly glanced over and asked him, "What does your mother do? How can she change that child like that?" I keep it to myself that my mother is a shapeshifter. Outwardly, she appears as a fairy, but she transforms whenever she faces danger. Pilo stared blankly, imagining. A fairy goddess? She looks at least 40 years old. Over with Kansenhai and Maji, both are happily strolling through the streets. Du Kwangwai quickly explained. Age is just a number for a young soul. At Du Kwangwai's house, the two of them are sitting together drinking beer. I really enjoy sitting and having a drink with my dad like this. Du calls out to ask, "How is my work going?" He happily said, "I enjoyed it a lot. I had quite a few difficulties at first, but now I'm really enjoying it." Then he lowered his voice and asked back, "You know which department I'm working in, right?" Taking a sip of beer, he calmly replied, "The Special Immortal Force, but I don't know the specific work. Each organization has its own system of operation." Hearing this, Du Kwangwai was surprised. "So you've never been involved in the Special Immortal Force?" He nodded softly, then Duan Ho suddenly spoke up, "Son, I remember all your childhood dreams of becoming different professions. In elementary school, I wanted to become a firefighter, then a police officer, then a bodyguard, and later a naval soldier." He listened blankly as his father explained. "It seems like every year you dream of something different, but at the core, your goal is still to resist the invaders." Duan sighed quietly and calmly shared his thoughts with Du Kwangwai. If his father wanted him to live an ordinary life, he wouldn't have let him go there. But if there's something he truly wants and must do, his father hopes he at least starts somewhere safe. He chuckled softly, pondering his father's words, feeling like there's a full moon in his heart. Clearly, his father would be worried. Every word my father said reflected that. He held the beer can in his hand, wondering. So, the father is curious about what the child has learned. Having had a bit too much to drink, Duan Ho drunkenly suggests trying to attack the father to see how much the child has improved. Duan Ho, feeling the effects of the alcohol, jokingly suggests Du Kwangwai try attacking their father to see what he's learned. He frowns and stares intently before slamming the beer can down on the table. Duan Ho sipped his beer quietly, observing his son's movements, then chuckled to himself. The kid hides his aura using traces and separates them to deceive his eyes. Du Shuangwai moved carefully, calculating to create illusions and manipulate his muscles. I will use these movements to distract my father while staying highly focused. If he reacts, I can predict his next move, and at this moment, Duan Ho is still calmly closing his eyes and drinking beer. After a while of focusing on my thoughts, I was awakened by my father's finger poking me. "Hey, are you surprised?" Kwang Wai was stunned and confused. How could Don Ho explain that if you focus too much, you won't notice anything happening right in front of you? Thanks to those words, I realized that to feel someone's presence, I need to understand their thoughts. If I focus on watching a butterfly flying, I could even count how many times it flaps its wings. In Du Kwang Wai's mind, he imagines butterflies, but what he focuses on is the bee flying over the moon butterfly. Instinctively, Min keeps wary of the dangers it poses. Min Don focused all his attention on the aggressive bee instead of the butterfly right in front of him, quickly imagining the fierce bee and understanding. In other words, he also simultaneously excluded the butterfly's movement from his mind. Duan Ho cheerfully explained that this is called reverse deception, hiding your presence to fool the enemy, creating illusions, and then pulling them back. Duan Ho patted his son's head and praised him, saying, "Well done. I confidently declare that you will go even further." He smiled proudly and said, "You've improved a lot. Of course, you're my son." Then he left. "Dad is going out now." Kansun Hai softly called as she placed the pile of things Du Kwang Wai bought on the ground and said with a mix of suspicion and worry, "Do you think my son's work is very suspicious? Maybe he's working for politics or something like that. Are you showing off to me?" "It's very suspicious. He brought back a shape-shifting experiment. Could it be that the boy is involved in some illegal organization and is trying to hide it with his government official position?" Du Kui shook his head in disagreement. "I don't think so. A talented kid like that choosing that path shouldn't be unknown to me. Besides, you said your husband suggested that job. Kananhai sighs and says, yes, I believe it's a civil servant, so I worry it's dirty money. Who would have thought my friend would casually reply, dirty money is no big deal. Better than being accused of it, eh? She still couldn't stop doubting and immediately took out her phone to call. So should I ask Kwan to find out? Dukui asked in surprise. Should I call Kwan? Is he her younger brother? Asking about those things will just get her sent back home by him again. Kunai finally didn't call and just bowed her head, lost in thought. Then she comforted herself internally. I don't need to worry about anything. Kwang Wai is very good. I raised him myself. At this moment, Mahdi looked over. The car has started now, Dukwai cheerfully requested. Well then, let's get started, Kansen Hai interjected with a look of boredom. I will do it. Dukwai looked a bit surprised. It's natural for her to worry since the boy was born from her own flesh and blood. But if that kid is using his shape-shifting ability for shady deeds, I would have known a long time ago. After a while, she also felt worried, so she quickly checked her phone to be sure. Just to make her feel at ease, looking at the chart on the screen, I muttered curses at those damn black holes. Night fell, and outside the streetlights flickered dimly. Chang Himan was sitting alone when she heard a call. Long time no see. Du Kwang Wai laughs happily, teasing him. She's probably still as crazy as ever, isn't she? Chang H. Mi closed her eyes and pouted, waiting. What nonsense are you talking about? You have to kiss me first, then say whatever you want. I don't remember us having that kind of relationship. She seriously requested, let's try now, I'm ready. Kwang Wai teased with a smile. You haven't changed at all, so how do you know I'm back? Are you crazy? I already met my in-laws earlier. Du Kwang Wai, sitting on the swing beside her, smiling, said, your in-laws, did you get married? Wow, people nowadays get married so easily. Then she suddenly shouted, they're your parents. Du Kwang Wai didn't understand and immediately rebutted her, thinking she was just pretending to know, but it turned out she was completely clueless about appreciation as well. It's also only for her husband's family from her parents-in-law. Kang H. Min grits her teeth in anger and scolds, you're too full of yourself. For a moment she nervously asked, do you have a girlfriend? Are you dating anyone right now? Is anyone flirting with you at work? Kwang Wai casually replies, I date a different girl every day and 2 women from other departments are flirting with me. Deep down, I remembered that at the office, the manager had invited Min Nam to dinner, but I didn't like someone flirtatious, even someone as indifferent as Doan Ki Nam. Do you know her? Kang Hai Min looked at her suspiciously. Are you joking? Kwang Wai replied with a smug tone. I don't have a girlfriend yet. My standards are very high. Got it. That's good. You're mine. Don't talk to anyone else. He looked at her unhappily and asked with a smile, what does it have to do with you? How did you do on the graduation exam? I tutored you before, so I'm really curious. Kang Hin sighed in despair. Don't ask any more. My mom almost killed me, so I had to run away and hide for a week. After hearing that, Du Kwang Wai burst out laughing, as if he was very happy. Yeah, health is the most important thing. Those grades don't mean anything, and don't tell anyone I tutored her. Yang Shmin was so angry she left without forgetting to scold. You bastard, you're so annoying. Sitting alone in the park now, I tilt my head and sigh. Ah, so peaceful. Yeah, life is still beautiful. The next day, Du Kwang Wai dressed neatly for work, greeted the morning, and reflected when no one was around. I arrived earlier than usual, but didn't see anyone in the room. After a walk, I finally met Doan Ah and greeted him good morning. She was surprised. You came so early, huh? Passing by her, he thought to himself that Duyan arrived after him. After a while, I met Lee Dong-hun and looked over. Is something good happening? He, with dark circles under his eyes, smiled and replied, I hit the jackpot last night. Then the manager arrived, followed by the department head, still looking annoyed. Why did you come so early? Be on time for work. No one will pay you for overtime. Glancing down, Kwang Wai looked up and immediately used an illusion attack towards Lai Dongbong. It's still early in the morning. Wait upstairs. I didn't even finish speaking before I realized I was on fire. At this moment, Kwang Wai lightly kicks him. Both Lai Dong-hun and Duan A are surprised and look over. Lai Dongbong's voice rings loudly. This bastard, even Du Kwang Wai is stunned, tracking the evidence works well. Hearing the annoyed shout of the supervisor, Lai Dong-hun immediately warned him. Kwang Wai ran away. He was confused and didn't understand why. Later, Lai Dongbong held a sharp dagger with a sinister smile. You little brat, let's go to hell. I'll kill you and write my resignation letter beforehand. Someone is chasing someone else, Du Kwang Ai shouts loudly. It's only the first day. A normal second day has just begun. He points his finger to Quimio's forehead. What are you doing? He thought to himself. I've also tried with Quimio and the manager. He used an illusion to make the scar pass over him. What's that? Kwang Yi quickly replied. Just a mistake. Then there was someone else. but with Kuite, it was a bit too much. Bang CT, startled, fell backward. He shouted loudly. So you also shouted back, huh? So, that's why you tried to eliminate your rival? I don't care, just keep going. Finally, thanks to my new ability, I escaped from you and the department head to practice cover-up techniques and secretly browse the web. Du Kwang-wai grins as he looks at the computer screen, enjoying the life of a model office worker until Pilo suddenly approaches and asks Kwang-wai for help, saying I've been given permission and you have to help too. Lai Dong-bong angrily scolded, Are you kidding me? Kwang-yi is a shared tool or what? Why does every department want to borrow him? He followed Bilo to another place. Simo Dong saw that he had arrived and immediately said, You're here. The family in front of you looks amazed. The pure-blood immortal is always present, with a striking appearance resembling a handsome man and the team leader. B. Pilo quickly introduces Captain Batilo, the most outstanding member of the 3rd Guard team, Du Kwang-wai. Kwang-wai nonchalantly said, Don't look at me and then suddenly turn away. Lately I've been having a lot of trouble with women. No one told me a psycho would be joining, huh? He silently judged that her personality was really unpleasant. When he tried to shake hands with her, she dodged. Well, it's a pleasure to meet you. He forced a smile and thought to himself, what the hell is going on? I didn't learn this skill just to shake hands with women, but I can't ignore this now, so I immediately used an illusion to reverse the trace and grabbed her hand. I said I was very happy to meet you. Then he reached out and touched her thigh before drawing a knife and slashing at him. He reached out and touched her thigh, then quickly swung a few strikes at Du Kwang-wai. He reacted swiftly by raising his hand, and then both of them started to fight. Bilo stepped in to stop them. Enough. He glances at each person. This is a special immortal force. Are you really planning to fight? She gathered the cord and said, I didn't start this. He thought irritably. Oh, then it must be me. Have Pilo pull someone out. Du Kwang-wai didn't say a word. It was only when he was outside that he reminded me. Are you always like this? Kwang-wai replied sternly. I didn't provoke it. Do we have to suffer just because she's purebred? He pondered and advised, I know it's her fault, but you can't keep acting like this. It doesn't seem like they will change. Let's act professionally. All right. Ma'am, the two of them return to the room. Bat Pilo once again introduces, let's try again. This is Du Kwang-wai and this is Dua, a purebred. He helplessly warns, don't fight. Sa glared somewhere else. Kwang-yi looked straight ahead. He wouldn't mature at all if he fought with a little girl. But Pilo frowned and asked both of them to be friendly. Then Simodong immediately spoke up to cut in. All right, we've lost contact with one team member who is on a covert mission. This is the last known location. On the screen is a digital map of an island. Du Kwang-wai is surprised. Chiachu Island. Simodong nodded and continued to explain. Yes, they were sent to rescue a pureblood member who was kidnapped. It looks like an ordinary company on the outside, but we suspect it's a mental science cult. Bado Pilo is added with the codename Ailey. The mission is to rescue Ailey. Everyone needs to rescue both the team members and the pure-blooded member who was captured from the beginning. After finishing his sentence, he asked again, do you understand? Get ready and move out immediately. Assistant Director Jim will accompany you with the medical supplies. He immediately agreed. Pilo continued to divide the teams. Doja stays behind. Simodong pushes the others to leave. S remained silent, sitting quietly as he looked questioningly at the other two. What's going on? I wonder to myself, knowing she's pure-blooded, but she won't be able to do anything here. Both the pureblood family and the government prioritize non-interference with each other, he recalls. Kim Do-han looked puzzled as he listened to the question. Are all purebloods that strange? Don't you know? Didn't your father teach you that? Currently, there are two purebred MOT bloodline clans, Doan, the sensitive ones, including Doan Ho-nam and Doan K-nam. Another is over. He explained in detail that their rights are similar and not interfered with by the government. They also receive special privileges. Kim Do-han picks up a beer and gives an example. Tax exemption is one of them. They are also free to carry out missions but have a duty to supply immortal people to the country. After finishing his flashback, Du Kwang-wai is choosing weapons in the warehouse. Even when asked about his family, Ki-nam does not answer. That's all I know about the Dian family, so they are not strong enough to do whatever they want in the special immortal force. He immediately asked the assistant director if Kai-nam or Mr. Han-nam would not be attending, and Simo Dong was a bit surprised to hear that. You call Director Doan Ho-nam your brother? Kwang-yi replied honestly. Yes, he is my friend. He stroked his chin thoughtfully, a bit complicated, but the Doan family officially requested this mission. This is a personal request from Yosuke, he asked in surprise. Are we also getting personal requests? Modong asked back. You also know that most of the team's missions are to protect high-ranking officials, right? So what about Manager Cao Lai Dong-bong's team? He bites his lip and dismisses you, saying you want to be with him? Well, he will finish it, but I don't want to see his face at all. Simo Dongkao's face flashes with the image of Lai Dongbong's expressionless face. That bastard. I mean Lai Dongbong's management team, and I don't know them very well, Kwang Wai casually reminded. You could call him a bastard too. Simo Dong happily laughed out loud with Kwang Wai as they talked behind Li Dongbong's back. You could also say he's a terrible manager. Kwang Wai couldn't help but feel nostalgic, saying the best way to get close to someone is to talk behind a common enemy's back. At the same time, in Lai Dongbong's office, he asked seriously, "Who is your father?" Mr. Zin slowly replied, "My father is a cold-blooded man who doesn't accept his bloodline." But he was cut off before he could finish. "I'm not talking about your father," he calmly asked back. "So who?" "Kwang Wai." Li Dongbong recalled the embarrassing situation from this morning. "He used the hidden technique on me today. That skill must have been taught by someone." He looked at me seriously, probing. "So who is Kwang Yi's father?" Namungan answered silently. "I don't know. He also doesn't know Kwang Ai's information, so he said, I don't know everything either." The minister said he was not a spy, a terrorist, or a follower of any kind. Min himself was suspicious. "I don't know the details, only sure that he is very skilled, an immortal of mixed blood, a genius among geniuses." At this moment, someone enters to report. "Sir, there is a problem." Nam Mongzin is stunned. "What?" Quickly, he handed over a tablet. "Please watch this." A video plays on the screen with dialogue. "I have dedicated everything to this government laboratory. I have poured all my effort and research into it. But now all I get is the label of a traitor. With this video, I demand the South Korean government admit its guilt. Then I will spare the lives of these two. Only after the video finishes will the other speak." We blocked the video immediately, but it had already spread everywhere. Li Dongbong sat up and scolded. Actually, he glanced at Nam Hungen. That was Du Kwang Wai's mission, wasn't it? "Has he sent it to him yet?" He replied tiredly. "I told you I don't know everything. Send Quantiet Viet." Lai Dongbong immediately replied, "Team 3 will depart." Standing by the window, Lai Dongbong thought to himself, strange. This isn't something a newcomer can face, but why do I not feel worried? At this moment, a military helicopter is flying overhead. Bilo says, "It's fake." Du Kwang Wai looked puzzled. "Yes." He continued. "The analysis team says 90% of what the perpetrator claims is false." Bilo, holding a tablet, "We can't identify which government scientist could do this, so nothing the perpetrator says is true." Du Kwang Wai looked curious, wondering what was inside. He focused intently and thought carefully. A scientist challenging the government like this, not for money, nor like someone he wanted to set free. Recalling the scene in the video, he couldn't help but ponder. He wanted the government to apologize. He wanted to destroy the people's trust in the government. Badopilo reminded us this can be considered an act of terrorism. Du Kwang Wai agreed internally. Yes, only a terrorist organization could do this. Remembering the faces of the terrorists, he assessed that they are just a group of crazy people. Looking at himself through the window, he guessed that maybe they are zombies, as they have been destroyed countless times by the government. This time they probably want to retaliate by uniting various NGOs, as the announcement rings out when the plane lands at an alien geological research facility. The front is guarded by a team of about 40 armed personnel. Du Kwang Ai's group stands by, observing and awaiting orders. We will split into two teams, one staying outside and the other infiltrating. The outside team will gather at Du Kwang Wai's parking lot, while Juzia remains on the plane, waiting for orders. The infiltration team will jump from the helicopter and enter through the rooftop, then will head straight for the target. Yu Su, unhappy, spoke up, while his eyes looked blankly as he listened to her dismissive tone. "Don't look at me with your strange bloodshot eyes. You're surprised she's paying attention." I only just glanced at her. After observing for a while, Kwang Wai felt suspicious, sensing how sharp his instincts really are. How can she do that? Even Kinam couldn't, unless he was completely focused. Seeing her worried lips, he thought, how could he not notice? She looked so anxious. At this moment, the helicopter descended, and the order was announced that we were approaching the target, followed by the command for Kwang Yi's team. "All right, release the cable." Badopilo wondered. "Aren't you coming?" He immediately replied, "The rope will break, I'll go last." Then he stepped aside and volunteered. "All right, I'll go ahead first. I understand that as a shapeshifter I am heavier than I look." He smiled and said, "I will come back," then suddenly slipped the rope and jumped down, looking down in surprise as it quickly exploded below. Neither Bot Pilo nor Juuza expected it. As he was still on the wire, a strange object suddenly appeared, and upon closer inspection, it was an iron axe. He was confused and holding on. He swung on the rope to dodge, staring blankly, and above, the helicopter had already caught fire. Damn it. Simo Dong, the pilot, immediately controls the joystick, tries to slow down, and just manages to jump onto the rooftop before crashing into the building. He waves and says goodbye, promising to meet again at the hospital, then disappears right in front of Kwang Wai. Moments later, a gun is pointed straight at his head. "Hey, you bastard with the gun. You think you're lucky to die now." And without hesitation, he pulls the trigger, shooting straight at Du Kwang Wai. The other man looks surprised as he watches his move. Du Kwang Wai kicked him hard from the side, knocking him to the floor. One of his legs was trembling slightly, and he thought that when he landed, the bones in his left leg must have already been broken. Another guy gruffly shouted, "What's wrong with that bastard?" Kwang Du Wai saw someone and greeted him. "Hey, how is everyone doing?" The other two suddenly opened up. "Wait a moment, you." A huge figure growling appeared behind Kwang Wai. The soldier cluelessly repeated, "Roar!" The two others panic and realize he's from the Special Immortal Forces, immediately raising their guns, and someone nearby shouts, "Kill!" Du Kwang Wai looked on and guessed in his heart that those bastards were from Fodum Mathus. Disa, seeing the situation was unstable, immediately asked, "Captain, what now?" Paulo quickly announced, "If we can't get inside within 5 minutes, we'll have to abandon the hostage." Du Kwang Wai disagreed and said, "That's not my style." Duisa also hurriedly and firmly said, "No matter what, we cannot give up." The soldiers immediately fired at them. "What are you doing? Shoot them." "Giving up is not in my vocabulary." He sticks his head out and interrupts. That's already a complete sentence. He stands up with his weapon and then demands. She stalls for time with the captain. "I'm going to rescue the hostage," she asked in surprise. "What? How is that possible?" He pointed the gun straight at the floor and smiled confidently. "My father really liked this saying, 'I will walk my own path, and that path is the truth.'" She raised her voice, wanting to cut in. "Hey, wait a moment." At that moment, a loud explosion echoed across the sky, leaving everyone stunned. Du Kwang Wai looked at the hole he had just made and said, "If there's no way through, I'll make my own path." As he was about to jump, he called back, "There's something I need to tell you before you go in." Kwang Wai wondered what it was. She immediately said, "I have my daughter among the hostages." She earnestly begged, "Please bring my girl back safe." "What is that? Why is there a hole here?" Du quickly rushed out and struck the people, saw some survivors, and immediately ordered them to be killed, with bullets flying everywhere. But Pilo observed Shuja and admired him, thinking he truly lives up to his reputation as a prophet, and then quickly shot each of them with a poison dart. "You're not the only ones who know how to use poison." The crocodile and Nudu appear. He says, "Ha, these kids, is ambushing your specialty?" Then he ordered the soldiers to surround them and take their turn. But Pilo frowned. "Du Kwang Wai, we won't hold out for long, at most 20 minutes. From the newly created hole, Du Kwang Wai jumps down, holding his healed broken leg, thinking he took a pill just as he landed here. Seeing his leg gradually recovering, he feels satisfied. Its official name is HCS3, which promotes regeneration, like the drug I used when I cut off that blue-haired guy's hand. He chewed another pill, but HCS3 also dulls my senses, so I'll take another medication alongside it. Close my eyes and focus to regain my senses. This thing is called Alpha Kun, or simply Snowflake. I will use it to counteract the side effects of HCS. Using his sharp eyesight, Du Kwang Wai quickly locates the hostage. She is on the 3rd floor. Identifying the location, he immediately runs at maximum speed, smoothly avoiding the guard's line of sight below. Reaching a door, Du Kwang Wai kicks it open with force. The people inside shouted in shock, "What? How did you get in here?" Another one, threatening to get closer and saying, "If you do, we'll kill the hostage. You better behave, right?" Before he could finish, Du Kwang Wai threw a knife straight into his forehead, causing him to go blank and fall backward. The other man, furious, raised his sword to cut down the traitor, but Du Kwang Wai calmly raised his gun and fired at him. The other guy also got shot along with his accomplice. The two hostages, hearing the commotion, tremble with fear. I will untie their bonds and cover their faces to reassure them. "Don't be afraid. I come from a special immortal force." Seeing the familiar face, she was surprised and exclaimed, "Isn't she also from the same training facility as me?" She rubbed her arm to remind herself. "Yeah, right behind you." At that moment, Nopu in his transformed form charged forward, angrily shouting, "Who is this bastard?" Du Kwang Wai raises his gun and reassures, "Don't worry." Immediately afterward, he fired a shot at Nobuzu. He looked calm and said, hoping that he wanted to be burned after death. Seeing this scene, she couldn't hold back her stomach and suddenly felt very nauseous. Next to her, Bat-Un was trembling and couldn't hold it in, so he vomited. Du Kwang Wai helps the girl untie her bonds and asks, "Are you okay?" The girl wipes her mouth and replies immediately, "There's no way this is okay." He was surprised by her attitude. That girl told Kwang Wai that we have a strong force on the 1st floor. The exit must be blocked, and I guess the researchers are down there too. You should be careful. He was a bit surprised, probably because she had been monitoring the situation while being captured. He quickly replied, "We are not going to the 1st floor." She looked confused and puzzled. What? So this is how we escape. Before finishing his sentence, Du Kwang-wai simply pointed his gun at the ceiling and smiled. Let's go upstairs. At this moment on the rooftop, a group of crazed people with bloodshot eyes are growling continuously. Get out of the way. That one belongs to me. There are 3 of them after all. Where's the 3rd one? I don't know which corner he's hiding in, but I will personally kill it. Bat Pilo, wounded in one arm, is hiding in the corner. The opponent is someone who has been properly trained in transformation combat. We can't hold out any longer. If you keep resisting, the whole team will get hurt. So are you going to give up then? As he kept thinking and calculating, a familiar voice made him stop in his tracks. The hostages are saved. Du Kwang-wai was holding Du's daughter with that girl standing right behind him, surprising him. What? Why are you smiling in surprise? I already said I would take them out. At that moment, Bat-un, trembling, saw her mother and immediately jumped out of his hands to run away. Mom, Dien Shu shouted in panic. Run, Nobu, in wolf form, immediately charges out with a triumphant smile. This dumb little brat. He's extending his claws to catch the girl. Du Kwang-wai thought to himself that if he intervened, the monster would be cut in half. He rushed over and cut off its arm. Just in time, Bun Run also rushed to Du's safe side, then turned and asked, "Let's go, Captain." Pilo, still stunned, immediately responded, "All right, follow the wall down." They lowered the rope, and Dien Shu smiled gratefully. "I'll repay you later, but thank you very much. I will return the favor." Suddenly seeing her change her attitude, he felt a bit uncomfortable. "Can you not do that? Just act normally." As he climbed down the rope, he couldn't help but ask out of curiosity, "How old are you?" Sua immediately replied, 28. He was stunned. "When did you have a child?" Dien Shu also honestly said, "At 18, this time even more surprised, he asked Bat-un, trembling, "You're already 10 years old, little one?" The girl pouted in dissatisfaction. "Hey kid, your proper name is Bat-un. Both of you land safely." He glanced over jokingly and said I should call her older sister. Dien Shu, no longer cold, smiled happily in response. "You can consider me your little brother if you want." Kwang-wai immediately retorted, "No way, I'm 7 years older than you." Just then, Bato Pilo froze, hair standing on end. Both of them turned around and looked back as shouts echoed. "Damn it," she just reminded him. "Are you busy right now?" Nobudu reverts to his human form, clenches his fist, and grins, showing his teeth. "Want to chat for a bit? Are you busy or not? I want to talk." Du Kwang-wai innocently said he was a grass cutter, which made him extremely angry. His fangs started to lengthen and gradually transform into a beast. His gigantic form terrifies everyone. He claims your father is a butcher who cuts people. That bastard little butcher Budilu, he is one of the members of the terrorist organization Pomtheus. As a purebred wolf, he is skilled in close combat, and his special ability is his wolf howl. It's a skill that leaves opponents stunned, allowing him to decapitate them in the blink of an eye. This is why he's nicknamed the Little Butcher. He's threatening. "Trying to stop me? Kid, if you don't have skills like Lai Dung Bong, you'll be dead in an instant." I'm not afraid, and I ask him what if I were as skilled as him. "Don't be rude, kid." He got furious and raised his spear to strike you. "I'll cut your face into 100 pieces and put you in the blender." But Pilo nearby shouted loudly to warn him and bent down, but Nopu quickly used the large axe to block his attack. Pilo hurriedly told the girl beside him, "I can't let the rookie die." She smiled helplessly. "Sorry, but I can't do much to help." That Long Kwang-wai only intended to hit him for a moment then run, because there's no way he could beat someone like him. However, killing him is a different matter. Now you need to move quickly and judge accurately to counter his ultimate move. You need to open the door of perception that your grandfather, who manages that team, told you about before, enhancing and transforming your senses to allow one sense to control the others, overriding all 5 senses to expand into the 6th sense. This will awaken your super senses, allowing you to anticipate your opponent's movements. While he was still thinking, Nopildu threw the spear toward the girl behind, but it hit his hand. The spear flew toward her, and she panicked, quickly raising her gun to block it. Luckily, Kwang-wai managed to regain his composure in time for the fight. The invisible shield he created can hold for a while. Meanwhile, he quickly pushed her away and anxiously asked if she was okay. She also responded bravely, "It's nothing at all." He chuckled happily and approached. Well, someone who took away a disciple's arm should at least have skills that are this impressive. He stands up and challenges him, asking him to try and take his arm. Seeing that he is not afraid of death and even challenges him, Bilo angrily shouts, "What are you provoking him for?" He simply smiled and replied, "It's not provocation. Then let's try close combat." Immediately, Nobuild charged like a wild beast. In that moment, he devised a plan that required using the abilities of the shapeshifter to face him directly. But now he can't use it, so he can only grit his teeth and defend with his gun. Then he will use his ability to fight against him. He swiftly dodges all his attacks. He grits his teeth and asks, "You bastard! Are you a disciple of Li Dongbong?" She fires her gun from behind to support him. He dodges one attack and smirks, no way out. At this moment, Kwang Wai ambushes from behind, startling him, and he confidently says, "I agree. There's no way out. You fly up and give him a blow." He also didn't hold back, swinging his axe to block, and when he saw your weakness, he immediately seized the opportunity to smash your weapon. He gritted his teeth and swung his axe with all his might to break the shield you created. In the end, both sides' weapons broke, and Kwang Wai fell to the ground. He struggles to get up and quietly feels lucky to have the support of the Galaxy Shield. The savage beast's mouth keeps attacking repeatedly. "Is that all you've got? If that's all, I could fight you all week." Even in pain, he remains firm. "Don't be disrespectful. You'd better end this quickly because the person you're afraid of, the one who's dangerous, will be here in half an hour." A statement that touches the pride. His anger flares up. Bilo, terrified, wants to turn the letter A into O. A surge of rage, a weapon of incomplete emotion that the shapeshifter loves. This is why he kept provoking him all along. Chu's cry freezes the heart, the ultimate weapon of the shapeshifter on par with the fear of invasion, a skill that paralyzes others with just a scream. If the bloodlust of a beast can break the balance of the fight by causing fear, then the Chu sound makes people freeze. He was waiting for him to use this skill. Even Kansan He's mother's bloodlust was bearable for him, so how could he be afraid of the Chu scream? At this moment, both Bilo and that girl are frozen in shock. He immediately attacks. In an instant, he dodges the strike and points the gun right at his chest. A terrible explosion occurred, and seeing this scene, the two others were utterly shocked. Despite the pain from the explosion, Laquan raises a thumbs up in victory as Li Dongbong's group rushes over, only to find that he has already finished everything. Li Dongbong stared in shock at the horrifying scene before him as Don'e asked, "Is that Pudu? Did you do this? So you're coming too?" His team manager is already dead. That girl recounted the incident. Pud's bell made all of us freeze in place. Except for Du Kwang Wai, he was satisfied to turn away and tell everyone to pack up, not forgetting to ask Bilo to explain after they returned. And so they had resolved everything and also captured the member of the research group who uploaded that video. Actually, he's a mad scientist. Clearly, making that video means he would get to experiment on the untapped immortal beings. Li Dong-hun asked, "Are you saying you're not a regression faker? Some master swordsman took over your body?" Duane smiled and praised him. "Well done. Do you want to eat something?" The assistant manager always reacts like that. As for the others, they are just happy that he killed a key member of Parome. Theus Souza thanked him and said he would repay him 10 times over. Even Bilo, the team manager, invited him to join the team. So he became a rookie who killed a high-ranking member of Parome Theus, who was also a level 1 criminal and a terrorist. Everyone in the company was buzzing about his promotion to deputy team leader. Doe and Ham listened calmly. Team management office? That's pretty quick. Suddenly he fell into deep thought because he had just started 2nd grade a few days ago. He wondered whether he should give up. At this moment, Nam Mongzin stepped forward to declare that it is true that a member of the Immortal Special Forces team killed Nopudilu, but he still kept the name secret and asked everyone not to reveal it if they knew. He seriously said, "Please refer to this agent by the nickname we have given to people like them." The nickname for this agent is not yet finished when Du Kwang Wai suddenly stormed into the room. He was furious, arguing with Li Dongbong and questioning at the same time. "It's you, right? Why are you so angry with me?" And so the peaceful days of Security Team 3 returned. Kim Dong Treo, trembling with fear, said, "I don't think we have any choice. Let me keep my relationship with him." The Nam Mungan's appearance angered the opponent, making him panic and snatch this away. Kenta Kwang darkened his face and told him to leave. He asked in doubt, "You gave up? Not a chance. I can't do that. We have an easier way now. You can go." He thought Du Shuang Wai was too talented for Nam Mongzin to let go, so he decided to send him away from his influence. After greeting Bat Hu, he asked Bat Hu to find his assistant director Du Shuang Wai immediately, but he refused. "No, we're not allowed to get involved with him anymore. Kenta Kwang wants to know who gave the order." Batu seems cautious. "Robbery. Of course." He kept pressing, asking, "Are there any higher-ups above them?" Bat Hu gently asked if he really wanted to know. He immediately stammered, "No." After a moment of silence, he disappointedly put down the phone, his eyes cold as a sword. "Du Kwang Wai, who are you, really? Who's backing you?" "The Minister of Internal Security has already started taking action," the minister calmly replied from the other side. "That's enough, isn't it? I kept my promise." "But what's wrong with your son?" Duan shouted that there's nothing wrong. That's my son. I heard he killed Nobildu. How long has he been awakened? Nearly 2 years. Hearing that, both of them were stunned. Actually, Duan Ho was also shocked. At first, he didn't think I would do this job. He knew I was a new soldier rising in the Special Immortal Force. But even when he cut off his own arm with a pure-blood shapeshifter and killed an S-class criminal we were after, he was praised for raising him well. Yet he couldn't help but feel a twinge of sadness. That's right. He's proud but also worried and hopes he doesn't go into too much danger. Suddenly, Duan Ho asked his wife, "Are we raising our child well?" Kanhai smiled affectionately. "Of course, he's our son." She really wanted to tell him that Du Kwang-wai is a shapeshifter, but was afraid he wouldn't understand. As for him, I wonder what he thinks. He's immortal and seems just as worried. In the end, the two of them, spiritually connected, decided to leave it for later. Duan Ho smiled happily. "I just want the boy to be healthy." "Well, what did he say to reassure you?" "He's grown up now, and someday he will have to leave our arms." Hearing that, he smiled in agreement with Kwang-wai, who was worried about his son. Both Kasunhai and Duan Ho felt terrible having to keep this secret alone. At the company, Du Kwang-wai cheerfully greeted the morning. Seeing how happy he was, Lai Dong-hun immediately asked how he was doing. He replied, "I'm always happy." He immediately realized he was awarded a prize. Yes, the reason he's so happy is because he received a large bonus. The World Government Association also handles international criminal cases and has offered a reward of 686.4 million for NPU. However, he not only harms the government, but also has a bounty because he belongs to a special immortal force. And since he received help, the prize money will be divided equally. Manager Bilo and Cho Minam refused, saying he didn't do anything. The girl said he was her savior. Thanks to that, all the prize money went to him. In just one night, he became rich with 21,000 T21. Looking at the world with a smile, his bank account looked even better. He even hummed a tune and bought snake chicken for his colleagues. Lai Dongbong asked, "Are you happy? You look as cheerful as a flower, saying life is really beautiful." In response, he is a grumpy but handsome manager. He returns to work seriously. After confirming the identity with the other line, he suddenly widened his eyes in horror. "Sorry, who is this?" Night falls at the large mansion. Su family suddenly appears and tells him that the Doan clan leader wants to meet him, probably because he has bullied Kinam too much. Cheetah has arrived and was invited in. Lord Doan is very friendly and welcoming. He kept saying, "You are Du Kwang-wai? Your immortal bloodline is weaker than I thought. I heard the oysters today are of very good quality, so I prepared some. Would you like to try?" He respectfully accepted and took a small sip. He praised you for saving Su's daughter. He modestly raises a glass to his lips. "That's what I should do. Does it taste good?" he asked seriously. "He didn't call you here just to drink, right?" Hearing that, his face immediately turned pale. He smiled slyly. "You must be very curious, huh? This is the first time I've called you all the way here, and now I'm even inviting you to drink. I'll be honest. I need you to give me a child." Hearing him say that, you froze stiff. He happily offers that if you want someone, just tell him and he will connect you. Or you can just donate your sperm. He repeats the offer and hints about age. He asked confusedly, "Are you suggesting I marry him?" But he only needs your sperm because he knows that the bloodline of mutants cannot be passed down, but you are a special case. He shrugged and said that manipulating is also good for your sex life, and that if you want anything, I can make it happen for you. This is a mutually beneficial relationship. What do you think? You're starting to waver. Are you serious? If you want, I can find you a position in the government or enough money for you to buy the entire building. Hearing this, he could no longer hold back, grinding his teeth and speaking through clenched jaws. What the hell is that? He was a bit surprised by his reaction. Finally, he slammed the table in anger. Isn't he the head of the family? You think women in your family are just for giving birth? A guard threatens him. Be careful with your words. You're talking to the head of the family. You turn things around without a hint of fear. I'm being careful with my words, or I would have already cracked his skull. He swaggered off coolly, leaving him with a parting words. I'll pay for my own meals to avoid corruption charges. Don't think about calling me here again. He suddenly burst out laughing like a madman while the bodyguard next to him asked, What should we do now? He turned away like a person with multiple personalities. Let it be, he's still young. Who would pay at that age? He's still very innocent, hasn't been tainted by society yet. Gradually, he will become part of society's whirlpool. He will come to us when the time is right. As he was walking, someone blocked his path. They prepared to confront him. The family head advised the S family to keep close to him. From now on, your family can seduce him. If Do and Honam told me to kill everyone here, it wouldn't change anything. Kwang Wai just smiled wickedly, pretending not to understand. A stupid idiot grinding his teeth in anger. The mixed blood kid. Like father, like son, you were just smiling friendly while giving him a kick that made him want to open his mouth. It really feels good to hit someone purebred. Dunhonam quickly stepped in to stop him. You're just making everything worse. This is just self-defense. Don't you see my face? You wouldn't do this to the landlord, right? Of course not. I'm also an adult. I know that violence won't solve anything. Hearing that, the two brothers both agreed in unison. Really? Doan Kanam warned you that if you harmed the owner, the security team would step in. This is a warning, he muttered under his breath at that strange bastard. I didn't think he could call me that, but what that bodyguard said earlier about calls to it seems like those two are being used by their family. Maybe the only problem is the master. All the special ones are a little crazy. Unless the world changes completely, there will always be someone like him. This damn world, I really want to fix it. The next day, at Hoa Di Telecom office, the atmosphere was tense and silent. Lee Dong-hoon brushed off his hands and reported to Lee Dong-bong that all the settings were complete. All right, that person will be here soon. Du Kwangwai was surprised, not knowing who was being referred to. Lee Dong-hoon explains, it's a new employee, and you will soon have a subordinate. Lee Dong-bong looks at him coldly, her eyes full of determination. So I can swear right in front of the new employee? Lee Dong-hoon said helplessly. Are you joking? The manager is tall. You deliberately said that to target me, right? He quickly dismisses it, pretending not to hear that rather absurd name. Lee Dong-hun was a bit hopeful because they were about to welcome a special person, and he heard that she was a mage. He was surprised that they were also recruiting a mage, which was why Lee Dong-hun said she was special. Currently, that person is requesting to join Team 3. Apparently, there is someone here they want to work with. Beautiful Kang Hee-min steps forward warmly, greeting everyone and introducing herself. Seeing her, he stretched his mouth into a trembling smile, stammering. What? Why are you here? Seeing me, are you so happy you can't even speak? Lee Dong-hun stood there confused. Do they know each other? He stands in the middle of the argument. She says they have a future promise, while he claims she is his mistress. She maintains a polite, fake attitude, greeting everyone courteously. Cho Min-nam stepped forward and asked him a question that made him spray glue instantly. That's interesting. Is she your girlfriend? So that's why you turned down my date last time. Hearing that, he immediately stood up and denied everything. Lee Dong-bong calmly asked, she's your neighbor and you didn't know she was hired? I don't. He didn't even know she was a mage. Her name is Him Minin. She is currently 20 years old. Her neighbor, a woman who has failed all her graduation exams, and she is someone he has known until yesterday. She smiled defiantly and said, I have no intention of lying to you. I plan to tell you everything after we get married. He was furious and wanted to blow his head off. This was not the time for jokes. Anyway, I've known about magic since I was 8. I just don't want to attract too much attention. Are you sure about ending it here? Everyone in that area knows about her. Somehow she found out that he is an immortal. The mysterious woman leans in and says to him, immortals will be caught by mages, and shapeshifters will be caught by superhumans. Have you never heard that before? He has heard of concepts like superheroes, immortals, and shapeshifters. The wizard, she is referring to 4 special creatures. A special trait of mages is that immortals become weaker when facing them, while the skills possessed by superhumans make it easier for them to catch shapeshifters. In other words, they can suppress each other, but of course that doesn't apply to all cases, even if you can overpower someone. That doesn't mean you'll win against that person 100%. There's no perfect way to suppress anyone. What does that have to do with anything? You can't hide that you're a special creature with a magic user, especially since you're immortal. You won't be angry just because I didn't tell you about that, right? You're not angry because you're hiding that you're a hybrid of an immortal and a shapeshifter. I understand you're a wizard, but I'm curious why you were accepted here. She mysteriously replied, I'll tell you in the meeting room. All right, let's go. Kang Hemin clearly explained about the Mage Alliance before introducing himself. Currently, there are 4 alliances for unique creatures worldwide. Humanati is in Europe, B in Russia, Galaxy in the US, and Sergol in Asia. But not all mages are part of the Mage Alliance. She is a natural-born mage, so she is not part of the alliance. The reason she's here is an infiltration mission. Hearing that, everyone was quite surprised. Kwang Yi knew there must be a special reason she was here. Lee Dong-bong loses patience and slams the table. I'll make this simpler. How does the enemy know about the escape route used by Director Mazoon? Sut, Kim Do-en. Quickly realized it was through an informant. Lee Dong-bong nodded slightly in agreement. Yes, there must be a spy in the company and we need to find that person. You wonder why we have to do that. One of the immortality believers from Team 2 is involved, so they are considered unsafe. The most important information is that the spy knows how to use magic. Anyone who remembers the only person who can use magic and is immortal is Ho-nam. Kang Haimi said seriously, I will go myself to catch that spy. I only pretended to be hired for easy disguise. Lee Dong-bong realizes that she is trying to show that the mage and the government are working together. She does not deny it and confirms immediately. He stood up and declared the meeting over. She will inform us when she finds someone who can use magic, and we will interrogate that person before capturing him. Lai Dong-hun is only speaking now. In fact, she is one of your subordinates, so it's your duty to guide her. Hearing that, Kang Himin was pleased. I started to feel a little worried. If I have to work late, you have to bring me food so we can eat together. He coldly asked why we need to do that. I'm glad you two are close. She happily hugs his arm. Thank you, Assistant Director. We look very good together, don't we? He struggled and shouted in frustration. We're not close. She's just my neighbor. Even if it's just for cover, Kang Himin was assigned to Security Team 3, so he taught her some chores. He sternly told her that if she pressed here, it would become her narrow-minded mother's place, and she would have to check the information here every day. Suddenly, she turned around and called Kim Do-eun, asking if she had any plans today. Do you want to have dinner together or not? My brother will come too. Kim Do-eun, the emotionless assistant director, not the older brother, still puts on a fake innocent face full of guilt. Lai Dong-hun is joining us. What about me? Can we have lunch together tomorrow? He was so angry that he demanded she repeat this line perfectly. Then the three of them had dinner together. The next day, she went to lunch with the assistant director Panda and gathered them for a meeting right afterward. During the tense meeting, Kwang Wai was dissatisfied that a new employee prompted an urgent meeting. What kind of crazy world is this? She seriously said, 4 people are transparent and you're angry. Transparent? Are you testing our trust? Sorry I didn't tell you I discussed this with the team leader, and we concluded that none of the 4 are infiltrators. Kwang Wai was deep in thought, but internally unsettled because she wasn't acting normally. But for some reason, his heart was beating faster. Maybe he saw her as a woman but then immediately denied it unless he was crazy. Lai Dongbong steps forward to announce that the mission will begin. She will track the traces of the spell and they will find the people those traces lead to. The name of this mission will be Duster, and he will not listen to any complaints about it. Hearing that, he secretly vows to stop this guy and name the next missions. Suddenly, a shy little girl appeared. Li Dongbong rudely asked what made her so scared that she was sweating while greeting. Finally, she mustered the courage to say she was a new employee. Joswin came here to deliver an urgent summons. CEO Kang Hin wants to see you. A tense man sits in a dark room. In his mind, he kept asking who? Who is who? They want to overthrow Hoa Dim. Our team is the one with the best special immortal forces. They must have thought we would turn a blind eye. They are underestimating us. At this moment, he orders the person outside to come in. He will use all his connections to eliminate the bastard trying to overthrow them. Kang Hin, confused, stepped in and asked, "Are you here to see me?" Kang Hai-min looked around in awe, praising the beautiful room. The CEO politely said, "Nice to meet you. Is everything going well?" "Yes, I have narrowed down the suspects and identified some people. The rest is to report the magic traces to the team. He says he trusts you and told him to let him know if you need help, but inside he's calculating. She says she has a connection with Dukwang Wai, and if there's an opportunity, I must take advantage of it." He smiled slyly. "I was the one who told you to come to Hoa Zim, so I thought it would be good to meet you in person. I didn't expect to see you here. Aren't you going back?" I was surprised to see Dukwang Wai in front of me, and he greeted me warmly and invited me to dinner. He refused without hesitation, saying he could smell the famous scent on him, a fame that didn't suit him and made him very confused. He still insisted passionately, so he also knew I was famous. "Do you want to destroy everything together? The weather is so nice." He waved his hand, confused. Although Kwang Ai knew it was strange, he still put on a bright smile and said he wanted to talk to him to buy some time. Suddenly, Kang Him-min stepped out, startling him. "Are you doing something? Let's go." He immediately recognized that was the signal from the person in front of him and turned around to punch him. If he's a spy, he'll keep his cards close. One punch was enough to take him down. Kang Him-min worriedly said, "I told you to detain him, not kill him." Then she looked at him and said in surprise, "Are you confused? Did we arrest the wrong person?" "I'm not sure. Usually in this case, you're the victim of magic, not the culprit. Are you blaming me for misunderstanding? Do you know we look like thieves? It's okay. I have cast a spell so others can't see us. Most people will overlook us unless they are too sensitive. Unfortunately, they have a sensitive person 100 meters ahead." She said this person is under a spell without any artifacts or intermediaries, so I think I need to recalibrate the magic traces to track them. You focus on your phone. Assistant Director, the situation is under control. He was knocked out with 1 hit. What should we do now? Lai Dong-hun gave instructions to have him confess. "I will call you after I find more information." Immortals are truly weak against magic. They usually decide based on sight, breath, and the slightest muscle movements. People call it intuition. However, magic works in a different way. By using a special type of energy called mana as an intermediary, you can suddenly have fire or lightning in your hand, even create barriers, which has become a problem. The immortal cannot sense the magic mana, which does not affect the surrounding air and shows no signs before it occurs. Magic is beyond the understanding of immortals. Sensing magic in the near future is probably impossible. Kwang Wai has seen magic countless times. If he cannot see or hear it, there might be another way to sense it, like through smell. I just realized that, and I turned to the mysterious figure telling Kang Himin, who didn't understand what was happening, I think I got it. He started to sense its heavy, foul smell. Is this the scent of detection magic? He realized the scent of seduction magic. If he could detect all types of magic, he could then deal with them. He wondered. She said immortals are weak against magic, so does that mean shapeshifters are not? She calmly said, they too. How could they sense what even immortals can't? She sighed. They only resorted to violence. Most magic couldn't penetrate the transformed body's defenses. Du Kwang Wai, it's over. There's a trace. He has leaked the first team's mission information. He asks, so can we start now? No, I've contacted the internal investigation team. The captain will arrive soon. Bat Jiam happily stepped forward. Are you a new mage? She introduced herself, seeming a bit displeased. Ba Zigiam responded, I hear you two are neighbors. Are all your neighbors this special? Kwang Ai heard that and chuckled foolishly. Maybe. An employee said they needed to verify identity before detaining her, and Ba Zigiam immediately approved. Then she turned to remind him, Kwang Wai, the company's atmosphere is a bit tense. You should watch yourself. Of course I'm serious, and she should be too. The jealous team leader is coming out. Kang Himin asked possessively, do you like her? His face changed. What? She's not a spy, right? She pouted and turned away. How was I supposed to know? It's even harder. If he didn't tell her, would she be serious about her work? She asked him to buy beef again. He sighed indifferently. Buy it yourself. You're rich, so don't be so stingy. He hesitated and turned away. What kind of person talks to their senior so disrespectfully? I'm leaving now. See you tomorrow. As he strolled down the street, he suddenly noticed something and spoke kindly. Hello, little cat. Before I could do anything, it ran away. I hurriedly chased after it. Where are you going? It's really surprising to run into strangers like this. You asked if you've decided to stay in Korea? Planning to marry a Korean? This is our final offer. He immediately waved his hand and asked, what is this? If it's a proposal, the answer is no. She shouted angrily, shut up and work for us. We will meet all your demands. This is our final offer. He wondered why he had to do this. I will threaten you. You will regret it. You'll regret that. I was about to kick him hard. He panicked and begged him to stop, but he deliberately missed. That guy trembles and stammers. You will regret it. Before he could finish speaking, I grabbed his collar. I already knew we would meet again. Are you ready to get beaten up? He's afraid of losing face and says there's something very important he wants to tell you. He is stunned. What's going on? I will tell you everything, so please let me go. He quickly releases him and tells him, I am a hitman. Don't hit me. I am a hitman, certified by the association. He detected a scent from his body. He immediately grabbed his neck tightly. He explained it was just a coincidence. He threw him to the ground forcefully. Before he could throw a punch, he was already terrified and screaming. There is a mission from Botha trying to pull you in. I took the job, so I'm just passing on the message. He smiled knowingly. Is that so? Suddenly, he leaned in and asked him, do you want to go drinking? The thug returned home, vomiting violently, his face pale. Bitter and furious, he texted Du Kwang Wai, calling him a son of a bitch. Last night at the nearby bar, he asked him to finish his drink because it was the first one. He was already tipsy, laughing and saying, sorry, I'm not feeling well because of mana reflux. Do I really have to drink it all in one gulp? Suddenly, he slammed the glass down hard, making him jump in surprise. He simply said softly, with weight in his voice, do you want to drink or not? He was so scared he broke out in a sweat and couldn't refuse. Kwang Wai watched him drink with satisfaction, finally finishing his glass. He panted heavily, while Yu played the cheerful act like a flower, making him want to put you in a coffin. Is the wine really good today? Bring another bottle. Suddenly he remembered the main reason why the terrorist organization was after him. Hearing this, he was terrified and turned away, afraid to face him, finally revealing himself shyly. Maybe it's to learn about the enemy's strength. That's the method they usually use. You hire a hitman like me instead of facing it yourself. Are you really threatening me? He panicked and waved his hands. I'm serious. I'm really drunk right now. I don't want any more. You suddenly change your attitude like flipping a pancake, smiling kindly and asking. Really? He muttered under his breath. Damn crazy bastard. He told himself to stay calm. This is just a job, and he's a professional. In response, a line appeared that made him so angry his nose almost bled. He got furious and cursed. At the flower shop cafeteria on the first floor, Du Kwang Wai feels relieved because someone kept bothering him, but he already dealt with him yesterday. Hearing that, Kong Heeman also said, I also feel really refreshed. Having you guide me around the company is one of my goals. Wake up, I only did that so you could track the magic. Have you found anything yet? She replied, it's quite faint. Nothing seems to be here. Suddenly, Kong Heeman realized something that made her turn pale with fear. Why didn't I recognize it? I must have passed by them before, he asked her, puzzled. What? Those two guys have been spell-guarded so they won't be noticed. Even though he knew the woman's magic was very strong, he spoke up. The other guy is the same? Suddenly, Nam apologized to Kwang Wai. Then the person beside him drew a knife and charged straight at him. Before he could recover, he could only watch as a sudden explosion occurred. He gritted his teeth and stepped forward to shield Kang Him Minen. The assistant was startled by this. He hurriedly rushes in to report, Sir, there is an ambush. He smiled mysteriously. Are they attacking openly now? He stood up, serious, and ordered a company-wide announcement to mobilize all personnel. Meanwhile, in front of Kwang Ai's house, the mysterious figure approached, face full of murderous intent, observing as a group of strangers gathered. You stole the test results and even planted a sorcerer inside the company. It's only a matter of time before we get caught, right? The information they obtain from us is also very dangerous. What now? Do you have a plan? Surely you don't intend to defend your repeated failures, right? The opponent grits their teeth. The immortal threshold is with Theus. We already promised. Our goal is to demonstrate armed resistance. Just wait and see, do Kwang Wai. I will make you cry blood. Enchantment is a type of mental magic that makes the opponent attracted to you, but of course not completely. If that were true, mages would have dominated this world long ago, so what can those who use this magic actually do? Some are charming, some are quite attractive, and those with stunning looks, capable of swaying nations, even purebloods like Minam's senior managers. When Kwang Wai first met her, he was moved. Surely she used that magic on him. One thing that puzzles him is whether immortals can truly use magic. Hin said she learned it when she was 8. Han Nam said he cast spells using tools, which means even immortals can use magic through training. In other words, Choi Min Nam is a spy. He was lost in thought with his eyes closed when someone called him, and suddenly opening his eyes, his whole body was covered in blood. Du Kwang Wai, you are an immortal. Chang Im Min panacingly shouted, Wake up, you can't die. He only said one sentence, and finally the mystery was unraveled. Suddenly a fierce voice shouted, You not only refuse to be enchanted, but also reject the offer. Crocodile and his gang threaten. There's only one way left. You will have to die. Do you have any objections? He calmly replied, Today I'm not feeling well. Can we meet another time? Du scolded him for being crazy. Kwang Him awakened his powers. She stood up strongly and said, Do you ignore me? The crocodile said, The moment you cast your spell, you are already dead. I will let you go because your father is out of here. She paid no mind and immediately summoned the lingering resentments on earth, and he yelled in anger as he threw a deadly punch, but unfortunately, before it could hit her face, it was stopped by a hand. Lai Dong-hun frowned as he looked at him, and with just one hand he made his muscles bulge but remained still. He suddenly asked Deputy Manager Lai Dong-hun. Kong Hai-min exclaimed, Deputy Manager Lai Dong-hun. After his attack was blocked by him, the crocodile leapt back. Li Dong-hun nervously said, Him Min, get out of here and take him with you. I need to have a private talk with my friend here. Cao Cao then lowered his foot to the ground, cracking his knuckles with a terrifying grin. You're still alive? It's been a while since we met. I won't die that easily. That's right. I made you like this. Du Kwang Wai, struggling on the ground, trembling as he looked up and asked, What, you two are friends? Lai Dong-hun immediately replied, You thief! Then Crocodile stepped forward and said that we are enemies, so I guess you won't leave. As Dunhung said, Du Kwang Wai relaxed and lay flat on the ground. If that's the case, I'll take a break now since we're having a friendly chat. The bomb is counting down, so time feels tense, and finally the bomb explodes, causing a huge blast. A deafening explosion echoes throughout the room, and amid the thick smoke, a group of armored figures rushes inside. So those people are from the crocodile. He ordered to kill them all. The scene shifts to the room where 3 people are. Duan Ho slams his hand on the table, making the atmosphere in the room more tense than ever. The female employee was surprised. Has the CEO revealed your son's identity? What about your wife? The minister sitting next to her immediately responded, Then call everyone nearby. We will go to manage Du's team. Du Hoan Ho thought to himself, his wife is in danger. Whether she finds out he's immortal is not the most important thing right now. Minister Genting Du Duan shouted again. It will be fine, Huan Do. Du Huan Do stood up suddenly, clenched his fists, and calmly said, Of course. Du Huan Ho angrily said, And if anything happens to my wife, I will destroy everything. The worried staff member looked at Du. Du Huan Ho at that moment didn't hear a single word. He angrily went outside. Those who won't join me, go out. Now I won't go out there as the Special Forces team leader, I'll go out as the husband of the woman I love. Out here, a few armored men rush forward, attacking relentlessly. Min-H concentrates and recites a spell. I pray for those filled with resentment, still lingering in this world. Before he could finish speaking, the crocodile lunged at her, but before he could strike, Lai Dong-hun ran over and shouted, then jumped and grabbed the crocodile's belly. Lai Dong-hun shouted, "Rena, right now!" Do-In-A immediately fired 2 shots into the crocodile's face. "Why are you just standing there, sniper?" Do-In-A announced he hit the target, but surprisingly the crocodile was unharmed. He was holding Lai Dong-hun's stomach, which was quite amusing. The crocodile threw Lai Dong-hun down, but unexpectedly he let go of Lai Dong-hun. Lai Dong-hun seized the opportunity, raising both hands to kick the crocodile hard in the face. "Newbie, finish that spell quickly and enlighten us." A protective wall appears, shielding Kang Himin and Du Kwang-Wai from danger. Do So ordered to kill that mage first. Following her command, the armored men kept firing at Hyman's protective wall. Kang Himin is worried that the shield won't hold up much longer against these attacks. We have no way out either. I'm here now. Du Kwang-Wai sat up to assess the situation around her. There are too many of them, and they are all professionals, but at least Assistant Panda is handling it pretty well. I just need a little time to recover. Du Kwang-Wai asks Kang Him-Min if she can cover their eyes a little. I just need 10 seconds. Kang Hai said, "You mean blocking their view, right?" "All right." Kang Him-Min gathers energy into a sphere in his palm. Fog surrounds him, and his vision becomes distorted. Du Kwang-Wai raises his dagger and stabs his own leg to accelerate his recovery. With his vision blurred and no clear mind, Kang Hai-Min immediately launched the sphere, which instantly split in 2, while the surroundings were now completely obscured by smoke. Do So said casually, "Hey, soldier, right next to you. What are you just standing there for? Do you think you're here to watch magic tricks? Break through that barrier." As soon as she finished speaking, the soldier charged forward. He jumps onto the shield with a dagger, frantically stabbing it to break it apart. Suddenly, the shield disappears, and he falls unexpectedly to the ground. Immediately, he was hit with a punch that knocked out all his teeth. Du Kwang-Wai got up and punched him away, saying, "The real fun is just beginning." The surrounding soldiers wondered, "Should we move in now that the smoke is almost gone?" Do So said, "Just wait, they're stuck here anyway. Even that mage won't be able to cast spells forever." Do So then said, "We just need to wait a little longer until she gets tired." She was surprised to see Du Kwang-Wai step outside. Du Kwang-Wai holding a man in his hand, his body gradually recovering. Du Kwang-Wai stares intently at the enemies in front of him, all armed and ready to attack. Du So was surprised, "What the hell are you?" Du Kwang-Wai said, "What am I?" "I am NS." Du Kwang-Wai said, "Why me?" "I am Nas." The others all exclaimed. "What are you talking about, you crazy bastard?" Du So impatiently ordered, "What are all of you doing?" "Kill him." The crowd continues to fire at Du Kwang-Wai as he rushes forward rapidly. His hand was holding the soldier he just hit to use as a shield against the bullets. Seeing Kwang Yi's power, User's team was all stunned in surprise. Du Kwang-Wai smiled and said, "Oh right, I forgot that NS is an abbreviation for non-tender, which is irregular. The fierce battle caused the entire building to shake violently. The workers inside this building are feeling anxious. What's going on? An earthquake?" Duan Kinam started to go down to fight, but a staff member called out to Kinam, "Wait for me." Kainam told the employee to stay put. "With your skills, you're just a hindrance," the guy called back. But Kainam said, "Don't make me say it a second time. Staying here already helps me." That employee took the opportunity when Kam wasn't paying attention to reach into his shirt, pull out a pistol and aim it straight at Kainam. Shout out, "Die, you bastard." Doan Ki Nam turned around at the sound of his name and immediately saw him aiming to shoot. Doan Ki Nam, with quick reflexes, dodged to the side to avoid the incoming bullet, then rushed forward and punched him hard in the face. Before collapsing, he uttered an immortal phrase. "Forever." Another staff member with a baseball bat approached to check on Ki Nam. "Are you okay, Ki Nam?" "I'm fine. Take care of the cleanup." Does Ki Nam think that new guy is an immortal believer? Could the special immortal force be so lax that the supposed ally suddenly appears behind Ki Nam? He was about to swing the stick at Ki Nam's head, but suddenly he was kicked. Ki Nam was surprised and looked behind, and then the employee was kicked away. Doan Ho Nam slashed at the employee's head and said coldly, "You miserable bastard." Ki Nam was caught off guard. Director Kai Nam says it's too exhausting and time-consuming to deal with these guys. Doan Ho Nam tells the other staff, "Everyone focus. Hoadim is under attack. Surprise attack now." Where did Bat Pilo come from to explain? A group of terrorists has infiltrated the first floor. The terrorists have completely taken control of the emergency exits to the elevator, forming a barrier. Ki Nam asked in surprise. So the first floor has been sealed off? Han Nam asked. Yes. From now on, all staff below the assistant manager level will be assigned to assist in emergencies. The others follow me to destroy the malfunction at the emergency exit. Bino says, we don't need to do that. Let's go somewhere else. Not the emergency exit. Do and Honam wondered. Another place? Where? Bat Pilo confidently said that's the fastest and most effective way to reach the first floor, but it will be quite exhausting. Switching to Du Kwang Wai, who is exhausted and panting, as he alone has defeated many people. Du so casually mocks, I can't believe you managed to take down so many on your own. You're really crazy, so what should we do next? Him inside was also exhausted now. She couldn't stand up anymore. Ledung Hun was defeated by a crocodile. Du so sneered and said, the game is over. This will be the last time I tell you this. Join our side and we will stop everything here. Du Chuangwai didn't say anything but just raised his middle finger in Du's face. How many more times do I have to say that? I already have a girl I like. Du so is angry. This damn crazy bastard. While he was talking, a large and deep crack suddenly appeared in the building. A source of energy shoots straight down from above, creating a thick cloud of dust and confusion among those around. Suddenly, attacks shot out from within the smoke. Some people were frozen by magic, and the surprise attack left Du in utter confusion. What the hell is going on? Pilo said. If there's no other way, then create one yourself. Doen Honam said she couldn't find any way to win. Du so looks at the crocodile in confusion. Master, what should we do now? The crocodile said nothing, only revealing a wicked smile before transforming into a crocodile, its tail growing out as it displayed a tall, imposing figure in front of Du Xangyi. Du Kuangyi stared in shock. What the hell? The crocodile slammed its fist down on the floor, causing everyone to quickly step aside as the floor split in two from the blow. Lai Dong-hun struggled to sit up and said, I hate this. In the past, I was an experiment subject of Pomatus, a combination of an immortal and a shapeshifter. Prometheus's experiment made those two types of blood flow through my body artificially. However, that combination caused side effects. I became a monster who only knew how to fight. And then I became a fighting dog, a person for high-ranking officials to train. During the time I lived like that on Zom Beach, I met that person. Lai Dongbong says, hey, the remaining Lai Dong-hun is cursing inside the cage. Go away, I will kill people. You are immortal. Lai Dongbong asks, you killed me, but have you ever gone outside? Lai Dong-hun glared at Lai Dongbong and said, that's not your concern. Lai Dongbong felt uncomfortable. You crazy idiot, stop trying to turn into a dog that only knows how to fight. Lai Dong-hun wondered, what are you talking about? And what does it mean to be a fighting dog? Lai Dongbong listened in confusion. Forget it. Do you want to come with me or not? If you don't follow, I'll kill you right here. Lai Dong-hun agreed after some thought. All right then. So I followed Captain Lai Dongbong. I had planned to slit his throat and go back after I recovered, but it seems you're quite bored being alone, huh? Try reading this. Do you know how to read? He handed me a comic book. That night, Lee Dong-hun cried intensely when he found true love. That was how I discovered comic books and how my life began to change. That person is truly amazing. It was really a happy life. Back to the present, Lee Dong-hun sighed. I really hate this. I can't believe I have to give up this life. Lee Dong-hun watched the fight between the crocodile and sighed. How long has it been? Make sure you kill me. You damn crocodile. Lai Dong-hun turns into a bear. Why can't I turn into a Bon? Jaina, don't come here. I don't want you to see this change in me. Zhang-wai, if possible, come to my incense tower after I die. Captain and everyone, thank you all for everything. Lee Dong-hun, now a bear, is crying. Damn it, I want to watch anime. And then Lai Dong-hun crazily charged at the crocodile. Lai Dong-hun in his giant bear form frantically charges at the crocodile. The two fists collide, creating a fierce wind in the room. The crocodile speaks. You should transform too, right? As soon as he finished speaking, the crocodile seized the opportunity, grabbing Lai Dong-hun's hand and saying, however, it seems you've forgotten this. The crocodile pulled Lai Dong-hun, who was staggering, towards him. The crocodile clenched Lai Dong-hun's hand, trying to throw him down, and said, you haven't beaten me even once. As he finished speaking, the crocodile held tightly onto Lee Dong-hun's arm. Lai Dong-hun quickly attacked the crocodile's back, but before he could strike, the crocodile's tail hit him hard, knocking him backward. After the powerful blow, Lai Dong-hun was thrown far away, but luckily, in his bear form, he didn't fall over. He used his hands to try to get up, his body battered and bruised. The crocodile sneered and said to Lai Dong-hun, you can probably still feel the pain. You're nothing but a test subject. Lai Dong-hun said nothing, angrily rushing to attack the crocodile, and the two exchanged fierce moves continuously. Behind Du Kwang-wai, Kang Hee-min and Doan Ki-nam are hiding behind the table. Du Kwang-wai asks, Ki-nam, do you have any food? Do I look like a vending machine to you? Du Kuang-yi angrily asks, "Where did Ki-nam get the food for Kuang-yi?" His emotions suddenly change as Du Kuang-yi takes the food and gratefully thanks him. Eating while pondering, he realizes the situation is worse than he thought. At first, those two seemed to be arguing fiercely, but things are not as they appeared. Giant Panda's deputy manager's attack is too simple and only focuses on full-force offense without any defense. Isn't he not fully conscious? However, the rescue has arrived. I think it's time to act. Du Shuang-wai starts moving and goes outside. He hands Kang Sang-heeman, who is regaining consciousness, over to Ki-nam. "Take care of her." Ki-nam saw Du Kuang-wai going outside and asked, "Where are you going?" Du Kuang-wai said, "If the deputy manager Panda collapses, we're doomed. We have to do something to help him, so I'll let you handle the rest. Just don't die, okay?" Suddenly, there was a big explosion on one side of the building. Ki-nam suddenly looked ahead. After that explosion, more and more enemies rushed in. One of them charged straight ahead to attack. Ren Ho-nam suddenly drew his gun and shouted, "Get back!" Doan Ho-nam aimed his gun and shot the enemy directly, causing his entire body to freeze instantly. Doan Ho-nam ordered his men behind him to hold their position and disable the enemy in front. Du Kuang-wai quickly ran to the other side and said, "I trust you, Ho-nam." Doan Ho-nam was surprised to see Du Kuang-wai run away and warned him of the danger. "If you go that way, you'll die." Du Kuang-wai ignored the warning, only worriedly looking at Kai Dong-hun, who was badly wounded. The Panda deputy manager, his immortal blood has weakened after transforming, and he hasn't regenerated any wounds. If this keeps up, it will be bad. I can't allow myself to look. Suddenly, Du Kuang-wai felt that something was strange. "Huh, what's going on here?" "I can't move," Du So sneered contemptuously. "Thanks, you idiot, because you entered my control zone." Du Kuang-wai was hit by my skill, which made him unable to move. Only then did he realize it was her skill. Mind power or some special control skill? Du So burst into triumphant laughter and said, "I told you you'd regret it." Du Kuang-ai mocked him. "Really? Unfortunately, I only understand human language. I am the one who killed your mother. In fact, I tore her apart into pieces. After hearing that, do you still dare to giggle and carry on?" Du Kuang-wai said angrily, surprised by the words. "Huh. After trading with Na Mong-zin, I found out the identity of your parents, everything. At this moment, someone has broken into Du Kuang-wai's house, and Maun is sitting comfortably on the sofa. Suddenly, he stands up and walks toward the glass door. Maun opens the curtain and looks outside. Usually just one member of the immortal faith is enough. However, it's clear that Nam Mong-jin sent someone here, so I came alone to carry out the mission. While assessing the situation, Maun suddenly heard a noise and glanced toward the door. He confidently thought to himself, "Du Shuang, I will make you despair completely," while Sun-hai was standing right in front of her house. Sun-hai was surprised to see Ho calling her. She answered the phone and said, "My love, I thought you were on a business trip." Jan-ho asked worriedly, "Have you gone home yet?" Sun-hai said, "I am about to go inside." Sun-hai opened the door but found it already open. Why is the door like this? Is it broken? Johan-ho told her not to go inside, to leave and go to Him-min's mother. Sun-hai asked worriedly, "What's going on?" Don-ho said, "I don't have time to explain." Madoon is now hiding just behind the wall. Sun-hai suddenly stands still in front of the house. Don-ho says, "Sun-hai, I'm on my way." Suddenly, Maun appeared behind her, aiming to slit her throat immediately, but with quick reflexes, Sun-hai dodged to the side. Don-ho anxiously asked, "Sun-hai, my love, what's going on?" Madden looked confused and asked, "Do you really dodge?" Sun-hai threw her phone and asked, "Where are you from? A customer or a tail? I'm pretty sure my father already kept all our family information completely secret. How did you manage to find out? Are you surprised, Madoon? Who are you?" "You're not an ordinary person. Whatever, it doesn't matter. If I feed you the leftovers, you'll just reveal yourself on your own." But Madden was very surprised. "Wait, what are you talking about?" Sun-hai rushes toward Madden. Seeing that, Madden nervously raises his dagger to threaten. "Don't come any closer." Madun slashed his knife down, but Sun-hai jumped up and put all her strength into her arm. Sun-hai punched him hard in the face, causing his face to cave in. Sun-hai's punch sent Maiden flying backward, causing him to crash straight into the glass window. He slumped down weakly, let out a painful cry, and seeing him collapse from the blow, she was very surprised and said, "Already fainting? I haven't even finished activating yet." Sun-hai's entire body radiated a terrifying aura. High in the sky, a helicopter was now approaching Du Kuang-yi's apartment. "Captain, we've arrived." The person on the helicopter said, "I will lower the rope," but because of Sun-hai's safety, Du Doan-ho couldn't wait any longer and prepared to jump down himself. The other person exclaimed, "Captain, Du Doan-ho jumped from the helicopter into that apartment, leaping through the broken glass door to land inside." Du Donho looked at his house. It was completely destroyed and shattered. Furious, he cursed, "Damn it, I arrived too late." Suddenly, a sound comes from inside the house, and Donho anxiously looks in that direction. Du Donho nervously calls out to his wife, "Sun Hai." Du Donho was surprised to see the scene in front of him, where Kan Sun Hai was now punching Madun, blood streaming from his head. At this moment, she also notices Donho looking at her. Donho calls out to Sun Hai. Immediately, Kan Sun Hai gently released Madun and said, "Hey." Donho, hearing the call, immediately rushed over and embraced Sun Hai tightly. Donho choked with joy as he spoke, holding Sun Hai in his arms, reminding her that her husband is a public service worker who often has to travel for work. But the husband I know now is wearing armor and carrying a sword, along with the smell of burnt leather on his hands. Who is he? Suddenly, a person holding a gun stood anxiously right outside the apartment door and shouted, "Grandpa, are you okay?" She was surprised to see nothing happening. Sun Hai behind Donho gritted her teeth and said, "Oppa, at this moment, is emanating an incredible pressure." Sun Hai stared in shock and asked Donho, "Oppa?" Donho, feeling frightened by his wife's anger, quickly replied, "Wait, let me explain. I have a lot to say." Donho turned around, pointed at the female employee's face, and criticized her, saying, "What do you mean by Oppa? I am your team leader." Hearing Donho's words, she immediately understood the problem and hurriedly responded in panic. "It's just a misunderstanding. I mean the senior." Donho immediately changed the subject and casually asked Sun Hai, "Have you done these things?" Sun Hai, hearing her husband's question, also forgot what she had just done earlier. Donho seriously said, "We need to talk. Everyone else go outside and have the guards protect us from outside." Seeing that, the staff member asked, "What do you mean protect you if we stay outside?" The male staff told her, "Stop talking, come with me." And now only the two of them are left in the room. Du Donho revealed everything he had been holding inside. Sun Hai was stunned to realize he was actually an immortal. Sun Hai was extremely surprised by what he said. "What? An immortal?" Du Donho said sadly. "I'm sorry for hiding it from you. I guess you don't want to hear my excuses either." Right now, Donho recalls the happy memories they shared together. "I just don't want to lose you. I love the times we played and walked together because they made me happy. Whether it was a cup of tea, a meal, or a conversation, no matter what we did, those moments were precious to me, and I couldn't let them go. The thing I fear most is that our lives will gradually drift apart. I'm truly sorry." Sun Hai tiptoed, crying as she said, "There's something I also need to tell you. My father is under solitary confinement, and I am a shapeshifter." Donho holds Sun Hai tightly to comfort her. What do you think she must have gone through? In that damaged room, Donho comforted Sun Hai, saying everything will be okay and that she won't leave him, right? Before that, Sun Hai was smiling, but inside she was storming with turmoil, and she radiated an overwhelming aura of intimidation. "Who is the girl calling you Oppa?" Donho explains, "She's just a junior. I'm telling the truth. There's nothing between us." Madun, now awake, angrily drew a knife to stab secretly. Unable to forgive her, using an illegal enhancement drug, he secretly injected himself with a vial of medicine he didn't want to use, but was forced to do so by the circumstances. Immediately, Madun thrust his dagger at Sun Hai, shouting, "Die!" Donho quickly stepped in front of Sun Hai and Donho, using his shield to block the attack. Madun was stunned and exclaimed, "Psychic item." Immediately, Sun Hai rushed forward to punch Madun, leaving Donho behind, staring in confusion. Sun Hai punched Madun so hard that the floor broke apart, angrily saying, "How dare you!" Donho watched in astonishment at his wife's power. Sun Hai asked, "He didn't come here because of me, right?" Donho replied, "I think he's here because of Kwangwai." Hearing that name made Sun Hai furious. "Kwangwai, where is he? Let's go find him now." Du Donho calls a helicopter on the radio. "We will go to Hoa Di right now." The female staff outside the door looks inside in fear. "She's not an ordinary person, right?" The male staff member agrees with her statement in response. "Yeah, you should be careful." The Hoa Di team members went upstairs and said, "Don't move. This place is under the protection of the Immortal Special Forces." They are late, probably feeling more relaxed now. What did the staff ask? "Who are they? Did both of them wear masks to introduce us?" "Phoenix Special Forces. I'm over on the other side." DeQuangyi's hand clenched into a fist, veins bulging. "What are you doing? Using my information to negotiate with those people?" "Do so says you seem pretty shocked. That's why you should behave better. Thanks to you breaking the rules, I was able to negotiate with him." "Well, whatever. Everything's over now. Just die." Du Kwangwai. Du burst out laughing in satisfaction. The others hadn't had time to react before two sharp claws slashed toward them. Di Doandi asked how you've been lately. Du Kwangwai looked surprised at who was approaching. "Di Doandi, what teacher?" From within the thick smoke, Lai Dongbong is also approaching now. Didoandi said she met him by chance on the way here. Lai Dongbong praised you. Well done, kid. You held your ground very well. Du Kwangwai calls, Captain. Lai Dongbong looked at Lai Donghun, who had transformed into a bear. That idiot. Du So angrily ordered his subordinates. Damn it, what are you still standing there for? Kill them all. They all rushed to attack Lai Dongbong. But as soon as they charged forward, Lai Dongbong used his sword to cut them into pieces. He angrily said in a stern voice, "You damn bastards, who do you think you are?" An hour ago at Incheon International Airport, Lai Dongbong asked, "Are all the runways blocked?" The staff member said, "Yes, we have contacted the personnel." Lai Dongbong said the target is the senior executive of the Immortal Faith, and all eyes are on this terrorist attack, so you must stay highly alert. Both of them are panicking. Lai Dongbong turned to look at them, focusing. Suddenly, a girl leaned down and said, "I am really sorry." Lai Dongbong was stunned. The girl said, "He has boarded the plane, the car and belongings are still there, but the target has already escaped." Lai Dongbong didn't understand what was happening. "What do you mean the target got away? What is going on here?" The staff behind Lai Dongbong received the message and immediately reported it back to her. "The manager has issued an urgent alert," Lai Dongbong wondered. "Manager kananinoirang trung tamdabitanchong. Lidongbong kinhangachek on ngoin hanlai trong dang so kinghe duostindo." At that moment, Lai Dongbong reviewed what was happening. Not only had the target escaped, but the headquarters had also been attacked. Nam Min is the one who gave me this information. Did he intentionally lure me away from Hoadim? As soon as I finished thinking, Lai Dongbong immediately turned and walked away. The staff member asked, "Where are you going, manager?" Lai Dongbong didn't answer and only angrily said, "Call the helicopter. We're returning to Hoadaim immediately." A moment later, at the sniper spot near Hoadaim, Doane and Kwimiho are trying to hold on. Doane asks Kwimiho how many bullets are left in the pistol. Kwimiho said, "3 more bullets?" Doane thought to himself, "Damn it, there aren't many bullets left now. I don't know how much longer we can hold out." Suddenly, Lai Dongbong arrived and cut down all the enemies. Surprising Doane manager Lai Dongbong asked, "Good, how is the situation? Pomtheus's crocodile is here." Assistant manager Lai Donghun has transformed to fight, and Du Kwangwai is currently holding the enemy on the first floor. Kwimi added, "The situation inside the flower is more urgent than outside. We can't handle everything outside if the situation inside isn't dealt with yet." Lai Dongbong agreed with her. "Clever of you. I'll go and take care of the situation outside as well." Du So, angry at seeing Lai Dongbong here, shouted, "You're crazy!" and immediately used her power to attack her. But Kinam was quicker, throwing the knife straight at Du So to stop her from using her power. The knife shot through the air like lightning, severing one of her arms. Doan Kinam immediately grabs his knife back. Du So screams in pain. "Let me see your hands," Du Kwangi praised. "Good job, Kainam," Lai Dongbong said. "Hey, idiot, if you get beaten up, you'll go back to normal." Du Kwangwai was surprised. "Defeated?" Lai Dongbong said, "Yes, I will take care of the bad fish, so you go and defeat the enemy." "Wait a moment," Du Kwangwai calls Lai Dongbong back. Lai Dongbong approaches the crocodile and greets, "It's been a while, hasn't it? How have you been lately?" The crocodile glanced at Lai Dongbong alone. Lai Dongbong confidently says, "Yes, I am still single. If I get married, all the women in the world will be sad." The crocodile bows his head and looks down. "What kind of joke is that?" Lai Dongbong drew his sword and assumed a fighting stance, then charged forward. "Damn little pest. Assistant manager, you can't return to normal on your own, right?" Lai Donghun didn't say anything and charged to punch Du Kwangwai, but Du Kwangwai quickly dodged. His attacks are really too simple. Actually, they're more foolish than simple. Du Kwangwai jumped onto Lai Donghun's back, then circled around to his side and focused his strength on his arm. He struck Lai Donghun's neck, causing him to immediately lose consciousness. That's why he couldn't defeat the crocodile. His attacks are just instinctive. After that powerful strike, Lai Donghun immediately collapsed to the ground. Once unconscious, he instantly reverted to his human form. Du Kwangwai brushes off his hands, successfully defeating the assistant manager, Panda. Du Kwangwai turns to look at Lai Dongbong. Then what about the manager? Both of them now rush at each other. The crocodile sneers. "Are you crazy? How dare you think you can fight me?" Li Dongbong was knocked away by the crocodile, and Du Kwangwai shouted, "Manager?" The crocodile charges again and punches Lai Dongbong once more. "Die." Lai Dongbong sneered. "Get lost." Lai Dongbong grabs his sword and strikes the crocodile multiple times. The crocodile's arm was sliced into many pieces by Lai Dongbong, and he cried out in pain as blood and flesh splattered everywhere. Du Kwangwai is surprised. His judgment skills are too strong. He deliberately lowers his guard so that he is the same. This is a tactic only immortals can use. The crocodile laughed loudly. "You crazy bastard. D pulls out Do So to threaten the crocodile and walks away, saying, "If you move, I will kill this woman." The crocodile doesn't care and responds coldly, "Kill her." Dai was surprised by the indifferent words and said, "What?" The crocodile huffs. The crocodile's muscles helped stop the bleeding in his arm, a special trait of shapeshifters that allows them to control all their muscles. Du Kwangwai walks over to Lai Dongbong and says, "Looks like we're fighting together again." Lai Dongbong laughs, the arrogant kid. Suddenly a voice rang out, "Is this the right place?" That's right. Hodium Vian Thong leads the Immortal Special Forces branch. Du Kwangwai turned around in surprise at the source of the sound. This voice was Du Kwangwai's shock upon seeing his parents arrive here. Kanun Hai said through clenched teeth, "Looks like we've arrived at the right place." The two of them stormed in angrily. "I'm only going to say this once. I want to meet the owner of this place. Who are these people? Aren't they just commoners?" The crocodile trembled in fear as it watched the two people approaching. "Commoners? Those are definitely the top special creatures that a shapeshifter must avoid. And that is the Restoring Wizard. I have to get out of here quickly." The crocodile pushed off with its legs and rammed through the wall to escape, leaving a mess behind. D was surprised. "What? Is he planning to run away like that?" Do So trembled in fear as the crocodile ran away. The assistant, Jiang Chaonan, and Li Jiangmo went downstairs. "It's a mess. What just happened?" Duduan shouted. "Are the Immortal Special Forces team full of idiots who don't understand Korean?" The assistant angrily turns to question. "What? Who are you?" Du Donho angrily said, "I am Jiang Wai's father. Call that bastard Nam Mong Jin out here." Jiang Chao Nam and Li Jiangmo are shocked. Special Forces assistant shouted, "But even so, you must not insult our CEO like that." Li Jiangmo stepped forward to stop the assistant, saying, "I'm sorry. I will take you to his office right now." "What?" "Stop talking. This person is the leader of the Phoenix Heavenly Destruction Team." At this moment, journalists are surrounding the building and security guards are preventing them from rushing inside. There is a black car stopped in front of the building on the street. Inside the car, the driver asks Choi Minam, "If we fail, there will be consequences. Are you sure?" I shrugged my shoulders and thought, "It's okay. I feel uncomfortable studying the confiscated documents in terrorism, so I already sent 2 directors to handle it." "Does it upset you because of the mission?" Choi Minam said, "No, I just feel heartbroken." The driver wondered, feeling heartbroken. Choi Minam sticks out her tongue happily. "I've never been turned down before something happened." She felt a tinge of regret inside, so she asked the driver, "Did Madoon fail?" The driver replied, "Yes, we still haven't been able to contact him." Choi Minam feels that things are becoming more interesting. She calls the driver, "Let's go." The guard notices Choi Minam's car because it's very expensive. "Look at that luxury car. There must be someone important inside." Did the other guard turn to look at that car? He waved to the person inside. That security guard wondered what you were doing greeting the car. Du Kwangwai's parents went up to Nam Dongmin's room to say hello. It's been a while since they last met. Nam Dongmin bowed her head to greet him. Before she could finish speaking, Kan Sun-hai rushed over to her. Sun-hai jumps up and kicks him in the face. Kun-hai stomps, causing Nam Dongmin to feel pain. Seeing Nam Dongmin fall, the assistant hurriedly rushed over. Dodoan Ho pointed his gun directly at the assistant's head, warning him to stop. "Your subordinate brought this trouble on himself. Just stand there and watch." Kan Sun-hai keeps punching Nam Dongmin. Nam Dongmin cried out in pain. He looked remorseful. "It's just a mistake. I miscalculated." Kan Sun-hai stomped hard on Nam Dongmin's shoulder. "You should know how costly a single mistake can be. Nam Dongmin pleads for forgiveness. Please forgive me." Dodon shouted and stared. He must have bribed the prime minister to decide to destroy this place, right? De Kwang-yi thought, he's a political figure. Surely he's supporting me to use me. Politics, social status, especially profits, seem to be the main reasons. Whatever it takes, I don't want to get involved in this. I don't want to suffer headaches. When the time comes, I will make him pay. Du Kwang-wai stepped forward and said, "Sir, I would like to resign." Nam Dong-min was surprised. "You just asked for $3 billion to let me go? And a 165 square meter apartment? That's not a big deal, right?" Nam Dong-min clenched his teeth and reluctantly agreed. "Okay." Kansan Hai asked, "Are you sure?" Du Kwang-wai waved his hand and said, "Yes, I'm tired of all the political issues." Du Donho warns he will try to take advantage of you again if you keep leaving like this. Du Kwang-wai confidently replies, "It's okay. When I get the chance, I will deal with him. Now that you're working here and you've grown up, you can make your own decisions, right?" Du Doan-ho smiled. "You're truly mature now." Du Zhuang-wai tells the family, "Let's go home. I want to eat the meal my mother cooks." Kan Shin-hai happily agrees. "All right," Du Kwang-wai asked, "now you're unemployed, so stay at your parents' house for a while." Sun-hai agrees. "All right, staying here is fine too." Sun-hai asked, "Do you enjoy fighting?" Do you feel happy when you see others die? Kwang Wai replied seriously, no, I still plan to pursue this career, right? Yes. Shunhai said, all right, I won't ask anymore. Kwang Wai remembered. Ah, Dad, I have something I want to tell you. Huh? What's going on? Actually, I have a younger sister. Duan Ho was surprised. Huh? Right now at Ki Wai's house, Madi is standing outside the door. Nice to meet you, Dad. I'm Par Du Don Ho. I'm a bit shy and not very used to hearing that. Du Kwang Wai says, she is my adoptive daughter and my sister, so she is also my father's daughter. Madi sadly says, if you feel uncomfortable because of me, I will try to live as quietly as possible. If not, you can go outside. Du Don Ho happily said, you said your name is Madi, right? Welcome to our family. I've always wanted a daughter. Those loving words moved Madi to tears as she softly called out, Dad! Du Kwang Yi happily led Madi into the house. Let's go. You're hungry, right? Yes, just call me by my name. Come and sit down. Madi was surprised to see a table full of food for the first time. The couple happily said, it's not much, just eat it all, and sat down, inviting us to join them for a meal. After the meal, Du Kwang Wai burped loudly. So delicious, I ate too much. Junhai glares at Kwang Yi. Sunhai asks, what do you plan to do now? Kwang Wai is surprised by his mother's question. What are you planning to do? If you intend to rely on the money you get for quitting your job, don't bother. I won't let you be unemployed forever. Kwang Wai cheerfully said, don't worry, Mom, I don't plan to do that. Sunhai said, good, by the way. Sunhai asks if her child wants to train with her and quickly feeds an apple into Kwang Yai's mouth, catching him off guard. Yes. Sunhai happily said, it's time for you to be trained as a shapeshifter, so I will teach you. What about other teachers then? Sunhai cheerfully replied, no. Are you going to personally teach me? But I prefer other teachers more. Junhai looks like she's smiling on the outside, but her intimidating aura makes Kwang Wai terrified. Does that mean you don't want me to teach you? Kwang Wai, frightened, turned away. No, I just think they will guide me better. Only now do you start living as a transformed person. Shunhai raises 2 fingers and says, don't worry, I just need 2 weeks to straighten you out. Sunhai stands up and says, I will start training in 2 weeks, so get ready. Kwang Wai raises his hand to ask, but Mom, can I ask you something? What is it? Is this not a theoretical class? 3 days later, at the office of the Minister of Public Administration and Security, the minister cheerfully greeted you and asked what you wanted me to do. Just tell me what you need, and I'll do anything. Dunhong sat down. Why don't we go get some coffee? As they talked, the minister was startled and immediately agreed. Yes, of course, Ms. Kim, bring me 2 cups of coffee. Yes, Minister. What does Minister want me to do? What if I remove Nambungen from his position and imprison him? I won't back down, don't worry. Doan Ho said seriously, even if you remove him from his position, he will find a way to come back. The minister thought for a moment and said, yeah, that's true. So what do you want me to do? Duan Ho said, restricting entry to the other side for 3 years and strictly banning all support sources from Hosgim. The minister turned away. Ah, ban all support. That's right, this way works well, Don Ho added. And also let Nam Min know who I am. The minister was surprised. What do you mean? Don Ho angrily warned him, telling him what will happen to those who provoke me. On the other side, Sunhai also makes a call and the person on the other end greets her. It's been a while since we talked. Sunhai says, how have you been lately? I want to ask you for a favor. The other person was surprised. I didn't expect you to call me for help. What's going on? Sunhai said to stop funding Hoadim Telecom. Sunhee's brother was surprised. Do you know what kind of place Hoadim is? Sunhai calmly says it is a special immortal force from the former Korean branch. Sunhai's brother was surprised. You still understand what's happening here, don't you? Sunhai says that at least the entire capital should be frozen for 3 years. Sihan's brother agreed. But we can't stop the government funds, and you should meet your younger sibling when you have free time. Sunhai remained silent. Yes, please send my regards to father. 2 weeks later, on the day of training, Du Kwang Wai was on a mountain, muttering to himself that the training would start at 3 o'clock. Why hasn't anyone come yet? Du Kwang Wai looked at his phone. Ikalit Boliana mocked him, saying that the CEO is taking advantage of him, and it's all because he's just a poor guy. Du Kwang Wai pondered, wondering how he could know, since he probably couldn't access it due to the terrible firewall. Ikalit Boliana was desperately trying to persuade him. Marry my sister. If he raises his social status, no one will dare to touch him. Ikalit talks about the future where Du Kwang Wai is also surrounded by wealth and privilege. Kwang Wai feels helpless. What kind of ridiculous idea is this? Multicultural marriage? Du Kwang Wai replied, I will handle everything myself. You should take care of yourself. Ikalit says, don't be so distant. We're friends after all. Someone is coming to where Kwang Wai is sitting. Someone is already here. Is that Kwang Wai over there? Du Kwang-wai greets the stranger casually and without much respect. He asked the uncle who he was. Kwang-yi was surprised to see Ma-di behind him. Ma-di warns him, "Be careful, brother." Kwang-wai stands up. Suddenly that man moves. The man circled around behind Trong-wai. She immediately threw a punch and both of them blocked each other's strikes before stepping back. Uncle happily laughed. "What's this? He's quite skilled, isn't he?" Sun-hai approached and said, "Say hello, this is your uncle." The uncle introduced himself. "Very happy to meet you. My uncle's name is Lo-en Kwang-wai, and I was surprised. I have an uncle. You probably haven't heard of me before, have you? Your mother never told you about me? Do you know Tangun Group? The chairman is your father and your mother's father, and also your grandfather. The Tangun Group is a South Korean representative company with over 60 branches and one of the biggest companies in XQC. It's so large that its influence is comparable to the government, yet now the chairman of this super corporation is my grandfather." Kwang-wai's eyes lit up. "Are you the descendant of a tycoon?" Lee Gon-nak laughed triumphantly, while Sun-hai sighed. Lee Gon-nak chuckled so hard he almost cried, and asked, "Is that important?" Du Kwang-wai said seriously, "Of course I want a Lamborghini for my birthday." Do you want me to drive one over here?" Kwang-wai said happily. "Really, I love you so much, uncle." Sun-hai patted Ligo on the head. "No, don't spoil him, go train." Sun-hai calls Ma. Ma responds with a yes, and the projector displays Du Kwang-wai's transformation plan. Who made this? What a terrible eyesore of a design. You should ask someone else to redo it. Sun-hai questions sharply. "Your sister, stop giving so many comments." Liger NC changes the training schedule. 6 wins are enough. Kwang-wai was surprised. "Yes. Last month I should have checked if the cat was there." Ma-di placed a box inside with a white mouse running happily inside. Ligon NC asked if I could stop this mouse. Kwang-wai picked up the mouse. "It's easy." Ligon pointed to his head and asked Sun-hai, "Is it mentally challenged?" Sun-hai felt embarrassed. "Little one? Don't touch the little one." Kwang-wai thinks for a moment, stopping it without touching, applying pressure without physical contact. It's not too difficult to listen to. He then releases the mouse back into the basket, having faced many kinds of killing intent before. Kwang-wai emanate has killing intent, targeting the mouse. The mouse trembles as it senses the deadly aura. Sun-hai was surprised. No need for sound at all. She told Ma-di to release all the mice. Ma-di obeyed and poured the entire bucket of mice into the box. Sun-hai said, "Now try to stop them. You can use sound if needed." Kwang-wai confidently said, "I can easily trap both in the basket. Look at the mice inside. I emit a killing intent targeting the mice." The mice immediately sensed the deadly aura and froze. Lo-nck asked in surprise, "Who did you learn that from?" Kwang-wai calmly said, "I haven't learned it. I've just witnessed it many times." Lan-en whispered to Sun-hai, "Maybe she agrees." Sun-hai announces, "Son, I think we need to change our plan because your skills are better than I thought. If it's too difficult, just tell me." Du Kwang-hai is surprised. "Yes, we will undergo the highest intensity training for 6 months." Sometime later, Jiang-wai sat at a restaurant with her father. Do-an-ho asked, "How have you been doing with your training with Mom these days?" Kwang-wai sighed and said, "Don't bring it up again. I'm exhausted from Mom." Do-an-ho happily laughed, but Dad was very happy. Never expected this day to come so soon. "In that case, I will tell you everything." Kwang-wai was stunned. "What do you mean?" Do-an-ho said. "Don't be too shocked. You're not an ordinary immortal. Our bloodline is very special, with a secret technique that allows immortals to control their consciousness. The family that created this technique is us." Inside the restaurant, Du Kwang-wai asked why only the 2 of us are left, and Du-don explained that there are still those who believe in immortality and others hiding out. "No, I want to ask why our family fell apart." "Hey, are you going straight to the point?" "It's simple. An old man seeking power, and some others rose up against him. Dad is on the side of the rebels. The secret is known only to a few people." Do-an-ho was drinking beer when Kwang-wai said, "Why does it sound so simple when you talk about this?" "Wow, this is still better than the chat we had at the grocery store earlier. Anyway, that's how it is." "Son, do you have any plans for the future?" Kwang-wai took a sip of beer and casually replied, "I will be a freelancer for a while." Do-an-ho couldn't believe his ears and asked again, "Really? Freelance work? Is that true?" Kwang-wai expressed his thoughts. "I don't think the immortal force is the only answer. I want to live the life I desire and see if I can do it." I see. With those reasons, I will support you." Kwang-wai thanks his father. Do-an-ho cheerfully says, "If you feel grateful, then treat me to a meal." Kwang-wai was surprised. "Auntie, I heard I received the reward I wanted along with some money for quitting my job." "You're wealthy." The next day, Do-an-a was sitting and drinking at a coffee shop. Du Kwang-wai approaches to say hello. "It's been a while since we last met." Do-an-a turns around and says, "You're here?" Du Kwang-wai asks how Do-an-a's work is going. "Still okay?" Do-ne said there are rumors that the company will go bankrupt soon. Kwang-wai wondered why. Do-ne replied that we are locked out on the other side and all the demons are blocked, and there are no loans at all. Listening to what she just told me, I secretly wondered why I have a feeling this is related to me. Kwang-wai wondered. The director still gave me an apartment. Do-ne explained that there are rumors he had to sell equipment and use his personal savings, and now he is living in an ex-studio apartment. Kwang-wai finally understood. I came to see her not to discuss work, but to ask how everyone is doing. Do-ne said the manager is gradually recovering, and I've been assigned to the security team. Deputy manager of the Panda team was imprisoned for assaulting a colleague and hiding personal information. Kwang-wai wondered why. And what about Choi Min-am? We tracked her immediately after handling everything at the scene, but still cannot find the fake. Now she has been taken hostage and suddenly cursed. Now she lives as if she's already dead. As for Maden, he's imprisoned in a special prison, and I think it will be very difficult for the deputy manager of the Panda team to escape for many reasons. So I wanted to ask if you could save him. Kwang-wai smiled, thinking the same thing. What can a freelancer like me really do? A kind co-worker is really a good thing, Kwang-wai asked. Is that the manager's idea? Duyan avoided his question. Kwang-wai asked again, can I talk to him? I didn't get a chance to say goodbye when I left my job, so Kwang-wai called to check in. Hey Dongbong? Lai Dongbong wondered what was wrong, asking if you called for something or just to inform about quitting your job yourself. Are you okay? Have you eaten yet? What do you mean? Should I call you Uncle Dongbong since you're getting old, or would you prefer I call you Uncle or just use your name? Lai Dongbong angrily retorted, are you crazy? Is the recovery process painful? Be patient. Being a manager is already very painful. Lai Dongbong asked, what are you talking about? What do you want? Kwang-wai said without hesitation. I guess Dong-hun won't be able to return to work, right? Regarding that matter, I will take him away. Li Dongbong smiled. You called me about that? To remove a team member from me. You traitorous bastard. Kwang-wai said, why talk about loyalty when you called me a bastard to my face on our first meeting? Just call me by my name. Lai Dongbong? Kwang-wai asked Do-ne with a glance. Is the team manager over 40 years old? Do-ne nodded. Isn't he ashamed? Kwang-wai stood up. See you later. Do-ne, goodbye, be careful. Kwang-wai wondered. Yes, I've always wanted to ask about this. You started doing this for your family, right? Do-ne happily looks up at the sky. Yes, unfortunately, it's quite empty. I lost my family to a terrorist organization, and I have to take revenge on them. Kwang-wai says goodbye and offers her final words. I also hate those people, so if anything happens to them in the future, I will help you. I'm leaving now. Baotrong. Do-ne smiled and replied, thank you. Do-song-wai makes a phone call to check in. I have begun the mission to rescue the deputy manager of Team Panda. Hello, are you well? Secretary, may I speak with the director? In the empty bedroom, a broken Nam Mongzin lamp lies on the bed. We can't do anything else about this order. That is an absolute order from Tannen, and they are responsible for it. Your company's standards do not meet ours. Kwang-wai feels this is the perfect moment. He asks, why did you do that? Nam Mongzin asked, what? Kwang-wai questions why he did this to me. Did I offend you? It seems like you don't watch movies very often. What do you want? Kwang-wai said, I've been a bit struggling lately, and thinking about what happened makes it hard to breathe. I also often have nightmares, and Anne isn't doing much better. So what? Can you save Deputy Manager Lai Dong-hun? It's not about rescuing him illegally, but saving him through legal means. I think you have a way. Nam Mongjin is angry. He asks for my help after making me stay in this studio. Are you joking? He refused. Sorry, but I am bound by my work and the government. I can't do anything about this. So, what now? He said it's just a matter of skill. Kwang-wai asked, so what should I do now? Why are you asking me? Because you're the only one who can help. Nam Hungin fell silent and then said, if there was an experienced lawyer there, then there would be nothing to worry about. Kwang-wai is answered to be a lawyer, an experienced lawyer. Yeah, because he has to go to court. Kwang-wai said, okay, I understand. Don't change your mind. Nam Mongzin, angry, took out a cigarette and lit it. The assistant entered and asked, sir, you can't smoke here. Is something the matter? Nam Mongdin asked. Should I give Kwang-wai what he wants? The assistant nodded. Yes, after all, he's not an ordinary person. Nam Mongjin sighed and asked, how is the management team doing? The assistant replied, they are all here. Inside the prison, Lai Dong-hun sat inside folding paper animals. Lai Dong-hun thought, bankruptcy and prison are just because I broke the law. I'm only sad because I can't work where I was accepted to be managed anymore. Lai Dong-hun tears up and, more importantly, can't watch anime here. The warden calls. In 1259, a lawyer came to see him. Li Dong-hun was surprised. In cell number 2, the lawyer asks, are you Lai Dong-hun? Lai Dong-hun is puzzled. Yes, so why are you here? You said, We are lawyers, and we guarantee you'll breathe fresh air outside in 48 hours. Lee Dong-hun wondered why it was him, and the lawyer said, don't worry, just trust us. Lee Dong-hun wondered, why? The lawyer said, we were asked to do so. Lee Dong-hun asked in surprise, who asked? The lawyer didn't say anything, only softly warned with a gentle hum, that's all he needed to know. Last night, Du Kwang-wai was training, and Lo-en praised him, saying he's truly different. Isn't this the first time it's worn the cardio mask? It did better than I thought. Du Kwang-wai suddenly asked, do you know any good lawyers? Lo-en-si wondered, lawyers, are you very knowledgeable about them? Du Kwang-wai takes off his mask and pleads, can you introduce me to someone? Lan Nak pinches Kwang-ai's cheek and laughs. Are you doing something bad? I keep secrets well, just tell me. Du Kwang-wai pushed Lan-en away and said no. Lan-en wondered, then why do you need to know the reason before introducing the right person to me? What if Du Kwang-wai tells someone anonymous with personal information and threats? Lig is surprised. What? Who would hire someone accused of such a serious crime? Du Kwang-wai replied. The Immortal Special Forces team. Lerna ponders. Then I will ask my team. Du Kwang-wai was surprised. Is your team really capable? I really need that person to be released from prison, Lo-en-si said confidently. You don't know, but he's been on the news 6 times before. You've seen it yourself. Now you're a free man, Du Kwang-yi thought to himself. Then he is also trustworthy. My mother told me he once got involved in a big trouble. Lagir NCK confidently and smugly said, trust me, I trust my lawyers more than anyone else, Kwang-wai asked. So you don't need to meet them yourself, right? Lo-nak said. Why should you do that? I guarantee it won't take more than 2 days. At this moment, the prison door opens and Lee Dong-hun is released. The lawyer said goodbye to him, saying, well then, I'm leaving now, you did well. Lee Dong-hun thanked her. Lee Dong-hun was surprised that he could get out so quickly. When Du Kwang-wai reached out to do something, Lee Dong-hun suddenly pulled his hand away. What are you doing here? Du Kwang-wai coaxed. How are you doing? I heard you have nowhere else to go. What about coming to my place? Lee Dong-hun asked, did you send those lawyers over? Can't you speak more smoothly so it sounds better? How is your nonami going? Lee Dong-hun said sadly. I thought I was going to die. Suddenly, Du Kwang-wai pulls out a comic book. The surprising Lee Dong-hun. Kwang-wai says, let's go, you can read this on the way. Lee Dong-hun looks puzzled, but still thanks Kwang-wai, then asks, where are we going? And Kwang-wai turns to look at him and says, I have a lot to tell you, and there's someone who wants to see you. Do you have time? What is this? So you're a tycoon, pure bloodline? Kwang-wai calmly said yes, it's been like that recently, I know it's hard to believe. Lee Dong-hun hesitated. Wait, you mean someone is inside you? Am I right? You're not a reincarnation, but someone else is entering your body. Lee Dong-hun confidently states his reasoning. Kwang-wai says, stop reading comics. I'm just the result of love. Have you ever heard of a restoration wizard? Lee Dong-hun was surprised and said, she is a legend among shapeshifters. She is voted the #1 shapeshifter and should not be encountered by the black market, if there is any misconduct if she is a shapeshifter. Kwang-wai calmly said, so you also know you can't control your instincts when transforming, right? Lee Dong-hun admitted, and the two went to a training room where Lee Gan-nak and Sun Hai were waiting. Wait, what? Jung-wai says, I told you someone wants to see you, that person can help you. Lee Dong-hun was scared, but Kwang-wai, this is something we can't control. I just need to make sure I won't transform. I'll find a house in the suburbs. Kwang-wai introduces, that's my uncle. Lee Dong-hun greets politely. A second-generation tycoon, pleased to meet you. I am Lee Dong-hun. Lee Gak assesses, so you're the test subject, huh? You look quite ordinary. Kwang-wai continues to introduce himself. And over there is the healing witch, who is also my mother. Sun Hai cheerfully greets her. Nice to meet you. I've heard a lot about you. I am Kan Sun Hai. She reached out her hand to greet. Lee Dong-hun was surprised. He also extended both hands, very pleased to meet her. Suddenly, Sun Hai reached out and touched him. Suddenly, Sun Hai punched Lee Dong-hun, causing him to fall back onto the beam. Lee Dong-hun struggled to sit up and asked why. Sun Hai says, I heard you can't control your instincts. Lee Dong-hun was surprised. What? Sun Hai puts on a hat. If you try, anything is possible. Lee Dong-hun refused. No, but I used to be a test subject for P. Theus. That's not allowed, I know. Heal. I say it's done. It's done. Lee Dong-hun feels scared. Kwang-wai looked at his mother and asked if she was excited, right? Lego Nance whispered and explained. She's always like that. I think her main joy in life is fixing people who turn into uncontrollable beasts. Sun Hai takes out the shirt and hands it to Lee Dong-hun. Let's get started. You should change, De Kwang-wai criticizes. What the hell is this? Did Tanzan's fashion department go bankrupt or something? Ligaren pulls out a button. It looks strange, but it's the most effective design. Then, let's get started. Liger presses the first level button, and suddenly something emits from Du Kuang-Wai's outfit. The suit makes Kwang Yi's body feel heavier. Liger praised, not bad, most people give up right from the first level. Du Kuang-Wai tiredly asked, what level have you reached? Lo-En replied, level 4. Du Kuang-Wai was surprised. Level 4 is indeed a deadly weapon nurtured by Tangun. Liger introduced it as endurance, a device that applies pressure to the muscles and destroys them. The sensors in the suit can help increase weight, but it's still not enough. So you prepared this. Madi walks over. Madi asks, will I really have to fight him? Kuang-Wai is surprised. Liger NC says, during the training you'll have to fight that girl while wearing that outfit. Ma feels worried. Ma can't kill him. Kuang-Wai asked, I'm sorry. Vu Ma's Lonak, you can't kill him. He's your immortal brother. Kuang-Wai felt invisible, unable to be heard by the two of them. Lo-En explained, if you don't want to, then I will be the one to fight it. Then wouldn't that be better for me? Madi will do it then. Kuang-Wai wonders what is making her blush. Lauren turns and says, what you need to learn from this fight is how a shapeshifter fights in close combat. Kuang-Wai asks, do you really want me to do this? Kuang-Wai confidently said, are you sure this will be okay? Fighting your sister doesn't seem very appropriate. Lerna also confidently said, Madi is a genius, nurtured by my mother. Madi lowered her head and said, I will do my best. Kuang-Wai immediately took a fighting stance. All right, let's go. Kuang-Wai rushed to Madi and warned her, I won't hold back just because you're younger. Madi also didn't hold back, putting all her strength into her arm, and they both charged at each other to punch each other's faces hard. Madi struck her stomach, causing Kuang-Wai to be hurt and knocked back, blood flowing. Madi anxiously saw him bleeding and asked, are you okay? Kuang-Wai replied, I'm fine, keep going. Lo-NC is watching Kuang-Wai from the side. The boy adapts faster than I thought. I need to step up the intensity. Now what he must learn is to control himself, to know how to minimize energy waste, even in the worst situations. That is very important. Come on, my grandson, the two fists touch. Du Kui looked down from above and praised him for being able to fight Ma after just a week. She extended her leg, jumped down, and challenged Kuang-Wai, saying, why not duel me instead? What do you mean? I'm not ready yet. Before Kuang-Wai could finish speaking, Du Kui punched him hard. Hold on, wait please, this is training, not physical abuse under the training regime? A month later at a barbecue restaurant, Don Ho asked, how's your training going? I heard it's been really tough lately. Kuang-Wai, with his face covered in bandages, asks, can't you see all these bandages? Madi, sniffling, apologizes. Madi is sorry, brother. Madi was too rough. KY glanced at his father. Why are you laughing, Dad? Do you find it funny to see me get beaten every day? And you too, stop using third-person pronouns. Madi scooped meat for Kiwai and said, a man Doan Ho, watching the two children happily like that, also smiled with joy. The two of them are so cute, talking to each other. Sun Hai is sitting beside, picking up each bite of food. Son, I'm very happy that you're working hard, but I'm a little sad. Trong Wai doesn't know what's going on, she just nods. Sun Hai smiled and said, I've never played with you before. From today on, I will train with you too. Kuang Wai thought to himself, it's over now. Then I continued training. While putting on the painful outfit, I only remember being beaten and the 4 victories passing by like that. Kuang Wai appears with a completely different image. I completed the 6-month training program in just 4 months, and finally summer has arrived. In the park, Kuang Wai asked her how long she planned to stay unemployed. Do you need to find a new job after quitting the old one? Have you considered what I said? Chang H-min muttered angrily. Kang H-min reminded him, did you forget the condition? What condition? Kang Hin angrily shouted, you promised to go on 3 dates with me and now you sleep through the movie, finish your meal in 10 minutes, and you're scolding me in the park. So is this what you call a date? What about the hotel? What about the cruise? Du Kuang Wai said I was tired from training yesterday and you booked the movie tickets in the morning without telling me. Du Shuang Wai quickly took out her phone and the hotel. It's only 2 o'clock. Kang Chmin clicked his tongue and said, I forgot to mention. She also quit her job after all that happened. And now I'm trying to hire her. She's calling me a genius of the century or something like that. Du Shuang Wai stood up and said, okay, I'll take that as a yes. Kang Hin turned away. All right, but where are you planning to go? You already told me you have other plans. Huh? Plan? Could it be that you're going to meet another woman? He said, no, I went to see another man. Kim Dong waved goodbye. You look healthy lately. Kuang Hai also cheerfully greeted you. Long time no see Dung Ko. Du Kuang Hai was surprised that Dung Ko lost 3 fingers. What's wrong with your hand? Yeah, I was stabbed in the back while working with some mercenaries. Truly unbelievable that those bastards. Du Kuang Hai wondered why he didn't get it sewn up. Modern medical techniques are very advanced nowadays. I don't have enough money for that. Everything in this world costs money. This time it's my turn to wonder why you want to see me. I heard you resigned already. Du Chuanghai looked indifferent. Yeah, I have a real estate worth about 10 billion. Deng Ko's eyes lit up when she heard the 10 billion figure. Du Kuanghe asked, are you working as a manager? I am planning to switch to freelance work. Hearing about the opportunity, Miss Deng immediately knelt down on one knee and handed over her business card. Deng Ko introduces herself. You've come to the right place. Mr. Du Kuangwai, I only take 8% profit. The costs are quite low, even very favorable. However, since I don't know your skill level, the first-time fee will be 35%. Du Kuangwai dismissively. 3% is definitely a scam. Du Kuangwai lowers his offer to 10%. What do you mean? Du Kuangwai said, I've worked with you before, and I also saved your life. What did she say? What do you mean? Are you talking about that time at the bank when I was saving money? But I already did. Suddenly, someone rushes out to kill Kuangwai. Kuangwai clenches his fist with all his might. Deng is surprised to see someone trying to assassinate Kuangwai. Kuangwai reaches out. You knocked out the two assassins and then kept calculating. No, this is it. I just saved you. Once again, a group appears, and the leader of them sighs. This is crazy. I thought he was immortal, Du Kuangwai advised. Why don't you give up and leave? I don't like killing people. The leader sneers and licks his lips. What did that brat just say, huh? Do you know who your father is? Du Kenyi mocked. Do I need to know? And why are you talking like that? Are you from North Korea? That guy angrily charged forward. You son of a bitch. Let's see how long you can keep talking nonsense. Du Kuangwai stared intently, waiting for the guy to come closer, then shouted loudly. Look carefully. We are the ones collecting the Immortals' books. We are chefs. Immediately, he was punched by Du Kuangwai. Kuangwai lands a hook that causes blood to spray everywhere. The underling sees him soaring through the sky and shouts, Big brother! Du Kuangwai, angry, said I told you I don't like killing people so those who surrender will be spared. The soldiers immediately knelt down and begged for mercy. We have a lot of savings. If you spare us, we will give you everything. Du Kuangwai asked, How much? The soldier looked confused. What is it? Du Kuangwai laughed loudly. How much do you have? The guys were forced to kneel down by Kuangwai, raising both hands. Kuangwai calls Deng Hun. Deng Hun answers the phone at home. Kuangwai asked, Can you help me with some rewards for the bounty? Deng Hun was surprised. Huh? Trang Wai said, I just caught a few guys from the Moose Shore. Deng Hun was surprised. Meili listed more of their most prominent features. Deng Hun searched online. Trang Wai added that the leader seemed to use magic, claiming his surname was Kook or something like that. Deng Hun asked about the situation. Did you win? Are you hurt? Trang Wai replied, Nothing like that. It's easy to dodge. Really? Deng Hun found the leader's name. Deng Hun reports, I saw a few mortal chef nicknames who specialize in killing immortals. Trang Wai asks the mortal chef, are they really that famous? Deng Hun explained that these guys are considered sworn enemies of immortals. Kuang Wai was surprised. Really? I've never heard of them before. Right now, I am in my transformed form, Deng Hun advised. Keep a close watch on them. I will contact the authorities immediately, Kuang Wai urged. Yes, tell them to send someone here quickly. The vice leader sent something and asked, How much do you really want? I will give you everything I have, so just name your price, Kuang Wai said. 6 billion. The vice leader was surprised. 6 billion. What do you mean? Kuang Wai warns you, you won't escape from this. I have a deposit account worth 60 million dong. You bastard. At an abandoned factory there, Bak Dong-sit was amazed. Truly a monster. They didn't even have time to stammer before losing. The residential area still has top security. Bak Dong-sit asked what the people at headquarters said. The report was that the new bastard went to the CEO and told us to focus on drug trafficking and not to touch Du Kuang Wai anymore. Does Mr. Dong-sit look down on us, or has he gone crazy? Who do you think you are? Even the little brother who follows you thinks the same. Let's continue with the plan. Bak Dong-sit is angry that I had to struggle to get this position. I'm not here to be a drug lord for those playing around. If I give up like that bastard said, I won't be able to become the director of a permit Theus. I have to prove my Nung Li to get promoted, and right now this is the best opportunity. A great chance to catch Du Kuang Wai and earn a promotion. Mr. Dong-sit asked again, Are you sure he has left the flower dim? The other guy replied, Yes, sir. Old Dong-sit asked further, Do we have enough people? The other replied, Yes. Lately work has been going well, so we've added a few good men. Bak Dong-sit stood up and ordered those who were free to come here, saying, We will start right away, but don't get too excited and stay alert. I think at least he's as strong as a skilled fighter who can cut people down. Be cautious of it like no. Yes, big brother. The special immortal forces arrived quickly and I handed over those greedy chefs to them. Then I went home. I'm home now, Sun Hai said. You're back already? Lig said. Hello, nephew, Don asked. Have you eaten dinner yet? Mahdi asked. You should wash your hands first, big brother. Kuang Yi can't stand this greeting. What's with this warm welcome? I'm getting goosebumps. Why are you still here? You stayed to have that cup of tea. It's already 11 p.m. What's the point of drinking tea now? Sit down quickly. We have something to talk about. Kwang Wai wondered, what's it about? I heard that today you were ambushed by Pheas's men. Kwang Wai was surprised. How do they know? Dong Hun told them. Du Kwang Wai said, oh, it's nothing, everyone. Don't worry. Don Ho seriously said, son, listen carefully. This is only the beginning. They will keep coming after you. Don't you think you need protection? Lo Na said, you can have your bodyguards protect you, but those people won't stop. Don Ho also said that if necessary, Pat's special forces will help. Lo Na sneers, surely my bodyguards are better. Don Ho isn't convinced either, not necessarily, sister-in-law. We prioritize the safety of individuals, and you two are competing to see who is better. We have more people. Moreover, we are the Tangan Corporation. Tangan, have you heard of it? Exuazi's partner company, but we are a government special forces team. The government would never waste resources on prioritizing one person. No, they will do that. Do you really think a big corporation is willing to spend money on something that doesn't bring profit? Sun Hai slammed the table. Zun Hai shouted, enough. Do you two want to die? Immediately, both of them stopped. Sun Hai said, stay home and train for now. This will temporarily stop them. Mahdi agrees and will help as well. Du Kwang Wai calmly says, I know everyone means well, but is it really necessary? All four of them were surprised. Du Kwang Wai scratched his head and asked, so I want to ask, is it really necessary to sit and wait passively to be attacked by those people? I will go deal with them. What kind of princesses are those? The demon said next was Puss. All four of them fell silent and said nothing. I will go deal with those lunatics. Londok asked. Who? Kwang Wai said confidently. Sun Hai said maybe it got hit on the head earlier. Doan Ho is furious. Those damn bastards, I will kill them all. Sun Hai asks Kwang Wai to repeat what he said. What do you want to do? Du Kwang Wai replied, you mean Puss, the princess. Even if you try to persuade me, I won't listen, because I am a grown man. If you don't deal with them first, the people you love will be in danger. It's best if you handle them yourself. Doan Ho froze when he heard what Kwang Wai said. Doan Ho smiled. All right, call me if you need help. However, I will not do everything alone. Dad has discussed with your uncle. Lig walks over and puts his arm around Don Ho. Lig put his hand on Kwang Wai's shoulder and said, the Tang Gun support team will help you. Lo NC handed Kwang Wai the car keys, and this is a gift. Take good care of her. Really, I love you so much. Jung Ho reminds you you don't need your father to worry anymore, but be careful. Ma is saying goodbye. Mahdi will cheer for you. Kwang Wai happily goes outside. Yes, I will come back soon. Kwang Wai drives off in a Lamborghini and calls Dong Hun to ask, have you found out yet? Dong Hun replied. Yeah. I think those people are connected to an illegal drug trafficking ring. There are rumors that Bot is involved in the recent drug incident, Kwang Wai wondered. So they are the ones making the drugs, Dong Hun replied. I didn't mean it that way. I was just saying they might be involved, Kwang Wai said. Who cares? Dong Hun advised Kwang Wai. You're a bit too agitated. Let's confirm this first before peace. Kwang Wai said, I will give them a warning anyway. Dong Hun was surprised. A warning today. I will try to act like a terrorist. Hey, it seems like you're a bit short. Please give me a little less this time, and next time I'll give you more. Are you kidding me? Don't you know the rules here? If you want to negotiate, then leave. The other guy trembles and begs, please, don't. He kicked the guy and left. Disgusting bastard. The other guy clutching his stomach said, I took out the knife from my pocket. He shouted angrily, I told you I would bring more next time if you went. If you don't want to die. The guy in the black hoodie sighed. Hey, do you want to die? His hand ignites with flames. He angrily said, damn it. Why do they never understand when I'm serious? He angrily charged at the other guy. Why don't you listen? Suddenly a hand grabbed his, and he was surprised. What is this? Kwang Wai raised his arm, and the black-clad man looked at his arm in fear. The black-clad man screams in pain as Kwang Wai restrains him. He said, hey, you, there you are, I have a few questions for you. Was the other guy scared? Don't pretend, you're trying to buy this, aren't you? I treat consumers and sellers equally. The man in black shouted angrily, who are you? What do you want? The man in black suddenly fell silent. Kwang asked, who was your supplier? The next morning, someone barged into the place where Bat Dung Shit was drinking tea. Sir, Bat Dung Shit asked, what's going on? He nervously said it was our 5 sales locations that were raided. Bat Dung Shit was surprised. What? Ambushed? Yes, they were attacked last night, including our customers, and some had a hand and a leg broken. That damn terrible group? Old man Dung Sit calmly asked. Are they a bunch of fans? Maybe it's the special immortal forces? The other guy shook his head and said, I checked, but it's not them. Dung Shit angrily said, so which bastard did this? They must know we're here. Now I have to go back to hunting the Du Kwang Wai. I worked hard to earn this position. A small ambush like this won't be able to take me down. Back Dungsit put on his coat and left. They asked me what I should do now. Dungsit said, forget about that guy. Let's catch those bastards first. Lai Dong-hun from this side said, they have all dispersed. Now it will be very difficult to find out who their leader is, Du Kwangwai exclaimed. So everything I did last night was useless. Lai Dong-hun nodded. Yes, that's right. Du Kwangwai is suspicious. Is that all you can do? You're probably not sure. Lai Dong-hun dodged. Are you trying to teach me? Du Kwangwai replied. I was just asking. Lai Dong-hun asked. Kwangwai. Who am I really? Du Kwangwai pondered. A panda. A bear with a dark past. Oh no, a lamp bear. Lai Dong-hun confidently says, I am a genius, born from Hoa Diem and the top character that companies want to recruit. I can even control my shape-shifting powers now. I am Li Dong-hun. Du Kwangwai didn't care and asked, so what? What are you trying to say? Li Dong-hun replied. There's always another way. That's what I'm saying. But we don't have enough people to do this. With that, your wealthy uncle contacted me. Reinforcements are on their way. Let's go check it out. One person extends their hand to introduce themselves. Kim is shining brightly. A evaluates. What the hell is this? That's quite a unique name. Is his father some kind of manga-loving novelist or something? A tall girl jumps out to introduce herself. Hello, my name is Suin. This name means I am small and important. Kim Kwayumbi doesn't talk much, but please understand that I am. Are you Kwangwai? What should I call you? Anyway, this guy here is a big fan of the healing witch, so she's very excited to meet her son. Oh, of course we're the only ones who know he's her son. Don't worry, I know how to keep a secret. Suhi spoke so loudly that Kwangwai's eardrum burst. He was worried. What if she knew how to keep a secret? With this kind of talk, what's more important is how small her place is, right? Kim Kunbi reminded. Be quiet, you're talking too much, Suin said. All right. This person here is the son of the Restoration Witch. I'm sure you can get her signature if you can persuade him. Kim Kunbi suddenly cheered up. Embarrassed, Kim Kunbi said, that might have been a dream. Kwangwai looked at the two sisters with concern. What's wrong with these people? Kwangwai asked if they were the only reinforcements. Oh, right, I forgot to tell you about the other things besides our names. We are connected with Tangan, but we can't tell you exactly which branch we're at. I am the third team of the assassination group. Basically, we are the leader team, and he is support. There are a total of 40 people. However, they are on standby, all experts, so don't worry anyway. I hear we're going to do some interesting things. What are we going to do? Kwangwai complains. She talks too much. Kwangwai says, we're going to catch the drug dealers. Su-chin immediately guessed. You want to find out their high-ranking leader, right? Kwangwai replied, no. Kwangwai just recounted. So what is your solution? It's difficult for the news to find the leaders because all forces are scattered, so we just need to bring them out. Why do they sell drugs? Because they need money. But what if they don't get any money? Eliminate all the drug dealers. As soon as the funding is cut off, they will crawl out on their own. Kwangi ponders. I see, that's right. Suin asked Va if he wanted to eliminate all the drug dealers in So-un, and Kwangwai added, and also those who use drugs. She asked if he wanted to cut off all their hands and feet. He replied just one. I'm sure they've spread rumors about this. We'll turn those rumors into reality. I will lose everything if I do it alone, but it will only take 2 days if I have someone else. Suin calls out his name. Kwangwai, she asks. I like the way you think. Do you have a girlfriend yet? Kwangwai suddenly replied, huh? No, I don't. Then she asked if you wanted to find your other half. What are you saying? Hurry up and get to work. Suin, make an appointment with him. So let's talk after it's done. Kwangwai is worried. Chang H-min showing up too early. I'm worried about what might happen after they meet. All three gather together. Kwangwai says, before we start, here's what I've managed to find out. There are about 15 people selling in each small group. The groups seem to communicate regularly with each other, so we just need to identify each group and attack them. Suin laughed out loud. I love this kind of work. I've always wanted to go out to the city someday. Kim Kwum also agrees with Shin's point of view. Kwangwai slammed down the laptop and said, let's get started. A new topic has appeared on television. The discussion is about a group called the Bone Breakers, who are currently attracting a lot of attention. I am Kim Truong Min. There is a group attacking drug traffickers causing trouble lately and has played a significant role in investigating drug smugglers. People still call them Bone Breakers because they break the hands and feet of anyone involved in drug trafficking. The media say it must be a secret government army or a highly mysterious organization, with many theories about who they might be. However, some government agencies and organizations publicly denied these accusations yesterday, which only made the public more curious. What do you think about the Bone Breakers? If they are not part of the government or organizations, I think they are dedicated protectors of the city. The people are praising their efforts. But the professionals are expressing concern about this group taking law enforcement into their own hands. These kinds of people are truly dangerous because they act mainly based on their own opinions. Furthermore, we are also concerned about unnecessary dangers, but I am certain that the number of illegal drug traffickers has decreased significantly since they appeared. Du Chuanghai was watching TV when suddenly the phone rang. He picked up and greeted his mother. Sunhai said, "Did you read the news and think I go out every night just to break people's bones?" Du Chuanghai admitted, "I don't do it alone. But yes, it's me." "All right, Mom doesn't think the police would be into that." Du Chuanghai also agreed. "Yes, I've prepared to welcome a few guests. Someone is standing outside this house. Lydie, he asks, are you home right now?" "I am a police officer." Du Chuanghai remembered she was the manager of the PUAS team he met when he defeated that shapeshifter. She used to have red hair back then. Du Chuanghai opened the door to greet her. "It's been a while. Did you dye your hair? You still remember me, right?" She went straight to the main point. "I'll be honest with you. You're the one who broke the bones, right?" Du Chuanghai admits it. "That's right. When I was a kid, I dreamed of a world without any drug traffickers." "Oh my God." Lidi he scolded him. "You can't do this. It will ruin everything." Du Chuanghai stopped her from speaking. "Wait a minute. Are you here to scold me?" "What?" "I don't know what the police are planning, but my interference has caused trouble, right? I think your goal is to catch the smugglers, and there are more people involved in this, aren't there?" Lidi he was surprised. "What?" I thought he was a fool, but it turns out he's smarter than I thought. Du Chuanghai explained his purpose, but no matter who it involved, I wouldn't interfere in that. "What I want is for Puss to get straight to the main point." "What did Lidi he ask?" Du Chuanghai said just say that the bone-breaking incident was part of the police's plan from the very beginning. Just say that the police secretly hired me to take down all those involved in the illegal substances. Lidi, he raises his hand. Wait, Ju, are you negotiating with us?" Du Chuanghai admits, "Yes, I will continue doing what I am doing. The police might take credit for my work. I don't think you have anything to lose either." Lai Jie ponders. "Our goals really are the same?" "All right then, but promise me one thing," Du Chuanghai asked. "What?" Lai made a request. "Is it true that a member of Permit Theus is behind this? We need the information they have, so don't kill them." The two shake hands to seal the deal. Du Chuanghai agrees. "Don't worry, I won't kill the boss." Li Dai asks, "Can I borrow your phone?" "What for?" She replied, "Do you need your number so I can call you?" Sister Dai He Du Chuanghai wondered. "Are you older than me?" Li Dai asked. "Does that really matter? But how do you plan to find those people?" Du Chuanghai showed his phone and said, "It's a secret." Li Dai sighed. "The more I talk to you, the more I like you." Dan Wai surprised, huh? Suddenly someone approached. Du Chuanghai was caught off guard and speechless. Kang Hai-min stormed over and shouted, "Du Chuanghai, sit down inside Chuanghai's house." Li Di he angrily said, "Explain yourself. Du Chuanghai is avoiding it. There's nothing to explain. Let's get straight to the point." "Adultery, huh? I'm single, so I haven't cheated on anyone. Are you done with your work?" Chang He-min looks distressed. "I couldn't sleep last night because I had to deal with that issue." "Are you still talking to another woman?" Kang Hin sniffles and cries. "I have helped him a lot and treated his parents very well. How could Zan do this to me?" Du Chuanghai gave in to her and said, Fine. "So, do you want to stay overnight?" Kang Hin was surprised by what she heard. "Huh? Staying here overnight?" Du Chuanghai nodded. "Yes, you can wear whatever you want. I feel a bit guilty, but I have no other choice. Where could I find such a skilled wizard like her?" "Is that the secret I told Dihei? At least part of it?" Kang Hin asked again. "Are you serious?" "I will really stay overnight." Du Chuanghai raised one finger. "Just for today?" Hinmin asked. "What did you order and watch?" "Oh, go ahead. What do you want to eat?" Du Chuanghai feels guilty. "Sorry, Hin. I'm not sleeping at home tonight, and car is parked here outside in Tronport." Inside the car, Du Chuanghai is texting Sang Heeman. "Sleep alone at home, okay? I have something to do. Kang Hin called you a bastard." Du Chin asks, "What did the police say? Are they coming here?" "They won't come here. I haven't given them any information at all." Su Chinan brightened up and said, "So it's just the two of us then?" "It'll be fun if it's just the two of us working together, like a date, right? What do you think?" Du Chuanghai looked outside. "They are coming. Captain Lai Di, he seems to have sent a few people to follow me, one of whom can turn invisible. I've noticed he's been following me for a while. He may be invisible, but he can't hide his tracks." Du Chuanghai calls Li Di. Li Di answers the phone. She asked if pilot Du Chuanghai was ready. Du Chuanghai replied, "I'm ready, but why do you call me a pilot?" Li Di, "Because you stole my heart." Du Chuanghai thought to himself, "This is funny, she's joking with me, but she's actually sending someone to follow me. Very professional, you're quite mean. You know how much I'm worth, right?" Li Di wondered what. Du Chuanghai put on his glasses and said, "I was hired. Remember, I don't work for free." In a room on the outskirts of Kang and Tron, two guys are discussing that bastard who broke his bones. He probably won't come here, right? One worries, of course not. If that bastard shows up here, then what? I'll smash him to pieces. That guy laughs loudly. Don't worry about me. I'm actually hoping he'll come here. That guy's flattering. The boss is really impressive. Suddenly, the door opens and the green-haired guy looks puzzled. What? Wait until I knock before coming in? Du Kwang-wai said. The first 3 guys already knelt down and begged for their lives. He led one of them inside. Du Kwang-wai throws him down again. Can't hear clearly? I said the first 3 guys. Someone asked, which one are you? Is it true that Du Kwang-wai confidently admitted? Yes, it was me. The reanimated corpse you're frantically hunting, one man shouted loudly. You arrogant bastard, you only dare to be so reckless because you have that muscle-headed girl behind you. Suin is furious. Are you talking about me? Du Kwang-wai stopped her. Sorry, but she held back for a moment. I will handle them myself. Are you saying Du Kwang-wai repeated what I said? I said I would spare 3 lives. We need to make sure someone is left to tell what happened here, the green-haired guy shouted. Huh? What the hell is that? What are you standing there for? Hurry up and deal with him. Boss, as soon as the new green-haired guy turned his face, a punch was already right in front of him. He dodged Du Kwang-wai's punch and slammed straight into the wall. The other guy nervously called out to the boss. That guy was covered in blood. Su-chin looked at Kim QB in awe, surprised by the power of the punch. Du Kwang-wai asked again, Is anyone willing to kneel now? No one at all. Someone is coming down from above. Bat Dung-seet, annoyed, goes down and asks, What's that noise? Bat Dung-seet saw the bloodied green-haired man, and one of them explained, Sir, it's not okay now. The dead soul just now. Bat Dung-seet angrily asked, Who are you? Du Kwang-wai glanced and said, Oh, you're their boss, right? I am a death skeleton. Just call me Du Kwang-wai. Bat Dung-seet was very surprised by this name. Du Kwang-wai. Bat Dung-seet silently thought that he planned to kill him after dealing with the death skeleton, but they are one and the same, and he even brought his head here himself. Bat Dung-seet smiled with satisfaction. The heavens have eyes. I have already investigated your identity. An immortal belongs to a special immortal force. I will kill you with this deadly poison dagger. Where did Bat Dung-seet get a poison gem dagger and hold the iron wheel? Bat Dung-seet asked, Dog, where do you think you are? Du Kwang-wai replied smoothly, What about it? I told you already, or do you want the exact address? Uncle Dung-seet grits his teeth in anger. That damn dog. He suddenly jumps forward and rushes in front of Du Kwang-wai. You still don't realize what situation you're in. Don't even think about surviving and leaving here. But Dung-seet strikes several times, but Du Kwang-wai quickly dodges to the side. Du Kwang-wai analyzes the acceleration as Bat Dung-seet turns around to taunt. What's wrong? Are you scared? Try to dodge this attack. Du Kwang-wai raises his hand to catch the knife. Master Dung-seet looks down on you. Hey, do you have silver shield gloves? Du Kwang-wai asks, Is something wrong? Are you surprised? Bat Dung-seet looks down on you. You arrogant fool, you're doomed. My snow wheel is a counter shield. Bat Dung-seet charges at Du Kwang-wai with his secret wheel, while another uses a deadly poison dagger. He shouts, Die! In a flash, Du Kwang-wai broke Bat Dung-seet's arm. Bat Dung-seet was stunned. Huh, what just brushed past me? Du Kwang-wai asked. Hey, you've never met anyone faster than yourself, right? Du Kwang-wai suddenly broke Bat Dung-seet's leg. Wow, based on how you attacked me, there probably aren't any secret techniques or tricks involved here. The 3 disciples shouted loudly, Line up! Are you guys still not kneeling? I told you I would only spare the first 3. Immediately, all 3 knelt down, begging for mercy. All 3 are competing to kneel. I'll be the first to kneel, not them. Kim Kwai-unbi, just show me the other 3, and then let the rest go to pay respects to the elders, okay? Sorry, I'll cover my face with my hand. He handled them all by himself. I think I might be falling for him. Old Dung-seet sneered contemptuously. You idiot, you don't know anything about PM Theas, do you? Do you really think that will hurt me even a little? You and all your close allies will now be targeted, and you will regret it. Du Kwang-wai ponders, or should I let you go? Are you surprised, Uncle Dung-seet? Du Kwang-wai sneers. Is it too late? These days science has advanced a lot. Fixing a few ribs probably won't be a problem. Can you say a few nice words to me? I'm so scared. Bat Dung-seet is warning you. What are you still joking about? You're about to die, you bastard. Du Kwang-wai sneers. Oh, are you paying attention? My sarcastic tone? Don't worry, the Princess of Cloud Flag and I crossed the line a long time ago. Bat Dung-seet was surprised. What the heck? Princess Cloud Banner. After saying that, Du Kwang-wai struck Bat Dung-seet on the head, causing his face to be pressed firmly into the ground. Good night, Du Kwang-wai asked. What should I do now? Your boss has collapsed. Is there anyone willing to confess? Just one person is enough. All 3 compete to confess. I am the one with authority just below the leader. Du Kwang-wai looked at Kim Kum and said, Can I have a moment to talk? Can you stop time for 5 minutes? Kim QB exclaimed, We have a team of 40 shapeshifters and we haven't achieved anything. How strong is he? Du Kwang-wai smiled. Sorry for the mess, at least it's entertaining to watch, right? Suchin quickly assessed him as sharp and knows how to ease the atmosphere. Plus, he's the grandson of the head of a major corporation. I want him. Suin walks up and calls out. Kwang Wai Kim Kwan stopped him. If you act rashly, Suin will ask if he likes tall women. At this moment, the police arrived at Kang and Tron. Lejay Hei froze in surprise when she saw the scene before her. Can he really take down all of these alone? Have these guys ever been this obedient before? The drug investigation team will be shocked when they hear this. They definitely also come from Tannen. Is he connected to Tannen? I heard he overheard a whisper. She glanced at Du Kwang Wai and asked, What did you just say, buddy? Who did your boss give money to? That little follower snitched. Don't speak so loudly, Lidi. He was surprised. You are Du Kwang Wai. Du Kwang Wai greeted. Officer, I will do my best to report everything I know so I can return to my mission. Du Kwang Wai shooed away the little henchman. You can go now. Adults need to talk. You'll keep your word, right? Je. Lai JD. He thinks to himself. He always avoids this kind of thing. But Lai Di He has invited him. Does he want to join the police force? Du Kwang Wai immediately refused. Li Di he turned away and said, You're so cold. At least do me a favor. What's going on? Li Di he sends an invitation to Du Kwang Wai. Have dinner with me sometime. Just the two of us. Du Kwang Wai looks on in confusion. Is she serious? Have I been having some kind of problem lately? Du Kwang Wai returns home and displays his spoils of war. Li Dong-hun is surprised. Is this what you got from Baek Dong-seet? Du Kwang Wai calculated. Yeah, I think it's about 400 million in total. Li Dong-hun picks up the 2 gold bars. Oh my God. What can the cops say when you say you're going to take these things? Du Kwang Wai replied, No, but I think something is wrong. What do you mean? Du Kwang said seriously, I am very famous. Li Dong-hun felt mocked. Get out of here, idiot. You've heard of emotional manipulation, right? They only approached you for the money. Ah, Du Kwang Wai said, I'm telling the truth. Li Dong-hun asked what to do next since the bus would intervene right now anyway. Do you have a plan yet? Du Kwang Wai calmly said, We will fight them like a lion. This time I have to attack first, or they'll think I'm weak. Give me the list of everyone still in Korea on the permit Theos. You definitely kept it a secret from Dawana, but you don't need to do that with me. No, wait a minute. So you're saying you're going to continue then? Du Kwang Wai admits. Yes, I started this, not just to dismantle the drug market. I still have a long way to go before reaching my goal. Breaking a few fingers isn't enough. Lai Dong-hun protests, You're crazy. Dawana will kill me if she finds out, you will say to Kwang. Wai raised the knife and stabbed it down hard on the table, reminding him. Lai Dong-hun, this has to happen. Eventually, is there anyone else besides me willing to take on this job? Lai Dong-hun sighed. All right, I will talk to her. Du Kwang Wai smiled. Thank you. I heard that a Prometheus executive is causing trouble in Asia. Have you heard anything about it? Where did you hear that from? I hardly know about that. Du Kwang Wai explained. The guy I caught during the previous mission told me everything. Lai Dong-hun was surprised, so you also know the person involved. Du Kwang Wai nodded. All right, let's clear the study table for the royal party. Li Dong-hun turned on the projector and said, As you know, they have recently been operating in Japan, aiming to infiltrate the Korean forces. The important thing is that Director Kwon is the one behind all this. The culprit, Du Kwang Wai observes. The timing and scope of their actions are really suspicious. Du Kwang Wai thought to himself, he's trying to lure us in. Lai Dong-hun was surprised. Huh? Yeah, how do you know? Du Kwang thought to himself, this damn bastard must have been racking his brain over this, but still couldn't fool me. Just wait and see how I trap him. At Sui Restaurant, Kang Him-min uses Du Kwang Wai's phone to reply to Jay's message. What about the weekend? No way. Du Kwang Wai called her this. Isn't that my phone? Du Kwang Wai snatched the phone back, scolding. Why did you take my phone without asking me? This is obsessive behavior, you know. Kang Hai-min asked angrily. Who is Jay? Is she the woman from before? Du Kwang Wai waved her hand. She didn't need to know. Kang Hai-min was furious. What? I will cast the confession spell on you. Du Kwang Wai challenges you. Just try it. Lai Dong-hun looked angry. Can you argue about their relationship somewhere else? Shanghai is happy. The relationship, huh? Du Kwang Wai feels uncomfortable. He explicitly calls out Lai Dong-hun's name. The door opens again, and Don-A enters to greet everyone. Hello, everyone. Long time no see. She's here. Du Kwang Wai invited Do-A to sit down. We had a meal earlier, right? After a while, the dishes were brought out. Du Kwang Wai asked. After eating well, so you will join us for this task then? Do-A agrees. Yeah. Du Kwang Wai turned to call Dong-hun. All right. Let's talk about that later, Dong-hun. Dong-hun opened his tablet. As we know, Theus has several businesses in Korea. But how did they attack Hoazim? Does anyone know? They're just crazy forces. I don't know. Lai Dong-hun sighed. It's my fault for asking this question. He explains that in Korea there are 2 directors of Perm 2s, Choi Minam and the Crocodile. Of course, right now that's all we know. But both the nerve attack and the Hoadi invasion are too large in scale to happen without approval from someone above the director. As I understand, recently Choi Min Nam and the crocodile are not the ones in charge. So, then there is a third person in Korea. That's the conclusion I came to. Did you find out who that person is? No, it's too difficult. I'm sure that the government, the police, and even Tannen don't know, but one thing I am certain of is that the person is in Seoul. These people are usually the ones looking for the cause behind the failed mission. Dukwang decided, then let's proceed with my plan. Are you serious? Are we just going to ignore the crocodile? Yes, let him do whatever he wants for now. He's clearly waiting for us to fall into the trap, so there's no need to get caught in it. Lai Dong-hun was surprised. What? Is he always this clever? Are you really Kwang Yai? Du Kwang Wai smiled cruelly. Then let's get started. Start the plan. In front of the MC5 bank, customer number 106, Du Kwang Wai enters dressed in black. Hello, I have a question. What would you like to ask? This is the branch's savings deposit area, right? That officer quickly presses the alarm button. The security guard here, after drawing his gun, asked who you are. Reveal your identity. Du Kwang Wai takes off the mask, then puts on the tiger mask again. The tiger, deep in the mountain, has arrived. At an abandoned house, all 5 of them practice here together. Because A is staring blankly at the mask. You want me to wear this? Du Kwang Wai held up her mask and said, who wouldn't like masks? Batman, Spider-Man, and Iron Man don't wear helmets for no reason? Duan A sneered and called out to Du Kwang, why? Try it. Madi said, Madi likes it a lot. Chang Hee Min is so weird. Truly a strange thing. At this moment, Doan A also tries to put it on. Dong-hun explains, today's plan is like this. Kwang Wai go in first. I'll put on my mask and say, all right, I'm leaving now, time to stir things up. The security guards gape with their masks on. The tiger mask is the same one from before. Don't move or we'll catch you. Du Kwang Wai holds 5 marbles in his hand, then throws them forcefully, hitting the heads of the security guards. The crowd was terrified and screamed as they ran out, while a security guard stood watching the rolling bullets on the floor. Is this a handgun round or a shapeshifter skill? Oh, the tiger is back. A fierce aura radiated from Du Kwang Wai, catching the security guard off guard. This was bloodlust. Du Kwang Wai immediately rushed forward and punched the security guard in the face. The guard instantly fainted. Du Kwang Wai grabbed the table and shouted, hand over the woman. Someone stepped forward and spoke. Stop. Du Kwang Wai also immediately stops. She introduces herself, I am the manager of MC Branch 5 this year. Du Kwang Wai glanced at the woman. The manager evaluated her. What is this, an extreme pervert? Her eyes shot out beams of cold rage as she yelled at the pervert. Her eyes shot out 2 beams of laser that flew straight at Du Kwang Wai, but he quickly raised his hand to block, and suddenly she was nowhere to be seen. She looked around, confused, as she disappeared. At that moment, Du Kwang Wai appeared right behind her. He struck her hard in the neck, causing her to faint. Du Kwang Wai silently thought he had no intention of touching this manager. Mogwo isn't even a real manager, and she's not even a member of Permit Theus. I just barged in here to attract attention. Because of this plan, Du Kwang Wai glanced at the transformed people. They broke the glass door to get in. Just as expected, they came here too. These guys are mocking. Wow, look at that. This guy's causing quite a scene. Are you the only one here? Aren't you afraid? Just kill him. The Chili Pepper team appears, and Du Kwang Wai is caught off guard. Wow, I didn't expect it to be such a complete package. The guy asked, do you know where this is? If you behave, we might spare your family. Suddenly, Du Kwang Wai shouted. Woof, 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 woof. The atmosphere becomes quiet. The 2 guys, angry at being insulted, can't hold back anymore. Let us teach you a lesson. These 2 guys rush at Du Kwang Wai. He says goodbye to your 2 balls. He charged in like a dog barking and yipping, die, and was immediately punched right in the mouth by Du Kwang Wai. The one behind was shocked to see his teammate defeated by just 1 punch from Du Kwang Wai, and suddenly something flew towards him. Du Kwang Wai delivered a powerful kick to his head, knocking him out. The pit bull dog named Bowman tried to ambush from behind, but Du Kwang Wai jumped up to avoid it. The spotted dogs waiting above didn't rush in. He aimed his foot directly at Du Kwang Wai. Du Kwang Wai quickly spun around, using his foot to block. Du Kwang Wai glanced to the side. Pitbull holding a spiked bat stands ready for Du Kwang Wai and shouts, die! He swung the stick straight at Du Kwang Wai down. He was caught off guard by what just happened. Du Kwang Wai kicked the broken baseball bat from his foot. The pitbull was stunned, recalling the moment, and he quickly changed stance to dodge the thrown bat. Are you a monster? Du Kwang Wai asked defensively. Are you out of tricks? Le Dong-hun sat inside the abandoned house, watching. Lee Dong-hun was amazed. Impressive indeed, everything is in place. You're quite clever. Lee Dong-hun watched Du Kwang-wai lift the table, suspecting the act was really well performed. Lee Dong-hun takes out her phone to make an announcement. Forget it, the first part of the plan is done. Now it's Ma Di's turn. Lee Dong-du calls, Ma Di, Ma ready? Then start. Ma Di responds, yes. She proceeds step by step. Ma stops. She stands behind the bank's MC. Maji is ready. I will do my best. Ma Di punches the glass, the alarm rings, and the staff inside ask what's going on. The staff looks at Kami and says, it's urgent. There is a report from behind the building, currently inside a certain building. Hoan Ho is talking with Sun Hai. It's been a long time since we spent time together like this. I think this is the first time since Kwang Wai quit. She also agrees with him. That's right, he's busy with work and I'm busy teaching the ghost. It seems Hoan Ho still has something to say, and at this moment he looks at her with a bit of worry. How do you feel now? Jun Hai still doesn't understand. What do you mean by that? Hoan Ho straightforwardly reminded him that he is an immortal and pureblood, and he was reminiscing about the old days. The day we learned each other's true identities, we said everything was fine, but we still haven't talked openly with each other. Hoan Ho's face was full of worry. I've been thinking about it all along. He kept talking to himself without noticing Sun Hai's arm. Anyway, knowing the truth and accepting it are two different things. She unexpectedly touched Hoan Ho's cheek to comfort him. It's not a big deal. Sun Hai smiled brightly and encouraged him, don't worry, so let's just do our best. He was still in shock. Sun Hai then invited Hoan Ho to relax. Do you want to watch a movie together? It's been a while. He immediately agreed, happily. Of course he wanted to. The TV is now broadcasting a news report about the MNY store and the Gangnam branch being robbed. I heard that a masked gang broke into the Money in Gangnam branch. Hoan Ho and his wife are still watching intently. Reporter Lai Kang-chon is on the scene and ready to update viewers with details. The current news broadcast shows images of Kwang Wai, and both of them suddenly look suspiciously confused. Is it them, right? I think so. While the reporter continues to describe the scene, I am now at the front door of MNY store and the gang branch. Sun Hai suddenly gets angry and breaks the plate in her hand. What the hell is that kid doing with his sister? Hoan Ho quickly waved his hands to calm her down. Sun Hai, don't worry too much, that's our son. Sun Hai immediately denied, still angry, I'm not worried. If it gets beaten by those incompetent guys there, all the training it went through will be wasted. Sun Hai instinctively broke the plate at this thought, but it seems like this will become a big problem, so I guess I'll have to meet my father soon. Meanwhile, someone is watching the situation from that building. He has already entered. On the main screen are Guang Yi and Ma Di, with a tiger in front and a leopard behind. What are you guys doing? Is this some kind of animal kingdom? Are you just going to stand there and watch them come in? Do something quickly? Suddenly, a woman entered and issued another order, and he suddenly exclaimed, Security team manager, are you just going to stand there waiting? You need to do something. If they get into the safe, I'm definitely dead. He shouted angrily at the manager, Did you just ignore me? She ignored him and focused on the screen. Our opponent is a shapeshifter, and it seems they are also pureblood. Zoom in on the screen. Suddenly, Ma Di looks directly at the camera, startling the manager. Are they looking this way? She was confused to see her destroy the camera, then suddenly they started destroying the recording devices. Although they haven't touched us at all so far, the manager still doesn't understand their true intentions. They used the most obvious method to break in, but now they want to do it secretly? Her eyes suddenly turned cold. This was planned from the very beginning, so it means someone is helping them. At the same time, the person in the bear mask is providing information to the Kwang Wai side. The manager grits his teeth in anger and gives an order, but things won't go according to their plan. Go deal with them. The bodyguard immediately clasped his hands in salute. Yes, sir. Meanwhile, Ma Di is messing around with the camera. Is this a recording device? Suddenly, a cloud of yellow smoke appears on the floor. He suddenly appears and declares this. You can't go any further. The manager continues to monitor their every move, still secretly planning her next move. I have already implemented the emergency solution. Now I need to deal with the tiger masked guy. Suddenly, someone twisted his neck, causing his body to lose balance and fall to the ground. The manager only now notices a kick in front of her and luckily manages to block it with her hand. What? I can't sense anyone's presence at all. She's filled with doubt. How could she have fooled her senses like this? Now the manager realizes the pink aura surrounding Don-A, magic. They used a spell to avoid detection. She slowly walks toward her chosen spot. Do-A still gives the manager the chance to choose whether to surrender or to fight while a fierce battle is raging somewhere nearby. The cracks are still clearly visible on the glass. Kwang Wai stands coldly among the transformed figures lying unconscious on the floor. He suddenly remembered Sun Hai and realized he could tell his mother that he had defeated the 5 shapeshifters on his own without using any weapons. Kwang Wai suddenly noticed the golden smoke appearing, and from inside a hand unexpectedly reached out. So it turns out Mahdi is chaining up the bodyguard. Mahdi, you only just noticed him now. Is that you? Kwang Wai was also a bit surprised. What are you doing here? Mahdi immediately explained. Oh, he wanted to run away, so we caught him, and we moved here together. Suddenly I feel sympathetic towards him. I can see why he wanted to escape. Suddenly a message was received that the target had been eliminated and they were retreating. Kwang Wai quickly turned and left. Let's go. Mahdi also eagerly followed. Yes, sir. A moment later they ran into the hallway. He suddenly noticed something outside the window, but it seemed okay outside. Kwang Wai quickly crouched down to peek through the window. There are already many police surrounding outside. He suddenly came up with a plan. Demon, I think it's time to use that. The demon still doesn't understand Kwang Wai's meaning. What? You are ready to use your move to break out. Okay, we will use it to escape from here. At this moment in the crowded area, someone is warning that if you don't come out within a minute, we will break the door and rush in. The other person continues to remind you that I repeat, come out within a minute, leave your weapons, and do not harm the staff. The journalist still looked on in confusion, wondering if this was real. About 4 hours ago, he received a secret report revealing that the famous actor 30 left his house at 12 p.m. Seeing this news report, I lazily think, damn it, how many more stupid scandal articles about this celebrity do I have to write before I'm done? When I suggested doing a special piece on the terrorist organization in Korea 2 years ago, now, in the present, the reporter still couldn't find it and stood in front of the boss who said, What? Is this terrorist organization your company? Are you trying to fool all of us? His boss not only refused but also angrily shouted for the evidence to be brought here. Evidence? Along with the news the reporter remembered from that time, he shouted crazily demanding proof. But why didn't anyone ask for evidence for this nonsense? While reminiscing, he paused for a moment before receiving a message. The reason I wanted to become a journalist is because it turns out a reporter received a message from someone right now. Just received a secret message. At 9 a.m., I will attack the main branch of MEPS. I plan to attack Boss Money's main branch at 9 this morning. We will wear masks. I will reveal the identity of Prometheus. Prometheus is a terrorist organization using the main branch of MNY as a supply base. At first he was a bit confused, but quickly dismissed it, thinking it was just another joke. But the reporter also reflected for a moment, realizing he was planning to attack Prometheus. This guy's really crazy. I didn't expect him to still wear his armor and go there to check it out, but I don't really have anything to lose either. Back then, I still couldn't believe it. I thought it was just a joke, but it wasn't. At this moment, an explosion occurs on the side of that building, and shards of glass slowly fall onto everyone. The 2 masked men then step outside to wave goodbye. They've left. The police immediately demanded they remove their masks and surrender with their hands raised, threatening to open fire, but the masked men ignored them and arrogantly walked away in front of everyone. Eventually, everyone kept firing nonstop but missed every shot at them. Run away now. Keep shooting. What? What just happened? Isn't that tiger mask guy the same as before? The reporter saw through the camera that they were flying in the sky and escaping. He smirked confidently and thought, so that email was real. After escaping, Kwang Wai turned to Mahdi and asked, Are you okay? Are you hurt anywhere? After hearing the question, she took a deep breath and replied, I'm fine. I feel so relieved to let it all out. And he also reviewed his earlier moment, the steel leg. Turns out this is the secret to training the shapeshifter's physical strength, and it will definitely be very useful. After a while, someone came to pick them up. Dong-hun rolled down the window and called out, Hey, get in the car. As soon as they got in the car, he outlined the next steps. We'll start the next phase of the plan now. Is that okay? But Kwang Wai was still curious. Yeah, but what about Do-Eun? Dong-hun focused on driving and replied, She's injured and resting to recover. Hearing this, he was a bit surprised and asked, She's injured? Then he also recounted the difficult situation. Yes, she actually fought with the branch manager. His left shin was fractured, 3 ribs were broken, and his jaw was also cracked. Then Kwang Wai, feeling a bit worried, asked, I see. So what about the branch manager? Did he manage to escape? And Dong-hun also replied, no. He recounted the situation, saying he was partially paralyzed. Moreover, Dong-hun didn't forget to mention the person involved. Even the one involved in money laundering was dealt with thoroughly. The police will surely finish the rest. This time we did well. After saying that, he frowned seriously and reminded them. Still, the plan is a bit messy now. Weren't we supposed to go with Do-Eun? Then Dong-hun turned to them and said, I had to make some changes, so now you need to split up and act separately. After a while traveling by car, they finally arrived. Kwang Wai got out of the vehicle and prepared to ask, Is the place I'm heading to related to Prometheus? And Dong-hun also explained, yes. After hearing that, he was ready and confidently said, all right, I'll leave the rest to you. And Dong-hun also trusted and gave a warning gesture. Yeah, don't forget to pay me after this case is over. Seeing that he didn't respond, but still reminding him to be careful, your friend and Dong-hun also turned to ask Ma-di, do you really think he will get hurt? Kwang-wai, on a mission, approached the old building, which was a private investigators center, a detective agency. He grabbed the door without hesitation and smashed it open to storm inside. Everyone was enjoying their meal when they looked over in confusion, and a fat man annoyed by the disturbance angrily asked, what is that? Munching noisily. Who told you to chew like that? But Kwang-wai didn't answer as usual. Instead, he punched him down. I am a tiger from hell. After finishing, he casually brushed his hands and said, it's been a while since I did this again. He looked at these guys with some thought. After the incident at Kunam, there had been too many complications. Directly, Kwang-wai remembered something and thought, in the past, I didn't even bother to touch Boss Manny's safe, but this time is different. Seeing the bank in front of Kay, he understood that it was just a normal bank, but you guys are not, and Kwang-wai also found out about those documents. Therefore, this money needs to be paid to the actual owner. Take the key, inform the owner, and I will take this. Then Kwang-wai continued to visit other places. Mighty and I had already alerted the loan shark gangs, the phone store, and some criminal organizations. Ma also politely greeted everyone. All the locations on the map were marked until 4 a.m., totaling 19 places. We also handled this quite smoothly. We took away 10 safes and the list of debtors. Dong-hun saw this result and Joe Light congratulated him. Everyone sat down together to review, check all the loan agreements, and return the interest to those who had been forced to pay. After a moment of exhaustion, Kwang-wai suddenly wakes up as a beam of light shines through. Ma-di sees Kan-bin Min and unexpectedly says, wow, it's really beautiful. Dong-hun replied casually, yeah. Then he lazily opened his eyes and asked, I wonder how those bastards from Prometheus will react now. They will definitely launch a full-scale counterattack, but he thinks about it in a very simple way and say, well, it's okay. It's not like I didn't know that would happen from the start. When they come, I'll handle it. Hearing this, Dong-hun asked confusedly, you're really simple, but I just smile normally? Surprised? Let's go home, I'm tired. After saying that, both of them returned to their own houses. As soon as he stepped inside, Kwang-wai tiredly said, let's go home. Before he could finish speaking, someone threw gloves at him without him understanding why. Then Soon-hai appeared, full of aura, and asked, seems my son is not so ordinary either. Going on dangerous missions without reporting back, it seems we need to train a bit more. Kwang-wai stopped, bent over, and was gasping for air. Dad asked, can I ask something? Jun-hai stopped and wondered, go ahead. Turning to look at Kwang-ai battered and pitiful, she asked, aren't you my child? She loosened her grip and said, if you can still talk nonsense, it seems you're still okay. Mother Jun-hai was held back and couldn't believe it, asking what was so hard to understand. She bitterly expressed her feelings, saying that Ma-di wanted to do it and that her brother did nothing wrong. Then she sharply shouted again that Ma-di wanted to prove on her own that she could live independently. Remembering those painful days, Ma's desire grew stronger. Ma-di wants to live as herself, not as a test subject. No matter how much she tried, Ma-di would do whatever she wanted, and in the end she emphasized it so strongly that Jun-hai was left stunned. And what you want to do is help your brother. After a while she realized and asked, do you think of those things yourself? And Ma-di also unhesitatingly admits, yes, everything is Ma-di's idea. At that moment, Kwang-wai interrupted and said instead, Ma-di is really good. It's a pity not to let her work with you since she's talented. But Jun-hai was angry and shouted, be quiet, and make him tremble as he said, yes. After a while, she finally understood and said, okay, I understand what you mean. I think I have treated you like a child. Seeing her like this, Ma-di felt a bit unfamiliar and called her mother. Unexpectedly, at that moment, Jun-hai approached and hugged her tightly to soothe her. You have grown up. Hearing these words, she was moved to tears. Daughter. She also expressed her feelings after witnessing everything. I'm glad to see you have grown up. All right, Ma, do what you love and I will support you as much as I can. The next day, in the editor-in-chief's office, the desk was piled high. Recalling the night before when the reporter hesitated outside the building, unable to go in, and his colleague didn't dare follow, I spent the whole night tracking that face. When they entered, both froze, but still kept their duty in mind. What is this, a robbery? The reporter was a bit confused, but still had to keep taking pictures of the scene. Recalling that message, he was suspicious. If it weren't for that email, I would have thought it was just a robbery. The live reporter felt a bit suspicious, but it was more than just a robbery. Everyone was wearing masks. When he arrived here, he was confused. I came to check because I heard noise and everyone had fainted. They paid us back, and the reporter also did thorough research. I gathered all the evidence and witness statements overnight into an article. All night I didn't blink. When I finally showed it to the editor-in-chief, he froze and said, "This is what he saw that made him call the editor-in-chief." The reporter firmly requested to publish the article, but the editor-in-chief looked at it and suddenly widened his eyes in surprise, then threw all the documents into the air. He asked, "Editor-in-chief, I also hate the terrorists. I think they are all scum." Unexpectedly, the editor-in-chief asked back, "So are you ready to give up?" But he didn't understand and asked what giving up meant. He immediately brought up a dangerous matter. "Your life, as soon as this article is published, we will also be risking our lives." Yet the journalist firmly replied, "If I was afraid, I wouldn't have suggested publishing this article. Do you approve of it or not?" The editor-in-chief, upon hearing this result, understood and smiled, saying, "Go ahead, I permit it because the international terrorist organization, Prometheus, South Korea's malignant tumor, not only hides words and traffics illegal substances, but also controls banks and related organizations. However, the appearance of those called broken people and masked figures has enforced justice. These masked duo attacked my boss, but not to steal money. Instead, they attacked the illegal organizations of Prometheus and returned the money to its rightful owners. Anyone who calls these people thieves or terrorists, I will leave the decision up to you." South Korea has erupted because of this article. Go reminds them that they are also focusing on this article and realizes that it is about his nephew. After reading, he seemed to think quite highly of you, quite smart. Turns out Kwang Wai went to ask you yesterday, "Can you protect this newspaper?" Seeing that he didn't understand, he explained again that the newspaper has journalists who want to expose Prometheus's true face. Then Ji approached and handed over his business card, saying, "This is Korea." The staff at the newspaper office were stunned when he introduced himself, "And I am the Director General at Dangun. Whether fighting against Prometheus or anyone else, we will protect everyone as promised." He also assured us of 3 years of protection. Then Gach also turned away and said we would provide free protection for 3 years. It turns out Kwang Wai is the silent supporter behind this. I've transferred the fee. And please don't tell Mom. You will die if your mother finds out. After reading, he silently thought that she knew he couldn't speak because she didn't have a good relationship with Dangun. That kid looks a bit naive, but he has actually thought it through a lot. Soon after, Manny's boss went bankrupt overnight and a scandal erupted, blocking the way to Prometheus. And above all, politicians are being arrested everywhere. They all claim to be sick or something and refuse to appear in public. Quan Yi at home saw this scene and felt a bit simple. Anyway, I just want to purify this country a little and return to my daily life. And I don't know either. I didn't know how Prometheus would react. But in the end, everything is done. Our panda is truly amazing. I come up with the idea, but he is the one who planned it and made it happen. When you stared intently, Dong-hun asked what Kwang Wai was denying. "It's nothing, just thinking you're really great." Suddenly he asked a question. "Do you have money too?" He also answered honestly. "Do I have some stars or what?" Then Dong-hu thought, "What is this, uncle?" I didn't expect Kwang Wai to have such bold ideas. I'm thinking of buying a 5-story building with the ground floor for parking and a basement for training. After listening, he turned away, reading while saying, "That's all? I'll look into it. You can choose later." After hearing this, he was a bit confused. "Saint, does he know everything?" Suddenly, Kwang Yi received a call. Donne, after answering, he asked about it. "Yes. What happened to you that made you so urgent to speak?" "There's an emergency below." Before I could reply, Jonei interrupted and said, "Do so already told her," recognizing the name that made him panic. "Do so that fool." She continued, revealing that the mind control was no longer effective and that she had disclosed Prometheus's base. And the terrible thing Donne mentioned was that the special immortal forces had arrived there, but nothing was left. So Kwang Wai quickly switched to a different plan. "So are they gathering somewhere else to prepare for a counterattack, or have they already escaped?" But she was worried and said, "I think Do-so knows, but she has a new condition that he urgently mentioned. What is it?" Do-A proposed an exchange to meet Du Kwang Wai. She wants to meet the bridge. Outside the building, a sigh is heard. "Wow, what's this?" The secretary introduces it as the staircase down to the basement. Kwang Wai is excited and says, "This kind of place exists in the company? Pretty cool." He looks around and thinks it's an interesting dungeon. He asked, "Why does she want to meet me?" "Then you'll find out that I brought Du Kwang Wai here for a reason. She said I will tell you everything I know about Prometheus." Kwang Wai nodded and signaled, "We need to talk privately. Is that okay?" "All right, please tell me more." Do so with a determined look, asks, "Take me out of here, I already have a plan." Of course it won't be easy, but with that mind magic it might work. I heard that someone on your side removed the curse for me. Yeah, but Hyman denies it. Anyway, I have been abandoned, and even if I leave this place, Prometheus will kill me. Please help me. I want to take revenge on Prometheus. Kwang Wai considers revenge, but she used to be an executive. Even you can tell it's probably hard to understand. She says, "I used to have 5 younger siblings back home, the little brothers and sisters I loved the most. We used to have a peaceful life until Prometheus made an offer after seeing my abilities. They said if I worked for Prometheus, they would take care of my family even if I died. However, recently the Special Immortal Forces informed me that after believing I was dead, Prometheus starved all my loved ones. This is why I betrayed them. This is why I want revenge." After hearing that, I felt a bit of sympathy for her, but she is still a terrorist, so I don't sympathize enough to fulfill all her demands. Still, I just want to know the information she will reveal. If she dares to act up after being released, I just need to kill or lock her up. Seeing that you still haven't said anything, Do continued. Prometheus is withdrawing from South Korea. They have abandoned the most important stronghold in Korea, which contains all the goods. Hearing this, Kwang Wai was stunned and amazed. She proved her worth. I also know why they abandoned Korea, so take me out of here. I know I can help you. Transition to Prometheus's final base. Minam is lying back on the chair, resting her hands on her forehead as she contemplates whether she has ever experienced a failure like this in recent years. In just a few days, the entire Prometheus base was destroyed, along with the Money Sep Bank and its underground operations. How did you discuss with Prometheus? Did you admit your involvement with Prometheus? We have lost too much. The security team manager, the loan sharks, and even the fighting dog squad. You are behind all of this, Du Kwang Wai. Who is he really? Suddenly someone walks in and asks, "Are you really giving up?" "Why not let me handle this?" Minam retorted. He is confident he can win. The man bows his head and affirms that as long as she gives the order, he will succeed. But Minam said, "No need. Right now we need to focus on other issues." Other issues? You mean Minam is expressing her ambition to create a world with special creatures, like how Prometheus brought fire to this world? This is something we must do. He also obediently nodded and agreed. Yes, instruct them to contact the crocodile in Japan as well. Tell that person we are withdrawing from Korea. Du Kwang Wai, I will leave a parting gift. If you can survive this, I will seriously consider killing you, H-Min shouted in shock. What do you mean? Prometheus is withdrawing from Korea. Kwang Wai confirms, yes, we are investigating. Remembering Dai Hei's words, there are no traces of them at all. Everything has disappeared. Doan A added, they are no longer here. Kwang Wai thinks there was also a purge within their organization, and the remaining members left Han. Hin asks with difficulty, is it because you're awesome, or because Prometheus went crazy? I don't know, let's say both of them. A, can you use magic to suppress Duzo's mind once more? She denied, saying, I'm not the one, it's my mother. Kwang Wai was surprised. Her mother. Yes, it was her who dispelled the spell last time. H-Min sighed. I wonder who did it this time. Well, but using it again on the same person is not easy. This time, she will definitely be able to resist it. Kwang Wai asks, can you ask her? Do you need anything else? We need resources like gold or gemstones. They require materials for magical research. That's why I joined the Special Immortal Force. It's very difficult to obtain resources like that. Kwang Wai still didn't understand why she was annoyed and explained, we usually get them from the black market. But someone has surrounded that place. Kwang Wai immediately agreed. All right, it's settled then. I will provide the money and gems. Min was a bit suspicious, really. I only have some savings and can't say I earned them from those gangs. Then he decided, so remember to tell her mother about this. I will give you gold and gems, but why do you want to save her? Save her? I will imprison her after I get the information. Suddenly, Kwang Wai noticed a blonde-haired guy wearing glasses holding something in his hand. Hin hurriedly called out, Kwang Wai, but you stopped him. Wait, he's challenging me from this side, stopping me. As soon as it finished speaking, it dropped what it was holding and a cloud of black smoke immediately appeared, affecting the red light. Kwang Wai realizes it's a wireless warning light. Maybe the alarm system is installed on the streetlights. The blonde guy disappears into the smoke. See you again. Everyone looked at it in panic as a seemingly cracked section appeared in the sky. What is that? Kwang Yi is worried. What's going on? He warns, stay back everyone, a giant monster appears from within. Kwang Wai couldn't believe it. What's going on here? A black hole just appeared, and with a flash, that strange thing jumped to the ground. The girl with rabbit ears is recording the video, sitting stunned as she looks at him with a dazed expression. The ferocious monster was about to strike, but luckily Kwang Wai arrived just in time to block the attack. Oh my god, should she put down her phone or does she want to die? His hand is holding the sphere as he turns his head back. What are you still doing? Run away. The rabbit girl flinched. Yes. Then she got up and ran off quickly. Everything was fine. Kwang Wai just started throwing the monster away. I almost arrived too late. He furrowed his brow, trying to remember who that damn blonde bastard was. The monsters kept appearing more and more, but Kwang Yu just kept thinking and ignored it. His eyes turned sharp. I need to settle this here. No injuries, let them charge forward. Kwang Wai firmly clenched his fists. Back then he was told to stay away from these guys, but now things are different. He said in a steady voice, "My mother won't forgive me if I lose to you guys." Kwang Wai is in a ready stance, and all the monsters are targeting him. I also want to check some things. The perfect moment to strike. Currently, Sun Hai and Go are sitting across from each other at the table. He says this. He casually said that Kwang Wai is a monster, right? The lady frowned. You don't seem very happy. You call your sister's child a monster, huh? Gao casually clasped his hands behind his head, but it didn't make much difference. I've only seen someone like that during training at the school. That question made Sun Hai fall silent. For now, everyone might misunderstand a lot of things. Talent is not something you inherit. Even if you are purebred, there are limits to what you can do. Remembering the moment when he changed, a shapeshifter isn't just someone with a good mind. However, Kwang Yu has proven that he can learn anything just by seeing it once and do it even better than me the second time. Comparing myself to Kwang Wai makes me feel so discouraged. Seeing him, I feel completely useless. Sun Hai listens seriously. Also, do you know War? That name sounds familiar. Warang, an organization under Dan Chi made up of only geniuses. They are responsible for Seoul's security as well as dealing with intruders. They handle any issues that could threaten civilians. In the end, they are also the ones who maintain that image. War. Suddenly, Sun Hai slammed her coffee cup down on the table. The old woman shouted angrily, "What do you mean?" Gon NC raises his head and looks uncomfortable. A says his father wants to see his nephew. Kwang Wai is still facing the monsters now. It misses its punch. Both fight in close combat. He speeds up his strikes. Next was the divine punch aimed at the monster's body, but maybe not quite, because it raised its hand to block. Even with immense power, the monster was unharmed. Kwang Yi wondered, is it not broken? Before he could recover, the monster counterattacked with an incredible punch, but he managed to dodge in time. He dodged to another spot, harder than I thought. Kwang Wai focused on reasoning, probably because he had to use that. The power of the transformed person is divided into a tough physique and enormous strength. He thought about the recent training, realizing that the powerful kick actually comes from having immense strength. And this is one of the skills to increase muscle density to turn the body into armor. Then, Kwang Wai's hand immediately turned into a hard armor. The hero charged forward with rising determination. With a decisive strike, he successfully shattered the round bridge on the monster's hand. Kwang Wai stared in shock at the incredible power. He single-handedly defeated the monsters using the secret technique of the metal shield transformation. At that moment, traffic was jammed and a black car cursed. Damn it! The young man driving inside is extremely angry, stuck in terrible traffic. Even Jay Hey is fed up and facepalming. Actually, we're already too late. Her eyes were full of suspicion as a black hole appeared without warning. I heard it appeared once before. I didn't expect it to happen again. The assistant sitting behind nervously held out the phone and said, "Manager, I think you need to see this." Dai-hee turned around coldly. What? She was completely stunned when she saw it. Turns out the bunny girl was live streaming the fight between Kwang Wai and the monsters. It's incredible. Is everyone watching? I didn't expect her to stay and record the video. I just came to see how the black hole looks. The rabbit girl continued explaining, but he had already defeated them all by himself. Watching the broadcast, I was stunned. Oh my god, I couldn't believe it. Is this real? He defeated them all alone. Now Kwang Wai has beaten all the monsters, too many to count. The only thing left to do is, he angrily declares, you. Blonde hair. Just a few days later, Kwang Ai's battle video was uploaded to social media. I became famous on YouTube. Luckily, the streamer only recorded from behind. Still, the fight was recorded. Everyone came up with many theories. What the hell is this? Photoshop? No, it's true. Are you guys saying he took them all on by himself? Is this the secret weapon of the shapeshifters? I am called WSS, the strongest creature in the world. And some people, a black hole suddenly appeared. Was that the work of humans? Questioning the sudden appearance of the black hole, Kwang Wai scrolls through social media and believes that no matter what others say, he will only do what he has to do. He is determined that soon he will catch that blonde-haired guy. Suddenly, Kwang Wai receives a call. Yes, Mom, Sun Hai advised me. Your son is a bit excited and walking off course. You always tell him to pay attention. On this side, she gently closes her eyes and listens. He calmly replies, So I see you're paying attention, Mom. I have a purpose for what I'm doing. I'm trying a different way. So everything is going according to plan? Kwang Wai just smiled happily and said nothing more. Then Sun Hai said again, "Anyway, come home for the weekend." Hearing that, he was a bit confused. Chao No, shocked by the power, accompanied by her bodyguard, announces that he wants to see her son. At the police chief's office, Manchu sits focused on his phone. So he was also watching Kwang Wai's battle on that broadcast, demonstrating precise control of his body while maintaining the focus needed to assess the situation. That's impressive. He smiled with satisfaction. He could match the heroes of previous generations. If we could recruit him, rebuilding the police force would no longer be a dream. After watching, he turned off his phone, and Dai asked in front of him, "What do you think?" Manchu judged subjectively. "He's smart?" He crossed his arms seriously. "Do you mean he refused her invitation?" Jay simply replied, "Yes." Because Kwang Wai is so talented, Manchu decided to accept all his demands. She was completely stunned. "Everything?" he said with a sinister smile. "Yes, I need to pique his interest first because he deserves it." Somewhere, the record is still spinning and playing sound. Kong So Nok sat in silence with his bodyguard behind him when suddenly the door opened with a ringing sound. "Is this the place?" Kwang Wai stepped in surprised, looking around. "Flower Girl Coffee Shop, really unique taste." Sun laughed, then slammed his stick on the ground, making him stand at attention. Just as the rumors said, "You're Kwang Wai, right?" He stood up happily and introduced himself. "I am your grandfather." Seeing this, he also politely bowed his head. "Hello, sir. I am Kwang Wai." Shonak chuckled happily at the respectful way of addressing him. "Sir, do you want to hear about your mother's dark past? Come on, I am a sir after all." Kwang Wai, surprised, opened his eyes wide, then obediently bowed and said loudly, "I've wanted to meet you for a long time, grandfather." Sun happily put his arm around him and sat down to talk about your mother. "Kwangi looks more normal than I thought." Then he raises his finger to call for a drink. "Wow, really?" "Yes, sir." The two of them sat chatting, and Sonk revealed that my mother used to be a member of a racing gang. "Did you know?" Kwang was confused. "What do you mean?" He laughed heartily and recounted passionately. "Back then, I wondered if she was really my daughter. I told her to do whatever she liked, so she immediately joined the racing gang." Hearing that, his face suddenly fell. Dad would be really shocked if he heard this. From Sonk's story, who would have guessed that Sun Hai now has such a fierce past? Back then, she never missed when punching people. She was also very overweight, so everyone called her the Whale Witch. Kwang Wai was even more disappointed because the truth completely contradicted what he knew. My mom said that when she was my age, she liked knitting and reading books. I also started to slightly doubt when my mom said that. My sixth sense has always been on point. He kindly pointed to him. "It's quite funny, isn't it? Bringing that up at home will make her explode with anger." Even though it's nothing serious, Kwang Ai still pretends to smile. Sonk firmly asserts that no one knows more about your mother than I do. Even though she's my daughter, she must have suffered a lot too. Hearing this, his mind suddenly cleared, and it seemed like he was on his side. "Thank you, sir." After a moment, he raised his coffee cup and continued, "I am Kang Sonk. My mother is the daughter of my first wife." Kwang Wai was quite confused. "My mother is the daughter of your first wife?" He calmly asked, "Why is the relationship between you and my mother so bad?" He cheerfully replied, "It's just youth." "Oh, maybe the second or third time already." The doctor looks a bit confused. "Why are you so relaxed?" Sonk said that I suggested the girl inherit the company, but she refused and left, so the burden has fallen on her younger sibling. I do understand a bit about that. This topic is a bit heavy, but I think you can handle it. Right now, it's pouring outside. In the cafe, the conversation between the two grandfather and grandson continues quite normally. Kwang Yi calmly speaks. "I am a bit curious about something. May I ask you a question?" Son immediately agreed. All right, go ahead." His words made the old man extremely shocked. "The magic cast on this wall is to protect it. Seeing that you've figured it out," Sonk smiled smugly. "Quick-witted? Is that inherited from your father?" At that moment, a mysterious assassin was sitting on the ceiling fan. Kwang Wai replied, "I suppose so." Then, the scheming old man said ambiguously, "Your grandson, the reason I called you here." Suddenly, the assassin jumped down without him noticing at all. Sun honestly admitted that his main goal was to test your skills. "Where is your New Year's blessing?" Danger is near, but Kwang Wai remained seated calmly. Then the assassin launched a powerful attack that knocked him down. He calmly looked at him. The assassin continued to throw two knives at him. Kwang Wai sat down and dodged the attack. "What is this? Everyone stop right now." Sun praised him. "Oh, quick reaction." He nodded in satisfaction. "Not bad." The assassin stared at him intently, and he thought to himself, "Is this a test? I figured something like this would happen since my mom and cousin kept warning me, but his taste is truly unique." "This arrangement is truly bold," Kwang Wai said confidently. Are you sure I won't be stubborn and they won't cry or complain? His arrogant provocation made the assassin angry. For a moment, their aura intensifies. Kwang Ai gestures with his hand and says, "First, you're making a pretty childish proposal. Can I receive the lucky money first?" Sun looked confused. "Are you able to force open the Earth's black hole?" He slightly tilts his head and replies, "Forcibly opening the black hole? I don't think there's an answer to that." Kwang Wai shrugs and prepares to fight. "I understand, so let's skip the New Year's Eve preparations, right?" He stomped hard, causing the floor to crack. Then he swung a powerful fist and charged forward to deliver a sweeping kick at the assassin's face. He spun around skillfully and dodged. The assassin continues to swing his hand, preparing to attack, but Kwang Yi's agility makes him impossible to hit. He quickly stomps hard on the assassin's foot. He suddenly realizes and curses under his breath, "You little bastard." At this moment, Kwang Wai enhances his hand again and punches through the assassin's shoulder with lightning speed. Seeing his teammate attacked, the scar-faced man behind hurriedly rushed over. Kwang Wai clenched the assassin's neck and forcefully threw him toward the scar-faced man. The assassin's body fainted and crashed into the other guy with incredible force. Then suddenly, Kwang Wai jumped back. "Oh my God, I don't like this at all. It feels like I'm being toyed with." He crouched down and clenched his fists. "But this is what you wanted to see, right?" Kwang Wai frowned and then threw a powerful punch, his armored fist charging forward. With a single powerful strike, he shattered the wall behind him. The assassins were utterly amazed. How is this possible? The shards of stone gradually reveal mysterious magic power. Scar-faced guy couldn't help but be amazed. He destroyed magic simply with his physical strength. Just how powerful is he really? What the hell is this New Year nonsense? "See you again later, Grandpa." Watching that display, Sonk chuckled with amusement. He laughed loudly with madness. "Truly my nephew." He asked suspiciously, "Do we need to chase after him?" Sun firmly replied, "No, even if you want to, you can't catch him." Then he turned to ask, "How is the progress, Mrs. Flower?" She was busy typing on her computer at the moment. "Almost done." Mrs. Flower was once Kang Sonk's wife. After discovering she was infertile, she became his personal assistant. She is both a scientist and a shapeshifter. I didn't expect that she had created a clone of Kwang Yi so quickly. She is a scientist specializing in shapeshifter biology. Flower reports. I will summarize the results and send them to you. Having finished everything, So OC turned away and left. I will wait. He walks to the broken wall and looks down, capable of destroying the magic barrier with a single punch. Zhuang thinks to himself, skilled in both Iron Foot and Iron Hand. Super Yunhai is really a talented teacher. He turned back with a cold expression. "Go ahead, do you have any comments?" The assassin was beaten up by Kwang Wai and took off his mask. He sat on the ground expressing his opinion and said, "I don't think just the three of us can catch him. It would probably take a whole, fully equipped squad to do it." Hearing that, Sun burst out laughing happily. "A whole squad, that's too many." He honestly said, "I am sorry." Someone else then spoke up, "Sir." He looked on quietly as it seemed Flower was facing a serious problem, something that couldn't be measured or classified. In other words, unrankable. The scene shifts to another location as Kwang Wai walks into the house with a blank expression. Dong Hun turned around to ask, "Huh? Why did you come back so early?" He started to recount what happened. He said he wanted a New Year gift, so I gave him one. "You seem curious. What fruit?" Kwang Wai hung his coat on the chair and scratched his head. "I told him about the black hole. I'm sure he will deploy it immediately." He sat down and made a decision. "Now we will review the information we have gathered carefully. We will start by investigating that blonde guy." Dong Hun immediately turned on his computer. "All right, tell me what you know about him. In fact, Kwang Wai only knows he's a blonde and you're at a loss for words. Is that all?" Then he picked up a pen and paper and proactively suggested, "Yeah, let me redraw it for you." Dong Hun hesitated to refuse. "No need." Kwang Ai closed his eyes and recalled his memories. In his mind, Jier's figure appeared hazily. He tried to recall his face the most clearly. Then Kwang Wai opened his eyes wide and said, "I remember now." He immediately picked up the pen and started drawing. Your ridiculous behavior shocked Dong Hun. What's wrong with you? Despite his determination, the result was really terrible, like a child's drawing. Dong Hun looked at it and judged. Are you joking with me? Kwang Yi said with a look of frustration. What's wrong? Is it too ugly to look at? He immediately crumpled the paper. It was too ugly to look at. A little guilt weighs on his heart. Damn it. Suddenly, Madi appears energetically. Just remember his image. She handed Kwang Wai a new pen and said, Here. Use this to redraw him. He was turning away to talk to Ma, but was quickly sketching with his hand. Hey, are you sure this will work? Soon, the Joker picture was finished. Amazing, how so? Dong Hun asked softly. Does he look like this? Kwang Yi nodded affirmatively. Yeah, that's right. You praised Jukko's appearance, saying he looks pretty cool. Dong Hun excitedly taps his foot. Can I borrow this? With it, I could become a great comic artist. Ma Di flatly refused, making Kwang Yi laugh out loud. No, I won't let you borrow it. At that moment, he received a call from Sun Hai. What's wrong? Her mother asked with concern. Have you met my grandfather yet? I honestly replied, I just met him. I see then. So now are you free? Kwang Yi's face drops and his voice trembles. Huh. I do, but she asked that, so she said, then go home. We will go charity work. Putting aside helping Dad, Kwang Yi has to race in a Lamborghini with his mother. Sitting in the car, he wonders, Mom, why are we suddenly doing charity? Sun Hai crossed her arms and said seriously, I think why does a person always need to contribute to society? Isn't it because I earn a lot of money? She kept explaining the moral to him. Doing charity will help a lot of people. Kwang no notdap vanga, bong nien ba chuen kwachu de kak, makwak gap kuak on voy ong ngoy than now. Remembering Song Kach, he thought he was still healthy enough for his mother to have another child. Shun Hai also found nothing unusual. Of course, he's a pure-blood shapeshifter. Kwang Yi then said, oh, he also wants you to give him another new madness gift. Mrs. Buckboy turned and asked, what do you mean? It's not the new year yet. He calmly told him as if he's been asking for gifts from me since I was little. Sun Hai replied calmly, he's always been like that. If he wants you to do something, don't listen to him. But if he's giving you a gift, just accept it. Mother confidently assures you that she will take responsibility if anything happens. Kwang Yi asked in confusion, Mom, do we need to be cautious of him? She looked at him angrily and intently. What do you mean? Kwang Yi hesitated, then replied, as I just said, rather than pretending to listen, it's better to ignore him altogether. In my opinion, if he wants us to do something, we should also demand it back. Sun Hai rests her chin in her hand, contemplating. Right now, their car is still on the road, and she admits that her child is as clever as I am. Huh? If Dad hears about this, he'll definitely flip out, Sun Hai said confusedly. What do you mean? He said with a forced smile, meaning he would be very happy. Let's get out of the car and go inside. Kwang Yi Lichlam gestures with his hand. Please be generous with your charity event. She crossed her arms behind her back and walked in. Fine. We had only taken a few steps when we ran into the manager, who looked very frightened, her hands trembling. Sun Hai is quite surprised. What are you doing here? The manager was terrified and begged with folded hands, save me. Is there someone else here? Suddenly someone called. Hello. He started to introduce himself. This is a message from the Popor Detective Agency. Junho reports that the target is in sight, but someone else is with her. The caller was a bit surprised. Huh? Is there someone else too? He grinned. That's right, so I should get extra money. You accepted the call immediately. Okay, money isn't a problem, just do your job well. He thought to himself, being a detective requires a lot of patience, especially when the target is a special creature. Runho slowly took off his hat and said, It's okay. This time I'll make a lot of money. I just need to report what I see and hear. The job is lucrative. He smiles with danger. Let's get to work. The manager, terrified, hurriedly clasped his hands and begged for help. Sun Hai approached to ask about the situation. What does she mean? What is going on? She was so scared she was trembling as she recounted. Inside, there is someone lying in ambush here. Sun Hai suspects an ambush. At that moment, the manager was cornered against the wall and threatened by that man. Yes. They asked about the volunteers, then took over the building. She worriedly asked, and what about the children? The manager continued, luckily the children are playing outside with the teachers. Sun Hai nodded in satisfaction. Does any other teacher know about this? The manager stammered and shook his head. No, no one does. Nahim Koch asked sharply, why didn't you tell them? The manager panicked and curled up. They said that if I brought volunteers without telling them, they would leave without doing anything. So that's why you're here waiting for us, right? She confirmed. Yes. He quietly understood everything, his eyes shining with determination. So they knew we would come here. Kwang Yi noticed Sun Hai starting to explode. These bastards are crazy, but I'm staying calm. She rolls up her sleeves and decisively turns to leave. You stay here for a while. Mom is feeling restless after the warm-up. But one word from him made Sun Hai stop. Will Mom handle them herself? As someone with more experience, you have a solid background. But she turned around and scolded you with a glare for being more experienced. You haven't even been doing this for 3 more years. You use money, and Mom uses her fists. Kwang Yi secretly admires. Mom is so cool. The manager, confused, tried to hold on to Shun Hai, and he reassured her, everything will be fine. They will leave soon. Kwang Yi happily smiled brightly. Nothing bad will happen. But neither of them knows they have already fallen into someone else's sights. Shindu Ho, hearing the news in his hand, was surprised. What's going on? Is he really letting his mother go? Seeing him smile brightly and wave goodbye, Shindu Ho couldn't believe it. What on earth is going on? Looking at Kwang Wai waving casually, the manager hesitantly spoke. Sorry, she still can't hide her sadness. Will she be okay? He confidently assured her, yes, don't worry, we can call the police if she wants. The manager hesitated and brought up another issue. I tried, but no one answered. Kwang Ai responded with some suspicion. He immediately took out his phone to check. She was right, I also had no signal. Song Kwang Wai looked up at the building, hearing that Prometheus had left Korea. He focused on that closed window. Who could be doing this? Suddenly the glass door shattered and someone was thrown out. He fell hard to the ground, blood pouring out, and she screamed in terror. Seeing him fall, the manager's face turned pale with fear. A human being. She couldn't handle this shock and fainted immediately. Luckily, Guang Yi caught her in time. You burst open the door and rush outside. What's going on? And seeing people asleep and unconscious, you can't help but be surprised. Principal, what's going on? He helps her up and walks toward you. Please take care of her. You stop in your tracks. After finishing, Kwang Wai Sai walks forward. This place is in chaos now. Please evacuate her. Do you agree? Yes. Then he walked straight into the building, waving reassuringly. We are on a mission after receiving the report. Don't worry. Just get out of here. He was confused, but obeyed. Yes. Kwang Wai walks slowly down the narrow corridor, finding this method simpler. After all, he belongs to the special immortal force. But he has silently made up his mind, his gaze more determined than ever. Now it's time to go help Mom. Suddenly, the ceiling in front cracks open and a beastman falls down. The creature, covered in wounds, whimpers in pain as Kwang Wai looks up at the constantly shaking ceiling. I understand what's happening upstairs, he said with a helpless laugh. Oh my, take it easy. Mom is destroying the entire building. Kwang Wai continued to climb the stairs, and what he saw was a scene of animal corpses scattered all over the floor. These guys are just like the ones before. Kwang Wai also recognizes some of them as test subjects. He seriously remembers those people like the monsters from Prometheus. It's disgusting. Just then, a panicked bear human ran away. Who keeps creating monsters? He tried to run away but was caught again. Stay away from me. Shunhai violently lifts him off the ground. Who sent you here? He stammers for help as her father contemptuously mocks him. I don't think your biological father sent you here. Are you test subjects? He was sweating and trembling with fear. That thing. Junhai, with a solemn expression, knocked the guy down. So there are still people out there doing this damn thing. Who is your father? He was made to suffer unbearable pain by her grip. When Chak-hook heard this name, Sunhai clenched her fists again. Parak-hook. Not long after, she gritted her teeth in anger. Is he still alive? At this moment, Guang Wai also stepped forward. Does Mom know that guy? Sunhai let go and slowly recounted. Bak-huk, a crazy scientist who created this mess. Then Sunhai picked up the phone and said, I need to make a call, remind him immediately, there's no signal and someone has blocked this place. She got annoyed hearing that. Who dares? Kwang Wai noticed the sound coming from below. Wait, Mom, someone is coming. Soin and Unbi cheerfully walked towards the two people. How's everyone doing? Seeing the two people, he immediately appeared indifferent. So it was the two of them. What are you two doing here? Hearing that, Sunhai was a bit confused. Do you know them? Kwang Yan examined the two people and explained. Yes, they are shapeshifters from Dangun. I met them when I visited the old man. You asked seriously about their purpose. What are they doing here? She looks as happy as a blooming flower. We miss you. Then Kwang Yi inquired about Unbi's condition. Are you okay? Sorry about what happened at the coffee shop. He shyly bowed his head and replied, I'm fine. Suddenly, someone pulled Jun Ho, who was unconscious. So everyone knows each other. Angon slightly smirked. You never hold back. I awkwardly scratch my head and reply, I always do my best. He quickly realized that you also hide your power. Kwang Yi thought to himself, you figure things out fast. Angon reached out his hand and immediately changed the subject. Enough about the past. I am Angon. I am the reinforcement. He shook hands casually and introduced himself. Nice to meet you, Kwang Wai, even though I haven't called for backup yet. He calmly pulls him up, and the CEO says, this is a New Year gift for you. So, but who is he? This guy, I just picked him up off the street. He calmly pointed upstairs and said, I don't know why the phone isn't working, but he's the cause he's hiding on the top floor. So, this is your doing. Why did you bring him here? Looking at his battered appearance, Angon calmly explains that his name is Shin Jun Ho. He runs a private detective agency, and he probably has the information you need. Sunhai breathes a sigh of relief. Thank God. My grandfather really cares about his grandson. Kwang Wai could only awkwardly smile. Yes, Jun-ho was lying unconscious on the ground. Angon briefly explains that his name is Jin Jun-ho, he runs a private detective agency, and he probably has the information you need. Kwang Wai, curious, asks for the details. Angon nodded immediately. Yeah. He picks up a camera. I've checked this device, and it seems he's been monitoring everything related to you, so there's definitely someone behind him. Angon suggested we take a closer look at this. Maybe we can find a lead about the blackmail case. And Kwang Wai agreed. All right, this kind of New Year's reward isn't so bad. Angon immediately snapped, "Stop treating me like an object." He told me to pass on that your New Year's money has been transferred to your bank account. Really? Angon suddenly lowered his voice now. Yeah. Plus, Danon is taking control of Mai and the boss. Kwang Wai quietly smiles. That's the hardest problem for him. Ever since Prometheus left, of course, it also helped them with other matters, but the manager hurriedly ran over. I have to go there myself. No, director, that's the construction area. The manager opened her eyes wide with joy. Sun Hai, the director. But just a second later, she had to widen her eyes in horror as the entire building before her was shattered and destroyed. The building. One manager is gradually losing consciousness while Sun Hai calmly asks on the other side. Son, you're always so full of energy, right? Kwang Wai replied suspiciously. Yes. Sun Hai immediately cheerfully thumbs up and says, Fix the building, okay? Mom trusts you. Kwang Wai helplessly thought to himself, I knew my mother would be like this, so he reluctantly agreed. I understand. Just leave it to me. After a moment, the manager opened his eyes. I'm confused. Where are we right now? The young man asked, Are you okay? The manager asked again, confused, what just happened? Before leaving, Kwang Wai instructed, Please evacuate her since this place is under construction. The young man guessed that the volunteer's son might be an agent. The manager was stunned. An agent? The young man then became excited. Yes, I heard that the people who ambushed there were once starving mutant experiment subjects. Thanks to him and Sun Hai, no one was hurt except the building. All the transformed people inside were handed over to the police. The manager then let out a relieved sigh. That's good. The house collapsed, but no one was hurt. That's settled then. She's still thinking to herself, the rest can be handled by the company later. Suddenly, the young man handed over a stack of documents. Here. The manager looked confused. What's going on? The young man replied, It's a repair proposal. The manager was stunned and asked what? Who? His subsequent words moved the manager to tears. Sun Hai asked me to give this to you. She said her son will cover all the expenses. An emotional message sent out. They are the shining light. I will be grateful to them for the rest of my life. People often say we should help as many others as possible, right? To me, Kwang Wai is like a warm ray of light shining on those around him. Kwang Wai also just knows how to shyly smile. It's the first time someone has said that about me. Dong-hun happily continued. Anyway, it helps you become more famous. From now on, you'll probably get more calls, right? Suddenly, Young-hun remembered. So how did that real estate deal turn out? I've checked out a few places you might like. Kwang Wai is curious. Really? I just remembered the amount of money I received as a bonus. After hearing that he really gave me the money, I checked my bank account and saw 10 billion gold, but I still had to pay 4 billion in taxes. Anyway, I gave Dong-hun the remaining 6 billion and got help finding the best land. Kwang Wai happily praised, I knew bringing you to our side was the right choice. Dong Huang chuckled happily. It's just a usual thing. Kwang Wai hurriedly asked, Have you looked at what I mentioned? Dong-hun asked again. Back Huck Kwang Wai confirmed. Yeah. Dong-hun replied while typing rapidly on his device, That guy is out of medicine. He is the most notorious mad scientist in Korea, and also a mutant hunter. Kwang Wai was suspicious. A mutant hunter. Dong-hun explained, yes, he captures mutants and uses them for experiments, then sells the results. Everyone calls him the mad twisted scientist. After speaking, he cautiously glances back. Bak-hook is very skilled, having been the leader of a mutant hunter group and running illegal laboratories. Kwang Wai still doesn't understand. But why are they targeting me? Dong-hun immediately analyzed, You are not only a mutant, but also of mixed blood. Just being an immortal human is already a reason, and on top of that, you are not pure blood. He continued explaining in more detail. I can only guess, but maybe Prometheus has uncovered some information about you. Illegal laboratories and criminal organizations across the country are connected. Kwang Wai pondered. So what happened to that blonde guy? Dong-hun shook his head and said, I couldn't find him. He's like a ghost. Dong-hun explained again that ghosts are only people in this industry with mysterious movements. He's hiding his whereabouts very well. Kwang Wai quickly sat up and said, Keep investigating Parhawk. I'll find the guy with blonde hair. Are you planning to persuade the person downstairs in the basement? Kwang Wai then smiled slyly. Yes, with those gentle words. Junho is now tightly bound in the dark basement and suddenly wakes up. Runho looked around in confusion. What's going on here? Wait. He tries to recall his memory and realizes this is the signal jamming place. I can't get any help after meeting those people. Run. Ho anxiously looks down at his hands, now tied up here. What if the plan falls apart? But then he quickly regained his composure. It's okay. I have a backup plan ready. Run, Hun smiled confidently. I have a tracking device on me. Surely someone will come to rescue me in time. The sound of hurried footsteps from outside approaches. That's right, they're here. Runho was sure that using mercenaries was a smart move, but what he was stunned to see before him was Kwang Wai, who had brought along Sin and 2 others. Oh, you're awake? The young man battered in Kwang Yi's hands mutters softly as he calls out. My brother-in-law trembles in shock. What? He can't believe his eyes? What's going on? My brother-in-law is a bloodline hybrid shapeshifter who supposedly defeated someone from the special immortal forces. What the hell is going on? Kwang Yi asked indifferently again. What's going on? Are you all from the same family? Is this a family gathering or something? Only then did Runho notice. Wait a moment. He quickly realized that his life was over after recognizing Kwang Yi. Runho immediately bowed his head. Hello, big brother. He trembled and instinctively let out a long sigh. My name is Shin Sunho. I am a photographer, and I was hired by an illegal lab to do this job. Kwang Wai was also startled by his reaction. Junho still answered honestly, without missing a word. They want me to investigate your personal life and gather as much information about you as possible. I know their address and contact details. He hesitated before saying, If you spare us, I will hand them over to you. Kwang Wai heard that and smiled softly. After a moment, Junho helped the young man to leave. Who are they? Junho immediately snapped in annoyance. What did you ask? Do we know them? Kwang Wai suddenly called out from behind, not knowing anything. Hey, Runho, she suddenly jumped in fright. Yes. He calmly reminds them to live properly from now on, because next time they might encounter even worse people. Runho obediently replied, Yes, I know. Kwang Wai waved his hand for both of them to leave. Angon was dissatisfied, feeling it was too lenient and he should have dealt with them so they wouldn't even dare to think about repeating it. Kwang Wai turned to ask, I'm leaving now. Who's coming with me? Is Angon confused right away? Kwang Wai simply replied, Unbi is curious, just the 4 of us. Kwang Wai added, If the 3 of you aren't coming, then it's just me. He shrugged. If not, I'll go alone. All 3 of us fell silent, then answered together, Us too. Kwang Wai quickly arrived in front of a grand building. This must be the place. He took out 2 red marbles and swung them forcefully, immediately destroying the security system in front of the door. Kwang Wai decisively kicks open the glass door and rushes in. The 2 guards inside are startled as they look at him. A furious man shouted angrily, Do you think you're somewhere special? Kwang Wai said nothing, punching him away with a swift blow. In a low, deadly tone, he asked, I will only ask once. Who is in charge here? Kwang Wai gently brushes off his hands. In an instant, the guards are all sprawled on the ground. Clearly there are countless enemies. Angon secretly admires him for defeating all those enemies alone, especially recalling that secret technique, and his metal arms immediately ignite with fierce energy. I want to risk everything and fight right now. Both of them suddenly turned their attention to the commotion behind. Right now, standing at the door is that guy, that blonde-haired kid over there. Oh, wow, how did you manage to get in here? Kwang Yi angrily chases after you, you bastard. Angon quickly orders, You 2 stay and guard the old paths. Kwang Yi focused his strength into his legs, then immediately charged forward and kicked the door directly. He thought to himself, I can't detect his presence, but he probably hasn't gone far. Kwang Wai calmly analyzed, not to rely too much on his senses, only pure blood can escape while hiding its presence. With a sharp glance, he shifted direction and rushed toward the window. Kwang Wai is probably nearby. He's definitely outside. He lands softly. Kwang Wai focused and looked around. I still haven't sensed anything. Maybe he took a different route? He suddenly recognized that blood trail. Kwang Wai hurried over. Sojin. Sojin's entire face was now covered in bright red blood. She had been defeated. Smirking arrogantly, she quickly formed a stronger attack than her defenses. The fun has just begun. He suddenly snapped his fingers and said, What a completely unexpected encounter to see you here. But I will take you with me now, since you're already here. Kwang Wai suddenly felt a strange pressure weighing down on him. I feel dizzy. I can't move my body either. He was stunned. My tongue felt strange, and Gayet suddenly burst out laughing. He sneered. Really funny, just a fool. Kwang Wai muttered to himself, Annoying brat, he said in a harsh tone, then just surrender quietly. Everything in front of Kwang Yi at that moment seemed to shatter into pieces. He looked so strange. This must be his power to disrupt the senses. He quickly calculated and decided to divide my senses. Kwang Yi's legs are still stiff, just like when I practice transformation magic. I will cover my entire body with a new sensation. Geet suddenly swung his knife upward. Kwang Yi quickly dodged the deadly strike. Jiet was momentarily surprised. Oh, you managed to dodge it? Kwang Yi grits his teeth in frustration. I hate the way he talks. Do you think I'll just stand there and take it? You keep mocking me. I wonder how you can even talk to me. Kwang Yi simply replied calmly, I have been fluent in languages since I was 4 years old. He immediately grabbed his hand. I just need to quickly reawaken my senses. Kwang Yi added another kick, causing him to scream in pain. Looks like you need to keep quiet for a bit. He silently thought that people like this need to wake up, and then gave him a flick to the forehead. Here, try a punch from this shape-shifting monster. Sin is now back to normal. It's over. I almost lost my life. What's wrong with him? Angrily, he clutches his head. Damn it, what the hell is that? Kwang Yi raised his voice. Finally, he spoke in his native language. Are you directly questioning how I opened that black hole? The demon is still falling into confusion. This can't be true? No one could do that, especially an immortal like you. Kwang Yi loses patience, ready to strike in frustration. Are you going to answer my question, or not? Kill immediately in panic. Oh my god, I will answer. Kwang Yi confirms again so you could have known in advance where a black hole would appear. You doubt, so you were just acting that day? Did you already know that a black hole would appear there? Dees answered seriously, yes, we created a better reader than the psychic controller. He added, the person with that ability is in this laboratory. During the secret meeting, a question was raised. Are we sure we can catch him? A being who carries the blood of both shapeshifters and immortals. And he is also a freak. Dong Cheon confidently replied, yes, don't worry about that. He looked at Hin's photo and confirmed that everyone has their weaknesses. Suddenly, there was a knocking sound outside. Wait a moment. The assistant reports that Ba Paraji has been captured. Dong Cheon is confused. So what? I don't think you called me just because of that. The assistant hesitated before adding, oh, so even killing gets you caught. Dong Cheon was immediately stunned. What? Who is that? He's suspicious. A special outsider captured. Is it Du Kwang Yi who did it? The assistant continued to report the situation, saying they had taken over another base and left a message through the one-way communication system. You will die if I find the person, that's what he said. Dong Cheon was so angry he burst out laughing. You little bastard! He silently thought, Du Kwang Yi, I will make sure you get caught. Then you'll be better off dead. Kwang Yi suddenly shivered, feeling a chill down his spine. Soen asked, Kwang Yi, what are you in such a hurry to answer? Soen immediately urged, give the company back to them. We need to get past the security and there are many things to do. If money is an issue, you can ask for some to cover the expenses. Kwang Yi simply replied, no. Angon hesitated. Don't you want to? Kwang Yi calmly said, yes, they are mine. Angon immediately felt uncomfortable and objected. These are not things he could or should do himself. You don't have the expertise to do that. It's something you should leave to the professionals. Kwang Yi looked confused. He's been looking at me like that since yesterday. Why is he acting like this? Dong Hun also gave his opinion. I think we will need a professional hacker for this. Kwang Yi hesitated briefly. Yeah, I haven't gotten anything on that either. Dong Hun is disappointed, and we haven't been able to find another laboratory yet. Angon makes a request. The recent troublemaker has been taken down, so will I get to eat steak in prison? Kwang Yi muttered angrily, damn it, I thought I could get all the necessary information from that blonde guy struggling over there. He suddenly became useless. I secretly calculated that while Prometheus operates both openly and secretly, this crazy group of scientists is completely behind the scenes, and no one knows about them. These bastards are really hard to find, Kwang Yi immediately warned. Open it up, after all, she's a teammate, Hin said irritably. There were 3 shapeshifters ambushing me last night. Kwang Yi looked her over and judged that she seemed completely fine for someone who had just been ambushed. Of course, I used this notepad to defeat them. Kwang Yi replied with a sigh, that's good for you. That's right, she learned kickboxing. Him Min asked curiously, are they connected to the organization you're investigating? When do you plan to catch them? Kwang Yi shrugged helplessly. I want to, but they're too good at escaping. Kwang Yi suddenly noticed something was wrong with her eyes, and Hin explained, I actually placed a tracking spell on one of the guys who ambushed me last night. In the suburban area of Mr. Zhu, a group of people gather secretly in a room. They are stunned to see Kwang Yi's group appear. What kind of monsters are these? The burly guy shouted, you bastard, you're already dead. Him Nin immediately accused him, saying it was he who had assassinated me. Kwang Yi calmed down. Come on. The girl beside her looked embarrassed. How did you find out? The big guy who winked was already pinned down by Kwang Yi. Dream on, tell me everything you know. He panickingly shouted, "We only manage the warehouse. We don't know anything." Min irritably urged him not to think he could sneak away and escape from here. "Tell the truth," the girl shouted out in panic. "He's telling the truth. I don't want to get involved in this at all." She was confused. "Who are you guys? Are you police?" Kwang Wai remained silent, pondering. They really are amateurs, reacting just like ordinary people. He quietly calculated that he needed to inform Panda about this. At this moment, a blinding flash suddenly erupted, and everything in front of Kwang Wai was instantly blown away by a powerful shockwave. On the other side, the massive building was engulfed in flames. Huan Ho smugly said, "Look how amazing this is. Did you think I would just sit back and let my wife and son be targeted?" Someone suddenly rushes over anxiously, saying there's an urgent message from headquarters. "What are you so curious about?" Immediately after, he was struck by a bolt from the blue. Codename Raging Bright had been bombed, and Kwang Wai was now just a pile of wreckage buried in smoke and dust. The president suddenly appeared among the large crowd. "The weather is really nice." He laughed triumphantly. "So you managed to escape?" President Vin roared, "Get out of here!" "All of you, I only need Da Kwang Wai." Min immediately retorted firmly. "That thing there?" The president hesitated. "Huh?" Min retorted sharply. "You think you've won?" Only then does the president realize that Kwang Wai is stepping out from the ruins. He slowly reached out his hand. Kwang Wai just sneered. "That hurts like hell." The president looked as if he couldn't believe his eyes. "How are you still standing?" Kwang Wai immediately transmitted the thought to him. "Everyone said I wouldn't find him, so I thought if I couldn't enter the tiger's den, I might as well become the prey." He analyzed. "The radiation bomb is a powerful weapon that will burn everything touched by light. Then I just need to hide where there's no light." Kwang Wai just slipped away quietly. He calmly continued, then closed his eyes and held his breath, saying, "I'm quite patient with this." The president clenched his teeth in frustration upon hearing this, but he still remains confident. "So what? What can 5 of you do?" Kwang Wai observes carefully. "There are about 150 of them, all test subjects, so they won't be easy to handle. A few more with special abilities." He suddenly smiled, but Kwang Yu asked back, "Who said there were only 5 of you?" Angan immediately announced that they were ready, and suddenly a car stopped beside them. Sun Hai stepped out angrily. "Is it you guys?" "Those who dare to touch Kwang Wai sneers sarcastically. "This country really values relationships and factions." "Well, I know quite a few people like that," he exclaimed excitedly. "Checkmate, you bastard." As soon as the words left his mouth, Kwang Wai charged forward. He swung his hand to attack the president directly. He glared with full fury. Kwang Wai kept swinging his sharp blade higher, but suddenly his arm was halted mid-air. He wondered silently, "What's going on? I have a bad feeling?" Looking again, I see that my hand has been bleeding for some time. I am injured. Tuong Thong suddenly spoke. "You're quick." He smugly raised his sharp knife. "Do you think you can hide so well from me?" "Nai Dan, I have lived among the first generation of alien species." The old man's eyes suddenly flashed with a strange blue light. "There's no way it would be that easy to die." Guang Yi immediately realized, "What's going on here? My senses are dead. It's poison." Thinking it over, he decisively cut off his own finger, leaving the president stunned by his action. Kwang Wai calmly explains, combining supernatural powers and curses. "Such strange poison. Why are you so surprised?" He quickly regained his composure. "This is a secret, but I am also the one who captured the dead." The guards rushed in, and the president was immediately provoked into a furious, arrogant outburst. Just as the blade was about to strike, Kwang Wai swiftly dodged and countered. "Make sure to be clear when you give orders." The president calmly asked, "Do you know why the Hu Gate is open?" Kwang Wai was stunned. "Damn." The president then recounted that it opened while people were still researching black holes. "We were trying to develop a device to close the portal at that time." Kwang Wai became even more cautious. What exactly did he do? He slowly continued speaking. "There are a total of 7 black holes in hibernation in this area, expected to appear within about a week, but wasn't there a recent one that appeared near Zongshu?" The president suddenly asked with a hint of meaning, "Do you think my invention is a disaster warning device?" Kwang Wai quickly nodded and said, "Hu is a multi-layered gate, so you're saying if you can open the gate at will?" At this point, the president could no longer hide his lewd smile, and a stream of purple smoke suddenly appeared. "This is the result of 40 years of research." The president begins to go insane. "At least I should leave my name in history before I die. What do you think? Look, this is my ultimate creation. A gate is gradually forming." Someone asked, "Are you from evolution?" He didn't answer, only reproached. "Du Kwang Wai. I didn't expect you to tell me to defeat an unusual hunter. We should head back now. A Hu Gate with a diameter of over 10 meters. Number 6 accidentally." Creatures like aliens emerge from the portal, and Kwang Wai's eyes widen in surprise. This is a portal. Sun Hai anxiously calls her son Du Kwang Wai. With this size of the portal, I have to save everyone. Kwang Wai calmly communicates. The special immortal force keeps their distance and instructs the snipers to prepare to shoot anything coming out of the portal. The guns kept firing non-stop, but they barely affected those guys. They focused on shooting without noticing Kwang Wai had approached. As soon as it realized, Kwang Wai was ready to punch it hard. These things have two weaknesses. Their eyes, I'll embarrass them, and their heads, which can be knocked off with a flying head move. Kwang Wai glanced to the side, spotting a wheel knight, and from behind he heard a noise. He turned back to see the knights also appeared. Damn it, a wheel knight and a living armor to deal with this scattered assassination group. I need to stay more alert. He placed his hand on his chest, warming his heart, then jumped up. Kwang Wai quickly took down each one. Someone else is in danger. Kwang Wai opened his eyes in surprise, quickly grabbing its drill bit before taking it down. The other person softly said, "Thank you." Kwang Wai warns, "Get out of here." He recognizes Du Kwang Wai, who has sharp vision, physical strength, and fierce combat skills. If I were in his position, could I do the same? After a while, he gets tired, and that's enough to kill my competitive spirit. Reporting team status: no casualties. 4 injured, 1 member of the Special Immortal Force, 3 from Hwarang, no civilians injured. Dr. Kwang Yi breathes a sigh of relief. This is easier than I thought. Can I see what's happening? I'm still alive. I can feel the will of the black hole. Here, I will abandon what little humanity I have left. I will wipe out humanity and create a new world. Meanwhile, Sun Hai is making a phone call. Hey, yeah, Sun Hai, I'm on my way. About Kwang Wai. Is something wrong? At first I was worried that the boy wouldn't be able to control his instincts like some shapeshifters do, and when he said he would throw himself into this kind of work, I was anxious about what might happen to him. But maybe you don't need to worry anymore. Our child is doing very well. Cheers of satisfaction. Of course, it's our child. There is a small hole on the gate, and from inside a ball rolls out. Everyone notices it because of the noise and watches as the ball keeps rolling forward. The attacker? More and more kinds of monsters are gathering at the gate. The order is announced, the sniper team holds their position, identifies the attacker, and fires immediately. The second wave of monsters has begun. Kwang Wai quickly runs away. Dong Hun, I need more help here. There are too many of them. They are on their way. Dung Bong leads the team to remind us that we are here to deal with the attackers. The front line, firepower, and small groups will handle the mutated monsters. Everyone started fighting. Wang Wai kept wondering, what was the black hole last time? Is it just to turn on and go out? Something's not right. Number 27. The little one is silently begging for reinforcements from the roof of that building. Someone was caught and rescued by it, with his arm gradually being wrapped tightly. Fortunately, Kwang Wai arrived just in time to cut off its tentacles and rescue the person. He kept thinking that the intruder only appeared in the underground black hole. What is it doing here? Wait, I think I understand now. I'll handle the attackers first. Switching to the emergency meeting room, are the two of you trembling in silence? Damn it, the damage will be severe again. First, change the formation. But no one has died yet. What do you mean? A shapeshifter is frantically killing all the attackers. He is saving everyone in the face of danger. Who is WBS? He is called that. No one else but Kwang Wai. Then the crowd kept talking. I heard that WBS had wiped out all the sperm, and he also saved everyone. Dung Bong pondered that if the laser team was ambushed, then the underground gate must also be open. This means he has realized that the black hole has consciousness. Jin asked again, really, the Black Tiger is using a strategy. If I were the black hole, I would use the defensive line as bait and target the front line. The artillery team is ambushed. L number 17. They have at least 50 of them, and they all seem to be variants. Dung Bong will go alone, Hwarang and the Special Immortal Forces will handle those variants. The next attack will be handed over to the Guild and the Army. He's worried that with Elf's appearance, something big is about to happen. Over there, Kwang Wai is stomping on the tentacle. He's really criticizing him. Are you the shy red-haired guy? Do you remember me? You saved my life. You're part of Team 1, right? It's been a while since we met. Everyone keeps shouting. It's WBS. Kwang Wai is hard to understand. What should they do? The battle has already ended. He raised his fist high and the cheers grew even louder. Well, staying here for a while might not be a bad idea. Huan Ho was also here at that time, teasing his subordinates. I could hear him laughing. Huan Ho denies it. I'm wearing a mask. I never dreamed of fighting alongside Kwang Wai, but he's a good boy. I should fulfill my duty and help this kid. Then I immediately opened fire on the flying enemies. Huan Ho orders the Phoenix team to deploy. We will handle it within 10 minutes. I can feel that endless energy emanating from the beginning, growing stronger and more resilient. Enhance the body even if the numbers are fewer. Kill all those bastards for me. A three-headed orge mutant appears. Its teeth are extremely sharp. They quickly join the battle. Kwang Wai also notices the new arrival. A transformation? He quickly jumped up. Sun Hai let out a sigh of relief. You're here. He tightly holds my hand and pleads, yes, Mom, please support me. Kwang Wai takes out his gun and aims. As long as Mom handles the close combat, I can do it. I will use all 5 senses to track the enemy and fire my shots. The three-headed orcs kept charging forward, and Kwang Wai focused on aiming and shooting, while Sun Hai fought close combat below. He swiftly moved through the air, firing a bullet directly at it. Guang Yi was surprised, hit but still alive. The cheering continued without stopping. Wow, keep going, WBS. So on side, compared to him. We haven't done anything, Angan reminded him. This isn't a competition. Then immediately gave orders for the red team, Luke and Lamb, to focus on mobilization. A barrage of bullets hits the org. Kanam sighs. This orc is really crazy. Duhan praises, that's indeed our hero. How many enemies has he taken down already, so don't bother counting, it's none of your business. Special forces are in position to ensure no intruder can get past us. They keep shouting, making H-Min ask, did you brainwash these people? What's wrong with them, huh? Hin? Perfect timing. She immediately understood. You want an invisibility spell, right? All right. Kwang Wai immediately broke into a cheerful smile. He ordered the others to charge, and they responded. Chien and WBS together. Just fight. WBS is my former colleague. Kwang Wai feels a bit annoyed. It's too noisy. As long as they win, each orc was taken down by those people. Kwang Wai feels relieved. It's easier to take them down now. I know everyone is full of fighting spirit, but with them not being seriously injured like this, victory is almost certain. Suddenly, a new general appeared that caught his attention, but then they were hit by some attack. A few seconds later, they fell to the ground, and the invaders were defeated. Where did the problem lie? My seemingly infinite power is fading along with my existence. If I can hold on a little longer, I can conquer this place. Finally, I have completed my research. So why? It's all because of that bastard. Why do you keep blocking my way? Damn it, why? The black hole gradually shrinks away with a faint cry. Why? Sun Hai defeated the last one, then asked, are you finished? Kwang Wai smiled and replied, yes. The battle is over, and everyone has played their part well. No wonder they say 2 are better than 1. Kwang Wai said, I want to go home and rest now. Sun Hai praises him, well done, son. The 2 TV announcers are discussing this issue. The Hu Gate incident in Zongshu became the main topic for a while. Did you know there are 2 types of black holes? There is one portal, and the other is a tree. Images of it appear one after another. A black hole contains an unpredictable power. The original portal was a tree type, but it split after growing. Now it has been proven that when a black hole reaches a certain size, it transforms into a factory type, known in the military zone as the Devil's Womb. The tree-based black holes keep appearing in a vast space. Before that, the area was once called the DMZ. Then, Korea was unified. It also means that this event truly shows how important it is to prevent the Hu Gate for humanity. All we can do now is pray for hope. There was a joint memorial service for the fallen, and the enthusiastic cheers from everyone around made him a bit embarrassed. It's WBS. Kwang Wai, look over here, please join us. Suddenly you realize that you yourself have become an idol. The crowd kept shouting nonstop. I love you, Kwang Yi. I love you, Kwang Yi. She waves at him, saying he can ask her out anytime he wants. The man in the suit looks very serious, but can't help but send a heart. I've been waiting for you all along. Even the president negotiated with me. I think it would be perfect if you started working as my secretary. Even the president came to see me. Kwang looked confused. What about that other person? He chuckled. I was just joking. Then he placed his hand on his chest and bowed sincerely in gratitude. Thank you for fighting for us. I want to express my gratitude on behalf of the people. His heart was completely shaken. He was deeply moved. I fought to save the people, but I didn't expect this to happen. At this moment, I also have a new target. Elsewhere, Hyundai lost his footing and fell flat on the ground, his face grimacing in pain. He immediately sat up but dared not lift his head. He is called the #1 super special unit in the world and the 100 slaughters. Having killed 100 mutants alone, does it seem fair that I should be chosen for a training match? Don't you think it looks more like a one-sided punishment? He calmly replied, you know you're not supposed to use your abilities, right? Where did you pull this hand from? By the way, his name is Han Daong, one of the snipers, and he has the power to convert light. He tried to steal my weapon. Han Daong continued to assume a fighting stance, trembling with fear but still forcing himself to rush forward with all his might. He grits his teeth as Long Tran Yap decisively raises his hand, but Kwang Wai reacts instantly. dodging to the side, and even kicking out to block, causing Han De-ong to lose his balance and tumble forward. He quietly assessed that he really had no skills, so I didn't need to focus. Hande's entire body and face hit the ground helplessly. The first thing I learned was how to hide my presence. In summary, after joining the Special Immortal Force, I learned how to fake traces and expand and divide my senses. When eliminating no PDU and cutting people apart, I utilized fake traces. Then I learned shape-shifting skills like Tiet Kwok and Kim Thu, where instinct and reason merge into one. By focusing only on those two, I surpassed my physical limits. You were thinking, but still kept your focus on dodging De-ong's attacks. However, should I use all these skills, then I deliver a powerful punch right into your stomach. No, this punch was so powerful that De-ong couldn't react in time and fell to the ground again. I have a complex set of skills. They are complicated. I just shrugged my hand and asked why you were following me. There's only one reason. Money. I think if I have money, I can do whatever I want. As for me, the reason I brought him along is because he stole from me. Since he was on the battlefield as a freelance sniper, he must have trained his own sharpshooting skills. But the most important thing is still one thing. However, above all, that power of light replaces flesh with light to move faster than anyone and anything. This made him remember that his mother always told him that he just needed to change himself, that if he knew how it wouldn't be hard because their personality was the problem, so he just needed to fix that. Then he turned and walked away, that honest boy, while his wandering thoughts continued. I want to become someone who can kill the invaders, but I also want to enjoy everyday life. That young man asked as he saw you leave, "Where are you going?" People always say you can't make the bread yourself and eat it right away, but I will do that. As I was walking, he turned around and went to recruit people. For various necessary reasons, I decided to establish my own company, a private military company specializing in custom operations for hire. NS works in an unconventional company. In another place, he is pacing along a snow-covered road. It's been a long time since I came here. I only found out later that it was a premium class. I don't know if he's still alive like that. Just as I was wandering around, I finally found the person I needed to meet. He happened to hear the noise and turned to look at him, contrary to what he expected. He sat down and placed a freshly roasted sweet potato, still steaming, into his hand. "Sir, why not?" He sat in the chair beside him and said, "Become my colleague." He didn't answer right away, only asking back, "Do you know why I live on the mountain?" Kwang Wai shook his head. "You don't like Korean salaries, so why did you start a company?" he said while peeling a sweet potato. "And of course, you cook sweet potatoes to eat." He listened attentively as Kwang Wai rambled on. "I also do it so I can work and cook freely." After hearing that, he couldn't help but laugh and say, "You really are different from me. Someone who has tried to sacrifice for humanity." I can tell he's not joking, taking down a terrorist organization and fighting against a portal, if not him, then who else could do it? As he silently thought to himself, he instinctively sighed. "You are truly crazy." He chews on a sweet potato, still persistently asking, "So, you agree, right?" He suddenly stands up, hands in his pockets, brushing his face clean. Dr. Kwang Yi still insisted, "Can you teach me? I already hired someone, but I can't help him improve." He also didn't hesitate and agreed immediately. In a kitchen, the light shone down, making the atmosphere feel warmer. Contrary to the cozy atmosphere in the room, the woman's mood darkened. "Are you going back to the company? Do you plan to abandon Kwang Wai like that? Come back, that's how you can help him?" He looked up at her. "Mom, I have something to ask for." She pointed her finger and replied, "If it's a difficult matter, it won't be free." Kwang Wai simply said, "Please go back to work." Junhai picked up the spoon. "I'm not asking for help. Mom is about to go live with Dan Dan Gun." Kwang Wai quickly clarified, "No, I mean my own company." Hearing his words, she was taken aback. "Not Dan Dangun, why is it Dangun?" Kwang Wai scolded while feeding himself. "Are you planning to betray your son? When did you start a company?" He also honestly confessed and even made a promise. "Recently, I assure you that you will be satisfied with the salary and you can also receive shares. So, please join us." Kwang Ai's invitation made her feel happier and warmer than ever before. "Mom trusts you. Okay, I'm happy." "I knew you would agree, Mom. Thank you." After finishing this, she curiously looked at the box sitting by the door. "What is that box in front of the door?" "Sweet potato. It's really delicious, Mom." After a long period of consideration, I started hiring more people for the company. Suddenly, a loud voice rang out, startling Dungko and making her turn around quickly. "Hey, you don't want a fixed salary plus bonuses? I've already gone crazy enough dealing with those trying to recruit you through me." Kwang Wai pats him on the shoulder, still smiling brightly. "Seven Choi, it's been too long since we last met." He was panicking, "And you're telling me to do something crazy again? Can you forgive me? Really? Do you truly want to hurt me that much?" He listened in helplessness and had to agree. Then I did it. Kwang Wai decided. I brought in a few people who can do strange things and asked Panda to help manage the middle part. Oh, I also asked Junho to bring in that po-poor hand. It's clear he's going to do something to us after his tax investigation is over. It's not over yet. And with Hin's mother's help, we managed to get the property. After resolving it, she looked at him with a hint of suspicion. So I have to take off my clothes if you order me to do so. He hurriedly explained, What are you thinking about? That's not something I want you to do. I told Du, so that I had planted a bomb in her head with a spell. Of course, that was a lie. He kept inviting more people. Then Mahdi and her mother's friend also joined. Soon, the team grew larger with more members. That's enough. You're the one leading. Let's go to Mr. Zhu's car to hold the company inauguration ceremony, Sun Hai whispered. That is a common practice. Private companies usually hold a launch ceremony when they are newly established. I just tweaked it a bit for fun. It's been a while, hasn't it? I'm so excited. Dung's face turned pale. Are you serious? I'm just worried about cleaning up after the event. Steve In Choi calmly consoles, just see it as your fate. Since we're not fighters, that's what we have to do. The group of 5 Kwang Wai quickly regrouped. Let's stop here for today. Dragging it out won't help, Gaji D sneered. A weakling like you shouldn't be involved in this anyway. If you get hurt, our team will be in trouble. Duandi won't let that slide either. She also realizes that someone with only muscles and no brains is just a burden, right? You better step aside so you don't get in our way. The two keep arguing loudly. You damn brat, you beast. Demoness Tomo is curious about the story. Do those two not like each other? Dung Hun happily replied. They are gradually becoming closer. They just haven't teased each other yet. Kwang Wai hurriedly intervenes. Come on, stop arguing. He leads the charge. Quickly settle this so we can find some food. A dog rushes out to block the path, and Kwang Wai swiftly takes it down with one strike. His eyes are full of determination. Duandi also unleashes sharp sword strikes. Sun Hai charged forward and struck to escape. Kwang Wai held a rifle in his hand, gently knocking, and the monster was sent flying, losing its body. Suddenly, 2 annoying people appeared to question Kwang Wai. Hey, this is our territory. Who are you guys? Don't you know catching these intruders could earn you a reward from the government? Kwang Wai confidently presents his license. I have an official license. The other person immediately stiffened. You've never heard of that name before. Kwang Yi replied proudly, because we're newcomers. This is our company's launch event. As a result, Kwang Wai's team handled all the intruders who got lost at 6 p.m. The ones that people have struggled to eliminate for an entire month still haven't been taken down. No Sock watches intently, interested in this guy. He doesn't want to work under me anymore, does he? Someone guesses. I think there will be a few people who oppose you, especially Kang No Sock's son, Chang Ho Ung. It makes sense that he analyzes that we should avoid causing them more trouble. Once the plan is set, there's no reason to keep bowing and taking hits from the director. Go then suggested, should we help from behind? If caught, just pretend to be ignorant. Ho firmly objects. There are quite a few clever people in this company. This isn't something that can be easily resolved. No. Sock calmly replied, just let them go. He thought to himself, he's still young, so his actions are probably just a sign of immaturity. Nuo Sock wondered if he didn't get help from Dan Dan Gun, who else would? The association, don't joke, they are the ones who suffered the most after that launch event. At the same time, a guy was angrily pounding the table. Damn it, they think they're so clever. He ordered everyone to be warned that anyone who dares come to WBS or give them work will only have one way to die. Same goes for the police. No secretly calculated. The police are also secretly colluding with the association. If you don't ask me for help, no one will be willing to help you. The superior reminds you. Duo Group School, this is really complicated. There's even a presidential candidate involved. The government claims they've handled everything. He advised us that we couldn't entrust them with the task either. If we're going to help, it must be done quietly. Huan Ho nodded silently. I understand now. He realized his son was already in trouble. Huan Ho silently considered his options. If it wants to handle this problem, it has to rely on a corporation. But it's as stubborn as its mother. Sun Hai and Mahdi said they would also help his company, even bringing their subordinates along. He carefully considered, but still not enough people. So the next thing I need to do is cheer myself on. I tell myself, the boy definitely needs me the most. Maybe it didn't bring up this matter out of respect for my work. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but smile happily. Maybe it will visit today. I wonder what I should say when it asks for help here. But life is not like a dream. During the meal, Kwang Ai decisively changed the subject. I will take Mahdi to see her, which makes Huan Ho spray glue on the spot. Huh? He calmly continued. You don't plan to treat her like a child forever. Do you? I'll bring her into my company and she'll move into the housing area inside the company building too. Kwang Wai looked confused, wondering why his father was making that face. Huan Ho quickly urged, "Son, just say it." He repeated, "I have already hired your mother." Kwang Wai replied softly, "Yes." Huan Ho immediately asked, "What about me?" Kwang Wai replied without hesitation, "Just do your job." In a shabby room, thoughts flash through his mind. Then the company falls into a disastrous crisis, abandoned by even the government because of Ro Kwang Wai. An angry man recalls that he can do nothing but watch him take away talented people. "Well, it's understandable that I can't provide the simplest supplies and equipment." The man looked at himself through the dark screen. "Ha, that was my dream. Why did it end like this?" He then resolved, "Yes, Hominy, if that's what I want, then I have to get involved too." A message from Boliana arrives. "Congratulations on starting your company. I'll be returning to Korea soon. Let's meet up." Kwang Wai thought to himself, "It's been a while, hasn't it? I am busy right now. Is 1 billion okay?" Kwang Wai was still calculating 50 million, but quickly erased it and agreed. "All right, I will think about it. It's been a long time since I last met the prince of the metahuman kingdom." "You little bastard, even though you're not so little anymore." The respectful voice echoes. "You did very well, Your Highness." Boliana nodded. "I think so too. Did you remember what happened last time?" Daniel replied, "I remember. Du made me break my jaw." Boliana teased immediately. "You still hold a grudge? You're strong, but too quick." Daniel was speechless. "Huh?" Suddenly a voice interrupted from behind. Bly Daniel is starting to feel annoyed. Daniel quickly denied. "No way." Lenny calmly asked, "Du is the one who makes those delicious mayo chicken rice bowls, right?" Bly immediately confirmed, "Yeah. He is the king of the quick service restaurant's dishes. If he meets you, he'll be really shocked." The helicopter quickly landed in front of Kwang Wai. He awkwardly said, "It's been a while." Boliana warmly replied, "It's been a while." Lenoy nodded slightly at his introduction. "Say hello, this is my sister. I'm much taller now because I took the medicine. That medicine is so effective and expensive that ordinary people can't afford it." Kwang Wai silently judged. Still curious, he asked, "So is your sister the same?" "This is my shape-shifting power. It's great for fighting as it greatly increases my endurance, so I won't die easily." Kwang Wai hesitated and interrupted, "Please don't say those words with such embarrassment." Boliana suddenly asked seriously, "Are we friends?" Kwang Wai also nodded, "Yes." Boliana immediately spoke, "I want to ask you for a favor. Please take care of my sister." He calmly explained there is a tradition in the royal family that you have to kill your siblings to be recognized as a true king. Len Noi looked down sadly with a bowed head. "I gave up the throne and pretended to be dead, so that's why I came here." Boliana lowered her voice, bowed her head, and begged him, "I will do anything you want. I don't want to kill my sister." So Kwang Yithan was thinking, that's why Leo became the muscular princess? Is that why he came here? "I will help my friend and at the same time establish a relationship untouched by the Korean army." With that in mind, he agreed. "All right," Boliana exclaimed excitedly. "Really? Thank you. Kwang I even casually invited me." "Of course. If you have nowhere to stay, come to my company." The first-floor lobby of the NS Company building, with a middle-parted hairstyle, walks in, asking if WBS is here. Gaji and Janjani were already waiting at the gate, both speaking in unison. "Who are you?" He responds with a barrage of rapid gunfire. He launched hundreds of swords from his body to block the attack. She also began to transform to counterattack. Gaji suddenly charges at him in the form of a wolf, her disheveled hair still calm despite their movements. Fine. Killing his two people will be enough to make him remember for life. This will serve as a warning to WBS. A few days later, Kwang Wai discussed with the parents, "Maybe I will have to renovate the building again?" Sun Hai asked anxiously if they were seriously injured. He pondered that In-ho would need about 2 months to recover. Gaji broke one arm and one leg. I think In-ho tried to shield her, which is why he was more seriously injured. She looked stunned. I thought Ji had become more gentle lately. Kwang behind is speechless. That's not necessarily a bad thing. Mom. He stared intently at the display screen, feeling uneasy. The camera didn't record anything. "Who is he?" Hwan-ho suddenly held up 2 fingers. "We found 2 things. You started talking about the abilities. First, he is a special type with multiple abilities. Those with only one ability are called single ability. Having 2 abilities is called dual ability. Having 3 is called triple ability. More than that, it's called a super psychic multi-ability. To defeat both of them like that, he must at least be a master multi-ability user." Kwang Wai wondered. "There are only very few multi-talented people in this world, right?" He nodded. "This is exactly the second thing." He moved like a shadow, falling into a state of contemplation, and that blonde guy was the same. They are truly fascinated by this kind of weakling hiding real strength. Huan Ho sighed. Well, it looks like I can't do much more and we got robbed too. Kwang Ai looked at him blankly. What? There's nothing worth stealing in this building? Huan Ho calmly explained that they targeted the computers and servers, but Ma Di had handed them over to the police. It's like a revelation to him. Oh, so our family knows where the true value of our company lies? Kwang Wai, full of energy, started to tidy up. The first floor will be a parking lot, the second floor will be a lobby. He made up his mind. I don't know who they are, but I have to vent my anger first. In the gravity room, Hyundai was screaming desperately. Damn it, I really can't stand this. I'm worried. Is he a superhuman? Are you really going to kill him? Kwang Wai smiles happily. He won't die, he'll become much stronger. You tremble under the weight pressing down on your body. Demon, Kwang Yen, your fruit's gravity chamber is very good for my training and others. Just hold on, this is only the beginning. His face shows a hint of interest. Aren't you, Uncle, thinking that superhumans who train enough can defeat immortality and transform? At least I think so. He glanced at Kwang Wai with a judging look. You're leaving now? Kwang Wai reads Foucault's message and assesses. He still hasn't changed. You left before staying long. I never said I would kill them. You have to go somewhere now. The voice from the office echoes faintly. You know how sensitive rumors are in this industry. There are rumors that no one survives when they join NS. It sounds even worse than losing customers. He's worried that the attack is just the last straw, with rumors that you've made enemies with many organizations, even terrorists. At this point, Sotvin Choi hesitated, as did the entire Pure Blood family. Dung told you off. Even the Prince of the Superhero Kingdom can't rally the staff for me. Kwang Wai thought for a moment. Someone is spreading rumors about NS's weakness. Since they couldn't steal it, they switched to spreading rumors. Not bad. A little later, I received a call. Hello? The person on the other end was panicked. Something has happened. What? Have you found out who it is yet? Promise me you won't act on it. Okay, Kwang Wai said firmly. I promise. Dong Hun seems reluctant to reveal. Eventually, you also spoke up. That is a Pure Blood family. Dung Hun hesitated, as did the Immortal sect. Kwang Wai ordered them to listen. You need to prepare. He hesitated. You promised not to attack right away, I say with a slight smile on my lips. That's why I will go tomorrow. I need to show the Pure Blood family that I don't care about political power. Meanwhile, Honda bitterly recalls his childhood growing up in an orphanage, learning that life is inherently unfair, but still wanting to become a good person, as fragments of memories are gradually triggered by your story. Then I met Kwang Wai. Despite the difficulties, the time spent with him made me feel fulfilled and happy. It feels like I haven't wasted my life. The two guards sneer and raise their voices. Who are you, kid? Han De Wong sneered. Compared to Gaji Di, they are really adorable. This society is rotten. Their confused looks grew as they struggled to understand your confusing words. What did you say? Handi is ready to fight and obviously needs to cut out that rotten part. If no one does it, I will. The bald guy grumbled angrily. Damn it. Did you escape from the mental hospital? He mumbled. I have changed since I was hired, but not in the way I wanted. Honda raised his fist confidently in front of him. His punch was so powerful that even a guy twice his size had to fall back. Hain remembered Gaji Di's words. Be stronger than before. Your hands are as weak as a straw. The two-breasted guy quickly grabbed your arms from behind, but Honda easily broke free from that childish move, and at this moment, you remembered Kwang Wai's advice to exploit your opponent's weakness with your strength. Handi Oung kicked him in the groin without mercy, causing the two-mouthed bastard to scream in pain. This guy is a superhuman. After finishing, he sharply looked around. Come on, evil henchman. When the world turns dark, I will appear. There are now widespread rumors about Han Deong on social media platforms, and Kwang Wai has also read them. He proudly looked at the posts praising Han Deong's good work and pointed his gun at the enemy. He's also sticking to the script. I have to do my part as well. Everyone probably knows how that ends. He smugly touches his own staff. No way. They spread rumors that working at NS is dangerous, so I have to do the same to them. Suddenly a voice came from behind. By creating a hero to erase the crime, I will bury the rumors about NS. Kwang Wai was a bit surprised. So the one who erases sins is your trick? Your taste in aesthetics is a bit strange. He continued. I actually don't share his taste, but who are you? The blonde-haired man tilts his chin arrogantly. I didn't even feel him get close. He begins to tempt you. Do you want to join the 12 apostles of the Immortal sect? The Immortal sect is an organization that even Un couldn't catch despite 6 months of effort. Kwang Wai cautiously inquires, what do I get in return? The blonde lists wealth, fame, and women, putting on a fake smile with a gentle expression. Oh, you like men. I've heard about your preference, and you look annoyed. What are you talking about? You're good at making people angry, huh? Why do you all want to cooperate with me so badly? He folded his arms and spoke in a mysterious tone, because an immortal like you is rare. Killing would be a waste. He raised his voice and asked, "Are you one of the 12 apostles?" The blonde did not deny. As quick as Kwang Wai launched his opening move, he also threw out a grenade that had been pulled pin. A deafening explosion erupts. WBS, still young and inexperienced with superhumans, the golden-haired one remains proud. The immortal win dreams of eternity for the immortal, which is the path to becoming a god. Ignoring his words, he calculated that capturing him would be easy with his specialized weapons. Kwang Wai, full of confidence, a tool that hardens all opponents, closed in so quickly that his opponent had no time to react. The blonde-haired man stared at Kwang Wai in shock with nowhere left to escape. Is he that fast to rush straight at me? Not giving the yellow-haired guy a chance to escape, he delivered a straight kick to his body. Suddenly, fiery red streaks appeared around him. Kwang Wai looked around. What the hell caused that explosion? He thought to himself, well, at least the training was useful. Now what am I going to do with the 12 apostles? Another call comes into Kwang Wai's device. On this end is Kang No Shock, my grandson, my child, I politely replied during dinner. I just caught a big one. My eyes lit up, but I think he'd prefer it over me. Kang No Shock looked surprised at what you said. A high-ranking member from the Loyalty Society? Kwang Wai smiled. Yeah. He said he was one of the 12 representatives there. He asked further, do they use a lot of equipment? He looked at him and replied, yes. Do you want someone? Maybe it's a defense system inside your building? Hearing this, his face turned sinister. No, I only want one thing. I want to feel pressure. In front of the main family gate, 2 clones step out to block the way. Huh? You can't come in right now. Kwang Wai kept a smile on his face, but his aura was full of deadly intent. I just wanted to talk to the head of the clan. A few more people are coming. There's no way the head of the family has anything to say to you. He was sure there must be many copies of Ki Nam here, even if they are not at a high level. A white grid suddenly appeared on the ground where Kwang Yi was standing, a skill he had used once before against the 12th representative. The clones surround him, unaware that they are falling into a bloodthirsty trap. One jumps at him with a sharp knife, but Kwang Wai easily takes him down, each one falling one after another under his attack. Kwang Wai spins around and delivers a stunning kick. He aimed straight at the face of the guy in front. After finishing, Kwang Wai brushed his hands off and walked away. I created this skill, but it's pretty impressive too. Inside the family head's room, they were stunned to see him. What's going on? Kwang Wai walks in confidently. That's a bit sarcastic. You are the one who started this. Your sudden move made him pale. Are you pretending nothing happened? Kwang Yi shows a bored attitude towards the elder. Isn't your plan to put us in a difficult financial situation so I would sell myself to you? The man looked confused. Selling yourself? The clan leader calmly lifts his teacup. I have a nobler reason. Don't you want to know if your special skills will be passed down to your descendants? If you want, our family can help you out. Kwang Yi cut him off before he finished speaking and outright refused. I'm not interested, and I've already helped. His eyes hardened. You look down on our family, huh? He thought to himself. I just don't want to get involved with the Immortal Brotherhood. The Dong family and the Immortal Faith Society have been connected for a long time. Kwang Wai is concerned, as the Dong family always strives to maintain their bloodline. And the Immortal Loyalty Society is a sect that believes among the immortals there is a god, sharing the ideal that all immortals believe in the superiority of their kind. After a moment he spoke, cutting off contact with the Immortal Loyalty Society, and told them not to bother his company anymore. He takes another sip of tea. The clan leader reluctantly agrees. Kwang Wai seems a bit surprised. I didn't expect him to agree so quickly, and I was even ready to fight him. He spoke in a low voice. Just leave if you don't want to cause trouble. He sighed and turned away. He really has his reasons for being the head of the family? The daughter-in-law whispers softly. Are you just letting him go like that? I'm helpless. What should I do? He was annoyed. You should have taught him a lesson and shown him the true power of a clan head. He cast his gaze into the distance, truly a fool ruling over space. Kwang Yi has taken control of the entire room with his war god power. The head of the family has long realized the bloodthirsty trap you set. If we fight back, more than half of the people here will die. Suddenly he laughed and said, That's really terrifying. No one here realizes it, even those more skilled than me, so I should lay low for a while. Regarding Kwang Wai, he answered a call from Sun Hai. Son, I found a bunch of stuff at the crime organization we just broke into. He was quite surprised. What do you mean? It's right here. She's excited to show off her achievement. Tran's forehead is a bit thick, so we just drilled through it. It's a treasure trove of valuable items. Kwang Wai smiled gently, which was understandable. If one of the 12 representatives went there, there must be something inside they were always hiding. You suggest a solution, Mom. Please transfer all that stuff to the company. Luckily, I was worried about the money we'd need to spend on hiring. Hey, do you want to find a new job? I'll suggest a few good places for you. That crazy guy is making a fuss. You're not angry, just smiling softly. I will also train with you once a week. So, isn't that great? Kanam clenched his fist tightly in frustration. He gritted his teeth and said each word clearly, I will kill you. Kwang Wai walks over and pats Kinam on the shoulder. That's a good idea. We've successfully recruited Kunam and have a second target. Switching scenes to him negotiating with Mio. 200 million a year. Come work for me. I've hired Mio. She looked uncomfortable and scrutinized him. How did he know I needed money? Could it be they're copying the stalker from Bang Suite? Kwang Yi's eyes flickered with suspicion. You value him too much. He handed a piece of paper to Miho, and she can start working from next month. Remember to keep your promise. As soon as she grabbed her things, Miho stood up, leaving Kwang Wai stunned. Are you planning to leave already? That's straightforward. Yes, sir, I'm speechless. You're turning face 9, moving on to the third target. Queta rushed towards Kwang Wai. You bastard, you stole Miho from me. You're trembling and crying. I thought we were allies. You look surprised. Then join Miho's team. Quita's steps froze. You turn hostile as quickly as flipping a pancake. Yes, sir, where should I start? What about me? Kuye and Duhan have also joined. You are again speaking to Doane. She doesn't want to participate, does she? She whispered softly. I thought it would create a strange love triangle. Kwang Wai asked again, so do you want to join? Doane didn't rush to agree, with one condition, to throw away that traitorous woman. She has changed her perspective, but what about the crimes she has committed up to now? Keeping that smile on your face is a bit difficult. I didn't take her in because she felt sorry for what she had done, you know. She wondered. Then why? Kwang Wai insists it's because she's useful. The girl on the street suddenly whistled to get his attention. I already have a girlfriend, she explained. I was whistling at your car. Kwang Wai watched her back as she walked away, assessing her. She didn't seem like an ordinary person, but I sensed she wasn't exactly an enemy. He said nothing more and turned to walk away. Well, even if I live to 80, there are still many surprises in life. She simply remained silent and then revealed a mysterious smile. She's here. The group of bodyguards on the street was already waiting. The agent. She walks away lost in thought. Kwang Wai has realized that he changed his appearance. A moment later, he arrived at Gaji's hospital room. What are you here for? Just visiting the patient, right? Don't you have more food? I think he came to steal, yes, she thought to herself. No special kind has ever recognized her in decades. The eyes of the mind can see through all illusions and destruction. Thinking of that, she praised. Is that all he has? That's interesting, but it would be even more interesting if I could split his skull open and see what's inside his brain. A few hours later, Kwang Wai returned home. The Immortal Loyalty Society must be busy. Lately, there haven't been many assassins coming after us. Sun Hai looked at him. Hasn't your mother told you? She said that your father was furious and had ambushed the Immortal Brotherhood branch in Japan. He even beat up 3 important members there. Sun Hai shows clear pride in her husband. Now, right? Kwang Wai broke out in a cold sweat. He picked up the phone. So, Kwang Wai continues recruiting members because of rumors that working at NS is very dangerous. His eyes shine with confidence in some plan, so it's better for me to intervene in this matter. After posting the job listing, online forums were flooded with comments. On the day of the interview, everyone was excited, wondering when it would be their turn. Have I eaten yet or not? I'm so hungry, I feel dizzy. A total of 16,800 people attended. The 4th girl in the 3rd row can go home now. The 8th girl in the 2nd row and the 9th man in the 16th row. Why do I never get a chance? Kwang Wai calmly said, should I redo your transformation now? I don't know, I find it very easy to do this. Do you think I'm stupid? No. Runho looks downcast and speaks. We've removed the spies from the association, but I can't keep checking backgrounds like this forever. I'll be dead. But Kwang Wai reassured him, don't worry, I know you can do it. Good luck. Today, I hired a secretary, and the remaining 10 will work as cleaning staff. Junho and Stavin will choose the ones they like to form their team. If Junho agrees, we'll rent his whole house. I have decided to build an orphanage as a pilot project according to Panda's request. Dong-hun softly says, thank you. Kwang Wai has a new plan. Why don't we build another building next to it? We can turn it into a dim room and a play area. Oh, and an underground swimming pool, too. You just need to give me the money. Transition to a news segment where the two are talking. So, this was the plan made in cooperation with the police force? That's right. We have decided not to let the criminals run rampant outside anymore. They say the crime cleaner comes from NS. So the authorities are also coordinating with NS? Yes, it's all part of the plan to fight crime by the police force. Because of this plan, all the gangs in the country are undercover now. Now let's move on to reporter Kim Do-min. I also negotiated with the head of the police traffic bureau while he was working as a crime cleaner. I'll ask Danon to eliminate the gangs in the countryside, and in return, you'll go on a date with me, right? Fine, but going out to eat with someone isn't that hard. I have a bad feeling about this. In an alley in Seoul, a gate appears. They are blind dogs. We have built a barrier, so we just need to take them out by shooting. Get ready to shoot, but they notice something unusual in the gate. A rush of armored knights charging out. They warned each other to get out of the way quickly, but it seemed they were too late, and their formation had fallen apart. Looking at the crowd in front of them, all they could do was curse. Damn it. The other person had closed his eyes, accepting his death, but a voice echoed in his ear saying, "Just call it a date." A fighting date like this, do you want to see it as a date? Where is your conscience? Kwang Wai has arrived. Yeah, I left it at home. Seeing the other person, you ask, "Are you okay?" Hurry up and call for backup. Tell them this is the confirmed gate. It's me, we've encountered a confirmed gate. Tell everyone to bring weapons to me again. What? I know I should trust my instincts. We should get out of this gate quickly, just like the one in Zao Shu. How long will it take for support to arrive? At least 30 minutes. The place we're standing isn't very good. If this keeps up, they'll spread all over the area. They will be easier to deal with until the knights are born, so I need to reduce their numbers as much as possible. It looks like the support team from PW is already here. That's pretty quick. You lead your army here and can't believe your eyes. What the hell is that? I am Kwang Wai from NS. This area is currently under quarantine. It's okay. They won't react until we get close enough. I need to reduce the number of intruders until the others arrive here. From now on, follow WBS's orders and investigate quickly. I am Kim Dong-ki from PIW. There are 8 ICE users here. Kwang Wai signals. Then let's get started. You run ahead. First, then jump up immediately. I will block their line of sight. He ordered to freeze them. They were immediately frozen, then shot. A barrage of bullets hits the metal body. Commander Kwang Wai orders, keep them frozen. They can teleport, so block their line of sight first. Then it's Sojin's turn to fight. Her arm gradually transformed, turning into a monkey in an instant. She kicked a robot in the face with her foot. Below, Kwang Wai keeps giving orders, his gaze frozen. Soin observes as much as possible and predicts what will happen next. Freeze up, it's probably their line of sight. Focus, keep analyzing. That's right, Fire. If I make a mistake, someone will die. A powerful lightning bolt strikes the robot straight down. The residents have all evacuated. The person coming as DI, step back. This is a special disaster zone right now. Kwang Wai breathes a sigh of relief and says, "You're here. Thanks to you, no residents were killed or injured. You seem exhausted. I will rest here." Is he sleeping? Yes, he's very good at giving orders. No one has been harmed yet. Finally, the gates that had been confirmed to be breaking across the world started to do so at the same time, accompanied by a call. "Hey, are you still sleeping?" "Hey," Kwang Wai suddenly opened his eyes. "Everyone has gathered already, and now you're going to sleep in a situation like this. The bomb will go off in 10 minutes. I'll bring the weapons to you." As for Dong Hun, he's already at the command unit for the explosion. The boy doesn't seem like he's going to open the door anytime soon. Kwang Wai only said he would open it. He thinks an immortal's sixth sense is warning him, and he has a bad feeling about this. The missile is ready. 3, 2, 1. As soon as it ended, a barrage of missiles fell straight down, hitting the very spot of the gate. Suddenly, Kwang Wai and Kinam are startled. An explosion has occurred, and they realize it won't be effective. Was that a hexagonal net earlier? A hand gradually appears, and the crowd watches it intently. It is a special individual, the only one to infiltrate the magic cavalry. The battle is still raging fiercely. Everyone is shouting to freeze them. Hurry up, they are adapting to our methods too quickly. Out of nowhere, a spear is flying straight at us, destroying the helicopter in the sky. That spear was thrown by a magic rider. The intruder is using a tactical approach. Kwang Wai warns everyone to stay alert as they keep firing at the robot crowd. Duso also joins in the third direction, switching the light, a grenade flying straight toward the target. Sunhai is also aiming her gun at it. Kwang Wai praised nearby, saying the new weapon is really great. That was the recruitment gift your dad gave your mom. The most important thing in our current strategy is the formation. Miho is at the back controlling the situation to gather information, while the director changes the direction. However, she only focuses on solving the situation, while Kwang Wai believes this approach is correct. He raised his gun high and then charged into the enemy's encirclement. If only we had the time and energy, we could have used our resources to save a few people. He calls out, "You know me, right? Follow me." Suddenly, Kinam shouted loudly, "Do Kwang Wai behind you." Another spear was aimed at him, but a tiger's tail flicked up, knocking away the spear that protected Kwang Wai. Run. Then a barrage of bullets was fired non-stop. Daihe praised him, saying that before resting, he had defeated the intruders. "Are you still saving everyone? It's okay. It will stay silent for a while." It seems they are trying to conserve their strength for their team. How many people have already died? At least 200, so the losses are relatively light. It's a pity. Still, Ki Nam was cursing at him. That crazy bastard. Kwang Yi was speechless. Why was he so angry? A hand reaching out from behind Kwang Wai, he immediately tensed up and turned around to look. Huan Ho patted his shoulder. Son, your father is furious and questioning you. Where are you taking your mother? Oh, Sun Hai is calling her husband quickly, and they immediately embrace. Is it dangerous, little one? Just a little. Are you okay? Yes. Is this person the same one who, along with the woman earlier, defeated the intruders? Then the father and son discuss. We have set up a supply depot in the back. The Dangun government and the association will support you. There is no support from abroad. No, other countries are all facing several confirmed portals. The Blue Knight first appeared in Russia. Clearly, they have suffered more losses than in the World War. Then it appeared in the Korean military zone, and as a result, Korea was also wiped off the map. That's why it's called the Wasteland and the North was abandoned. Some seers say all the gates will be opened. We only have at most 24 hours. An old enemy. The previous enemy of humanity is approaching. Scene shifts to the headquarters. Everyone has gathered here. Now we are all assembled together. The Immortals special unit of the elite team. The vice president and the elite team of the Superhuman Association. The elite team of Hwarang. I am Du Hoan Ho from the Phoenix team, and I will be the commander for this mission. Wow, go for it. Dad, those two don't seem to get along very well. They used to be married, but now they're separated. I will summarize the information. The Immortals, Hwarang, Sonic, and NS. These 4 teams will capture the most dangerous intruders. The first is the Magic Knight, originally a living armor. The second is the Spiked Knight. It is immune to most types of bullets because of its armor covered with sharp spikes. The hardest part of dealing with them is their shape-shifting when attacked. Its original form is Maki Luan. The third is the Black Sky Hermit. It's weak but very cunning. Prefers to hide in the crowd before launching an attack. Its original form is also a living armor. The fourth is the Light Cavalry, the simplest but with 4 wheels, so they are very agile. The original form is the Code Chariot. Guang Wai also spoke. Our team will assign Doan as a sniper, my mother. Madi Kam and I will be the other members. The rest will work on the front lines. The next day, someone called Ma. Yeah, I will not change unless my life is in danger. Amiho reminds me, the only thing we need now is the Spiked Knights. The gate has now broken, it's starting. Something is about to emerge from inside, a series of Spiked Knights are coming out. They hold large thorny spears with iron bodies and 2 wheels called Thorn Knights. The command is immediately shouted and fired. Suddenly its spikes changed and the wheels started to accelerate. Sun Hai was also surprised. It's running? Kwang Wai is just as surprised. The intruders are running away, but they've only known killing since they were born. That's surprising. Even more incredible is that Panda and Mio predicted this. They didn't hesitate to switch. We will proceed with Plan A to eliminate them. Let's get excited. We'll clear out the other side. Let's go. Kwang Wai is also rushing forward on this side. Doane supports from afar with a sniper rifle, distracting it with a shot. At this moment, Kwang Wai has already approached. Since you've met me, you can't escape. I have a lot to say. He enjoys humiliating that bastard. 3 people are rushing through Area D Zone 3. When they reach a certain area, Honam raises his gun to aim. At that moment, a group of enemies appears. The other side's hermit appeared, drinking medicine, then threw it away and quickly jumped up, launching a series of slashes that swiftly defeated the hermit. All right, the 3 of them are a team. NS is a new company. We can't lose to them. On the other side, the battle is still fierce. When they are no longer alert, shape-shifting becomes difficult. So part of the war team decided to borrow power from others and suppress their instincts with hypnosis. He quickly charged forward, confidently leaping over the stag, with 2 allies following behind. It's over. We can't let the shapeshifters and the immortals win. Psionic armor activate. I will destroy the Lancers. They head straight for their target, one person holding onto their wheel before striking it. The other person jumps high, ready to strike. They coordinate perfectly. Until there was no response from the enemy, they were satisfied. I have succeeded. Good job. Our research has been successful. Did your eyes suddenly catch something? From afar, a pile of something with red eyes is approaching. That pile of something? Beyond the continuous explosions, Mahdi checks in. Are you okay? Luckily. Why did it have to bloom before dying? Kanam was already injured at that time. Damn it, are you okay? He annoyedly said, do I look like I'm okay? Does it hurt? What do you think? He still looks fine. Kwang requests, take him home. Demon girl, take him. But before he could finish, something from the gate caught his attention. A series of knights continued to charge into battle. Kwang looked confused. Has the second stage already begun? His eyes widened in shock as a hand slowly emerged from the gate. On the army's side, they are discussing how the energy levels of the intruders are rising abnormally. They are not new types, but it seems they have evolved. Commander, we no longer have enough forces to fight against so many intruders. I can't keep using them. We need to retreat first. Then what about the special team of the Immortals? Do you want to abandon all our allies on the front line? What if they all die? Then the entire area will be paralyzed. We need to come up with a reasonable solution for this. I don't want another northern side to be abandoned. Dong Hun is worried. They've figured out our plan. Kwang Wai's side is blocked. I can't reach him. The intruders are just bait. They're using the triangle shield. We can't use guns or even laser beams. They're hiding another trump card. He's anxious. Oh my god, I can't just leave them like this. Suddenly, Miho placed a hand on his shoulder. No. Then she turned around to gather everyone. All NS staff assemble at the battlefield. Over here, they keep firing non-stop. Kinam wondered. What the hell is this? Only the immortal ones are left. Kwang Wai advised, Mom, join the main team with Madi and Kunam. Sun Hai refused. I am your mother, not Kanam's. Your older brother cares deeply for his sibling, so if he dies, you'll feel terrible. Kwang Wai said, I will now use the blood woman technique I inherited from my mother. Sun Hai replied, not very surprised that she would use this as a keepsake. He was helpless. Give it back to me. I will die if I give everything to Mom. Then they split up in 2 directions. See you again with Mom. There are 12 bullets left in the 4th magazine. The blade is slightly chipped, and the communication device isn't working. I will need to increase their aggression to help Mom and the demon escape. Then Kwang Wai shouted loudly, drawing everyone's attention, and quickly charged straight at the knights in front. His heart seemed to beat faster. My blood is boiling, my heart pounding. Every sharp blade cut through, every knee strike, even as teeth and eyes changed. His foot forcefully slammed into the ground. The knights are still coming non-stop, but in just a moment, a few slashes have taken down about 3 of them. The beast claws are gradually opening, and Kwang Wai has transformed into a black tiger, his heart pounding because he wants to kill all these bastards. My name is Park Deki, and my father is Park Dong-jo. Because my father is the director of a special unit for immortals, I have tried my best. I thought I had the skills like WBS, and all I needed was a chance to prove myself. Hold the line, keep the formation. The order to retreat hasn't been given yet. Damn it, so this is how I'm going to die. Dad, I'm leaving now. Suddenly someone arrived, surprising him. Huh, what the hell is that? Another intruder? The intruder is very skilled. I love killing intruders. Kwang Wai is causing chaos over here, enjoying killing guys like this. My blood is boiling and my heart is pounding. I'm surrounded by a bunch of tasty ones. Quickly, he rushes up and cuts them down. One after another, Kwang Ai eliminates them all. Hey, what is that? Am I dreaming? They recognize WBS. Let's go WBS. The black tiger leapt up immediately, so excited that no one could stop him. Everything in front of me is prey. The battle is recorded on the screen, and someone is curious. What is he saying? Ding Hun reports. Gee hoo, that's what he said. Is he enjoying this? Dong Hun muttered curses under his breath. This crazy bastard. We need to increase our support forces. Are you crazy? How can we rush through those intruders? Look at what WBS is doing. He's not just going crazy. If our allies can pass through the places WBS has cleared, they can avoid danger. We just need to pick the fastest people, Dong Hun thought to himself. It seems he's not fully conscious after transforming, but he's still calculating. Could it be he's hoping we'll realize what he's done? The problem is that the Green Knight is standing at the end of the road where Kwang Wai is going. If no one supports him, we might never see him again. Let's change the formation. Fine. They are talking, and he's really lucky to have everyone by his side. It's truly an incredible sight. It feels like everyone is watching over him. We should have recruited him. Do you want you and Deputy Commander to go give the orders? It's been a few years, but my heart is pounding like this again. I will also join the fight. The stubborn old man, what do you mean? We usually call him that. Over there, Miho is in charge, and now everyone has gathered here, so I will go over the plan again. How many targets can you handle at once? Terrorist. I'm no longer a terrorist. 3 in 1 minute. Understood. Do-and-A, go to the designated spot. It's just over 20 steps away. Du-han and Kui are watching over the boat. You two handle the intruders who are trying to cut in. Han, take this burden and carry it behind. I want to fight too. All right, the burden. Just take him down if necessary. Done. She turns around and gives the order. All right, let's go. We will expand the path that our director has cleared. Bungdong puts on his hat in admiration. Du Chuangwai, this crazy guy. Has someone asked if your son has always been this talented? Since he was little, Huanho replied no, he never really enjoyed anything. As his father, I can't just stand here and watch. What should we do now? Except for those keeping watch, everyone else come out here. We will take down these bastards one by one. We can't let our son bear everything alone. Let's clear them out and open other routes. On the other side, While everyone is exhausted from fighting, I will fight alongside him. Du Kwangwai, so will we. Du Kwangwai, I am here. I am very proud of you. Your son keeps shouting out bravely. Come on, WBS, kill that blue knight. You have changed everyone. Kwang Wai tightly grips the rope in his hand, wrapping it around the knights, following the light. The light is what guides us. All the knights were defeated by him. Kwang Ai clenched his fist and looked at the rubble tied with red cords. He is pleased. I learned how to fight with those ropes when I was in the special unit of the Immortal Green Knights. Kwang Wai raises his claw and throws it into this gateway. That is the invading cannon. Dan and Company's research team focused on a single target. If the intruders can use tactics, can they communicate with humans? The research efforts have failed and gone nowhere. That was when a member of the research team offered a new perspective. Perhaps we don't need to impose science on this study. So the research was expanded to include a mind reader to understand the intruder's thoughts. You think it's easy? There are cases where mind readers went crazy trying to understand the thoughts of monkeys. So the answer is no. The mind reader did their best. After some difficulties and failures, they realized that high-level intruders are easier to read. Then the research team reached a conclusion. Maybe it can also be applied to identified intruders. I can sense it. What is it thinking? Hatred, anger, irritation, with murderous intent when facing WBS. The Blue Knight's gaze turned terrifying. It ordered the team to execute the plan and kill everyone. The reason all of you are killing each other is because of overwhelming hatred. So much so that the reader's nose started bleeding, and they had to call medical staff. So that's really unfair. Flying up to the sky? That's a cowardly move. It'll be hard to do it alone. The Blue Knight asked, "Did you ruin my plan?" He just said, "Ah, but I haven't finished thinking," then suddenly blinked forward in front of Kwang Wai, his eyes cold and deadly. Kill. His wings spread wide as he slashed at Kwang Wai's arm, then charged forward relentlessly. Kwang Wai stepped back to dodge the attack. He commented that he thought he looked healthier. "I can't handle this on my own." Suddenly, a voice called from behind. "Son, I blame you too. Your parents are late because of the traffic." Then he handed it to Kwang Wai. "Eat up, energy drink." Dan Gun Corporation made it. "Son, go rest for a while. We want to carry out the plan to eliminate the Green Knight." Kwang Wai silently thought, that bastard is definitely the nightmare of humanity. This time we won't spare you. We will kill you, no matter the cost. Hooray ordered to strike the branch it's aiming at. Everyone rushes forward, one after another, mostly robots and Iron Men. The wing aimed at the wing. The Blue Knight clenched his weapon tightly, striking hard at the metal person, then raised his hand. The metal being remained undeterred, shouting to advance, warning 5 seconds before self-destruct. Go outside. Then they all clung to the Green Knight. A second later, an explosion occurred. The robot was caught by Kwang Wai. Cold-blooded, he said, "I did it." Huan Ho corrected himself, still not convinced. Looking at the Green Knight in front of him, Huan Ho thought it had removed its wings and drawn its real weapon. Then it quickly challenged the Iron Knights. The sturdy shield was raised. It was an adamantium shield. Huan Ho reports the defense was successful. Fire now. A net quickly shoots straight at the Blue Knight. It watches the net gradually enveloping itself. Then only a cloud of dust remains. The Iron Man on this side gathers strength into his hand. He soared into the air just in time, his eyes constantly analyzing, but from each gate something was rushing out, like a lightning bolt streaking down. Kwang Wai pushed off with his foot and leapt up to shield him. Kwang Wai's fist is about to collide with Thunset, and an immediate shockwave erupts. Luckily, Sun Hai managed to catch you. Why did you act so impulsively? You created an opening, but he's still holding on. Hooray explains, for those using thermodynamic devices, everyone will be supported, aiming for a hole about 5 cm in diameter. Can you do that? Chang Sun Hai. Kwang Wai volunteers. Me too, but why do I feel so uncomfortable? My lower belly feels so hot. Have you eaten that energy bar yet? It's your nephew. It's an enhancement potion. That is a large V-shaped energy block we created, giving you more energy. Kwang Wai can feel his blood vessels dilating, blood boiling, and every vessel in his body reacting. Sun Hai, don't worry, my child. The person next to me marvels I've never seen anyone digest it so well. I've inherited many benefits from having mixed blood in my body. Unfortunately, it also means my body will burn energy less efficiently, and I've never felt enough. But right now, the energy of a tiger is being poured into my dantian. The level reached 200%, and Kwang Wai was able to withstand the attack. The battle is still fierce. No warns Kwang Wai that he won't last much longer, huh? He gave the boy the enhancement drug, and was impressed that he could absorb it completely. But the effect of the drug is limited. Does it hurt, you bastard? Come at me then. I will leave my fingerprint on your skull. Kwang Wai's fist lunged forward, only then realizing it was a fake. On the other side, one of its legs was lifting up. It kicked him in the stomach, but he refused to give up and knocked it down. Kwang Wai shouted with determination to kill the Blue Knight. Humanity's nightmare is indeed that moment when you suddenly lose all your strength. Go slaps his shoulder and praises him, saying he did very well, the rest is up to us. Cheers erupted as they entered the arena together, with Angan attacking it simultaneously, followed by Sun Hai rushing toward the galaxy's core. A powerful fist strikes directly at the Blue Knight. Sun Hai breathes a sigh of relief as he returns to his position. Still, it moves. The Green Knight is approaching them. It's back again. Kwang Wai suddenly realizes someone is behind him. Those glowing red threads are Kwang Wai's eyes lighting up. He smiles, a perfect means to hide his tracks. Then Kwang Wai prepares to charge, catching Go off guard, and kills the Blue Knight. He is surrounded by exploding mines. Could it be that this was his plan all along? He is carrying out a suicide mission. Maybe he will take down the Blue Knight, but that means he's condemning himself. Dream on, let him do it. Hooray and Sun Hai hurriedly shout to stop him. No, Kwang Wai, you think you don't need to play the hero like that. Then all that was left was a blank white screen. It has been 5 years since the war against the special individual ended. Hey, Dungbong, just do what we need to do and stop trying to save the residents, okay? Phew. Damn it, should I retreat now? A new trash just arrived and dares to show off to the senior? You've got guts. Kim Haidu, the top analyst in the mixed blood team. That's how I met her. I didn't realize she was here all along. Then I learned the secret to hiding the traces of immortals that she uses. She taught me many things. Forgetting the distinction between hybrids and purebloods, we became closer. You're worried that you're trying too hard, right? Yes, you have mixed blood, but if you put in a little more effort, you can still make it happen. To bridge the gap between those with mixed blood and purebloods, I worked hard with my wife. However, the campaign suddenly faced setbacks. I was unlucky. My house happened to be right next to the junk pile. How can I kill them? A weapon made from the seed we obtained from the other side. All I need to do is use both hands to get myself in. This is the most logical way to kill the Green Knight. I live to take revenge. I must kill him. An immortal has fallen when his mind collapsed. Everyone will die if another gate opens at the sanctuary. That's why I am always strict with my teammates. I can't let anyone in my team have a lover. I always think of ways to kill the Green Knight. Living is for revenge. If I die for revenge, everything will end. These damn names won't let me do that. Just then, Dungbong opened his eyes. You're awake? He spoke up, I see. Dunghun softly said that after saving him, Kwang Wai seemed not to hear. Dungbong clenched his teeth. Why? Suddenly the door opens and Kwang Ai walks in without knocking. Oh, you're awake? Want some cold eye cream? Dunghun was laughing happily beside him, while Dungbong was the only one who didn't understand. See? I told you I would succeed. He will definitely be fooled. I will kill you. You shouldn't have done that. How am I still alive? I cut away the burned flesh from you. Kwang Wai, don't come closer. It will activate if exposed to light. Everyone, step back. Don't get in the way. It's pretty simple. The Green Knight is already dead. But you only really wanted to kill the Green Knight, right? This question makes Dungbong fall into deep thought. Do I want to kill him? Think it over carefully and contact me. At the press conference, a series of questions were asked. The next question, who contributed the most to the defeat of the Green Knight? Am I allowed to answer this question? It should be fine since the commander already approved it, right? It is WBS Du Kwang Wai from NS. Most people know about WBS, but this is the first time Du Kwang Wai's name and NS company have been announced worldwide. After the Green Knight was defeated, the black hole changed slightly. It's clear that those who read the Earth's black hole made many mistakes. They also made dangerous mistakes like predicting the blind dogs when they were actually goblins, which caused 3 of them to be seriously injured and 1 to die, and many things happened after I was discharged. Sun Hai warned, Dad, if you keep worrying me, I'll have to use a hammer, but I won't do that anymore, okay? And she started to get back to simple training. And then, Krongpu asked, so you just said, I only need to use a gun? This person has joined the group. While I was away, he went from a chubby guy to a handsome one. Is this really the same person? I'm still not used to it. I didn't know before, but it turns out he's Kang Trung Ha's nephew who made weapons for me, and they've both joined the company. Kang Pu then spoke up saying, I have a suggestion to make it more effective. You're really strange for using a weapon that way. I'm just doing it for fun. Leave the weapon making to me. A month is enough. This guy is pretty talented. I heard everyone calls him the best craftsman in the Special Immortal unit. Clearly, he's even more famous than me in the equipment crafting field. Now HME is texting him. I thought she was just teasing me. Kwang Wai, who was surrounded by people, had been knocked out and asked, What just happened? I'm at Busan. Kwang Wai grabs a guy by the collar and asks where Him Nin is. But he has fainted completely. Suddenly, I felt something. Kwang Wai collapses completely. He thinks he can't sense that someone is there. Is it a spell? My body is becoming immobile, and now it's another illusion of perception. He chuckles triumphantly. Even the one who defeated the Green Knight can't decipher the spell. What are you doing here? If I don't answer, Guang Yi's arm suddenly moves, and I quickly appear in front of him. I just need to get used to the sensory disruption. It's not the first time I've been affected by this spell. A second later, he was defeated. Sorry, but I'm in a hurry. Where is Hin? Wait, I will step forward now. She asked, are you here to save people or to let them die? She said, Lai Dong-hun sent me to supervise you, but I didn't expect you to handle everything already. These guys are just regular soldiers. They do have a bit more than I expected. Prometheus even calls Busan one of the places where drugs are made. Himin's mother is an influential figure in the black market. Himin works as a freelancer. What is she really trying to do here? Suddenly a voice said, wow, impressive. You've traveled a long way to get here. Kwang Wai quickly warned. Duso said, step back. Invisible? Sounds like he's still young based on his voice. From within the smoke, a boy steps forward. He has crossed the rotten boundary. As soon as the words finished, one of his hands transformed. Kwang Wai looked at his hand, thinking that this part was affected by the curse. Kwang Wai ignored it and mocked him. Wearing such clothes and still acting like that, is he having fun? What are you, giving up already? He didn't hesitate to cut off his rotten middle arm. I'm starting to feel uncomfortable. A master wizard, daring to lay a hand on my friend? You confusing kid, did you break the curse? Kwang Wai reminds them that they are the ones who have truly surpassed their limits. I was very confident in my strength among immortals and transformed beings, so I fought the Green Knight. Everyone cheered me on, so do I feel happy or satisfied? No, I kept thinking back on that fight. During the battle, I felt I wasn't strong enough. I wonder if I could have done something better, and now that these people have gone beyond their limits. The purple chains thrown by the kid hit the balls that Kwang Wai threw. The explosion gradually breaks the boy's shield apart. The boy contemplates. I can't sense any mana from him, but he can dodge everything like he's seen it all. Is it just intuition? Then he refused to accept it and shouted, impossible. I am one of the most talented mages. Kwang Wai broke through the barrier and charged forward. The kid with the scared face, weren't you planning to try again? She, an immortal, has opened her third eye that can spot flaws in the spell, so does that mean the mage can't do anything to him? The third eye, that's impossible. There's no one like that in the world. It's the kid himself who is emerging. Finished, he has collapsed. Duso approaches and asks, are you done? She doesn't seem worried at all. After fighting the Green Knight, you can't die here. Obviously, something will happen to the fool who thinks he's better than everyone else. Duso wondered, how do you plan to find her while you're planning to kill the others here? There are many ways. Kwang Wai sniffed around this area. He immediately kicked through the wall. Are you saying he found her by scent? Is he a dog? Inside, H-Man greets. Hello, my dear husband, the son-in-law has arrived. Kwang Wai retorted. I am not your husband or son-in-law at all. What happened? H-Man explains, I heard the Curse Hunter League is gathering here. We wanted to capture the leader of the alliance, but ended up getting captured ourselves. So, is that really true? She reproached, saying it's because of me that we had to run away. Not because of her, right? What is she talking about? H-Man's mother simply replied softly, sometimes talent can also be a curse. Among mages, your abilities are very unique. It's like finding the answer to a difficult problem. The League wants to turn you into a weapon by brainwashing you. I didn't want that, so I had to leave. So, my mother gave up everything for me. If it weren't for me, she could have carried out many research projects. Mother must prioritize her responsibilities as a parent over being a mage. I see. Kwang Wai's voice surprised both of them. She can do both. He invites NS to help her do that. I will also ensure Hin's safety. They looked at each other happily. She said, son-in-law, I've used up all my savings. Is it always like that? Studying magic costs a lot of money. A moment later, outside, the two are clinging to each other like a couple. It feels like they're on a date. Kwang Wai reminds them, we're here just to check your health. Suddenly, Kwang Wai realized something. That person is Mi-ho. Hearing the English call, she immediately turned around. Gumio, are you really that much to hate me? Dong-hun responded fiercely. If there's any misunderstanding, just say it. I am an immortal, not a mutant. Kwang Wai thought he had entrusted his mother with training all the employees in the company. It's all for the benefit of everyone. Congratulations. Dong-hun's coach appeared from behind and said that strength is an important factor for reincarnation, superpowers, and love. Who should I start with? Hyundai, he's just crying and complaining. I will train with Kwang Wai, touches the sweaty person beside him. What does strength have to do with diligence? Kwang Wai's thoughts continue. I was taught that sharing means caring, so I definitely won't avoid training with her. Some people have been brainwashed by their mother's ideas while others adapt to them naturally. The scene shifts to Kwang Wai and Sunhai standing beside the hospital bed, and he wonders how she is doing. After accidentally meeting Gumiho at the hospital, he secretly talked with her brother. It's Gumiho, clearly only the two of them left, relying on each other. She has spent millions of won trying to save and treat him. But the doctor still hasn't reached a conclusion, so that's why Gumiho needs money so badly. It's a curse. The doctor can't diagnose this illness. There is a cursed parasitic creature gnawing away at every source of his life. As long as he is alive, it will continue to parasitize him. He is exhausted. Luo Nguyen is at a loss. There are two ways to break the curse. One is to burn the host to death. Forget that method because I don't want him to die. The second is to use a puppet. There are two ingredients to do that. One is jewelry taken from the other world. Sunhai said, that flame scale is also quite easy to obtain. Everyone knows who owns them. That is Wareem, a treasure that Nam Min would never sell even in the worst crisis. She pressed the phone and said, I don't know if he gave it to me or not. If not, I'll have to pretend to be a thief. The second ingredient needed is a pure heart. It is not an ordinary relic, but jewelry from the other side. Long ago, a healing wizard named Robert healed the sick for a year without asking for money. When he died, he sealed his power into his heart. It is said that when he was about to die, he sealed his abilities into his heart. The saint split his heart into 8 pieces. As far as I know, one of them is rumored to be somewhere in the Korean black market. After hearing all that, I had a brilliant idea. Take over the black market. This is the next step in NS's business plan. The first company NS took over was in trade. We oversee imports from Anne's country, the Sonic Kingdom of Market Dominance, which brings us a lot of money, but we never have enough to cover our expenses. Paying employee benefits and research fees lead to continuous deficits. So, NS's next business is taking over the black market. Fine, do whatever you want. Miho stops her. Wait, this isn't something we should agree to so easily. Why the black market? Guang Ai's eyes were blazing as he left. Once his eyes look like that, he doesn't listen to others. Look at the strange light in his eyes. Wait for us, black market, we will swallow you whole. What a strange one. Dr. Kwang, the son-in-law. The black market is full of dangerous people, including the man known as the King of the Black Alley. I will cast a magic ward on you. It will act as a kind of vaccine against the spells cast upon you. Thank you. I'm not your son-in-law, but this time I won't go alone. Seun's black market is located behind a secret entrance in the South Demon Market. It's called the Noisy Market because the subway runs right next to it. This looks full of impurities. How can you tell just by looking? Obviously, the reputation of this market is really bad because of you selling such trash. What? And who the hell are you? You want me to start a fight with the king of the black market? The one who controls the entire underground market, he will be the final target. Yeah, maybe so, I can do it too. Ooh, what does he have that I don't, and you have another job to do? Why does this company have no normal people? I have no choice but to do as I'm told. After all, the boss is even scarier than this guy. Honda, you have a nerve. How dare you sell this trash to others? Your mother would cry if she saw you now. They're angry over there. Do you want a beating? You bastard. Suddenly he noticed the red dot on his forehead. What the hell? Do you know where you are? Yeah, I know. Where is your boss? Suddenly someone intervened. Nothing good ever comes from drawing your weapon here. Nevertheless, HD kicked one foot into the stall, smashing it and the other person. The masked man couldn't believe what was happening in front of him. 2 big guys came over to intervene. Hey, put the gun down. Now you're going to have to face the consequences. You bastard, you're dead for sure. Before he could finish speaking, Honda punched him hard. The other 2 guys didn't know what to do next. He was so eager for a fight that he responded immediately and then threw the gun into the air. Someone once said everything is about endurance, and in a flash he took down both guys. Even with psionic strength, Doan A is aiming her bow straight at the target, each arrow hitting its mark. Honda was cut off a hand, but he was still able to withstand his next move, demonstrating mental strength. Behind him, Duhan came to his aid or showed his endurance. After a moment, the trembling hand reached for the medicine. They had been beaten up by Han Deong. Who is the boss here? Do you really treat a customer like this? Your face looks so fierce and commanding. Tell your boss to come out here. A messenger reports that the shadow thief has been attacked on the outskirts. Our current guess is that they are an emerging group. Damn it. If they are a new group, it could be NS. But why are they targeting us? Are they trying to wipe us out like they did with the gangs? How dare they underestimate the red light district? Over here, they're warning, hey kid, stop causing trouble. I am an immortal. If you do that here, you'll be killed, Hyundai asked. Why are all of you gathered in one place? What? You don't want to mess with the immortals, but she still charged in. A scream of agony echoed as Mahdi softly said, Are the immortals those who tried to assassinate Kwang Wai? I challenge you, come at me. The Emperor watched them fight. Wow. Miho really planned this carefully as I hoped. While the goat is destroying and distracting everyone, the black-clad man turns around, but the goat appears behind him. We destroyed the suburbs. That was our plan. The reason I couldn't join is because I wanted to make the name NS more lasting. And the truth is that our strength is overwhelming even without WBS. And we want everyone to know that we are not to be taken lightly and that the king of the black market will have to face us himself if he wants to challenge us. Let's go. At that moment, the blonde-haired man approached to greet. Sir, what brings you here? Are you the king of the black market? No, I am just the person in charge here. HDA, you are straightforward. If I send you to heaven, will the boss show up? That's cruel. You shouldn't be so confident in your abilities. The atmosphere grew silent. Kwang Wai remembered Miho's instructions. Do you understand? Just step towards them. The path will open up before you. Damn it, there's no way we can defeat him. Please take everything away. It's truly an overwhelming presence. He created this situation to force me to show up and reveal myself once I appeared. Clearly, I am no match for him. In terms of intelligence and strength, the black market boss is a responsible person. He promises to hand over the entire black market. He also has a red stone, like the rumors say. In addition, his treasury is filled with gems and documents. Within 3 days, Himan's mother had thoroughly checked the entire black market system and eradicated all remaining terrorist elements. Did he give us the red firestone? So that's how it is. Is Chairman Nam losing his edge as he gets older? So the red firestone fell into our hands quite easily. Miho asked, "What will you do with it?" "I guess I can't hide it anymore," Himan and her mother said in the hospital room. "Shall we start?" Everyone watched tensely. Yes, she pondered quietly. Miho remembered as a child, don't ask anything, don't make any requests. Accept what is given and live quietly after the supernatural battle. My brother and I grew up in an orphanage. This is the place that teaches us that. This place only accepts donations, so we have to fend for ourselves. Study hard. We need to be smart to survive. That's nonsense. Don't mess with me. When I was 19 and my brother was 7-9, he was working part-time in the countryside and returned to me in a half-dead, half-alive state. What happened? No doctor can say exactly what happened to him. I just awakened as an immortal, but I don't have time to adjust to this new life. I have been desperately trying to save my brother. But consecutive failures made me almost give up hope for him. Will this work? It will definitely work. I am risking my life for it. They will save him. I have never truly given up. I want this to be better than anything. I want my brother to wake up, smile, and talk to me again. Him Min's mother uses her hands to hold the broken pieces, and a red aura gradually surrounds her brother. Miho asked anxiously as she saw Hyman wiping sweat. What happened? The words you've longed for have come true. We succeeded. Miho blushes. Kwang Wai said they have lifted the curse of the parasitic worm from his body. They are insects that kept him alive while gnawing at his life. He looks a bit weak now, but he will recover soon. What did Miho ask? Can you understand Nguyen's words? Are you teasing? You should be more polite to your boss, she replied. After all, I am a genius. Miho reached out and touched her younger brother's face, affectionately looking at Ji-ho. Miho bowed her head and thanked him. From now on, I will dedicate myself fully to our mission. Boss, Kwang Wai sighs and scratches his head, dedicating himself fully. He thought he didn't want to put that kind of pressure on her. He told her not to do that and to just work for the amount I paid her. She burst into tears. Miho replied, I will repay you later. Kwang Wai, you're so embarrassed, I told you it's not necessary. Tak Kam said, you have to take care of him. I'm going to call the doctor now. He told me to go. Kwang Wai steps outside and sighs. It's such a beautiful day. Bao baksi den toi dang voi. Please save my brother-in-law. The doctor hesitated. Please don't. Miho asked, who is your brother-in-law? A glass of water slams on the table. A cruel voice says, this bastard. We've been controlling the black market. So how dare he use it to escape? That damn Robert. This person is the leader of the illegal mage alliance, the Purge Alliance. He thought angrily. I just need to keep the item safe. Even the most skilled won't recognize it, so it should be fine. I can't just stand by and watch anymore. Madi is in the NS laboratory undergoing a health check. The doctor is outside. Guang Yi has arrived. Does he want to see me? Bung Ran replied. Yeah, are the demons okay? He replied that her body had become a little weaker. She is definitely having issues with her senses and female body functions, but her mental strength remains quite stable. Anyway, she still lives a normal life. Maybe every night she endures terrible pain. He looked at her, and I knew nothing. Bung Ran said, there are some new, fairly safe formulas for sale at the black market. I have researched a few types. With a few more formulas, I can create a new one. Then her body will carry less burden. Dr. Kwang Wai advised, just tell me what you need. You want to know the origin of the drug? It's not some magic potion or anything. It's based on science. In war, humans originally needed strength to fight against special individuals. That's when they created things like electric guns and bullets. The drug was created to help humans surpass their physical limits, so you should better search that laboratory. Dung, you warned me. It won't be easy. I know that too. We don't have enough information about the locations of all the organizations. He replied, don't worry, you have good connections. He calls someone. Yeah, Kwang Wai. His voice softened. Dad, Kwang Wai is your adorable one. I need to ask for a favor. Can I get a little information from you? His father replied. Stop, my dad's ears are all messed up. I think he's always softening in front of his cute son. Your father told you that he's not your servant, so the answer is no. Okay, he interrupted. Transfer 50 million. If your father succeeds, I will transfer 100. I need the list of laboratories operated by the government. Kwang Wai chuckled. Dad must love me very much. Deng suddenly asked, who are you? Where is Du Kwang Wai? By the way, why don't you just ask for Du Ho as well? He will be happy, so I did that. He replied, that's right. Strangely, the list my father gives is always missing a few items. The government and Dangun don't interfere with the laboratory's affairs because they need them. If you were a farmer who had harvested many seasons and suddenly someone came to take everything, would you give it all to them? He was still confused. You're not the real Du Kwang Wai. Kwang Wai asked, what's wrong with you? He thinks to himself that the morning's work is done, and now it's time to get to the main task. In the interview room, 3 people are sitting seriously. Do-A said, I can handle everything myself. Kwang Wai replied, this is for the benefit of the company, so you don't need to do anything. Her body is struggling, but she has to go with us to the very end. Who promised we would overthrow Prometheus together, so you don't need to do anything. She replied, but Dong Hun cut in, do we really need to do this? Kwang Wai calmly answered, are you joking? You think favoritism towards acquaintances is a proper way to recruit? The assistant whispers. Han doesn't even get to go through the interview. He's different when he crosses his arms. Kwang called, it's Jung Hoon Joan. Do you know the name of the first car in Korea? She replied, huh? What are you talking about? At the same time, a foot stepped in and a knocking sound was heard. Someone walks in cursing loudly. Damn it. So this is what you were trying to do. You pat your cheek. You are the worst person I've ever met. Do-A sighed, but Kwang Wai still remained cheerful. Dongjo opened his mouth and cursed. Just smile already. Let's start the interview. You have a pretty decent profile too. Why did you choose to join NS Corporation? Did he really ask if you needed to hear it? The two of them exchanged words. Yeah, that's right, He started explaining the reason. Instead of being called the best individual in the world, I think he should be called the craziest person in the world. Dong Ho said, I agree. Do-A responded without any argument. Kwang Yi thought to himself, they're directly cooking him. Dongjon continued, the reason I chose NS Company is because of 2 special individuals here. Hey, Kwang Wai was a bit stunned, he said with a slightly angry tone. So, I heard Kinam and Miho are here. I came because of those 2. Kwang Wai muttered curses under his breath. Damn it. He spoke softly in anger. Get lost. Dongjo pointed directly at your face. You bastard. You told me to come here. Kwang always argues when. He was annoyed. All right, let's go. You slam the table and argue loudly. Are you feeling better yet? I don't want to be accused of forcing someone who is injured. Dong-hun quietly covers his words. It was you who called him over. The 2 of them face off. You said I have to pay my debt, but I never said that was the reason you should be hired by the company. Do-A chuckled softly. Dong-do looked over. Do-A gently said that the 2 are a good match, causing both to become angry and shout in unison. Not at all. A week later, inside the car, Kwang Wai said, 8 and soon, 9 and Gong what? Kainam will lead the defense team. Bang Si will take on the leadership role. Kim Yan will take care of the tactical team. Is everyone ready? Him Min Yen on the other end replied, the attack team is ready. He thinks that experience has become a key factor, and the company has become more disciplined and organized since he joined. The car passes by a station. The 2 supervisors asked him who he was. They don't know this is private land. Get out of here quickly. Tak Ham fires a bullet through the small window. The nearby supervisor was surprised as Kwang Wai's girl kicked the door open. Let's get to work. They stand in front of Kwang Wai, blocking his way. He silently thought those bastards hired some American soldiers because they knew the government would turn a blind eye. One of them fired a warning shot. They kept shooting at Kwang Wai's group, but he quickly circled around behind one of them. Kwang Wai swiftly took him down, causing the person next to him to startle. He turned his gun toward him and said, die. But someone jumped from behind. Kwang Wai continued to deal with him. Suddenly a bullet shot past him. A group of soldiers appeared again, blocking his movement. Kwang Wai sighed and said, if only I had brought a gun, it would have been easier to handle. On this side, Kinam reports that I have reached the entrance to the warehouse. Yeah, they won't recognize you because you're wearing the invisible charm. Let me know when you get in, I'll wait here. There are fewer guards because of the chaos, so you should come here now. Him Min sneered, are those stupid scientists? My skills are unbeatable by any science. Is that all the security is? He thought to himself, her words are really sharp. She truly is Kwang Wai's woman. Suddenly she realized something. This is Kwang Wai questioning. Yeah, have you found the hard drive yet? These guys anticipated this, we can't just leave like this. Hurry up and come here. These guys are really crazy. He told me he's on his way. After Kwang Wai arrives, the three of them stand in front of something. So you ask if they buried the storage device underground, and then you assume that if we drill, the data inside will be destroyed. This scene feels so familiar. Kwang Wai takes out a knife and sighs. Then it's easy, just hold it up and cut out the main part. The other person in the room asked if they had broken into the laboratory. Huan Ho continued. I only provided the information I reported to you, the rest. I know your son will still do this even if you try to stop him, right? That's why the government decided to leak the laboratory's information to NS and arrest those who funded it. No wonder he's so lenient. Don't fool me like that. Whenever it comes to politics, it's always like this. The chairman wants to announce this. Isn't it true that he always gives out a prize every month? If possible, he would have done it every week already. On the other side, Don A is listening to a news report that NS has broken into dozens of private laboratories in the Soon area. These laboratories are conducting illegal research. NS shared information with the police to work together. Dongbong sighed. This is truly a corrupt country. They are basically saying that no matter what Kwang Wai does, they will still help him, not even bothering to hide it. Anyway, since Dr. Park Kang-poo said they are conducting drug research, she just needs to wait 3 more months. Don A asked, so how is it? I mean, since then. Dongbong thought for a moment and replied, it was quite new at first, but after that I didn't know what to do. I marvel, I achieved my goal but ended up living a miserable life. But then, the next words surprised Don A. Am I no longer confident? Kang-poo said that if he fought Kwang Wai now, he would lose badly, as if they had fought before. Wouldn't that be embarrassing? Hearing that, Don A burst out laughing, and Dongbong looked confused. What's so funny? I'm serious, she replied. No, I understand what you mean. Dongbong crossed her legs on her thigh and called her name. Don. He said seriously, life goes on, many things can happen in life. Then Dongbong stood up and left. See you later. Dad? Dongbong turned back and saw Do-A's shy face. They both sighed in relief now that they knew it was just a joke. She always seemed so cold. As she left the room, Dongbong encountered Dong-hun. Seeing that, Dongbong wondered why. Over there, Poo Rum is aiming at something. Kwang Wai says, I think I will die of shame before being killed by an intruder. If he goes to fight that, he replied, it's not fully cleaned yet, and it reduces shock when firing like this. Then he slammed it hard into the dummy in front of him. Kwang Yi looked at it in confusion. Is this all it can hold? Just try with this much. Hold it up and take a shot. Kwang Yi didn't hesitate and pulled the trigger. A thunderous explosion immediately erupted. This shock makes everyone pay attention. They quickly open the door. Someone? The Immortal Brotherhood or Prometheus? Miho led the charge and said, those who can't fight evacuate outside. I will stay at the front gate, but when they arrive, it's just a pile of wreckage that leaves everyone stunned. They saw Kwang Wai and Kang-poo Rum in front of them. He tightly gripped the gun and then looked up at Kang-poo Rum. The two high-fived happily, a perfect success. Kwang Wai picked it up to examine it, and the name of this gun is Impact. Oh, well, it's not bad either. I think we need to set up a new laboratory. Suddenly, someone collapses in front of you, and they start complaining. My laboratory. Kwang Wai just scratched his head awkwardly and apologized. Sorry, everyone. Later, Kwang Wai, with a serious expression, asks, so, what is her reason for gathering everyone here? To so announce that we have more clues about Prometheus. Previously, terrorist organizations have always been a thorn in the side, with Prometheus being the worst, becoming a god who brought fire to humanity, reducing the population to half and turning those individuals into special beings. Hearing this, Kwang Wai thought to himself, they are truly crazy. The Eternal Brotherhood and Isis, the one who created Prometheus and the Eternal Brotherhood. Du presses the control button to continue. Surely everyone knows that Prometheus had to leave Korea recently. They have been undercover for a while, but now are carrying out an old project called Disaster. The target is Mount Bitch-do. They are trying to trigger a volcanic eruption. 7 years ago, Prometheus stole an amplifier developed by government scientists. The problem is that if that thing works properly, it could trigger a dormant volcano. It says their goal is to place it on Bitch-do Mountain and cause an explosion. We need to leave right now. I still don't know if we're arriving too early or too late. Do-A wondered, how can we trust her? Do-so insists I promised WBS I would join the company in exchange for Prometheus information. Plus, I have a bomb right in my head. Actually, she doesn't. Miho also spoke up. The government and the association don't know anything about this, and they are not trustworthy. However, since it is an old project, it could still happen. I think we should keep this secret and infiltrate the site. Dongbong believes it will lead to a fight. Kwang Wai agrees with everyone's opinion. Yeah, I think if what she said is true, we have to stop it at all costs. If the volcano erupts, it will destroy everything on that mountain. Wow. I also have a pretty good idea. It's really hard to find Prometheus because they hide so well, but just thinking about meeting them again makes me extremely excited. 3 days later, during the mission, the mountain climber Kwang Wai stood in front of the weapons and asked, "Is this gear designed for me?" Chong Pu paused to explain that these are not just simple items. They are the ones requested by team leader Lai Dong-bong, and these suits are made from adamantium alloy. There's also communication devices here. Is this triangular area to protect our eyes? Yeah, it's called Tiwent. Our basic equipment quality has improved a lot, and it cost quite a bit. Guang Yi was satisfied. Waiting was worth it, and the more prepared he was, the better. Then 3 bottles were placed on the table. These 3 medicines will also be helpful. Don't take them at the same time, and don't mix them with anything else. Bung Ran scratches his head in confusion. Can't you not go? Why are you doing this? Are you listening? Done just replied softly. Yes, he reminded me. Remember that you haven't fully recovered yet. I will discuss this with the director. She is ready. Fine. I'm on high alert, but I don't really care if this doesn't happen. With a determined look, I will find Prometheus and take my revenge when I reach Bishdu Mountain. The scene shifts to a speeding vehicle on the road in the demilitarized zone, and someone speaks. This is the only way I know to find the place we need to go. These tunnels were dug during the war, but now they are destroyed. They are slowly breaking down the door. A second later, they all went inside. It's so dark. Maybe it would be scarier if it were brighter. So that means there is someone inside A. Reminder from someone. Stay close. Suddenly, 2 red lights appeared right in front. A monster quickly rushes forward, and Kwang Wei swiftly cuts it in half. Its wings fall down to the ground. He calls Channel A4 to scan visually. A small blue ball falls to the ground. Kwang Wei shields his eyes as a series of screams from the cave leave him stunned. A swarm of 21 falling creatures appears, each with about 162 members. They quickly rush forward. The shield is swung out along with the announcement. The demon will handle this. She fights them off. Meanwhile, someone raises a gun, providing support for the demon, continuously firing at the swarm. It was hit by a bullet and immediately caught fire before falling to the ground. One of them still charged forward aggressively, but was shot in the head seconds later. She looked at him seriously and then reported, "The number isn't large. I wonder if there are any more intruders here. These people have trained very hard. They've noticed that." Kwang Wai sneered, "So you said this place was very dangerous?" De touched his head in protest. "When I came here as a member of Prometheus, someone already died. At the end of the cave, there's a light shining through. Kwang Wai warns that something is coming and someone is on guard there." Kwang Yen assesses the situation. "They are really here. Just look at them and you'll understand. That device is essential for the explosion at Bishdu." He activates the communication device on his hand to report the current situation to Gona. "Yeah, summarize what you know. Are those damn lunatics and terrorists working together to try to blow up Bishdu? I don't know if they can stop it in time. Recently, there haven't been any combat teams available." Suddenly, the phone received a news alert. Someone on this side is reporting, "We have lost contact with the Phoenix team manager. This information comes from Manila. Do you think it's too late?" "Yes, we have already launched the backup models." Suddenly, the screen lit up. Was that a satellite call from the Phoenix team manager? "Hooray, where are you? I am Honho's son." Kwang Wai, yes. Do you have any requests? "I'm currently at the beach. What? This is a rare event. Is something terrifying happening at Beach Do right now?" Guang Yi got straight to the point and said, "Should I quote a price? Or do you want to find out how much I and my teammates are worth right now?" Remembering that moment, Guang Yi's voice in her head confirmed she truly had no magic spell at all. Huh? It's clear that it can erase all her memories. He reassures her so she doesn't have to worry about anything. She sighed in amazement. Is this idiot asking me to betray him? Back to the present, Kwang Wai reached out to check, and now the money has been arranged. He ponders. I also received information that this is where they are gathering. Everything is going too smoothly. Kwang Wai felt uneasy. The silence was strange. Suddenly, small dust fragments appeared on the ceiling, and immediately after, large rocks crashed down where they were standing. Kwang Wai quickly pushes everyone away from the danger, and everyone is surprised by this situation. A rock falls where Do So is standing. Kwang Wai quickly runs over to shield her. He was annoyed. This is bad. We got separated. Suddenly, he realized something. Kwang Yi collapsed right on top of Do So. I will rest for about 5 minutes. Someone on the other side asks, what about the mission? The other person replied, success. He confidently raised his glass and affirmed that Prometheus, the Eternal Oath Society, and ISIS had teamed up, so failure was impossible. He asked, what should we do with Doer now? The other immediately poured the wine on the ground and said, what should we do with the tools we've already used up? Throw them away. On the other side, 3 people tried to dig the rocks, saying it's bad. I wished we were separated, but this way is better. We can keep an eye on our allies. Sunhai sighs, if all the men around me, then my husband would be jealous. Dongbong retorts, you're not my type. Duhan was scared, feeling that he would die if they fought. After a while, they managed to see through a hole. Duhan spoke up, looking worried. Inside is a bunch of monsters, and on the other side he asked, is that him? The Hin gang has been captured. Yeah. I thought the scope might be a bit too much for Prometheus alone, but it seems they've prepared everything. Doane also has 2 people blocking the way, one of them excited. You two, I want that drug-addicted wizard. Such a disappointment, it would be better to fight a monster. Doane deduces that the other guy is a surgeon because he enjoys dissecting people with trans hands. I'll handle the one behind him. He suddenly asked, do you know me? A little, she also became interested. I have always wanted to meet you. The torturous experimenter, he is an immortal who cannot feel pain, one of those who killed my parents for entertainment. Sorry, but I don't remember anything about you. Doane said little and raised his gun. The 2 quickly opened fire and the blonde man dodged swiftly. He has skills comparable to a recorder. If I can kill him here, I'll be closer to my goal. Kainam quickly takes a pill. That guy has turned into a savage monkey. He scratched Kainam's face, causing him to bleed. Kainam quickly grabbed its arm, a bit surprised, and said, that was quick. Then it pushed Kainam to the ground, and he realized the meat shield tactic. Suddenly a bomb appears above, The crazy monster. The explosion immediately sounds. Then Kainam stood up with one arm cut off while the monkey was already burned to death. The other guy was still there. Doane takes 2 pills and boasts to her, I hope you're the type to scream. Anyway, I can't feel any pain. The 2 of them started exchanging blows. He kept pressing close to Doane with a look of delight on his face. This can pierce through most armor. It's a piece of psionic equipment. Doane breathes a sigh of relief behind his mask. Then she spat in his face. What? His eyes became foggy. Doane kicked him. Right now he's lying completely at her feet. He asks, what are you doing? It doesn't hurt at all. I told you I don't feel pain anymore. Doane, with a cold expression, thought to himself that he had worked hard to prepare immunity to the poison for this moment. He had also imagined this fight thousands of times in his mind. The nightmare herb from the other world, just smelling it makes you sleepy. And if you accidentally eat it, you'll sleep forever. Thinking of that, she gave him a pill. Doane satisfies a man, and he will live in an endless nightmare until he dies. It's that same dream again. The back I have seen so many times before. Over there, Duso is standing in front of Kwang Wai. Seeing him wake up, she asks, are you awake now? There are enemies in front of him, both humans and beasts. It seems Duso could no longer resist. She coughed up blood. A guy scratching his head in confusion. Have they really developed such a deep relationship? And in such a short time, she truly protected him. Guang Yi stood up to help her and replied, I pay my employees quite generously. She's just showing loyalty to the company? The blonde-haired one sneered. Aren't you surprised? However, nothing will change. Minam also confirms. Yeah, everyone on this mission is skilled in killing. All the NS staff now are probably dead too. Things don't look good for Q and Miho. Miho worries that something's wrong. The hungry dog licks its weapon and says, I really enjoy when a woman resists. Miho thinks, we managed to avoid the falling rocks but got caught in their trap. Kui Ten said, Miho, it feels like we're on a date, doesn't it? Is she scolding you now? The hungry dog looked excited. That's interesting. Are you two a couple? You won't last long. I will spend time with you right in front of your little boyfriend. I can also help you feel happier than that torture test. But before she could finish speaking, someone punched her directly in the mouth, surprising both of them. Gaji stepped forward and spoke. Are you Miho? And the Kuide gang? Around Kwang Wai, right? I am an ally, an angry, hungry dog when beaten. You bastard, I will kill you. She didn't hesitate and jumped up. We meet again, you hungry dog. Gaji has turned into a beast and is mocking me. I really miss you, you crazy one. You're not my type. Another punch to the stomach of the hungry dog leaves him no time to react. Miho observes the situation and comments that she seems very skilled in combat. The hungry dog is the same, but it gets knocked out and becomes furious. Damn it, I will make you die even if it's the last thing I do. Gajidi, go ahead and dream of your claws. She stomped her foot down on him along with Miho's question. How did she get here? Something else flashed by like lightning. Han crawled up from the ground, feeling awkward and frustrated. Damn it, this is too hard. Am I in the right place? Oh my god, some Prometheus bastard suddenly pointed a gun at his head and asked, NS? If not, then die. You introduced me as Hain from NS. The one who arrived is Boliana. Good, that's the employee Kwang Wai mentioned. Next, give the order and confirm the coordinates. Malia, find the survivors underground. Yes, Your Highness. Boliana leads a team to clear the way, quickly taking down the guards. What? Boliana was pleased, surprised that Kwang Wai called her. He has hidden his sister for a long time. Now it's time to confront him for doing a good job. From Kwang Ai's side, she asked, "Are you sure you'll win?" "Yes. We have the Prometheus, Isis, the Immortal Brotherhood, and a few sorcerers on our side. You think your staff can beat us? How many people from NS can handle our experts?" "You don't rely on luck, do you?" Kwang Wai put on his gloves and confidently replied. "I never bet on luck. Come at me and kill me. Black Scarface, let's just kill him." He injected the drug into his body. Immediately, a tail appeared. He has turned into a bad fish. Watching him rush forward, Kwang Ai thought to himself, "This time I won't retreat anymore." He threw his fists back, feeling much stronger than before. The two fists immediately collided, and a piece of bone from his hand pierced outward. The crocodile was knocked into the wall by him. He was confused. His body could block even cannonballs, yet the bones in his arm were shattered after just one hit. Kwang Wai lifts his leg and delivers a straight kick to the crocodile's face, causing its skin to shatter. "What is this?" "In the end, you did it, but the next moment you were thrown into the wall." This left the pink-haired girl confused as she couldn't see anything. Kwang Wai spoke, having taken down a drug addict. The pink-haired girl gathered her magic into her hand, but Kwang Wai quickly intervened and forced her to cancel it. They were all surprised. Just one attack was enough? Then he ordered to kill him. A lion charged forward. He doesn't know fear. This is an experiment that only knows how to kill. But when it got close to Kwang Wai, it became as obedient as a dog. Obedient? Is he afraid? "If you listen to me, I'll give you a snack. Bite that thing." After finishing, the lion charged towards the white-haired girl. The blonde guy tried to control the gun to stop him. Kwang Wai dodged that attack and asked, "Are you Pikachu?" Kwang Wai quickly glanced and then grabbed the Black Panther, one hand aiming his gun and shooting. The blonde guy logged out immediately, and the lion fainted as well. "Go to sleep. I will handle this." He concentrates. His eyes can create illusions. He can hypnotize anyone. Look into my eyes. If I combine it with giving commands, he's trying to hypnotize Kwang Wai. He slowly releases his hand from the Black Panther, then Kwang Wai gradually approaches him. He kept repeating, look into my eyes. "Yeah, come closer, and I will trap you in the memories of happiness." But a second later, Kwang Wai struck him, causing him to spin several times in the air before crashing into the wall. "My eyes. Why do your eyes look like headlights?" he said in amazement. "Why aren't you being stopped?" Kwang Wai reasoned, his body strong and his mind clear. "Is that what Miss Sunhai said? Is it really true? Just try experiencing a mother transforming and an immortal father raising them. Then you'll understand." Kwang Wai pointed to the cat and asked, "Are you letting that cat go to sleep? Do you know how important pets are to their owners?" He wondered. "You just met it 5 minutes ago. I only just put it to sleep." Kwang Wai warned, "Wake it up or you'll die if something happens to it." Hearing that, the lion opened its eyes, roared and charged at Kwang Wai, but he punched it hard and said, "Don't you recognize your own kind?" Its eyes looked strange. He still couldn't believe it. No way. "That thing is called a mad lion in Is. That thing. How dare you?" She stood to the side observing, and then commented that he deliberately set the trap to lower the enemy's guard. Thanks to that, he also fell into the trap and had no choice but to use his ultimate move. She started to negotiate. "WBS, if you let me go, I will tell you the secret of how you were born," Kwang Wai wondered. "Really? The secret about your birth? Could it be Mom?" He immediately dismisses the thought, thinking of Sunhai and Hoan Ho loving each other. "No, that's not true." She insists. "Yes, I promise to reveal 2 things if you swear to let me live. One is your brother's identity, and the other is that we will withdraw and leave this place." Kwang Wai seems to be going along with it. Not too bad, I guess, but I don't need the second promise. She's hard to understand. "What? I believe the people with us have already taken care of everyone. Right now, Doandi appears. How are you doing?" Kwang Wai slightly reproached him. "You're late." He replied, "I met the woman who can transform. On the way here, I also had to deal with some lousy soldiers." She was confused and asked, "What?" He spoke as if no one was there to answer. Kwang Wai ordered sternly, "All right, go ahead and say it." She gritted her teeth and asked irritably, "You will keep your promise, right? Your brother's name is Duin. He is in the Immortal Loyalty Society." "Duin? I think I've read that name in a book before." "Yes, he is Du Huanho's father and also the founder of the Immortal Loyalty Society." Kwang Wai was stunned, eyes wide open. "My grandfather is the leader of a terrorist organization." "You're full of question marks." "Wait, he's no longer the leader, right? She just called him the founder." "Is that kid important or not? That's all. I've told you everything I know." Kwang Wai finds that surprising, but I don't think it's that valuable information. "Bring the leader and his people from their side here next time." She quickly activated her shield, then Kwang Wai shot at her. She immediately left. I want to avoid that incident. There must be a secret passage. Doandi asked me if I should pursue her. No, she'll probably go somewhere to hide for a few days. Suddenly, he saw something. Boliana has arrived. Du Wai. He didn't even bother to greet me. He reproached, "Why don't you seem happy to see me?" Of course, it doesn't look like anything. It looks just like it. Then he pointed to the crowd and said, "I found this on my way here." Dong Han immediately questioned, "Hey, why did you hide from us that there was reinforcements?" Kwang Wai explained, "Because he was supposed to be in his own country right now. The superhero kingdom does not use their powers for the benefit of another country. We need to make sure no one finds out about this." Sun Hai speaks up. Crocodile Rue with lightning, Isis's Black Panther, Illusion Eyes, and even some sorcerers. Those guys will probably go crazy. Kwang Wai suddenly called his mother. She asked suspiciously, "Huh? What is this? I don't really believe it either. I thought it was a joke." But he leaned in close and asked quietly. The representative of the Immortal Loyalty Society told me a secret. His real name is Du. 4 days later, the NS Equipment Development Team Kong Pu finally spoke up. "This price really is ridiculous. Yeah, they said there's no room for negotiation." "Dream on," she sighed. "We will need other equipment as well." The association has also quoted a high price. They call us money-wasting cows over this. It's understandable that the guild hates us because we've taken away their monopoly, but since they've offered 10 times the normal price, everything will be resolved if we can reach the white hole to obtain the resources. Finally, Sangpu decided to tell Du Kwang Wai about this. In the meeting room, Kwang Wai announced that the association had set a high price for the materials we need. "Is that really the case?" "Yeah, it's the same whether it's the government or Dandangun." Dunko was furious. "Those bastards are truly despicable." Kwang Wai notices that you've lost quite a bit of weight, Dunko. The actions of the association are pushing us to the brink, and you're asking if we want to go? We've tried to resolve everything by using our connections with the government and Dangun, but it seems they haven't been much help. Kwang Wai asked what would happen if we went to get the resources from the white holes we found ourselves. Dong Hun said we don't have enough people to ensure safety and are only allowed at the entrance. Mio also spoke up. "We need to attack the White Tiger before I take the resources. Everyone knows very well why the North was abandoned and why we can't risk the blink hole," Kwang Ai summarized. "So the problem here is that we don't have enough people." And then he decided to leave everyone stunned. "Then just recruit more people." They started to get restless. "So you're just going to add more people and leave the tiger hole behind? We can't do anything about that. As long as we're not killed by the intruders, we can do whatever we want. Go ahead and leave the trap behind. This is a pretty tough road ahead." Kwang Wai smiles brightly. He said that we don't need to limit ourselves to just being special individuals. Later, Kwang Wai appeared on television. "We are here with WBS Du Kwang Wai. Now let's move on to the final question." The host shyly asked what is his type of woman. Kwang Wai replied, "I haven't talked about this for quite a long time now." Then he seriously listed qualities: pure yet seductive, mature but adorable. She also has to be intelligent, thoughtful, always cheerful with me, with a beautiful face, perfect curves, talkative, but a good mother. MC Swangchangu, you're quite specific. Well, I am pretty strict about these things. The interview is still ongoing. I see. Then this is the end of the questions. Then may I say a few words? Yes, go ahead. Kwang Wai announced that the company will hire more staff. We will offer high salaries and definitely won't overlook the benefits. Bet your life on us. Welcome to the non-standard company. The TV show is definitely a success. It's clear that the job recruitment website has also shut down. Wow, I also have quite an influence. Suddenly, a voice said, "You're here?" Sun Hai urged them to go. They are waiting. The scene shifts to them, standing solemnly. It's been a long time since they last saw him. The immortal with Parigu mixed blood has had quite an unlucky life. He lost his mother to an intruder when he was young, and just a few years later he lost his sister and father to terrorism. Kwang Wai said, "I'm sorry I haven't visited often, but he's still a hero, someone deserving of respect and admiration. He's the one who saved me, just as you said, and I will do what I can." Then the three of them left, and Kwang Wei asked, "Dad, is that really Du In?" Huan Ho confirmed, "Yes, he is your grandfather and also the founder of the Immortal Brotherhood. However, no matter what happened, he never gave up. Instead of being haunted by revenge, he chose to save others. That day, when the gate accident at Hu happened, he was the one who stood between me and the intruders. After that day, my parents went to find him. But by the time everyone found out, he was already gone. The man who saved me was not the one who shook the world. He is not a hermit master, not a hero whose name is etched in history, but simply an immortal with mixed blood who received basic training as a soldier. He's still alive. Do you want to meet him?" Kwang Wai agreed. "It's okay. I know you have a good reason to cut off contact with him. You don't need to break that silence for me. Hearing that, Huan Ho widened his eyes in surprise and placed his hand on his shoulder. Huan Ho looked satisfied. You're really grown up now. At this moment, Ma Di asked with curiosity. Then why did you cut off contact, Dad? Aren't you both family? Hooray, he corrected himself. What do you mean, Dad? He reminds him. Don't call me father, call me Dad. She immediately apologized. The demon had made a mistake. Yes, Dad. Kwang Yi speaks up. Dad, she's almost 20 now. Huan Ho still thinks that if she has a son, she won't feel jealous of the girls around her. People say children often imitate their parents' actions, but I have never met my father enough to do so. He is always away and never calls home. He also never visits my mother when she was diagnosed with depression. So at that moment I decided that person was not my father either, and it's not a funny story to tell. Maybe we should go shopping. Dad will give you his credit card. A credit card? Bravo, take out a card. It's the credit card of the older brother. Hey, that's my card. The demon wants something, well tell us. When they left, Kwang Wai looked at his phone and thought the founder of the Immortal Loyalty Society. I want to ask him many questions, but I don't want my father to be upset. I will meet him as the owner of NS, not as his grandson. The news report states that the competitive position at NS is 1,100 to 1, with the number of viewers on the job recruitment page continuing to rise, even being mentioned on the evening news. The company's homepage has also exploded in traffic. The recruitment ads must have been shocking because those who didn't want to apply showed up. As a result, all kinds of people came for interviews and left all sorts of comments. The salary at NS is so high that people wonder if the company is even operating. They pay more than most major organizations worldwide. Some people applied because they saw potential. Others because they felt hopeless. All kinds of people came to apply as the car drives down the street with voices chatting inside. I don't have a solution for that. It's too late. Miho spoke up. I don't want to feel more ashamed. I have to move on. So you think I spend time here with you and abuse my authority to do that? I'm just kidding. No, I won't start liking you just because you saved my brother. I don't like you. Well, fine. No, I mean, I will never like you that way. Kwang Wai snapped irritably. Have you had enough fun yet? No. I feel a little sad because the director secretly likes me. Hearing that, he looked at her and said, if it weren't for the prince from the superhuman kingdom, Bang Suite and I would have already died. I thought I had trained enough, but in the last battle I was nothing but a burden. So I want to become stronger so that no one has to worry about me, Kwang Wai teased. Then just try hard and don't be lazy. I will definitely train you to become a better person. Get lost, you idiot. Your phone is ringing. I just want to encourage you, Miho continued speaking. They say things are getting busy because too many people are applying for jobs. We need to distinguish between the spies, but don't have enough people to do so. Kwang Wai thinks it will take some time, but we just need to handle it. The car door opens, and first they stop in front of a house where an old man lives. They need to meet him first. He picks his nose, then looks up as if sensing something. Kwang Ai marvels. It's really interesting how he completely hides his identity. He introduces himself, saying his name is Du Kwang Wai. He quickly dodges the snot that the old man flicked at him. Seeing that, the old man smiles brightly and praises him. Wow, you're pretty good at dodging. All right, this old man is annoying. Hunkyo wondered, are we here to do charity? I didn't deny it. I'm here on business. According to Panda's sources, Duin has been gathering information about the Immortal Brotherhood. He's just pretending to have amnesia. At that moment, Muin angrily pointed and said he didn't want to talk to stinky guys, especially sensitive young men. Kwang Wai still calmly responded, don't you think doing it yourself is a bit difficult? Let's discuss business together. Hearing this from him, Muin's face darkened gradually. Outside it was pouring rain, but inside it was the NS company's interview. Please come in, the next candidate. Kwang Yen silently thought it would be hard to find someone willing to purge us. Among these job applicants, I will find their weakness. But Mu suddenly appeared beside someone and shouted, you stole my candy. Yes, he panicked. What? Kwang Yan quickly realizes something. He pulled his head. I was right, give me the candy. What's wrong with him? And you too. That rotten bastard. You look like the kind of guy who would sell out his country. Is he selecting some spies? Kwang Wai praised. Wow, your eyes are really sharp, no kidding. Now I understand why you got to that position. Then he immediately ordered everyone to disperse. Yes, sir. Kwang Wai marveled. He used a truly unique method. You haven't taken a shower, right? It'll be quick. After the interview, there is a simple test with only one standard. A sense of despair and refusing to give up when pushed to the limit. After defeating the opponent, Done calls for medical help, but he still tries to stand up. I can still go on. To work with us, you need to have a sharp mind. After a moment, Kwang Yi spoke up. Thanks to him, we only took an hour to filter through 900 people. You should have come here earlier. Why didn't you look for me? His grandfather said that I was too ashamed. The thing I dedicated my whole life to has now become something that will kill me. I have no right to face my son, but after seeing what you have done, I realize we can help each other. So, that's why you revealed the information? Anyway, I can do that too. The method you use to filter people is called a verbal declaration. It may seem like you're just talking nonsense to scare the target, but in reality, you're channeling energy into your voice, turning it into speech and breaking their peace. That's how it works. Dad is good at deceiving others, but you're good at reading minds. Aren't you going to teach that trick to anyone? You want me to say it aloud? Then hand over that child. The look in its eyes shows it's worth teaching. All right then. So do you want to teach this grandson of yours? Who is he again? The next morning, the equipment development team arrived and Kang Pu from the forest appeared with a tired face. You look a bit thinner. Yeah, I have finished the second piece of equipment. He handed you a black marble. What is this? Kang Pu, stop asking and drop a few drops of your blood on it and throw it. Kwang Wai immediately followed suit and threw it with great force. But a second later, it still returned to Kwang Wai's side. The handheld gun went back to its place. Oh no, it feels like it's more connected to my hand. Chang Pudum explains, yeah, it will try to control your mind if your thoughts become too unstable. I created it using a type of tree that is attracted to blood. I thought you would be able to use it. You should practice more. So it doesn't care about physics to come back to me? Not bad. Yeah, I was just doing it for fun anyway. And then, this is the second piece of equipment. Will it help you in your next plan? Kwang Wai opened it and was so surprised he cursed. This bastard. The other side holds a stack of papers in their hand with a voice. Is this a request form? Fine. They are very straightforward. I think they don't need to be discreet about this. They want to reclaim the abandoned North even if it won't be worth the amount they are asking for. He thinks giving it to them is fine. We can't stop them anyway. Maybe there are some lost treasures there, a cleanup mission which would be difficult for ordinary people. Dung looks exhausted. Do we really have to do this? It's just a simple bet, Ung Hun reassured. We have no other choice. Guang Yi has decided to go through with this, but it would be great if we succeed. A bunch of people firing at the beasts, he orders. Team 3 begins close combat. The two immediately face each other, and with a single move the kicker is slashed 3 times. Even his arm is cut into rings, and a second later he turns into a pile of rubble. He sighed, my hands are trembling all over. I've only been training for a short time, you did really well, does it look cool? Having this outfit really is convenient. It's an equipment without any standards. Our job is to clear the way to the white hole, which will cost us our lives because we're not special individuals, but I have decided to trade money instead. Kwang Wai thinks that if this were a game, the difficulty level would be hellish. Bring 100 newly trained recruits to the battlefield and make sure no one dies. The weapon malfunctioned and broke down. A robot quickly appeared beside him, but someone was already there to help in time. Kwang Wai considers, but it shouldn't be this difficult. Sun Hai is also fighting with all her might. Those fighting from head to toe and those in danger will be rescued by special forces. Suddenly, something begins to crack. Kwang Wai widened his eyes in surprise as that thing gradually emerged. A giant golden stone man appeared. An announcement sounded, indicating an abnormal situation in the North Desert. Ines said they have entered the northern wilderness and are gathering reinforcements. Huan Ho, worried, said, "Why did you say you were just sightseeing? What exactly are you trying to do without telling your father?" The giant stone human is rampaging wildly, trampling over monsters as it goes. Kwang Wai listens, knowing he has trained hard to defeat them. Kwang Wai quickly moved forward, taking down each one. Once finished, he jumped back. He looked at the weapon's charge indicator. The energy was fully charged. Without hesitation, he took aim and fired. Kwang Wai aimed directly at the target. As he squeezed the trigger, a powerful surge of energy burst out, causing him to lose his balance and fall. Kwang Wai sighs. So this is what they call a double-edged sword. A fully charged shot that leads to a damn shoulder injury. He looks at the giant in front of him. Do you find that surprising? That bastard, me too. Is everyone amazed that this is the kind of monster he has killed? Wow, no wonder it has that nickname. I can't really call them by just one name. This thing looks like a dwarf. It's howling wildly. Meanwhile, a gun is aiming straight at its face. That person is Doan A. She shot a bullet into the giant's shoulder. Kwang Wai already knew. Of course it wouldn't go through him. Everyone runs away and starts Plan A. The giant throws something down at them, and the two of them dodge and run at the same time. Kwang Wai bit his hand until it bled, recalling what Kang Pudung had once said. It is made using the Green Knight's sword forging method. Its destructive power is truly terrifying. He quickly rushed forward. Kwang Wai ran to the foot of the monster. Kwang Wai reaches back to grab his sword and jumps up to face it at eye level. With a single strike, he drove his sword straight into the giant's golden forehead. Lightning crackled and it let out a painful scream. A second later, he was defeated. Kwang Wai is so happy that it's no longer a problem. After a while, the workers started working. We will begin clearing the land now. Don't touch those things. The association staff asked all of this. Dong Hun confirmed, yes, from NS. He reminded him, let's go to the temporary base. We've prepared it for you. Then he took out a small remote control. Inside the room, everyone is watching the footage just recorded. The association members are bewildered by the video evidence. We developed that gun and knife. You can check out the prototype. With this movement, WBS is not the only monster in the company. He immediately gets annoyed. Damn it, I came here to block their way. In this situation, there's nothing left to argue about. Reclaim the North Wildland, which has been abandoned for a long time, and then you mention your company's name is NS, right? The other two spoke up. I come from Russia, and I come from China. We are here to inspect the White Hole. Dong Hun has to support them. Inside the White Hole, everyone has gathered. What's wrong with that thing? Think about it after we take them down. Here, the mine is made from a curse, and it explodes quickly, so be careful. A mine? Kwang Yi immediately threw it straight into the mouth of that strange creature. But still there was no reaction. Someone wondered when it would, but before they could finish their sentence, it exploded. That strange thing has been defeated. Kwang Yi asked, is it dead? Sooner than I expected. I can't help but marvel at the blood pouring out. Oh my God, don't provoke it, stay calm, but someone cut in. He said that special forces from Russia and China are here. They asked if they could come in. Oh, perfect timing. They are entering. This is the northern wilderness. Suddenly a loud shout rang out and everyone prepared to fire. In front of them were thousands of monsters. After a while, everything was settled. Someone wondered why they had intervened. Isn't someone giving us orders? I have a strange feeling about this. Kwang Yi silently thought. They don't realize they are being manipulated through spoken commands. Wait a moment, the two of you just discussed. We need to take the shares because we participated in the battle. But Kwang Yi said that we never told you to fight, you joined on your own. She angrily shouted, what do you mean by that? I warn you, if you have any complaints, just talk to me. If you win, I'll give you 100% of the shares. Cheers for mocking, I've raised a damn kid. Your father warned you, who did you learn that tone from? It's best you explain yourself properly when we get home. Kwang Yi then said that there is a space downstairs, and the two of them looked at it together. This is a blinding light, pure gold flowing. Kwang Yi said, I think everything here will only improve once the North Desert gets attention. We have decided on the materials and the projects the company needs, so now all that's left is to sign the contract. I don't think the company we're working with can handle all the resources here. Do you think Warang can manage the export part? He happily agreed. Well, your uncle will do his best. Why does your uncle keep emphasizing the word uncle like that? That's strange. Sunhai explains that he just loves everyone, even if it doesn't seem like it, that's all. Huanho pushed aside the curtain and looked outside. A row of monsters were imprisoned there. Huanho turned and asked, do you think I can do it? Sunhai replied, we only need to do it when everything is over. Right now, Kwang Yi is wearing the Hell Invitation gear, also known as ITH. It's the training equipment that your uncle made for you. This is a training device that Dr. Gorna made for me to absorb energy, or it collects energy from the user to increase pressure through the body. Dong Hun exclaimed, you're crazy. Who would risk going into an intruder's nest to train? Kwang Yi asked back, do you know how much it costs to create a training system that can permanently recreate this kind of moment? The place where intruders can storm in endlessly. With that, he charged forward. Is there a better training ground than this? Kwang frantically fights the monsters, determined to do it because he can, fueled by the spirit of the motto from the person who saved him. This is how I will live my life. So, what do you think? Are you proud of your son? He fires a powerful burst of energy forward. There's someone watching outside, I can see your clenched fist. Duhan speaks up. From the start, he's never been an ordinary person. Don't try to chase after him. I think it's bad for you. Kai Nam with a warning look. Do I look normal to you? No. He was born with a talent on a different level. I've grown up hearing that countless times. I thought that was something bestowed by heaven, something very clear. I thought I would just keep standing still like that. Until I met that monster, I could see the gap in skill between us, so I was jealous of him. Until one day, that feeling of envy suddenly disappeared. He had a goal, so that's why he kept going without rest. Even someone with pure bloodline can go crazy if they train at his intensity. But Du Kwang Yi managed to overcome it. And Kinam also charged forward, holding a small knife in his hand. He fights monsters, searches for a target, and doesn't give up. I won't stop until I catch up to him. Kwang Yi watches Kai Nam fighting, with someone rushing in quickly as well. He kicks straight at a giant blue one. Kwang Yi, confused, asks, what are you two doing? You've left Warang? Forget me, I won't do anything to you. He turned away, at least try to endure next time. How can the two of you train without bringing anything? Being silent might not be such a bad idea. Switching to another scene, Hoan Ho has gone to meet Moon. It's been a long time since they last saw each other. Hoan Ho questions him, "Did you teach the boy to make a verbal declaration?" Moon denies it, saying he just did it once and then took it. "Why did you come to NS?" "Because that is what its official representative has asked of me. I have something to discuss with you. You say your immortality is the greatest treasure, that thanks to it you and I exist, and you've bet your life on it. You once again abandoned your wife and son. I will not become like you. My wife and child are my only treasures. Don't lay a hand on my treasures just to protect yourself. If something happens to the three of them, I will become the person you were when you were young." Muin replied quietly. "Understood." 1 year later, the northern wilderness was reclaimed. Attention on NS also increased because of it. NS started sharing the weapons they developed with the government. Instead of controlling the exclusive technology, they shared it so everyone could work together. The association previously spent a huge amount of money to buy that technology from NS, and now they are crying blood. The association's president has always tried to take Kwang Wai down whenever possible, but Kwang Wai still hasn't appeared in public. For a whole year, no one knew where he was. The intruders are coming from all directions, mostly high-level ones. It's been a long time since we've seen so many appear at once, and I'm starting to think we should hunt them down until they go extinct. Everyone trained during that year. My grandfather trained Kinam and Miho because they truly wanted to become stronger. She's cute, so she's just following Miho's protection. Duhan isn't really interested in training, but lately he's been getting pretty close to stick. It's driving me crazy. Old goat, you look tired fighting those intruders. Kwang Wai asked if you want to train to fight me one-on-one. He's always rushing day and night. I want to train like that too. But he tried his best. Kwang Ai raised his gun high. A wolf is charging straight at you. The shot is fired at the same time it is taken down. Kwang Wai breathes a sigh of relief. It's all over. His parasitic gun keeps changing its firing mode due to its adaptability. Dunghun asked, "Should we return to the base, Kwang Wai? Prometheus is clearly back in operation at Seun." He just laughed and said, "So those bastards are trying something again? Is it just because I've been undercover for a year?" While he's disappearing, this is our chance. If things go wrong, we won't be able to survive. I know, but still, it's an opportunity. We'll set a new goal and never let ourselves drift again. It's so bright. The sun is shining too intensely. Really? Then step away from the window. No, this is my spot. I have to succeed this time. My life depends on it. The sunlight is fading. That child is a weapon created by the side effects of the test. The superhuman can transform. If my mind control is effective, its ability to burn opponents will work even on special individuals. "Where did we find Du Kuangyi?" that person said. Dongho. She lost patience and ordered, "Quickly, tell everyone to get ready. The three of them have returned. Welcome. That's where I keep my words. You all seem to have grown taller since I last saw you. Good job. Yeah. You too, let's go inside." Then the three of them entered. "Welcome." She asked, "Which wind brought you here? I have a question." Kwang Wai got straight to the point. "I hear this is where Prometheus is secretly working." "What? You're saying?" "Don't let her finish talking," Kwang Wai interrupted. "Don't pretend to be innocent. Ordered to destroy this place. After that, she was captured. These guys are too weak." Jay. He said there's a group managed by the center. "I heard they are the real ace up the sleeve. No wonder this place isn't protected. Are you going there tonight?" Why wait? Prometheus is paying attention? You can't sneak in here just because I was absent. This will be the start of my declaration to return to Earth. While we were in the White Hole, these two planned and spread false information. It seems something terrible has happened. This time, the president of the association also played a significant role. He used every means to attack me. As a result, Prometheus and Isis returned to Korea. Base 18 is nothing unusual. Our kids are doing very well. Miho asks, "What about NS?" "It's like walking on ice on this side. Kwang Ai's group has arrived. Kinam says it's a trap, so they must have the strongest forces here. Kwang Wai shows no sign of fear. So, does that change anything? To defeat us, they must be using a lot of hidden weapons." Kwang Wai's eyes widened as Nam was being held captive inside. Kwang Wai said nothing and fought directly. She was panicked. "What?" He was startled. "Ah, sorry, it's just a habit. And you're thinking so quickly again? They are not the type to fall for a trap. Prometheus abandoned me. 3 beasts are jumping down at him from behind. Angon kicked them away. Kinam also drew his knife. He handles each one swiftly. Don't push forward." Minam, feeling the situation was difficult, quickly thought there was only one way out. It had been a long time since she saw Kwang Yi, so she used her apology ability to fix what happened back then. "You will forgive me, right? This time, you'll use my mind control." A hand grabs her hair. "Wake up." Lenoy punches her in the face. "Do you think I would let you take him away?" Minam is stunned. "A spell?" Kwang Wai explains, "Because I have a clear taste." He sat in front of her and asked, "Why did you admit to terrorism?" Thinking I knew for sure, he immediately stood up. Oh, right, I'll find someone who knows. Let her go. We will bring her to the old force. Kwang Wai quietly wondered whether Mr. Nam was happy to hear that he had caught her, while on this side, a hand was trembling as he watched the news. He's annoyed, this bastard. Do you think I leave him alone because I can't catch evidence? We just don't want to do anything until they cause too much trouble. Because sooner or later they will become Prometheus's tools. All to catch the Prometheus leader, Jamist. I thought this was the perfect opportunity to catch that sneaky guy, but they've ruined my plan. Don't they have any guidance? The secretary replied, yes, but they said if you want to handle things indirectly, it's no different from being unable to solve it at all. Crazy guy, this is the Korean branch of the association. The association will do its best to progress based on peace and human development. We always work hard to increase benefits for special individuals. Kwang Wai asked if the president of the association was here. The female staff also notices WBS transitioning scenes in the room with the white door. The seated man introduces himself. Welcome, I am Chairman Bax Chun Bei. The two of them are talking, and I have something to discuss with you. You're a bit hasty. Is it because you're still young? Have some tea first. He couldn't have predicted that he would come here, but he still remained very calm. It's because he thinks he's clever that he keeps trying to challenge me again and again. Well then, eye for an eye. When I leave, you've probably said quite a few sharp words, huh? Truly a sharp tongue. I guess that's also a characteristic of youth. It's not just me acting tough. My fist is the same way. I'm sure you don't want to get into a fight. You won't gain anything by suddenly visiting and acting like a gangster like this. Kwang Yan's eyes scrutinized Chunbei's actions. Then in a flash, he grabbed him by the collar. My mother showed her bloodthirstiness to me when I was young. If I keep whining, she'll kick me out of her house. So I have developed tolerance, using such noble love. Just a warning, do you think something will happen if I kill you? Kwang Wai was truly furious. I just need to kill those who come after me. And then I will tell Danon and the government that you are behind everything. You shouldn't have started trouble with me from the beginning. Where do you get the nerve to do that? Torturing people to death is your hobby. So now do you understand? When you went outside, you saw the girl with orange hair. Long time no see. Is your hand okay? She wondered what they were talking about here. Kwang Wai scratched his head, saying it's just a light-hearted chat. But the expression on the chairman's face now deserves to be appreciated. She seemed to understand his nature and sighed. Well, I think he's worth it. That's why I told you to hold back, but you wouldn't listen. Are you heading back to your company now? Kwang Wai pulled out her passport and denied it. No, I will take the flight. The flight? You're bragging that you're going to America. That's all for my video. The above is a summary of the story. If you have any comments, please leave them in the comment section below. Don't forget to leave me a like, subscribe, and hit the bell to receive more interesting videos. Goodbye for now, and see you again. Goodbye.